Warrant for Genocide, The Myth of the Jewish World Conspiracy and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Norman Cohn. Forward to the Torchbook edition. To judge from the comments that have reached me, it seems that only two short passages in this book lend themselves to controversy. The opening paragraphs of the first chapter, where I argue that the demonization of the Jew originated in propaganda conducted by Christian clergy against a rival religion, Judaism, and the half-dozen pages in the conclusion where I suggest that when the Jew is demonized, he is unconsciously seen as a cruel, tyrannical father figure. The first of these passages should really not give rise to debate at all. 30 or even 20 years ago, discussion about the origins of anti-Semitism were bound to consist mostly of vague speculations, for serious historical research on the subject was only beginning. But that is by no means the case today. So far from being controversial, my opening paragraphs are not even original, they merely summarize the consensus which now obtains amongst historians of anti-Semitism. Of course, Jews, like Christians, were sometimes persecuted both in the pagan Greco-Roman world and in the world of Islam. But thanks to the labors of the Reverend James Parks, Dr. Leon Poliakov, the late Jules Isaac, and the late Joshua Trachtenberg, it is now recognized that demonological anti-Semitism is a quite specific phenomenon, with a quite specific origin. The idea that Jewry is a conspiratorial body, united in the service of evil, intent on thwarting God's plan for the world, incessantly plotting the ruination of mankind. This idea was born of the conflict between the church and the synagogue. Those who wish to follow its development in early and medieval Christianity should consult the works listed at the beginning of the bibliography of this book. Warrant for Genocide is not concerned with this story, but only with its postscript. It tells how in the 19th and 20th centuries demonological anti-Semitism was revived and modernized by a handful of eccentric, right-wing Christians, some Roman Catholic and some Greek Orthodox, and was then taken over, with appropriate modifications, by racists, and notably by Hitler and his followers. This is a less familiar story. Whereas the earlier episodes in the long history of demonological anti-Semitism have already been investigated and revealed, this particular episode, which led up to the Nazi Holocaust, has hitherto remained obscure. This book is in fact an exploration of one of the least known, as well as one of the most sinister, aspects of modern history, and one of the half-dozen pages of psychoanalytical interpretation. Here one is concerned not with established facts, but with a hypothesis tentatively advanced, after careful consultation with professional psychoanalysts, to explain certain facts which in themselves are extremely puzzling. Why have Jews traditionally been imagined as cruel, merciless, and omnipotent? Why, from the 12th to the 20th centuries, were certain specific accusations brought against them? Of torturing a small boy, or else a consecrated wafer which would then turn into a small boy? Why, traditionally, is the Jew commonly portrayed as an old man? Why has so much of anti-Semitic propaganda centered on the fantasy of a body of ruthless elders endowed with immense, mysterious powers? Why do these fantasies flourish even in Spain, where there have been no Jews for centuries? Why are fanatical anti-Semites commonly filled not simply with hatred, but with overwhelming terror of the Jews? And why do organized groups of Jew killers talk and behave in a manner which, in an individual, would be characterized as highly paranoid? I suggest that it is because, in Christendom, the Jews have been ideally situated to receive the unconscious negative projections associated with the bad parent and particularly the bad father. In saying this, I do not suggest that all forms of anti-Semitism can be explained in these terms. Nor do I ignore the fact that, at other times and places, other categories of human beings have been the objects of unconscious negative projections, and equally potent ones. But in this book, I am concerned with one particular phenomenon, the weird, nightmarish atmosphere which permeates the deadliest kind of anti-Semitism. I do not think that this atmosphere, compounded of blind, unreasoning terror, murderous rage, and secret guilt, can be adequately understood unless one remembers that human beings have unconscious as well as conscious minds, and that infantile ways of thinking and feeling can at times dictate the behavior not only of individuals but also of social groups. August 1969. Acknowledgements. This book would probably never have been written at all but for David Astor, who for many years has been deeply concerned about the kind of aberration it describes. By enabling me to leave university life for a time, and devote myself wholly to research and writing, he reduced to manageable proportions a task that might otherwise have proved overwhelming. Boris Nikolevsky, who was a witness at the Bern trial in 1934-35, and who died just after this book was completed, put at my disposal not only valuable documents from his archives, but also his unique knowledge of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary politics in Tsarist Russia. The Reverend Dr. James Parks and Dr. Leon Polyakov gave me the benefit of their years of research on the history of anti-Semitism and offered a number of very useful criticisms and suggestions. I was much helped, too, by having access to the Parks Library and to the fruits of Dr. Parks's own researches on the protocols. Professor Francis Karsten, Professor John Hyam, Professor Walter Lacour, Professor George Moss, and Professor Leonard Shapiro brought their powerful equipment to bear on various chapters, and between them saved me from many errors. Miss Pearl King applied her rare combination of psychoanalytical and sociological insight to the conclusion, and by her comments not only clarified but modified my own ideas. If after all the efforts of these critics and guides the book still shows errors of fact or judgment, the fault is mine alone. The staff of the Wiener Library coped with my many requests with the efficiency and courtesy which users of that admirable institution soon learn to take for granted. And Mr. C. Ahrensfeld also guided me to much material that I could easily have missed. By appointing me to a fellowship, the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences, Stanford, California, provided me with an ideal setting in which to put the finishing touches to the book, including the opportunity of discussing various knotty points with some very stimulating and helpful colleagues. Ly wife, having Russian as her native language, read all the Russian works for me. The patience which she brought to this task is appreciated all the more because of the distressing nature of much that she had to read. It was an indispensable contribution, and so was the criticism to which she submitted the entire manuscript. I am glad of this opportunity of expressing my gratitude to all who have helped me in these various ways. August 1966 N.C. Quanta mortalia pectora kiki noctis habent. How much blind night there is in the hearts of men. Ovid, Metamorphoses. Forward. Only about a third of the civilians killed by the Nazis and their accomplices were Jews, but the Jews nevertheless hold a unique position among the victims of those terrible years. Other peoples were marked out for decimation, subjugation, and enslavement, and the civilian losses of some of these amounted to 11% or 12% of the total population. The Jews were marked out for extermination. They were not simply killed or worked to death. They were humiliated, hunted, and tortured with an intensity of hatred which was reserved for them alone. While the killed amounted to well over half, probably to more than two-thirds of all European Jews. The exact number of Jews killed will never be known, but the best estimates agree in putting it between 5 and 6 million, not including those who died of hunger and disease in the ghettos. Moreover, all this happened to people who did not constitute a belligerent nation, or indeed a nation at all, but lived scattered across Europe from the English Channel to the Volga, with very little in common to them all save their descent from adherents of the Jewish religion. How can this extraordinary phenomenon be explained? Like a great many people, I constantly asked myself this question while the extermination was taking place, but it was only after the end of the war that I began to feel my way towards what I am now convinced is the correct answer. In the winter of 1945, while awaiting demobilization in Central Europe, I happened to have access to a large library of writings by Nazi and proto-Nazi ideologists and propagandists. Several months of reading, reinforced by contact with SS who were undergoing interrogation and investigation, left me with one pretty strong suspicion, that whereas the Russians and Poles and Yugoslavs were decimated in the name of racist theories which were less than a century old, the drive to exterminate the Jews sprang from demonological superstitions inherited from the Middle Ages. The following 10 years were spent in investigating popular medieval ideas about Satan and his earthly representatives, the final struggle between the angelic and the demonic hosts, the Second Coming and the Millennium. Although this work was only partly connected with the Jews and their fate, by the time it was finished my original suspicion had turned into a certainty. As I see it, the deadliest kind of anti-Semitism, the kind that results in massacre and attempted genocide, has little to do with real conflicts of interest between living people, or even with racial prejudice as such. At its heart lies the belief that Jews, all Jews everywhere, form a conspiratorial body set on ruining and then dominating the rest of mankind. And this belief is simply a modernized, secularized version of the popular medieval view of Jews as a league of sorcerers employed by Satan for the spiritual and physical ruination of Christendom. This is also the argument of J. Trachtenberg, The Devil and the Jews, New Haven, 1943. By the time I returned to the starting point of my inquiry, the scene had changed out of all recognition. The Nazi movement and regime had been exhaustively investigated, and the findings filled whole libraries. There were even special institutes devoted to the Nazi persecutions and massacres. L/IR The History of Anti-Semitism, which before the war had been the preserve of a couple of bold pioneers, was now attracting the attention of many scholars, and detailed studies of this or that aspect of the story were piling up. Yet one conspicuous gap remained. Nobody had made a thorough study of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy and the part played by that myth in recent history. A couple of years ago, a reviewer, I think in the Times Literary Supplement, urged that the word myth should be banned for at least a decade, as it was rapidly losing all precise meaning. He had a point, but I can think of no other term so suited to the subject of this book. A myth can mean a false belief. It can mean an imaginative construction by which people try to interpret the world around them. And since Georges Sorel, it can also mean a faith which gives people a sense of mission and stimulates them to action. Belief in a Jewish world conspiracy has shown itself to be a myth in all these senses. It is true that the supreme expression and vehicle of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, the notorious forgery known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, has received quite a lot of attention. Between 1920, when it made its first appearance in Western Europe, and 1942, when it was being exploited to some effect by Goebbels, it was the subject of a dozen critical studies in English, German, French, and Russian. Several of these books were works of scholarship. 1. L'Apocalypse de Notre Temps by the late Henri Rollin was an important piece of original research and would certainly have made its mark if its publication had not been overshadowed by the outbreak of the Second World War, and if the edition had not been seized and destroyed by the Germans the moment they reached Paris. Yet the fact remains that no proper study has ever been made of how, after the French Revolution, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy developed out of traditional demonology, how it inspired a whole series of forgeries, culminating in the Protocols, how the Protocols were used to justify the massacres of Jews during the Russian Civil War, how they swept the world after the First World War, how they took possession of Hitler's mind and became the ideology of his most fanatical followers at home and abroad, and so helped to prepare the way for the near extermination of European Jews. It is high time that gap was filled. A generation ago, Henri Rollin reckoned that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion was probably the most widely distributed book in the world after the Bible, and certainly the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy was a potent factor in the shaping of world history. Very many people who were neither demented nor illiterate were convinced that everything that happened in the political, social, and economic fields, from minor diplomatic appointments to slumps, revolutions, and wars, was ordained by a secret organization of Jews. Today the whole story is already almost forgotten, so much so that it is quite rare, at least in Europe, to meet anyone under the age of 40 who has even heard of those strange ideas. One is tempted to say a good thing too, but I think the temptation should be resisted. A great madness swept large parts of Europe and a good deal of the world beyond. Nothing like it had been seen since the witch mania which in the course of the 16th and 17th centuries destroyed perhaps 1 million women. It seems to me important to study that madness, to analyze the delusional ideas at its core and to understand, so far as possible, the precise nature of its appeal. That is why I decided, with some reluctance, to complete the job I began and abandoned just 20 years ago. It is perhaps hard to accept that scholarly study, and all the time and energy which that implies, can appropriately be lavished on a ludicrous fantasy such as the Protocols or on obscure figures such as the hack novelist Hermann Goethe, the cheap swindler Osman Bey, the half-crazy pseudo-mystic Sergei Nilus, and the rest. Yet it is a great mistake to suppose that the only writers who matter are those whom the educated in their saner moments can take seriously. There exists a subterranean world where pathological fantasies disguised as ideas are churned out by crooks and half-educated fanatics for the benefit of the ignorant and superstitious. There are times when this underworld emerges from the depths and suddenly fascinates, captures, and dominates multitudes of usually sane and responsible people who thereupon take leave of sanity and responsibility. And it occasionally happens that this underworld becomes a political power and changes the course of history. It is an incontestable fact that the forgotten eccentrics described in the first half of this book built up the myth which, years later, the masters of a great European nation were to use as a warrant for genocide. Not, of course, that myths operate in a vacuum. The myth of the Jewish world conspiracy would have remained the monopoly of right-wing Russians and a few cranks in Western Europe, and the protocols would never have emerged from obscurity at all, if it had not been for the First World War and the Russian Revolution and their aftermath. And they would never have become the creed of a powerful government and an international movement if it had not been for the Great Slump and the utter disorientation it produced. On the other hand, all these disasters together could never have produced an Auschwitz without the help of a myth which was designed to appeal to all the paranoid and destructive potentialities in human beings. I have tried to do justice also to those aspects, what one might call the sociological and the psychopathological aspects of this extraordinary and terrible story. The book ends in 1945, but that does not mean that the myth died then or that the protocols went out of circulation. Though they are far less prominent than they were and are almost forgotten in the advanced countries of Western Europe, they still flourish in other quarters. In his struggle against Israel, President Nasser has come out publicly in support of the protocols. Large quantities of protocols-type material are produced in Cairo, largely with the help of Nazi émigrés, and distributed in many countries, and notably in South America, also with the help of Nazi émigrés. The debates of the Vatican Council on the attitude to be adopted towards Jews stimulated a spate of anti-Semitic propaganda from Spain, including a luxurious new edition of the protocols with abundant commentaries. Sabios de Chaun, Protocolos, Madrid, 1963. Fee commentaries are ascribed to a writer with the unusual name of Charles Burrow, whom I have been unable to trace in any catalog or reference book. A companion work is M. Pine, Comploto Coritro la Chiesa, Rome, 1962. Stalin in his last years produced a new version of the conspiracy myth, in which Jews figured as agents of an imperialist plot to destroy the Soviet Union and assassinate its leaders. This was used to secure the execution of Rudolf Slansky and his Jewish colleagues on the Central Committee of the Czech Communist Party in 1952, and it also formed the basis for the story of the Doctor's Plot in 1953. For a German translation of the verbatim record of the Slansky trial, see Prozess gegen Dialtung des Staatsfeindlichen Verschwörungszentrums mit Rudolf Slansky und der Spitze, published by the Ministry of Justice, Prague, 1953. C.F. J. Parks, Antisemism, London, 1963, page 152. All this would require another volume and someone else to write it. The purpose of this book is to show how between the French Revolution and the Second World War certain ancient and immensely destructive fantasies were reactivated, and with what results. It is a grim story, but one which surely needed to be told. Chapter 1. The Origins of the Myth. 1. Over very large areas of the earth, Jews have traditionally been seen as mysterious beings, endowed with uncanny, sinister powers. This attitude goes back to the time, from the 2nd to the 4th centuries after Christ, when the church and the synagogue were competing for converts in the Hellenistic world, and when moreover each was still struggling to win adherents from the other. It was to terrorize the Judaizing Christians of Antioch into a final breach with the parent religion that St. John Chrysostom called the synagogue, the temple of demons, the cavern of devils, a gulf and abyss of perdition, and portrayed Jews as habitual murderers and destroyers, people possessed by an evil spirit. And it was to protect his catechumens against Judaism that St. Augustine described how those, who had been the favorite sons of God, were now transformed into sons of Satan. Moreover, the Jews were brought into relation with that fearsome figure, Antichrist, the son of perdition, whose tyrannical reign, according to St. Paul and the Book of Revelation, is to precede the second coming of Christ. Many of the fathers taught that Antichrist would be a Jew, and that the Jews would be his most devoted followers. For the demonization of the Jew in Christian teaching, C. J. Parks, The Conflict of the Church and the Synagogue, London, 1934. J. Trachtenberg, The Devil and the Jews, New Haven, 1943. M. Simon, Virus Israel, Paris, 1948. L. Polyakov, Histoire de l'antisémitisme, Yal. I. Du Christ aux Juifs Dakota, Paris, 1955. J. Isaac, Genèse de l'antisémitisme, Paris, 1956. 7 or 8 centuries later, in the most militant period in the history of the Roman Catholic Church, these ancient fantasies were revived and integrated into a whole new demonology. From the time of the First Crusade onwards, Jews were presented as children of the devil, agents employed by Satan for the express purpose of combating Christianity and harming Christians. It was in the 12th century that they were first accused of murdering Christian children, of torturing the consecrated wafer, and of poisoning the wells. It is true that popes and bishops frequently and emphatically condemned these fabrications. But the lower clergy continued to propagate them, and in the end they came to be generally believed. But above all, it was said that Jews worshipped the devil, who rewarded them collectively by making them masters of black magic, so that however helpless individual Jews might seem, Jewry possessed limitless powers for evil. And already then there was talk of a secret Jewish government, a council of rabbis, located in El-Islam, Spain, which was supposed to be directing an underground war against Christendom and employing sorcery as its principal weapon. The propagation of such views by the clergy, century after century, gradually but decisively influenced the attitude of the laity. If Judaism, with its profound sense of election and its elaborate system of taboos, tended in any case to make Jews into a people apart, Christian teaching and preaching ensured that they would be treated not simply as strangers, but as most dangerous enemies. During the Middle Ages, Jews were almost wholly without legal rights and were frequently massacred by the mob. Such experiences in turn greatly encouraged the Jewish tendency to exclusiveness. During the long centuries of persecution, Jews became a wholly alien people, compulsorily restricted to the most sordid trades, regarding the Gentile world with bitterness. In the eyes of most Christians, these strange creatures were demons in human form, and some of the demonology that was woven around them in those centuries has proved extraordinarily durable. The myth of the Jewish world conspiracy represents a modern adaptation of this ancient demonological tradition. According to this myth, there exists a secret Jewish government which, through a worldwide network of camouflaged agencies and organizations, controls political parties and governments, the press and public opinion, banks, and economic developments. The secret government is supposed to be doing this in pursuance of an age-old plan and with the single aim of achieving Jewish dominion over the entire world. And it is also supposed to be perilously near to achieving this aim. In this fantasy, the remnants of ancient demonological terrors are blended with anxieties and resentments which are typically modern. The myth of the Jewish world conspiracy is in fact a particularly degraded and distorted expression of the new social tensions which arose when, with the French Revolution and the coming of the 19th century, Europe entered on a period of exceptionally rapid and deep-going change. As everyone knows, it was a time when traditional social relationships were shaken, hereditary privileges ceased to be sacrosanct, age-old values and beliefs were called in question. The slow-moving, conservative life of the countryside was increasingly challenged by an urban civilization which was dynamic, restless, given to innovation. Industrialization brought to the fore a bourgeoisie intent on increasing its wealth and extending its rights. And gradually a new class, the industrial proletariat, began to exert pressure in its own account. Democracy, liberalism, secularism, by the mid-century even socialism, were forces to be reckoned with. But all over continental Europe there were large numbers of people who abominated all these things. A long, bitter struggle began between those who accepted the new, mobile society and the opportunities it offered, and those who hoped to retain or restore the vanishing traditional order. These changes, which affected European society as a whole, brought both new opportunities and new perils to Europe's Jews. In one country after another in Western and Central Europe, Jews were relieved of their legal disabilities. Most Jews wanted nothing so much as to live by the same routines as other people, and they quietly adapted themselves to their new freedom. Nevertheless, in the eyes of many people, the Jew still had a highly symbolic significance, and for two quite different reasons. On the one hand, Jews remained an identifiable and, though to a rapidly diminishing extent, an exclusive community, and this meant that they retained something of the mysterious quality which they had possessed in earlier centuries. On the other hand, they came to be seen as symbolic of the modern world by those who most detested that world. Various circumstances were responsible for this. For centuries, Jews had of necessity been town dwellers, and they still remained concentrated to an overwhelming extent in the cities, especially the capital cities. In politics, Jews naturally tended to side with the liberal and democratic forces which alone could guarantee and increase their liberties. Being still denied access to many traditional occupations, they were encouraged to pioneer new ways of making a living, and in doing so, a few became extremely rich. And in general, it can be said that a feeling of suddenly liberated energies made many Jews exceptionally enterprising, exceptionally given to experiment and innovation. In industry and commerce, politics and journalism, Jews became identified with everything that was most wholeheartedly modern. As a result, by about 1870, it was possible to see in the Jews the supreme incarnation of modernity, even while continuing to see them as uncanny, semi-demonic beings. Of course, other, quite different types of anti-Semitism also existed. There was, for instance, a left-wing anti-Semitism, compounded of contempt for Jewish religion, which was blamed for Christianity, and of resentment at the power of Jewish bankers, notably the Rothschilds. The socialist movements of France and Germany were full of this kind of anti-Semitism, and they finally rid themselves of it only at the very end of the century. The demonological type of anti-Semitism, on the other hand, flourished among those who were most thoroughly disconcerted by the civilization of the 19th century. It was above all the landed aristocracy and the clergy who saw in the Jews a symbol of all that most threatened their world, and not only their material interests but the values that gave meaning to their lives. These people were only too happy to believe that such alarming changes must spring not from any defects in the old order, nor from impersonal historic processes, but from the machinations of a handful of devils in human form. Moreover, by putting this idea about, they could hope to achieve certain highly practical aims. To portray democracy, liberalism, and secularism as the work of the Jews was a way of making these things suspect in the eyes of a growing but ill-educated electorate. So the new political form of anti-Semitism came into being. From now on, anti-Semitism was to be deliberately whipped up by ultra-conservative politicians and publicists in their struggle against the progressives. And although Jews were still sometimes accused of such things as ritual murder, these age-old superstitions gradually yielded in importance to the new political superstition concerning a secret Jewish government. This new fantasy was, of course, just as remote from reality as the old, but it was also just as effective. What Jews really were or did or wanted, or what Jews possibly could be or do or want, had nothing whatsoever to do with the matter. To understand how the fantasy arose and spread, it is much less important to know about Jews than to know what persecution mania means and how, given a suitable situation, it can be deliberately exploited in multitudes of ordinary human beings. This had happened before, during the witch mania that gripped Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries. It was to happen again as the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy began its deadly work. 2. Today, when people think of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, they think of the forgery known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which circulated through the world in millions of copies in the 1920s and 1930s. But the Protocols are only the most celebrated and influential in a long series of fabrications and forgeries reaching back almost to the French Revolution. In its modern form, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy can be traced back to a French cleric, the Abbé Béruel. As early as 1797, Béruel, in his 5-volume memoir Pour Servir, a l'histoire du Jacobinisme, argued that the French Revolution represented the culmination of an age-old conspiracy of the most secret of secret societies. As he saw it, the trouble began with the medieval order of Templars, which had not really been exterminated in 1314 but had survived as a secret society, pledged to abolish all monarchies, to overthrow the papacy, to preach unrestricted liberty to all peoples, and to found a world republic under its own control. Down the centuries, this secret society had poisoned a number of monarchs, and in the 18th century it had captured the order of Freemasons, which now stood entirely under its control. In 1763, it had created a secret literary academy, consisting of Voltaire, Turgot, Condorcet, Diderot, and D'Alembert, and meeting regularly in the house of the Baron de Holbach. By its publications, this body had undermined all morality and true religion among the French. From 1776 on, towards Condorcet, and the Abbé size had built up a vast revolutionary organization of 500,000 Frenchmen, who were the Jacobins of the revolution. But the heart of the conspiracy, the true leaders of the revolution, were the Bavarian Illuminati under Adam Weishaupt, enemies of the human race, sons of Satan. To this handful of Germans, all the Freemasons and Jacobins of France already owed blind allegiance. And it was Barruel's view that unless it was stopped, this handful would soon dominate the world. One need waste no time on the claim that the French Revolution was produced by a conspiracy reaching back to the 14th century. As for the obscure German group known as the Illuminati, they were not Freemasons at all but rivals of the Freemasons, and had in any case been dissolved in 1786. And the role of the Freemasons was also fantastically oversimplified and exaggerated. It is of course true that the Freemasons shared that concern with humanitarian reform which is commonly associated with the Enlightenment. For instance, they contributed to the abolition of judicial torture and of witchcraft trials, and to the improvement of schools. On the other hand, at the time of the Revolution, most Freemasons were Catholic and monarchist. Indeed, King Louis XVI and his brothers were all Freemasons. While during the Terror Freemasons were guillotined by the hundred in their organization, the Grand Orient was suppressed. The fact is that Barruel himself never noticed any L/Masonic influence at work while the revolution was in progress. The idea was presented to him some years later, in London, by the Scottish mathematician John Robison, who was himself preparing a book called Proofs of a Conspiracy Against All the Religions and Governments of Europe, carried on in the secret meetings of Freemasons, Illuminati, and reading societies. Barruel felt inspired to produce a book on the very same subject, if possible before the imprudent Robison. And he succeeded. His memoir forestalled Robison's by a year. It was translated into English, Polish, Italian, Spanish, and Russian, and it made its author a rich man. Nevertheless, at the time when he wrote his 5 volumes, Barruel still imposed certain limits on his imagination. Though he was more than willing to blame the revolution on the Freemasons, he scarcely mentioned the Jews, understandably enough, since no Jew played any significant part either in the revolution itself or in the philosophical revolution that preceded it. Others, however, were less inhibited than Barruel. In 1806, he received a document which seems to be the earliest in the series of anti-Semitic forgeries that was to culminate in the Protocols. This was a letter from Florence ostensibly written by an army officer called J.B. Simonini, of whom nothing else is known and with whom Barruel himself failed to establish contact. The Simonini letter will be found in Le Contemporain, Paris, issue of July 1878, pages 58 to 61. It has been reprinted in many anti-Semitic works, e.g. End de Chambre, Les Sociétés Secrètes et la Société, Avignon, Paris, N.D., Volume Il, pages 658 to 61, and A. Nechvaladov, L'Empereur Nicholas XI et les Juifs, Paris, 1924, pages 231 to 4. Internal evidence shows that it does indeed date from around 1806. M. Leon Poliakov, in a private communication to the author, has argued convincingly that it was fabricated by the French political police under Fouché, with the object of influencing Napoleon against the Jews at the time of the Great Sanhedrin. See below, pages 29 to 30. After congratulating Barruel on having unmasked the hellish sects which are preparing the way for Antichrist, he draws his attention to the Judaic sect, surely the most formidable power, if one considers its great wealth and the protection it enjoys in almost all European countries. The mysterious Simonini goes on to reveal some extraordinary information which he claims to have obtained by a ruse. He once pretended to some Piedmontese Jews that he himself had been born a Jew and, though separated from the Jewish community in early childhood, had always retained his love of his nation. Thereupon the Jews showed him sums of gold and silver for distribution to those who embraced their cause, promised to make him a general if only he would become a Freemason, presented him with 3 weapons bearing Masonic symbols, and revealed their greatest secrets. These were indeed surprising. Simonini learned, for instance, that Mani and the Old Man of the Mountain were both Jews, though in reality neither of them was, and that the Order of Freemasons and the Illuminati were both founded by Jews, though their founders are known and were not Jews. In the 3rd century of the Christian era, the Persian Mani founded the religion of Manichaeism, which in one form or another competed with Christianity for 1,000 years. The Old Man of the Mountain, the supreme ruler of the Muslim sect known as the Assassins, which was active from the 11th to the 13th centuries and had its headquarters in the mountain fortress of Alamut in Persia. The sect employed secret assassination against enemies. Those required to kill were made obedient by means of hashish, whence the word assassin. Crusaders from France came across the assassins in Syria. More surprising still, he discovered that in Italy alone more than 800 ecclesiastics were Jews. These included bishops and cardinals and would shortly, it was hoped, include a pope. In Spain much the same state of affairs obtained. And indeed, everywhere Jews were disguising themselves as Christians. Equally menacing were their political and economic stratagems. Already certain countries had granted full civil rights to the Jews, and soon the remaining countries, harassed by plots and seduced by money, would do likewise. That accomplished, the Jews would buy up all lands and houses, until the Christians were completely dispossessed. And then the last stage of the plot would be carried out. The Jews promised themselves that in less than a century they would be masters of the world, that they would abolish all other sects and establish the rule of their own sect, that they would turn Christian churches into so many synagogues and reduce the remaining Christians to a state of absolute slavery. Only one serious obstacle remained, the House of Bourbon, which was the Jews' worst enemy, and the Jews would annihilate that. Barrowell once remarked that if the Simonini letter were published it might provoke a massacre of Jews, and on that occasion he was talking sense. For in embryo, the letter does indeed contain the whole myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy. But the letter also points very clearly to the circumstances which gave birth to that myth. Needless to say, it had nothing to do with the real relationship between Jewry and Freemasonry, which was tenuous. In the 18th century, the Freemasons were on the whole hostile to the Jews, and so, incidentally, were the Bavarian Illuminati. At the time of the Simonini letter, many lodges were still reluctant to accept Jewish members. At no time have Jews, or persons of Jewish descent, played a disproportionate part in Freemasonry. These are the sober facts. But facts such as these have never deterred anyone who wished to believe in a Judeo-Masonic conspiracy. Had not Barrowell shown that the French Revolution was the work of a conspiracy of Freemasons? And had not the Jews benefited from the revolution? No more was required to establish that Freemasons and Jews were closely associated, in fact practically identical. It is of course true that the French Revolution, like the American Revolution before it, really did help the Jews. Since it proclaimed the rights of man and championed the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, it was logically bound to grant civil rights to French Jews. And not only this, wherever Napoleon's power extended, the Jews were emancipated. In the Simonini letter, one can hear the crash of the Italian ghettos as they fell before the French armies. This was quite enough to convince reactionaries that Napoleon was the ally of Jewry, if not a Jew himself. Those who identified themselves with the Ancien regime had to account somehow for the collapse of a social order which they regarded as ordained by God. The myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy supplied the explanation they craved. Then, in 1806, Napoleon summoned an assembly of prominent French Jews, mostly rabbis and scholars, at Paris. The emperor's motives were of course purely political and administrative. He was interested in stamping out the money-lending which, as a legacy from pre-emancipation days, was still practiced by Jews in Alsace, and he also wanted to satisfy himself that the Jewish population was as submissive as the rest of France. But he called the assembly the Great Sanhedrin, after the supreme Jewish court of antiquity, and this automatically suggested that a Jewish government had been secretly in existence down the centuries. Above all, in the eyes of many of Napoleon's enemies, the calling of this Sanhedrin established him once and for all as that Antichrist who, in the last days of this earth, is to appear as the Messiah of the Jews. The Journal of the French Émigrés in London, Lambigu, commented, "Does he hope to form, from these children of Jacob, a legion of tyrannicides? Time will show. It remains for us only to watch this Antichrist fight against the eternal decrees of God. That must be the last act of his diabolic existing." In Moscow, the Holy Synod of the Orthodox Church thundered. Today he proposes to reunite the Jews whom God's wrath had scattered over the face of the earth, to urge them on to overthrow the Church of Christ and to proclaim a false Messiah in his person. The Simonini letter, with its mention of Antichrist and its prophetic tone, fitted perfectly into such an atmosphere. Berulle duly passed it around in influential circles in France, with the express object of forestalling the effect which might be produced by the Sanhedrin. The Simonini letter seems in fact to have given a new direction to Berulle's own thinking. Just before his death in 1820, at the age of 79, Berulle opened his mind to a certain Father Grivel, and what emerged was the myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy, elaborated far beyond the hints in the Simonini letter. Point 4, he had written a vast manuscript, which he destroyed 2 days before his death, to show how a revolutionary conspiracy has existed down the ages, from Mani to the medieval Templars, and thence to the Freemasons. As for the Jews, he believed them to have made common cause with the Templars, and to have occupied commanding positions in the conspiracy ever since. At that moment Europe was covered by a network of Masonic lodges, penetrating into every village in France, Spain, Italy, and Germany, and the whole organization was rigidly controlled by a Supreme Council of 21, which included no less than 9 Jews. This council had no fixed residence, but wherever the statesmen of the great powers met in Congress, it was to be found somewhere in the background. In addition, its individual members traveled a great deal, under the pretext of pursuing business interests or attending learned conferences, but in reality to direct the activities of the organization. The Supreme Council was not, however, the ultimate authority in Freemasonry. It appointed an inner council of 3, which in turn elected a Grand Master, who was the secret head of this secret international. Around the figure of the Grand Master, Berulle weaves a truly lurid tale. The Grand Master takes all decisions, and he takes them as despotically, as irrevocably, as the old man of the mountain. Disobedience to Hyserdursus punished by death. Every Freemason is bound by oath to assassinate any member of the order, even up to the members of the inner council, if the Grand Master so ordains. This is in fact the explanation of almost every apparently inexplicable assassination. And of course the sole true aim of Freemasonry is to produce revolutions. Orders to this end are sent out by the Grand Master in code, and are carried across Europe by relays of Freemasons, all of them on foot. And so, concludes Berulle, from neighbor to neighbor and from hand to hand the orders are transmitted with incomparable speed, for these pedestrians are delayed neither by bad weather, nor by the mishaps that normally befall horsemen or carriages. A man on foot can always get along when he knows the country, and that is the case here. They stop neither to eat nor to sleep, for each one covers only 2 leagues. The mail coach takes 10 hours from Paris to Orleans, stopping for an hour. The distance is 30 leagues. 15 or 20 pedestrians, replacing one another, can reach Orleans from Paris in 9 hours, using shortcuts and above all never stopping. Clearly the Supreme Council, even though only partly Jewish, already possessed that superhuman capacity for organizing vast and invisible maneuvers that later generations were to attribute to the elders of Zion. 3. Berulle's fantasies and the Simonini letter found little echo in the first half of the 19th century. Anti-Semitic propaganda, though it existed, was neither abundant nor influential at that time, and the myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy in particular passed into oblivion even among anti-Semites. Indeed, the first important reference to the idea appears not in anti-Semitic propaganda, but, in the form of a rather naughty joke, in Disraeli's novel Koningsspy, which appeared in 1844. In Chapter 15 of Book 3 there is a passage where the rich and aristocratic Jew Sidonia describes how, when raising a loan for the Russian government, he traveled from country to country, Russia, Spain, France, Prussia, and in each capital found that the minister concerned was a Jew. And he ends his tale with the comment, "So you see, my dear Koningsspy, that the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes." It is a passage which was later to be quoted by innumerable anti-Semitic writers, for did it not after all come from a famous Jew who was later himself to be prime minister? What was not mentioned, and was perhaps seldom realized, is that the various ministers named, who include Napoleon's Marshal, Soult, and the Prussian Count Arnhem, were not in fact Jews. It was around 1850 that the myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy reappeared, this time in Germany, as a weapon of the extreme right in its struggle against the growing forces of nationalism, liberalism, democracy, and secularism. Riding under the immediate impact of the risings of 1848, The publicist E. Eckert describes how the Freemasons are organizing not only all revolutionary movements, but also the situations that produce revolutionary movements, how they deliberately plunge the masses into moral barbarism and religious despair, and finally into economic desperation. This points forward unmistakably to the protocols, save that Eckert makes no mention of Jews. The gap was filled by the Catholic periodical Historisches Blatt of Munich, which in 1862 published a protest sign, a Berlin Freemason, but which was manifestly not written by a Freemason at all. After complaining of the growing influence of Jews in public and political life in Prussia, the anonymous correspondent describes an entirely imaginary association in Germany which, while employing the symbols and rituals of Freemasonry, in reality pursues secret aims that have nothing to do with Freemasonry and that threaten the security of all states. This association is governed by unknown superiors and consists mostly of Jews. Nor are such machinations confined to Germany. In London, the Grand Master Palmerston presides over the forces of revolution in Europe, but behind Palmerston are two pseudo-Masonic lodges consisting entirely of Jews, and whose threshold no Gentile can ever cross. Another such Jewish center is in Rome. The struggle for the national unity of Italy is in fact nothing but a Jewish plot in which Mazzini and his colleagues are puppets in the hands of unknown superiors. And during the annual fair at Leipzig, an exclusively Jewish lodge functions uninterruptedly, though in deadly secret. German Freemasons feel themselves being impelled hither and thither by unknown forces, although the oath of secrecy prevents them from comparing notes and thus penetrating the fearsome secret. A few years after this extravaganza there appeared, also in Germany, a document which in due course was to become the model for the protocols themselves. The author of this prototype of the most famous of all anti-Semitic forgeries was one Hermann Goethe, who had formerly been a minor official in the Prussian postal service. In the reaction following the revolutionary upheavals of 1848, this man had made an unfortunate miscalculation. In order to incriminate the democratic leader Benedict Waldeck, whose politics were proving inconvenient to the King of Prussia, Goethe produced letters which, if they had been genuine, would have unmasked Waldeck as conspiring to overthrow the constitution and assassinate the king. In the event, it was quickly proved not only that the letters were forgeries, but that Goethe knew them to be so. His career in the postal service being at an end, Goethe joined the staff of the newspaper Neue Preußische Zeitung, popularly known as the Preußische Kreuzzeitung J, which was much favored by conservative landowners. And he also began to write novels, the more sensational under the pseudonym of Sir John Ratcliffe. One of these novels, Biarritz, contained a chapter called In the Jewish Cemetery in Prague. It is a piece of straight fiction of the most romantically sensational kind, but it was nevertheless to become the basis for a very influential anti-Semitic forgery. The chapter describes a secret nocturnal meeting which is supposed to have been held in the cemetery during the Feast of Tabernacles. At 11 o'clock the gates of the cemetery creak softly, and the rustling of long coats is heard as they touch against the stones and shrubbery. A vague white figure passes like a shadow through the cemetery until it reaches a certain tombstone. Here it kneels down, touches the tombstone 3 times with its forehead and whispers a prayer. Another figure approaches. It is that of an old man, bent and limping. He coughs and sighs as he moves. The figure takes its place next to its predecessor, and it too kneels down and whispers a prayer. A third figure appears, a tall, impressive figure, clad in a white mantle. As though unwillingly, he too kneels down at the tombstone. 13 times this procedure is repeated. When the 13th and last figure has taken its place, a clock strikes midnight. From the grave there comes a sharp, metallic sound. A blue flame appears and lights up the 13 kneeling figures. A hollow voice says, "I greet you, heads of the 12 tribes of Israel." And the figures dutifully reply, "We greet you, son of the accursed." The assembled figures are in fact meant to represent the 12 tribes of Israel. The additional member of the party represents the unfortunates and the exiles. Under the chairmanship of the representative of the House of Aaron, these various personages report on their activities during the century which has elapsed since the last meeting. The Levite announces that after centuries of oppression and striving, Israel is rising again, thanks to the gold which has fallen into her hands. The Jews can now look forward to a future, not far off, when the whole earth will belong to them. The representative of Reuben reports that through the stock exchanges the Jews have managed to get all the princes and governments of Europe into their debt and are thereby able to control them. Simeon outlines a scheme for breaking up the great estates and getting all land into Jewish hands, so that the workers on the land will become workers for the Jews. Judah shows how independent artisans are being reduced by Jewish machinations to the status of factory workers, who can then be controlled and directed for political purposes. The Aaronic Levite is concerned with undermining the Christian church by fostering free thought, skepticism, and anti-clericalism. Issachar thinks that the military class, being the defender of the throne and the exponent of patriotism, has to be discredited in the eyes of the masses. Zebulun maintains that, though the Jewish people is by nature intensely conservative, Jews must now appear to side with forces of progress. For unrest and revolutions can be so directed that they bring no real benefits to the poor but merely increase the power of the Jews. Dan, a Jew of the lower order, has more modest ambitions. He is concerned that Jews should monopolize the trade in liquor, butter, wool, and bread. Naphtali demands that governmental positions should be thrown open to Jews, particularly those which carry great influence, such as justice and education. Benjamin makes a similar demand with respect to the liberal professions. Asher considers that marriage with Christian women can only serve the purpose of the Jews, and that a Jew desiring the pleasures of fornication or adultery should always seek them with Christian and not with Jewish women. Manasseh concludes the series of speeches with an impassioned plea for capturing and controlling the press. In this way, Jews will be able to decide what the masses shall believe, what they shall desire, what they shall reject. After the assembled representatives have all had their say, the presiding Levite gives his message of encouragement. What has been said will be as a sword with which Israel will strike down its enemies. If these prescriptions are faithfully followed, future generations of Jews will suffer no more oppression but, on the contrary, will enjoy happiness, wealth, and power. When the next meeting is held, 100 years hence, the grandchildren of those now present will be able to announce at that graveside that they have indeed become princes of the world, and that all other nations are their slaves. The Levite concludes with the command, "Let us renew our oath, sons of the golden calf, and go out to all the lands of the earth." Thereupon a blue flame appears above the tomb, while each of the 13 throws a stone upon the tomb, and in the midst of the flame there appears a monstrous golden calf. So the meeting ends. But what none of the participants knows is that these clandestine proceedings have been observed throughout by two men, a German scholar and a baptized Jew, who now swear to spend all their strength in fighting this devilish Jewish plot. The relevant volume of Biarritz was published in 1868, and the date is significant. In Germany, the partial emancipation of the Jews during the years of Napoleon's sway had been followed by a violent anti-Semitic reaction. With the slow growth of a middle class which was at least partly liberal, Jews again enjoyed greater freedom and acceptance, until this tiny fraction of the population, 2% to be precise, was granted approximately the same civil rights as were enjoyed by the remaining 98.8%. This came about in the North German states in 1869 and was extended to the whole of the new German Reich in 1871. Nevertheless, in a country which never accepted with any real conviction the ideals of liberalism and democracy, anti-Semitism remained a powerful factor. Moreover, precisely because German national unity was achieved extremely late, Germans became quite abnormally emphatic in their nationalism, and this too fostered anti-Semitism. It is therefore not surprising that the first comprehensive formulation of the modern myth of the Jewish conspiracy should have appeared in Germany at the very moment when the Jews were about to be granted full emancipation. But this was only the beginning of the story, for soon this frankly fictional episode began to turn into a forged document. It was Russian anti-Semites who first thought of treating the story as an authentic record. In 1872, the relevant chapter was published in St. Petersburg as a pamphlet, with the sinister comment that, although the story was a piece of fiction, it had a basis in fact. In 1876, a similar pamphlet appeared in Moscow, with the title "In the Jewish Cemetery in Czech Prague, the Jews Sovereigns of the World." In 1880, a second edition of this pamphlet was published, and similar pamphlets appeared in Odessa and Prague. Some years later, the story appeared in France, in Le Contemporain for July 1881. Now it was no longer presented as a piece of fiction. All the various speeches made by the fictional Jews at Prague were consolidated into a single speech, which was supposed to have been made by a chief rabbi to a secret meeting of Jews. The authenticity of this speech was vouched for. In fact, it was supposed to be extracted from a forthcoming work by an English diplomat, Annals of the Political and Historical Events of the Last 10 Years. Goethe, as we know, had written his novel under the nom de plume of Sir John Ratcliffe, so it was only appropriate that the English diplomat should be called the same, or rather, carelessly, Sir John Ratcliffe. This gentleman was to have a most adventurous career. When Frarn, OIS born and printed the speech in Les Juifs et nos contemporains, 1896, he prefaced it with a startling revelation. We find the program of Jewry, the real program of the Jews expressed by the chief rabbi John Ratcliffe. It is a speech made in 1880. Mercifully, Sir John quickly recovered himself. Later editions of the speech were often accompanied by touching tributes to that heroic anti-Semite, Sir John Ratcliffe. The tributes were by no means unmerited, for when in 1933 the speech appeared for the first time in Sweden, it was prefaced by a melancholy statement. Sir John Ratcliffe had paid with his life for exposing the great Jewish conspiracy. It was a sad end for a man who, if he had been a German novelist, had also been an English diplomat and historian, and who, if he had been a heroic anti-Semite, had also been a chief rabbi. This, then, is the origin of what came to be known as the Rabbi's Speech. Point 1. But the ludicrousness of its origin did not prevent this speech from having a most successful career. In 1887, Theodor Fritsch published it in his Catechism for Anti-Semitic Agitators. In the same year, and again in 1891, it appeared in the famous anti-Semitic anthology La Russie Juive. In 1893, it was printed in an Austrian newspaper, the Deutsche Sozialblätter. In 1896, as already indicated, it figured in Bornen's book Les Juifs et nos contemporains. In 1901, a paraphrase of the speech in Czech was printed in Prague under the title Speech of a Rabbi about the Goyim. The pamphlet was confiscated by the authorities, but this measure was circumvented by a Czech deputy, Vsenovsky, who in a question in the Reichstag in Vienna quoted the entire pamphlet verbatim, whereupon it was promptly printed in two newspapers, JJ1 Wachtauf and the Wiener Deutsche Zeitung, and so re-entered circulation. In Russia, where the speech had taken the first steps towards fame in the 1870s, it continued on its triumphant way. In 1891, it appeared in Russian translation in the Odessa newspaper, Novorossiysk Telegraph. Now it was established that this speech had been made by a rabbi to a secret Sanhedrin in 1869. Presumably the reference is to the first Congress of Reform Judaism held in that year at Leipzig, and again its authenticity is guaranteed by the well-known English aristocrat, Sir John Ratcliffe. Early in the new century, the fabrication was used in Russia for the purpose of instigating pogroms, and at this stage its history became intertwined with that of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. The professional anti-Semite P.A. Krushevin seems to have used a pamphlet containing the rabbi's speech as a help in provoking the pogrom at Kishinev in Bessarabia in 1903. A few months later, as we shall see, he published the protocols in his newspaper Znamya, the Banner, and on January 22, 1904, he published the speech in the same newspaper. In 1906, Krushevin's friend Butmi included it in his edition of the protocols, and in the same year it was published as a pamphlet in Kharkov. The Deutsche Sozialblätter rejoiced that this powerful weapon from the ideological arsenal of German anti-Semitism was helping the Russian people to liberate itself from its mortal enemy, the Jews. Shortly afterwards, the hitherto nameless rabbi who was supposed to have delivered the speech was given a name, or rather two names. Sometimes he is Rabbi Eichhorn and sometimes Rabbi Reichhorn. As such, he figured at the non-existent Congress at Limburg in 1912. After the First World War, the pronouncements of this imaginary gentleman, refurbished to suit the new conditions, shared in the triumphs of the protocols. Many editions include both works. By this time, there were naturally several variants of the speech in circulation, and these different versions were used to bolster up one another's authenticity. Indeed, their resemblance was taken as proving not only that they were all genuine, but that they were successive expressions of a long-established Jewish plot. The rabbi's speech was also, inevitably, constantly invoked as proof of the authenticity of the protocols. It was in post-war Germany that this fabrication, like the protocols, enjoyed the greatest vogue. Already in 1919, it made up the contents of two different pamphlets. One of these, entitled What is the Jewish Spirit? And published in Werdum and Erg, announces in its preface that John Ratcliffe's warning cry, addressed to the whole non-Jewish world, it must be 40 or 50 years old, is today, in 1919, when Jewry has attained the greater part of its appointed aim, still sufficiently interesting to be presented anew to the German people. The other edition, published in Berlin, bears the melodramatic title, The Secret of Jewish World Domination, from a work of the last century, which was bought up by the Jews and so disappeared from circulation. In the early 1920s, the speech was also reprinted in several popular anti-Semitic books, and when the Nazis came to power, Johann von Leers, of whom we shall be hearing more, produced yet another edition. Moreover, by this time it had become a commonplace that the great knower and warner Hermann Goethe, alias Sir John Ratcliffe, had himself witnessed the meeting in the cemetery in Prague, having been led there by the Jewish socialist Ferdinand Lassalle. Goethe's fantasy was by no means the only German contribution to the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy. When, in the 1880s, anti-Semitism became an important political movement, Germany emerged as the leading producer of anti-Semitic propaganda of every kind. Both French and Russian anti-Semites borrowed heavily from German authors and journalists. Conversely, no anti-Semitic idea or fable or slogan could appear anywhere in Europe without being promptly snapped up by some German writer. In the vast mass of German anti-Semitic writing, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy and the secret Jewish government became one of the more important themes. If, for instance, one examines Theodor Fritzsche's anti-Semitic catechism, one finds a whole section devoted to Jewish secret societies. Here all the fantasies which had been elaborated in Germany or France or Russia are refurbished for the benefit of the German public, and the book proved very popular. First published in 1887, later enlarged and dignified with the title Handbook of the Jewish Question, it had sold 100,000 copies by 1933. It eventually sold far more than that, for in the Third Reich it became, along with the protocols themselves, one of the texts prescribed for compulsory study in schools. Chapter 2. Against Satan and the Alliance Israelite Universelle. 1. In the Middle Ages, Jews had been seen as agents of Satan, devil worshippers, demons in human form. It is one of the achievements of the modern anti-Semitic movement that in the late 19th century it was able to revive this archaic superstition. As we have seen, Goethe closed the Prague meeting with a supernatural apparition. In the form of a golden calf, Satan offers himself to the adoration of the assembled Jews. Within a year of the publication of Goethe's fantasy, there appeared in France the book which was to become the Bible of modern anti-Semitism, Le Juif, Lejudaisme et la Judaisation de peuples chrétiens, by Gougenot de Massos. Here Satan bulks large indeed, for the author is convinced that the world is falling into the grip of a mysterious body of Satan worshippers, whom he calls Kabbalistic Jews. In reality, the Kabbalah is nothing but a body of Jewish mystical and theosophical doctrine, dating in the main from the later Middle Ages. It is fully expounded in such works as the Zohar, and there is nothing secret about it. During the Renaissance, it was made available to Christendom by humanists such as Pico della Mirandola and Johann Reuchlin, and it charmed a number of thoughtful men, including Pope Leo X. Des Museaus, however, imagined the Kabbalah as something quite different, a secret demonic religion, a systematic cult of evil, established by the devil at the very beginning of the world. According to him, the first adepts of this cult were the sons of Cain, who after the flood were succeeded by the sons of Ham. These are the same as the Chaldeans, and in due course they passed on their secret to the Jews. In later days, the cult was to be practiced also by the Gnostics, the L/Ianiques, and the Muslim sect of the Assassins. These last transmitted the diabolic lore to the Templars, who handed it on to the Freemasons. But at all times the Jews, as the representatives on earth of the spirit of darkness, have supplied the Grand Masters. And if one asks in what precisely the cult consists, the answer is that it centers on the worship of Satan. The chief symbols are the serpent and the phallus, and the ritual includes erotic orgies of the wildest kind. But that is not all. By murdering Christian children, the Jews in particular are able to acquire magical powers, and this too is part of the Kabbalah. The extraordinary fact is that even these weird extravagances found believers. It is certain that many 20th century devotees of the protocols really have imagined the secret Jewish government as composed of Oriental sorcerers. One has only to look at the commentary on the protocols published in Madrid in 1963 to find pages upon pages about the Kabbalah. Nor is this the only respect in which de Mussos provides the link between the protocols and archaic, half-forgotten religious beliefs. One of the most unexpected features of the protocols is that Jewish world domination is to be exercised through a Jewish king, whom all nations will accept as their savior. This figure is taken straight from the end of the last chapter of Cohn de Mussos. As he nears his 500th page, the industrious author allows himself a flight of prophetic frenzy in which he foretells how, in the midst of a great European war, the Jews will raise up a man with a genius for political imposture, a sinister bewitcher, around whom fanatical multitudes will cluster. The Jews will hail this man as the Messiah, but he will be more than that. After destroying the authority of Christianity, he will unite mankind in one great brotherhood and bestow on it a superabundance of material goods. For these great services the Gentile nations too will accept him, exalt him, worship him as a god, but in reality, for all his apparent benevolence, he will be Satan's instrument for the perdition of mankind. Cohn de Mussos states repeatedly that what inspired him to write this passage was the prophecy of Antichrist. According to the prophecy in the second chapter of the second epistle to the Thessalonians, the second coming of Christ and the last judgment will be immediately preceded by the appearance of Antichrist, the man of sin, the son of perdition. He will demand to be worshipped as God, and by the miracles which he will perform with the devil's help he will deceive all who are willing to be deceived. He will establish his rule over the whole world until the returning Christ destroys him with the breath of his mouth. So far the New Testament, but in the 2nd and 3rd centuries after Christ, as the church and the synagogue came more and more sharply into competition and conflict with one another, Christian theologians began to give a new interpretation to this prophecy. They foretold that Antichrist would be a Jew and would love the Jews above all peoples, while the Jews for their part would be the most faithful followers of Antichrist, accepting him as the Messiah. As to what would happen next, the theologians were divided. If some expected the Jews to be miraculously converted to Christianity, others expected that they would follow Antichrist to the end and on the return of Christ would be sent, along with Antichrist, to endure the torments of hell for all eternity. It has been argued elsewhere that the Nazi belief in a Jewish world conspiracy represents a revival, in a secularized form, of certain apocalyptic beliefs which once formed part of the Christian worldview. In this instance, one can trace the precise way in which an apocalyptic belief, in the coming of Antichrist, contributed to the making of the protocols, which were to become part of the Nazi scriptures. And indeed the connection between the protocols and the Antichrist prophecy does not stop there. In later chapters we shall see how the first important edition of the protocols appeared in a Russian book about the imminent coming of Antichrist, and how something of the same apocalyptic atmosphere appears even in the thinking and writing of Hitler and Rosenberg as soon as they touch on the protocols and the Jewish world conspiracy. But if Cohn de Mussos revived archaic fantasies, he also modernized them. The long chapters on gold and on the press belong entirely to the world of modern, political anti-Semitism. Indeed, certain phrases in the protocols seem to have been lifted straight from these pages. Above all, the world state which is to be established by Antichrist is astonishingly modern. It is an international order, in which all peoples are united in allegiance to a single unity, mankind, and in which material goods abound and are enjoyed by all with a good conscience. Reading these descriptions, one may well wonder why the Judeo-Masonic conspirators should not be regarded as the benefactors rather than as the exploiters of mankind. One has to remind oneself that if nowadays almost all political parties in the advanced countries subscribe to some extent to the ideals of international cooperation and material well-being, such notions were frankly abominated by the extreme right so long as an extreme right existed. Hitler and Cohn de Mussos would have been at one in regarding such a world order as quite intolerable. Le Juif, le judaïsme et la judaisation des peuples chrétiens was written at a time of bitter conflict between Freemasonry and the Roman Catholic Church. For, although the French Revolution was certainly not engineered by a Masonic conspiracy, In the course of the 19th century, the Freemasons of France and Italy did indeed identify themselves more and more completely with the principles of that revolution. Staunchly republican and anti-clerical, the French Freemasons felt not insulted but flattered when reactionaries blamed them for the overthrow of the Ancien regime. In Italy, the Masonic lodges took a very active part in the struggle for national unity and therefore in attacking the temporal power of the Pope. But in the eyes of many Catholics, the end of the papal state meant the end of the Church, and to these people Freemasons seemed quite literally agents of Satan. It is in the years immediately before the Vatican Council of 1870 that Freemasons are first portrayed as devil worshippers. In 1867, in his book Les Francs Masons, manager Segur declared that black masses were celebrated in the inner lodges. Gougenot del/Fussos belonged to the same world of extreme right-wing, ultramontane Catholicism, and with his talk of the Kabbalah he was at least as much concerned to discredit Freemasonry and the progressive forces in general as to attack the Jews. His book, armed with an enthusiastic foreword from the head of the Foreign Mission Seminary in Paris, was explicitly directed to the fathers at the council, and not wholly in vain, for de Mussos was blessed by Pope Pius IX for his courage. In France, Gougenot de Mussos found a worthy successor in the Abbé Chabadi, cure of Saint André at Mirbeau and Poitou, honorary canon of Poitiers and Angoulême. In 1881, this man published a 600-page volume called Les Francs Masons et les Juifs, Six Images de l'Église d'après l'Apocalypse, in which he argued that Satan, through the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy, was preparing the way for the Jewish Antichrist and the world dominion of the Jews. In his most influential book, Les Juifs nos morts, 1882, Chabadi did more than rehash his predecessor's arguments. He added an important discovery of his own. He had found, in the Revue d'études juives for 1880, two letters which seemed to him to be full of the most sinister significance, and which were indeed later to acquire a sinister significance in the history of anti-Semitism. They are known as the Letter of the Jews of Als, or, in some versions, of Spain, and the Reply of the Jews of Constantinople, and they read as follows. Honorable Jews, greetings and blessings. This is to tell you that the King of France, who is again master of province, has ordained by public proclamation that we must become Christians or leave his territory. And the people of Als, Aix and Marseilles want to take away our belongings, they threaten our lives, they wreck our synagogues, they cause us much vexation. And all this makes us uncertain about what we ought to do to keep the law of Moses. This is why we ask you to be so good as to let us know, in your wisdom, what we ought to do. Chammer, Rabbi of the Jews of Als. The 13th of Sabbath, 1489. Well-beloved brethren in Moses, we have received the letter in which you tell us of the anxieties and adversities you are suffering. The advice of the grand satraps and rabbis is as follows. You say that the King of France demands that you become Christians. Do so, since you cannot do otherwise, but keep the law of Moses in your hearts. You say that you are forced to surrender your belongings. Then make your children merchants, so that, little by little, they may strip the Christians of their belongings. You say that attempts are made against your lives. Then make your children doctors and apothecaries, so that they may deprive Christians of their lives. You say that they are destroying your synagogues. Then make your children canons and clerics, so that they may destroy their churches. You say that people are vexing you in many other ways. Then see to it that your children become advocates and notaries, so that you will get the Christians under your yoke, you will dominate the world, and you will be able to take your revenge. Do not depart from this order that we give you, for you will see by experience that, from the abasement in which you now find yourselves, you will attain the summit of power. VSSVFF. Prince of the Jews of Constantinople, the 21st of Casleu, 1489. From the point of view of the literary historian, these letters, which date at least from the 16th century, are not without interest. Probably they were originally written in Spain as a satirical comment on the Marranos, the Spanish Jews who claimed to have been converted to Catholicism but who were suspected, often rightly, of remaining Jews at heart. What is certain is that they were meant as a joke. The signature chammer, for instance, is simply the Hebrew for donkey. For Chabadi, however, there was no possible doubt as to their authenticity. After all, as he pointed out, was not the Revue d'études juives, which reprinted them, founded by the Baron de Rothschild? And indeed, thanks to these letters, the enterprising Cure stumbled on an idea which had not occurred to any of his predecessors. He convinced himself that a single, secret Jewish government had existed throughout the dispersion, that it was pursuing an unchanging plan for world domination, and that all Jews owed it absolute obedience. And he was also concerned that Bismarck, William, and the other ministers and sovereigns of Europe and America are only the docile and often the blind instruments of the hidden Jewish government. By such imaginings, he not only prepared the way for the protocols of the elders of Zion, but established the Letter of the Jews of Constantinople as an important document in its own right. When, half a century later, the protocols became a world-famous work, this letter was republished again and again, often in the same volume as the protocols, as confirmatory evidence. And not one editor realized that the signature VSSVFF, which looks so cryptic and sinister, is simply the name Usuf, i.e. Joseph. Shabbat found his first imitators in Italy. In the mid-1880s, Pope Leo XIII embarked on a fresh struggle against Italian Freemasonry, and although he himself never stooped to anti-Semitic propaganda, he permitted others to do so. The Jesuits associated with La Civiltà Cattolica, in particular, considered it perfectly legitimate to discredit Freemasonry by presenting it as part of the Jewish world conspiracy. Two of these reverend gentlemen, Father R. Ballerini and Father F. S. Rondina, waged a campaign which lasted right through the 1890s. According to them, all the afflictions in the modern world, from the French Revolution to the latest Italian bankruptcies, were simply fruits of 2,000 years of Jewish conspiracy. La Civiltà Cattolica portrayed Italy as in the grip of violence, immorality, and general chaos, all thanks to the Jews. It described Jewry in terms that Hitler was to use, as a giant octopus squeezing the world. It even printed the tales of ritual murder which were later to grace the pages of Der Stürmer. It is not surprising that, with such an illustrious example before their eyes, provincial Catholic newspapers demanded a repeal of Jewish emancipation and the confiscation of all Jewish property. It is true that the campaign failed to undermine the tolerant outlook of most Italian Catholics. How could they, after all, forget that the whole of Italian Jewry numbered barely 80,000? But that does not mean it had no influence at all. The time was to come, after the First World War, when two successive popes were to honor the Frenchman L/IGR Juin for his lifelong struggle against that mythical entity, the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy. In one case, when he was already celebrated as an editor of the protocols. La Civiltà Cattolica can certainly take some credit for the outlook that made that possible. In France, too, the theme of a satanic world conspiracy of Freemasons, or of Jews, or of both together, continued to inspire a prodigious amount of nonsensical propaganda throughout the 1890s. There it appealed above all to the country clergy, nearly all of them sons of peasants or of village artisans, poorly educated, infinitely credulous. What they were prepared to believe beggars description. In 1893, that great hoaxer, Leo Taxil, had no difficulty at all in persuading them that the head of American Freemasonry had a telephone system invented and manned, if that is the word, by devils, and so was kept in constant touch with the 7 major capitals of the world. Or that beneath the rock of Gibraltar squads of devils were at work, concocting epidemics to destroy the Catholic world. And if Taxil confines his attention to Freemasons and makes no mention of Jews, others were less restrained. La Franc-Maçonnerie, Synagogue de Satan, by Manager Murin, Archbishop of Port Louis, Mauritius, which also appeared in 1893, insists on the contrary that everything in Freemasonry is fundamentally Jewish, exclusively Jewish, passionately Jewish, from the beginning to the end. This extraordinary work seems indeed to have been one of the most immediate sources of the protocols which, as we shall see, were fabricated just about that time. And like so many of the devotees of the protocols after him, the Archbishop VRNS convinced that the whole of human history could be interpreted in terms of a Jewish conspiracy which vast now within sight of its goal. He also knew the means by which this plan was being carried out. Someday history will tell how all the revolutions of recent centuries originated in the Masonic sect under the supreme command of the Jews, and not only that whatever the appearances, it is the governments themselves that foment the revolutions, because they too are controlled by Jews. The fact that all revolutions are made in the depths of the Masonic backlodges would be inexplicable if we did not know that the ministries of all countries are in the hands of Freemasons who in the last analysis are controlled by Jews, and the Archbishop has something else to tell about these mysterious backlodges. They consist of Freemasons and Jews of the 33rd degree, just as the protocols themselves end with the words, signed by the representatives of Zion of the 33rd degree. It is quite clear where this idea came from. There really is one particular Masonic system which has 33 grades, the old and accepted Scottish Rite, which was instituted in the United States at the beginning of the 19th century and spread to many countries. So far from concerning itself with political and economic strategies, this branch of Freemasonry has specialized in symbolism and in philanthropy, and in no sense does it control the whole of Freemasonry. But these facts were of no interest to the worthy Archbishop or to the fabricator of the protocols. For them, the Freemasons of the 33rd degree are the heart of the conspiracy to set up a Jewish king as ruler of the world. And the Archbishop goes further. These Freemasons of the 33rd degree are agents of the devil in the most literal sense of the term. Assembled in their backlodges, they worship Satan in the form of a serpent or a phallus, and on occasion Satan even honors them with a visit in person. Once more, at the end of this fantastic book, one finds oneself plunged into the familiar apocalyptic atmosphere. The struggle against the imaginary Judeo-Masonic conspiracy is equated with the battle between the heavenly and the satanic hosts foretold in the Book of Revelation. As we write these lines, a hurricane, sighing and roaring, passes over our little island. It is the image of our century. Science explains the origin and nature of the hurricane. This book explains our tormented century. Paganism, Judaism, the vices and the passions, under the supreme command of Lucifer, are rising up together to assault the heavenly Jerusalem, in the hope that, united, their battalions may achieve the victory which they have never, to this day, gained by attacking separately. The Archbishop calls on the rulers of Europe to league themselves against the Jewish conspiracy before it destroys them. And although he declares that he will be satisfied if Jews are excluded from banking, commerce, journalism, teaching, and medicine, his final outburst is dramatic indeed. Do not hope, zero Jews, to be able to escape the calamity that once more threatens you. The day when you are crushed will see the Church, your victim, enjoying a vital expansion such as has never been seen. We do not wish to be slaves of the Jews, and we will not be such. We shall forget our political differences to stand united and firm against the impudence and insolence of the enemies of God and of his Christ. Victory is assured. The future belongs to us. Lucifer and his emissaries will be forced to haul down their Masonic flag. Satan and the evil spirits who tour the world for the purpose of ruining souls will be cast back into hell, from which they have audaciously climbed to assault the city of God. When one reflects that France had been the first country to emancipate its Jews in 1791, and that by 1890 French Jews were still a mere handful, less than 80,000, one can only marvel at the intensity of such hatred. And the anti-Semitic fever that gripped France in the 1880s and 1890s had in fact practically nothing to do with contacts between individual non-Jewish Frenchmen and individual Jews. Talk of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy found most belief in provinces such as Normandy, Brittany, Maine, Anjou, and Poitou, where there were very few Jews. In Montdidier, in the Somme, where the newspaper L'Antisémitique was published, there lived not a single Jew. What the Jews symbolized for this public was the mysterious and sinister power of Paris, where most Jews lived. Here again one sees how the latter-day revival of anti-Semitism expressed above all the protest of traditional, rural society against the forces of modernity. There was also the example of Germany. L/Lilitant anti-Semitism appeared in Germany at the very moment when German power and prestige were increasing. And there were Frenchmen who argued that France's salvation lay in imitating her formidable neighbor. Chief among these was that talented demagogue Edouard Drumont. Moreover, in his extremely influential book La France Juive, 1886, Drumont popularized the arguments of the little-known Gougenot de Massos, admittedly by the curious method of incorporating large sections of his book without acknowledgement. He also reprinted Shabadi's Find, the letter from the Jews of Constantinople, and altogether he did far more than anyone else to turn the myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy into a political force in France. As we shall see, the fabricator of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, wrote in French and lived in France. There can be no doubt that he drew heavily on the tradition of French political anti-Semitism as it had developed in the last third of the 19th century, and particularly on the writings of de Maussos, Chabaudy, Murin, and Drumont. 2. In the late 19th century, anti-Semitism was a very much more serious business in Russia than in any of the countries of Western or Central Europe. Various circumstances combined to make it so. Russia was in outlook still largely a medieval country, where Jews were traditionally exposed to the same kind of religiously motivated hatred as they had had to endure in medieval Europe. Russia was also the last absolute monarchy in Europe, and as such the greatest stronghold of opposition to the liberalizing, democratizing tendencies associated with the French Revolution. And as it happened, Russia was also the country which had the largest Jewish population, both absolutely and relatively. Some 5 million Jews, or about a third of all the Jews in the world, lived in the Pale of Jewish Settlement, a group of provinces extending from the Baltic to the Black Sea and embracing much of what is now Poland. They represented about 5% of the total population of the Russian Empire, but a much larger proportion of the population in the areas to which they were restricted. These Russian Jews were by no means newcomers. Mostly they were descended from Jews who had been driven out of Germany and France in the later Middle Ages and had settled in Poland. In the Crimea, JCWS had been settled since Roman times. But compared with the Jews of Western Europe, Russian Jews did form a very closed, distinctive, unassimilated minority. They lived separate from the Russians, dressed differently, spoke and wrote Yiddish in preference to Russian. Many were passionately attached to the Jewish religion in its strictest form. They were on the whole miserably poor, but they included enough traders and moneylenders to incur the resentment of their Russian rivals in the towns and sometimes the hatred of the downtrodden Russian peasantry. Russian Jews were subject to severe economic, residential, and educational restrictions. Throughout the 19th century, they were harried and persecuted by the government, not however as members of an alien race, but as adherents of a detested religion. Any Jew who claimed to have been converted to Orthodoxy was at once relieved of the disabilities which afflicted his fellows. Conversions of convenience, therefore, represented a constant temptation to ambitious young men, and it is astonishing how few yielded to it. Persecution was much intensified when the relatively liberal Tsar Alexander II was assassinated in 1881 and succeeded by his son, the ruthless and ultra-reactionary Alexander III. Both Alexander III and his son Nicholas II, the last Tsar, were fanatical anti-Semites, and during their reigns everything possible was done, with every official encouragement, to clear Russia of Jews. The persecution was carried out partly by administrative measures, for instance, by expelling the Jews from the rural areas while preventing them from finding employment in the towns, and partly by officially sponsored pogroms. These methods were so successful that at some periods Russian Jews were immigrating at the rate of 100,000 a year, mostly to the United States of America. For a good contemporary account of the situation of the Jews under Alexander III, by a non-Jewish Russian, see Stepniak, pseudonym of S. M. Kravchinsky, King Stork and /NNA. Low, RT Study of Modem Russia, London, 1896, Volume 1, pages 142 to 94. These developments had, however, been preceded by some years of anti-Semitic propaganda. As in France and Germany, the idea of the Jewish world conspiracy was developed and elaborated from 1868 onwards, and began to take its full effect in the 1880s. Around 1868, the Jews of Central Europe, in the German states and in Austria-Hungary, were being granted full citizenship, and one object of the propaganda was certainly to counter any pressure for similar reforms within the Russian Empire. Once instituted, the propaganda proved to have many uses. This was a time when the Russian autocracy was beginning to encounter active political opposition, notably from clandestine terroristic groups. The authorities were determined at all costs to mask the fact that there were real Russians, and educated ones at that, who so hated the autocracy that they were prepared to assassinate its representatives. They accordingly pretended that all opposition to the regime, and particularly all terrorism, was the work of the Jewish world conspiracy. This was not because Jews had any big part in the terroristic movement of the 1860s and 1870s. On the contrary, It was largely because of the intensified persecution which began in the 1880s that a small minority of Jews eventually joined the revolutionary movement, and particularly the Social Democratic Party, which later split into the rival factions of Mensheviks and Bolsheviks. And even this small minority consisted, of course, not of Jews in the religious sense, but of people of Jewish descent who had broken with Judaism and with the traditional Jewish community. Such distinctions were, however, ignored by the police. For them, the whole revolutionary movement was from the start a tool in the hands of, incredible as it may seem, adherents of the Jewish religion. This was the story which they put out in their propaganda, and many of them certainly came to believe it themselves. In Russia, then, in contrast with France and Germany, propaganda about the Jewish world conspiracy was officially sponsored. It was a regular activity of the political police. Foreign contributions, such as the rabbi's speech, were eagerly snatched up, but there were also inventive spirits at work in Russia itself. The first of these in date was Jacob Brafman, a Jew who not only underwent a tactical conversion to Orthodoxy but went on to become a police spy. In 1866, this man laid before certain high-ranking officials strange evidence concerning what he called the Kahal. The Hebrew word Kahal means simply community organization. As Jews in medieval Europe were normally allowed a certain degree of local self-government, each Jewish settlement was automatically a Kahal. In Russia, a similar state of affairs existed until 1844, when the Kahals, and with them all traces of Jewish autonomy, were abolished. But according to Brafman, the Kahal was something quite different and far more menacing. By way of proof, Brafman published a work which he called the Book of the Kahal, 1869. In reality, this was based on some minutes of routine business kept by the officially recognized Kahal of Minsk from 1789 to 1828, supplemented by some similar material from other towns. But to this material Brafman added a commentary which made it look as if the Kahal in each town aimed at enabling Jewish traders to oust their Christian competitors and in the end to acquire possession of all the property of the Christians. The Book of the Kahal was issued at public expense and distributed to government officials to guide them in their dealings with the Jewish population. It had a great effect, particularly on the political police, and it was frequently reprinted. The word Kahal passed into the international vocabulary of anti-Semitic propaganda as an immensely sinister term, often described as a name which few Gentiles are ever allowed to hear. Still more noxious was another book by Brafman, first published in 1868 and later 1888, reprinted in the same volume as the Book of the Kahal. This work, called Jewish Fraternities, Local and Universal, can be regarded as the Russian counterpart to the fantasies of Gogh and de L/Fusos. In it, the existence of certain international Jewish organizations is unmasked, as though it were a great secret. The organizations in question are a Society for the Reprinting of Basic Jewish Texts, the Alliance Israelite Universelle, the Society for the Dissemination of Education Among the Jews in Russia, the Society for the Promotion of Colonization in Palestine, and the Association for the Support of Jewish Refugees in London. These were all well-known philanthropic organizations with nothing secret about them. But that did not prevent Brafman from treating them as branches of a secret, worldwide Jewish conspiracy. The Alliance Israelite Universelle, which was shown as the hub of the conspiracy, had been founded at Paris in 1860 and quickly became hated by all anti-Semites. In reality, it was a purely French institution and not at all international. It was, however, concerned to help the persecuted Jews of Russia and Romania, both by providing educational facilities and by succoring refugees. And this was quite enough to prompt Brafman to the comment that the net of the Jewish World Alliance is spread over the whole globe. Like the Book of the Kahal, the book on Jewish fraternities attracted much attention in the anti-Semitic bureaucracy. Thanks to it, the Alliance Israelite Universelle was forbidden to operate in Russia, and the work of the Society for the Dissemination of Education Among the Jews in Russia was much restricted. A decade later, when in France the Abbé Shabadi was constructing his fantasies around the letter from the Jews of Constantinople, a former Roman Catholic priest of Polish extraction, Hippolytus Ludostansky, was engaged in a similar exercise in Russia. Having been unfrocked for a variety of offenses ranging from embezzlement to rape, Ludostansky joined the Orthodox Church and became a student at a religious academy. The first result of his studies was a book on the use of Christian blood in Jewish religious ritual, 1876. Some years later, he made an interesting proposal to leading representatives of Russian Jewry. At a price, he would be prepared to publish a refutation of this book and to denounce it in lectures in the principal cities. If the price was not forthcoming, he would publish further anti-Semitic writings. This attempt at bribery having failed, Ludostansky continued his career as an anti-Semitic propagandist until 1905. Then, when it looked as though a more democratic regime might expose him to prosecution for forgery, he changed tack once again. In an open letter, he assured the Jews that he had never really been their enemy, and signed it, a repentant sinner. This did not, of course, prevent the Black Hundreds from invoking his writings at the time of the Bayless ritual murder trial. Ludostansky's most important book was a 3-volume work called The Talmud and the Jews, 1879–80. Totally ignorant of Hebrew, Ludostansky confined his researches to collecting every scurrilous rumor and forgery that had ever been concocted concerning the Talmud. The horrifying account which he gave of the principles of Judaism undoubtedly helped and encouraged the political police in their new task of provoking pogroms. But the book also contains a chapter on the Jewish Freemasons, based on the ideas of Gougenot de Mousseau's, and for Russia this was a novelty. As every reader of War and Peace knows, Freemasonry had once flourished among the more enlightened of the Russian nobles. Already in the 18th century, Russian Freemasons had in fact rendered great services in organizing famine relief and disseminating education. But that was a long time ago. In 1822, Freemasonry was banned in Russia and it remained weak. Ludostansky can claim the honor of having introduced the myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy into a country where there were very few Freemasons at all. Ingeniously, he combined this myth with Brafman's attacks on the Alliance Israélite Universelle. Freemasonry is a Jewish secret society governed by the Alliance Israélite Universelle. The philanthropic aims of the alliance are camouflage. This noble aim serves the Jews simply as a cloak for their grandiose political machinations. In this shape, the society commands the services of journalists, secret agents, and politicians, who day and night carry on their work of undermining the Christian states by destroying their foundation, which is morality, and by weakening religious faith, so that all the inhabitants can easily be changed into freethinkers, atheists, nihilists, and anarchists. Indeed, what government can rely on such a great number of agents, representing all the governments of the world? The Alliance is in fact only the official public organ of the real center of the Jewish state, a center which is wrapped in deepest darkness. Like Brafman, Ludostansky singles out for special attention the Society for the Dissemination of Education among the Jews in Russia, and he calls on the Russian government to suppress it. As justification for his whole argument, he reprints the rabbi's speech. But the most extraordinary of these figures was surely an international crook of Jewish origin whose real name was Millinger, but who preferred the names of Osman Bey or Kibridli Zaid. Expelled from Venice in 1870 and from a whole series of countries during the following decade, this man turned to anti-Semitism as a way of making a living. Arrested in Milan, he solemnly withdrew all his anti-Semitic inventions, which did not prevent him later from producing new anti-Semitic pamphlets and selling them from door to door, from Athens to Constantinople and Alexandria. Constantly on the move, frequently arrested and imprisoned for swindles of every kind, he continued his picturesque and nefarious career until his death around 1898. Though Osman Bey came, apparently, from Serbia and wrote in German and published his major work in Switzerland, it was in Russia and through the Russian anti-Semitic movement that he tried to make his career. He wrote old-style stories of ritual murder, but he also wrote a book called World Conquest by the Jews. Like Brafman and Ludostansky, he claimed that the source of all evil was the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which, in a fine flight of metaphor, he describes as an invisible and intangible power, casting an unnoticeable net of gold and steel around the world, while creeping in darkness with a dagger in one hand and dynamite in the other. As he portrayed it, the alliance was no creation of 19th-century philanthropy, but as old as the Jewish people itself. It had caused the French Revolution through the instrumentality of William Pitt and his Jewish agitators, and was now dominating France through the Jews Sick, Thiers, and Renan. At the moment, it was mobilizing the whole of Jewry against Holy Russia. The Russian terrorists were its creatures, and the assassination of Alexander II was its masterpiece. Had it not smuggled the assassin out of Russia and brought him to, of all people, Karl Marx in, of all places, Berlin? The next step would be for nihilists and Jews to rise in their masses, set up barricades, and proclaim a constitution. Fortunately, the hour found the man, in Osman Bey. It was our duty to delay no longer, writes Osman Bey, but to save Russia by seizing the helm. Armed with 400 rubles from the political police, he left St. Petersburg for Paris on September 3, 1881. Russia, he remarks, should note the date as a memorable one, for on that day began my mission, which was to be crowned with the uncovering of the universal conspiracy and the restoring of peace. In Paris, he visited the headquarters of the Alliance and at once noticed a strong nihilistic smell. His aim was, however, a more concrete one, to capture documents which should reveal the part of the Alliance in the world conspiracy. And sure enough, he made a discovery which, in his view, saved Russia and will help to open the eyes of the rest of mankind. Osman Bey describes how he bribed a young Jew to smuggle out of the offices of the Alliance letters which had been received from various Jewish committees in countries bordering on Russia. He admits that he never met the young Jew and remarks that the whole affair was arranged through French friends of his, whom he does not name. Once in possession of the letters, he sat up all night copying them out. Then he marked on a map the location of the committees. The result astonished and appalled him. The committees stretched along the Russian frontier. Clearly, they represented a Jewish force massed against Russia, under the command of the rabbis of Königsberg and Liegnitz, with the Russian terrorists as their vanguard. In reality, the only Jewish committees were those responsible for succoring the thousands of Jewish refugees as they left Russian territory, hungry and penniless. But Osman Bey saw things in a different light. In phrases worthy of the Abbé Barruel, he describes how, while the Russian police watched the main roads, agents passed to and fro between these committees and the terrorists inside Russia, all traveling cross-country or by water, without ever being spotted. In the ministries of the Interior, of Foreign Affairs and of War, remarks this adventurous traveler, they fought one another to get at my reports, and universal horror reigned. This need not be taken too seriously. He also claimed that in the Russian-Turkish War he had captured the town of Kars single-handed. Osman Bey was a near-paranoiac, who believed that but for a conspiracy of hack politicians he would be recognized as Russia's savior and appointed minister and dictator. But he has a real claim to be remembered, nevertheless, as a truly sinister prophet and portent. In World Conquest by the Jews, which had already reached its 7th edition in 1875, that is to say before Hermann Goethe's fantasy had turned into the rabbi's speech, and in his revelations concerning the assassination of Alexander II, 1886, Osman Bey expounds the whole delusional system which, 50 or 60 years later, was to work itself out in the greatest of all massacres. In a world without Jews, he says, wars will be less frequent, because nobody will stir one nation up against another. Class hatred and revolutions will cease, because the only capitalists will be national ones who never exploit anyone. Socialists and such like will realize the folly of their ways. The golden age would lie before us all. It would be the ideal of progress itself. But first there must be a great purge. Drive out the Jews with an enthusiastic shout. Long live the principle of nationalities and races. Out with the intruders. And if one asks where the Jews are to go, sometimes he replies to Africa, just as Hitler was to talk of Madagascar. At other times, however, he is franker. The Alliance Israelite Universelle can be destroyed only through the complete extermination of the Jewish race. Chapter 3. The Protocols and the Dialogue UX offers. 1. The 19th century transmitters of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, then, are a varied crew. They include Barakel and the Simonini letter at the beginning of the century, and much later, in the last third of the century, Goethe in Germany, and the rabbi's speech. The Frenchman Gouge not L/Usos, L/IGRL/Urin, the Abbé Shabati, Edouard Drumont, the Russian Brafman, the Pole Lutostansky, and the Serb Osman Bey. Together, these people prepared the way for the famous forgery which was to survive long after their MVN writings had faded into obscurity. Around 1840, wrote Osman Bey in his World Conquest by the Jews, a Jewish parliament was summoned at Krakow. It was a sort of ecumenical council, where the most eminent leaders of the chosen people met to confer. The purpose of summoning them was to determine the most suitable means to ensure that Judaism should spread safely from the North Pole to the South. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out and automatically imposed silence. It was the voice of a recognized authority, a man of overwhelming intelligence, whose name we unfortunately do not know. His words had a startling effect on the assembly. People saw that an oracle had spoken, that a new illumination had dawned upon their minds to give a firm direction to their efforts. This fantasy provides the framework for the protocols of the Elders of Zion. For the protocols consist of lectures, or notes for lectures, in which a member of the secret Jewish government, the Elders of Zion, expounds a plot to achieve world domination. In the standard version, the protocols, or lectures, or chapters, are 24 in number. Together they fill a booklet, about 100 small pages in both British editions. They are not easy to summarize, for the style is turgid and diffuse, the argument tortuous and illogical. With perseverance, one can, however, distinguish three main themes: a critique of liberalism, an analysis of the methods by which world domination is to be achieved by the Jews, and a description of the world state which is to be established. These themes are interwoven in a most confusing manner, but on the whole it can be said that the first two themes predominate in the first 9 protocols, while the remaining 15 protocols are devoted mainly to a prophecy of the coming kingdom. And if one insists on reducing the argument to some sort of order, it comes out roughly as follows. The elders base their calculations on a particular view of politics. As they see it, political liberty is only an idea, admittedly an idea which has great attraction for the masses, but one which can never be translated into reality. Liberalism, which attempts this impossible task, results merely in chaos. For the people are incapable of governing themselves, they do not know their own mind, they are easily deceived by appearances, they cannot choose rationally between conflicting counsels. When the aristocracy ruled, it was right that aristocrats should have liberty, for they used it for the general good. It was in their own interest, for instance, to care for the workers from whose labor they lived. But aristocracy is a thing of the past, and the liberal order which has succeeded it cannot last but must inevitably lead to despotism. Only a despot can ensure order in society. Moreover, since there are more evil men than good in the world, force is the only appropriate means of government. Might is right, and in the modern world the basis of might is the possession and control of capital. Today it is gold that rules the world. Over a period of many centuries, a plot has been in operation to place all political power firmly in the hands of those who alone are qualified to use it properly, that is to say, in the hands of the Elders of Zion. Much has been achieved, but the plot has not yet reached fruition. Before the elders can establish their rule over the whole world, the existing Gentile states, already seriously undermined, must be finally abolished. And the elders have very precise ideas as to how this is to be accomplished. In the first place, everything possible must be done, in each existing state, to foster discontent and unrest. Fortunately, the means for this are provided by the very nature of liberalism. Already, by encouraging the incessant proclamation of liberal ideas and the incessant chatter with which parliaments fill their days, the elders will be helping to produce complete mental confusion in the populace. This confusion will be increased by the multiplicity of political parties. The elders will foster it by secretly supporting them all. Again, they will exert themselves to alienate the people from their rulers. In particular, they will keep the workers in perpetual unrest by pretending to sympathize with their grievances while secretly contriving to raise the cost of living. Within each state, authority must be discredited. The aristocracy is to be finally eliminated by heavy taxation on land. As aristocrats will not easily abandon their luxurious way of life, this should plunge them deep in debt. Presidential regimes will be instituted, and this will enable the elders to make their own puppets into presidents, preferably men with some discreditable episode in their past lives, for this will make them easier to control. Freemasonry and secret societies must be penetrated and turned into mere tools of the elders. Any Freemasons who show signs of resistance must be secretly executed. Industry must be concentrated into giant monopolies, so that all Gentile fortunes can be destroyed together when it suits the elders. Relations between states, too, are to be bedeviled. National differences are to be emphasized until international understanding becomes impossible. Armaments must be perpetually increased, and there must be frequent wars. These wars must, however, lead to no gains on any side, but only to ever greater economic chaos. And meanwhile, there will be a steady undermining of Gentile morality. Gentiles are to be encouraged to become atheists and to indulge in every kind of luxury, license, and depravity. For this purpose, the elders are already placing chosen tutors and governesses as their agents in Gentile homes. Drunkenness and prostitution must be vigorously fostered. The elders recognize that their plot may yet be obstructed by the Gentiles, but are confident of their ability to overcome all resistance. They can use the common people to overthrow the rulers. By reducing the masses to starvation level, they can bring them to a point where they will rise up, simultaneously in all countries and all under the complete control of the elders, to destroy all private property, except of course that owned by Jews. They can use governments against governments. After years of carefully fostered intrigue and hostility, it will be easy for them to organize a war against any nation which resists their will. Even if by any chance the whole of Europe should unite against them, they will still be able to call on the cannon of America, China, or Japan. And then there are the underground railways. These have been devised with the sole purpose of ensuring that the elders will be able to meet any serious opposition by blowing whole capital cities sky high, after which any surviving remnants of opposition can always be inoculated with frightful diseases. Even the possibility that the Jews themselves might become refractory has been foreseen. This is to be coped with by stimulating outbreaks of anti-Semitism. Surveying the contemporary scene, the elders see grounds for confidence. Already they can claim to have destroyed religious faith, and especially Christian faith. Now that the Jesuits have been brought low, the papacy remains defenseless and can be destroyed at a convenient moment. The prestige of secular rulers, too, is on the decline. Assassinations and threats of assassination have made them afraid to appear in public except with a guard, while the assassins have been glorified as martyrs. Neither rulers nor aristocrats can now command the allegiance of the common people. Economic disorder is already far advanced. Cunning financial manipulations have produced depressions and enormous national debts. Public finances have been reduced to hopeless confusion. The gold standard has everywhere produced national ruin. The time must soon come when the Gentile states, reduced to desperation, will be only too glad to hand over all control to the elders, who indeed have already been able to establish the foundations for their future rule. In the place of aristocracy, they have set up plutocracy or the rule of gold, and the gold is controlled by them. They have established their control over the law and have brought it into utter confusion. The invention of arbitration is an example of their devilish subtlety. Education, too, is firmly in their hands, and here their baleful influence is shown in the invention of teaching by visual media. The purpose of this technique is simply to turn the Gentiles into unthinking submissive beasts, waiting for things to be presented before their eyes in order to form an idea of them. Above all, the elders already control politics and the politicians. All parties, from the most conservative to the most radical, are in reality simply their tools. Hiding behind Freemasonry, the elders have already penetrated all state secrets, and as governments well know, they have the power to create political order or disorder as they wish. After centuries of struggle, and at the cost of thousands of Gentile and even of many Jewish lives, the elders are perhaps within a century of the final attainment of their goal. That goal is the Messianic age, when the whole world will be united in a single religion, Judaism, and will be ruled over by a Jewish sovereign of the house of David. This age is divinely ordained, for God has chosen the Jews to dominate the world. But it will also be characterized by a very definite political structure. Society will be organized to take full account of the reality of human inequality. The masses will be kept well away from politics. Both their education and their press will be designed to prevent them from developing any political interest whatever. All publications will be strictly censored and freedom of speech and association will be stringently curtailed. These restraints will be imposed in the guise of temporary measures to be ended when the enemies of the people have been subdued, but they will be maintained permanently. History will be taught only as a way of stressing the difference between past chaos and present order. The successes of the New World Empire will be perpetually contrasted with the political weaknesses and failures of the old Gentile governments. Everyone will be spied upon. A vast secret police will be recruited from all strata of the population, and it will be an absolute obligation for every citizen to report any criticism of the regime. Seditious agitation will be treated as a shameful crime, comparable with theft or murder. Liberalism will be utterly extirpated and unquestioning obedience demanded from all. Liberty will, admittedly, be promised for some future time, but it will never be granted. On the other hand, everything will be done to ensure the efficient functioning of society. Unemployment will be abolished and taxation will be proportionate to wealth. The interests of the small man will be furthered by the stimulation of small-scale industry. Education will be designed to train the young for the particular station in life for which each is destined. Drunkenness will be severely discouraged, and so will independence of thought. All this will tend to keep the masses quiet and contented, and the example set by their rulers will help in this. The laws will be clear and unalterable. Judges will be incorruptible and infallible. All the Jewish leaders will show themselves able, efficient, and benevolent. Above all, the sovereign will be a man of exemplary character. Unsuitable heirs will be ruthlessly set aside. This Jewish ruler of the world will be seen to go freely among the people, accepting their petitions. Nobody will realize that those who surround him are security police. His private life will be above reproach. He will bestow no favors on his relatives. He will possess no property. He will work constantly at the task of government. The result will be a world without violence or injustice, in which true well-being will be enjoyed by all. The peoples of the earth will rejoice in being so well governed, and so the kingdom of Zion will endure. Such, then, is the plot attributed to those mysterious gentlemen, the elders of Zion. It was first revealed to the public when a number of editions were published in Russia between 1903 and 1907. The earliest is a version, slightly shortened at the end, which appeared in the St. Petersburg newspaper Znamya, the Banner, from August 26 to September 7, 1903. Znamya was edited by P. A. Khrushchevin, the noted and militant anti-Semite. A few months before publishing the protocols, he had instigated the pogrom at Kishinev in Bessarabia, in which 45 Jews were killed and more than 400 injured and 800 Jewish houses and shops destroyed. Khrushchevin does not reveal who sent or gave him the manuscript, only that it was a translation of a document originally written down in France, and that the translator had entitled it Minutes of the Meeting of the World Union of Freemasons and Elders of Zion. For his part, he called it Program for World Conquest by the Jews. Some 2 years later, the same version, but no longer truncated, appeared in the form of a booklet with the title The Root for Troubles and the subtitle, Where the Root is of the Present Disorder of Society in Europe and especially in Russia. Extracts from the ancient and modern protocols of the World Union of Freemasons. This work was handed to the St. Petersburg Censorship Committee on December 9, 1905. Permission to print was given at once and the book was published the same month, in St. Petersburg, under the imprint of the Imperial Guard. No editor's name was given, but it is very likely that the editor was in fact a retired officer called G. V. Butmi, who was a close associate of Khrushchevin and like him a Bessarabian. At that time, from October 1905 onwards, Butmi and Khrushchevin were busily helping to build up an extreme right-wing organization, the Union of the Russian People, commonly known as the Black Hundreds, with armed squads of toughs to assassinate radicals and liberals and to massacre Jews. In January 1906, this organization published a new edition of the pamphlet The Root of Our Troubles, but this time bearing the name of Butmi and the title The Enemies of the Human Race, with the subtitle, Protocols extracted from the secret archives of the Central Chancellery of Zion, where the root is of the present disorder of society in Europe in general and of Russia in particular. This edition appeared under the imprint no longer of the Imperial Guard, but of a Society of the Deaf and Dumb. 3 further editions of this version appeared in 1906 and another in 1907, all in St. Petersburg. Another appeared at Kazan in 1906, with the title Extracts from the Protocol of the Freemasons. The Root for Troubles and the Enemies of the Human Race are cheap pamphlets meant for mass distribution. Quite different is the edition of the protocols that appeared as part of a book called The Great and the Small. Antichrist considered as an imminent political possibility by a mystical writer, Sergei Nilus. The first 2 editions of this work, published in 1901 and 1903, did not contain the protocols, but they were inserted in the 3rd edition, published in December 1905 under the imprint of the local Red Cross at the Imperial residence outside St. Petersburg, Tsarskoye Selo. As we shall see, this edition was produced to influence Tsar Nicholas II, and it bears all the signs of its origin. It is elegantly printed. It forms part of a mystical work such as the Tsar loved to read. Above all, it abounds in reference to French events and personalities, whereas the Khrushchev Butmi version refers more to purely Russian affairs. Niluz's book was passed by the Moscow Censorship Committee on September 28, 1905, but it was still in manuscript. Even so, it appeared in print about the same time as The Root of Our Troubles, and it had made its mark before that. At that time, Sergei Niluz was much in favor at the imperial court. As a result, the Metropolitan of Moscow ordered a sermon quoting his version of the protocols to be read in all the 368 churches of Moscow. This was duly done on October 16, 1905, and the sermon was promptly reprinted in the right-wing newspaper Moskovskaya Vedomosti, yet another edition of the protocols, of a sort. It was Niluz's version, not Butmi's, that was to become a force in world history. That did not even begin to happen in 1905, nor when further editions of The Great and the Small were published in 1911 and 1912. It happened only when the book reappeared, somewhat revised and enlarged, under the title He is Near, at the Door. Here comes Antichrist and the reign of the devil on earth. And then it happened because of the moment. 1917. 2. When one is confronted with a highly secret document ostensibly recording a series of lectures, one naturally wonders who delivered the lectures to whom and on what occasion, and also how the document came to be seen by eyes for which it was obviously not intended. The various editors of the protocols have done their best to satisfy such curiosity, but unfortunately their answers are anything but clear or unanimous. Their answers are anything but clear or unanimous. Even the earliest edition, that in Znamya, plunges us into confusion. While the translator tells us that the document was taken from the Central Chancellery of Zion in France, the editor admits that we do not know how, where, or by what means the minutes of these meetings, which took place in France, could be copied down, nor above all who copied them. And that is not all. The translator, in a postscript, warns us sharply against confusing the elders of Zion with the representatives of the Zionist movement. But that does not prevent the editor from claiming that the protocols reveal the menace of Zionism, which has the task of uniting all the Jews in the whole world in one union. A union which is more closely knit and more dangerous than the Jesuits. For Butmi too, the protocols are extracted from the secret archives of the Central Chancellery of Zion. But he has a more colorful tale to tell. These minutes or protocols, being secret documents, were extracted with great effort, in the form of detached pages, and translated into Russian on December 9, 1901. It is almost impossible to penetrate a second time into the secret archives where they are kept. That is why they cannot be confirmed by precise indications as to the place, day, month, and year, that is to say as to where and when they were drawn up. The reader who is at all familiar with the Masonic mysteries will be convinced of their authenticity when he learns of the criminal plan exposed in these protocols. Niluz is still more communicative. So much so, in fact, that he ends by contradicting not only Butmi but also himself. In the 1905 edition, the protocols are followed by a note. These protocols were removed from a whole book of protocols. All this was obtained by my correspondent from the secret archives of the Central Chancellery of Zion, which is at present situated in France. This tallies well enough with Butmi. But unfortunately, in the same edition, the protocols are also preceded by a note, saying that they were stolen by a woman from one of the most influential and most highly initiated leaders of Freemasonry, after one of the secret meetings of the initiated in France, that nest of Masonic conspiracy. And in the 1917 edition, Niluz confuses the issue still further. Only now have I learned authoritatively from Jewish sources that these protocols are nothing else than a strategic plan for the conquest of the world, putting it under the yoke of Israel, the struggle against God, a plan worked out by the leaders of the Jewish people during the many centuries of dispersion, and finally presented to the Council of Elders by the Prince of the Exile, Theodor Herzl, at the time of the First Zionist Congress, summoned by him at Basel in August 1897.2. There could hardly have been a worse choice. The original manuscript of the protocols was in French, but at the First Zionist Congress there was not a single French delegate and the official language was German. Herzl, the founder of modern Zionism, was an Austrian, and the entire proceedings of the Congress were held in public, while the town of Basel overflowed with journalists who would hardly have overlooked so extraordinary a meeting. But in any case, Nilus himself, in his edition of 1905, had categorically stated that the lectures were delivered not in 1897, but in 1902-3. As though the confusion was not already sufficient, the editors of various later translations of the protocols invented still further stories. The editor of the first German edition, 1919, who passed under the name of Gottfried zur Beek, maintains that the elders of Zion were simply the members of the Basel Congress, and he explains, too, just how their machinations were unmasked. According to him, the Russian government, always anxious about Jewish activities, sent a spy to observe the Congress. A Jew who was entrusted with taking the minutes of the non-existent secret meetings from Basel to the Jewish Masonic Lodge at Frankfurt on Main was bribed by this spy to lend them for a night at an unnamed town on the way. Fortunately, the spy had with him a whole squad of copyists. Writing frantically, these men managed during that night to copy many of the minutes, which were then sent to Nilus for translation into Russian. Thus Gottfried zur Beek. But Theodor Fritsch, the Nestor of German anti-Semitism, took an entirely different view of the matter in his edition of the Protocols in 1920. For him, too, the document was a Zionist production. Indeed, he called it the Zionist Protocols, but it was stolen not from the Basel Congress, but from an unspecified Jewish house by the Russian police. /Irover, it was not in French, but in Hebrew. So the police passed it for translation to the Orientalist Professor Nilus, who in reality was neither a professor nor an Orientalist, nor, as we shall see, a translator of the protocols. Different again is the tale told by Roger Lamblin, the editor of the most popular French edition. According to him, the protocols were stolen from a cupboard in a town in Alsace by the wife or fiancée of the leader of the Freemasons. After such picturesque stories, it is a sad anticlimax to learn from a Polish edition that the protocols were simply taken from the flat of Theodor Herzl in Vienna. A Russian-American lady, sometimes known by her maiden name of Leslie Fry and sometimes by her married name of Mrs. Shishmarev, wrote much about the protocols from 1922 onwards. Her major contribution was to argue that the author of the protocols was none other than Asher Ginsburg, who wrote under the name of Akkad Hayam, i.e., one of the people. In reality, as unpolitical and unworldly an author as one can imagine. According to L/IS Fry, the protocols were written by Ginsburg in Hebrew, read by him to a secret gathering of initiates at Odessa in 1890, and then sent, in a French translation, to the Alliance Israelite Universelle at Paris, and thence to the Congress at Basel in 1897, where, one must assume, it would have had to be translated into German for the benefit of the delegates. A complicated hypothesis, but one which found influential adherents nevertheless. Between the various writers on the protocols there is, then, almost no agreement. Even the conviction that the elders of Zion are the same as the leaders of Zionism is not shared by them all. As we have seen, the unknown Hussian translator of the original French manuscript, as quoted by Khrushchevin and Lutmy, explicitly states that the elders are not to be confused with the representatives of the Zionist movement. For Nilus, until his belated discovery, the central chancellery of Zion was the headquarters of the Alliance Israelite Universelle in Paris, and Urbain Gohier, one of the first editors of the protocols in France, was equally convinced that the elders were members of the Alliance. Others, following in the footsteps of Miss Fry, have attempted to combine the two beliefs, no easy feat, since the Alliance, a purely philanthropic and unpolitical organization which set all its hopes on the assimilation of the Jews to their Gentile compatriots, was as hostile to Zionism as could be. And then, of course, there were the Freemasons, so frequently named in connection with the protocols. And meanwhile, in 1921, something came to light which conclusively proved the protocols to be a forgery. The protocols are such a transparent and ludicrous forgery that one may well wonder why it was ever necessary to prove the point. The fact remains that in the years immediately after the First World War, when the protocols were emerging from obscurity and becoming a world-famous document, multitudes of people who were by no means insane took them perfectly seriously. To realize this, one has only to consider what the Times had to say on the matter in its issue of May 8, 1920. What are these protocols? Are they authentic? If so, what malevolent assembly concocted these plans and gloated over their exposition? Have we, by straining every fiber of our national body, escaped a Pax Germanica only to fall into a Pax Judaica? A year later, on August 18, 1921, the Times devoted a resounding editorial to admitting its error. It had just published, in its issues of 16, 17, and August 18th, a lengthy dispatch from its correspondent in Constantinople, Philip Graves, revealing that the protocols were largely copied from a pamphlet directed against Napoleon III and dated 1865. Philip Graves wrote as follows: "I must confess that when the discovery was communicated to me, I was at first incredulous. Mr. X, who brought me the evidence, was convinced. Read this book through, he said, and you will find irrefutable proof that the protocols of the learned elders of Zion is a plagiarism. L_1RX, who does not wish his real name to be known, is a Russian landowner with English connections. Orthodox by religion, he is in political opinion a constitutional L_Lonarchist. He came here as a refugee after the final failure of the White Cause in South Russia. He had long been interested in the Jewish question as far as it concerned Russia, had studied the protocols, and during the period of Denikin's one ascendancy had made investigations with the object of discovering whether any occult L_L and Sonic organization, such as the protocols speak of, existed in southern Russia. The only such organization was a monarchist one. The discovery of the key to the problems of the protocols came to him by chance. A few months ago, he bought a number of old books from a former officer of the Okhrana II, who had fled to Constantinople. Among these books was a small volume in French, lacking the title page, with dimensions 5.5 by 3.5 inches. It had been cheaply rebound. On the leather back is printed in Latin capitals the word Jolie. The preface, entitled Simple Advertisement, is dated Geneva, October 15, 1864. Both the paper and the type are characteristic of the 60s and 70s of the last century. These details are given in the hope that they may lead to the discovery of the title of the book. Mr. X believes it must be rare, since, had it not been so, the protocols would have speedily been recognized as plagiarism by anyone who had read the original. That the latter is a fake could not be maintained for an instant by anyone who had seen it. Its original possessor, the old Okhrana officer, did not remember where he obtained it and attached no importance to it. Mr. X, glancing at it one day, was struck by a resemblance between a passage which had caught his eye and a phrase in the French edition of the protocols. He followed up the clue and soon realized that the protocols were to a very large extent a paraphrase of the Geneva original. Before receiving the book from Mr. X, I was, as I have said, incredulous. I did not believe that Serge Nilou's protocols were authentic, but I could not have believed, had I not seen, that the writer who supplied Nilou's with his originals was a careless and shameless plagiarist. The Geneva book is a very thinly veiled attack on the despotism of Napoleon III in the form of a series of 25 dialogues. The speakers are Montesquieu and Machiavelli. Before publishing the dispatch from its Constantinople correspondent, the Times carried out some research at the British L_1 Museum. The name Jolie on the book's cover provided the clue. The mysterious volume was quickly identified as the Dialogue aux offres entre Montesquieu et Machiavel by a French lawyer called Maurice Joly. It was first published at Brussels, though with the imprint Geneva, in 1864. In the autobiography which he wrote in 1870, L_Irish Joly has described how, strolling one evening by the Seine in Paris, he suddenly conceived the idea of writing a dialogue between Montesquieu and Machiavelli. Montesquieu would present the case for liberalism, Machiavelli the case for a cynical despotism. It was forbidden to criticize openly the regime of Napoleon III, but in this way it should be possible, through the mouth of Machiavelli, to present the emperor's motives and methods stripped of their usual camouflage of humbug. So thought Joly, but he underestimated his adversary. The Dialogue aux offres was printed in Belgium and smuggled into France for distribution, but the moment it crossed the border it was seized by the police and its author was quickly traced and arrested. On April 25, 1865, Joly was tried and sentenced to 15 months' imprisonment. His book was banned and confiscated. Joly's later career was equally unfortunate. Witty, aggressive, no respecter of persons, he proceeded from disappointment to disappointment until, in 1879, he committed suicide. He deserved a better fate. He was not only a brilliant stylist, He had a fine intuition for the forces which, gathering strength after his death, were to produce the political cataclysms of the present century. In his novel Les Affamés, he showed a rare understanding of those tensions in the modern world which foster revolutionary movements, whether of the right or the left. Above all, in his reflections on the amateurish despotism of Napoleon III, he arrived at insights which remain valid when applied to various authoritarian regimes of our own time. Moreover, something of Joly's insights even survived when the Dialogue aux Offers was transformed into the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. That is one reason, though, as we shall see, not the only reason, why the Protocols often seem to forecast 20th-century authoritarianism. But that after all is a poor kind of immortality, and there is a cruel irony in the fact that a brilliant but long-forgotten defense of liberalism should have provided the basis for an atrociously written piece of reactionary balderdash which has swept the world. Joly's pamphlet is indeed an admirable work, incisive, ruthlessly logical, beautifully constructed. The debate is opened by Montesquieu, who argues that in the present age the enlightened ideas of liberalism have made despotism, which was always immoral, impracticable as well. Machiavelli replies with such eloquence and at such length that he dominates the rest of the pamphlet. The mass of the people, he insists, are simply incapable of governing themselves. Normally they are inert and are only too happy to be ruled by a strong man, while if something happens to arouse them they show unlimited capacity for senseless violence, and then they need a strong man to control them. Politics have never had anything to do with morality, and as for practicability, it has never been so easy as now to impose despotic rule. A modern ruler need only pretend to observe the forms of legality, he need allow his people only the merest semblance of self-government, and he will have not the slightest difficulty in attaining and exercising absolute power. People readily acquiesce in any decision which they imagine to have been their own. Therefore the ruler has only to refer all questions to a popular assembly, having first, of course, arranged that the assembly shall give the decision he requires. The forces that might oppose his will can be dealt with easily enough. The press can be censored, political opponents can be watched by the police. Neither the power of the church nor financial problems need be feared. So long as the prince dazzles the people with his prestige, and by winning military victories he can be sure of their support. Such is the book that inspired the forger of the Protocols. He plagiarized it shamelessly. Just how shamelessly can be seen by skimming the selection of parallel passages at the end of this book. In all, over 160 passages in the Protocols, totaling 2/5 of the entire text, are clearly based on passages in Joly. In 9 of the chapters the borrowings amount to more than half of the text, in some they amount to 3/4, in 1, Protocol 7, to almost the entire text. Moreover, with less than a dozen exceptions, the order of the borrowed passages remains the same as it was in Joly, as though the adapter had worked through the dialogue mechanically, page by page, copying straight into his Protocols as he proceeded. Even the arrangement in chapters is much the same, the 24 chapters of the Protocols corresponding roughly with the 25 of the dialogue. Only towards the end, where the prophecy of the Messianic age predominates, does the adapter allow himself any real independence of his model. It is in fact as clear a case of plagiarism and of faking as one could well desire. The forger constructed his argument out of the two conflicting arguments in the dialogue, that of Machiavelli in favor of despotism and that of Montesquieu in favor of liberalism. His borrowings are mostly from Machiavelli. What Joly put into the mouth of Machiavelli, the forger put into the mouth of the mysterious lecturer, the nameless elder of Zion, but with certain important differences. Whereas Machiavelli, representing Napoleon III, is describing a state of affairs which already exists, in the Protocols this description is recast in the form of a prophecy for the future. Again, Machiavelli argues that a despot may find in democratic forms a useful cover for his tyranny. In the Protocols the argument is reversed, so that all democratic forms of government are shown as being simply masks for tyranny. But the forger also borrows certain passages from Montesquieu, and here he makes it seem that the ideals of liberalism were invented by Jews and are being propagated by them, for the sole purpose of disorganizing and demoralizing the Gentiles. Given sufficient leisure, it might be possible to construct a coherent argument out of such materials, but the protocols give the impression of having been concocted in a hurry. The dialogue AUX offers, for instance, distinguishes perfectly clearly between the policy of Napoleon III striving for power and his policy once power is firmly in his hands. The protocols knows nothing of such distinctions. At one moment the lecturer talks as though the elders already hold absolute control, and at the next moment as though they have still a century to wait. Sometimes he boasts that the Gentile governments are utterly intimidated by the elders, and sometimes that they have not discovered what the elders are plotting, or even that they exist. Other illogicalities arise from the fact that whereas the despot portrayed by Joly was concerned to dominate France, the elders are supposed to be trying to dominate the world. The forger takes no steps to eliminate the resulting discrepancies, any more than he minds interrupting the argument by irrelevancies of his own, such as the threat to blow up recalcitrant cities from their underground railways. L/ir strangely still, the forger introduces whole passages which are devoted simply to attacking liberal ideas and to extolling the landed aristocracy as an indispensable bulwark of monarchy. These passages are so conspicuously un-Jewish in spirit that they have caused real embarrassment to the editors of the protocols. Some editors have simply suppressed them. Others have added comments to the effect that that fervent Russian conservative, Sergei Nilus, must have interpolated certain reflections of his own. Their uneasiness is understandable. Nilus was not himself the forger but, as we shall see, the invective against liberalism and the eulogy of the aristocratic and monarchical order do point to the real nature and motives of the forgery. Chapter 4. Secret Police and Occultists. 1. After Hitler came to power in Germany, the protocols were promoted and distributed throughout the world both by German Nazi associations and by Nazi sympathizers in other countries. A vigorous response to this provocation came from the Jewish communities of Switzerland, which brought an action against the leadership of the Nazi organization in Switzerland and against certain individual Nazis. The charge was of publishing and distributing improper literature, but the case, which was heard in Bern partly in October 1934 and partly in May 1935, became in effect an inquiry into the authenticity or spuriousness of the protocols. Incredible as it may seem nowadays, this inquiry attracted worldwide attention and was covered by journalists from all parts of the world. Much of the interest of the proceedings at Bern lies in the light which they threw upon the activities of the Tsarist secret police, the Okhrana, and their possible connection with the protocols. The Okhrana was founded by imperial decree after the assassination of Alexander II in 1881, for the protection of public security and order. Okhrana means protection in Russian. Previously, the chief organ of the secret police had been the third section of the imperial chancellery, which was founded after the Decembrist revolt of 1825. The Okhrana had branches in all the principal towns of Russia, as well as a foreign service centered on Paris. Like the rest of the police forces, the Okhrana was subordinate to the Minister of the Interior. The plaintiffs called as witnesses several Russian émigrés of liberal views. One of these was Professor Sergei Svatakov, a former Social Democrat of the Menshevik wing. Under the provisional government which ruled Russia during the 6 months between the Tsar's abdication and the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, Svatakov was sent to Paris to dissolve the foreign branch of the Russian secret police, which had its headquarters there. One of the agents he interviewed was Henri Bint, a Frenchman of Alsatian origin who had been in the service of the Russians ever since 1880. According to Bint, the protocols had been concocted on instructions from the head of his organization, Pyotr Ivanovich Rachkovsky. Another witness, the celebrated journalist Vladimir Burtsev, gave evidence pointing in the same direction. He claimed to have been told by 2 former directors of the Department of Police, Lopukhin and Beletsky, that Rachkovsky was involved in the fabrication of the protocols. A great deal is in fact known about Rachkovsky, the sinister and gifted head of the Okhrana outside Russia. If ever you meet him in society, wrote a Frenchman who knew him, I very much doubt whether you will feel the slightest misgivings about him, for nothing in his appearance reveals his sinister function. Fat, restless, always with a smile on his lips, he looks more like some genial, jolly fellow on a spree. He has one rather noticeable weakness, that he is passionately fond of our little Parisienne, but he is the most skillful operator to be found in the 10 capitals of Europe. A Russian compatriot gave his impression in equally striking terms. his slightly too ingratiating manner and his suave way of speaking, which made one think of a great feline carefully concealing its claws, only dimmed for a moment my clear perception of what was fundamental in this man. His subtle intelligence, his firm will, his profound devotion to the interests of Imperial Russia. Rachkovsky started life as a minor civil servant, and he even cultivated relations with students of more or less revolutionary leanings. The turning point in his career came in 1879, when he was arrested by the secret police and charged with activities prejudicial to the safety of the state. An attempt had been made on the life of the Adjutant General Drentel, and although Rachkovsky was merely a friend of a man who was accused of sheltering the would-be assassin, this was sufficient to land him in the hands of the third section of the Imperial Chancellery, the future Okhrana. As so often happened in such circumstances, Rachkovsky found himself faced with the alternative of banishment to Siberia or else of a lucrative career in the secret police itself. He chose the latter course, and it led him to a position of great power. By 1881, Rachkovsky was active in the right-wing organization, the Holy Druzhina, an early attempt at what was later to become the Union of the Russian People. In 1883, he was adjutant to the head of the security services at St. Petersburg. The following year he was in Paris, in charge of the operations of the entire secret police outside Russia. In this position he was brilliantly successful, and he retained it for 19 years, 1884 to 1903. He organized a network of agencies in France and Switzerland, London, and Berlin. As a result, he was able to keep a close check on the activities of Russian revolutionaries and terrorists, not only abroad but in Russia itself. Soon he was revealing an extraordinary talent for intrigue. In 1886, his agents, Henri Bint among them, blew up the printing works of the Russian revolutionary group Narodnaya Volya, the People's Will, in Geneva, and at the same time made it look as if this was the work of traitors among the revolutionaries themselves. In 1890 he unmasked an organization which was supposed to be manufacturing in Paris bombs to be used for assassinations in Russia. In Russia itself, the Okhrana was able, as a result of this coup, to arrest no less than 63 terrorists. It was only 19 years later that the journalist Burtsev, the same who was to give evidence before the court at Bern, discovered and revealed the truth about this affair. That the bombs had been planted by Rachkovsky's men, acting on Rachkovsky's instructions. The 1890s were the time when bombs were being made and thrown, in Western Europe as well as in Russia. It was the golden age of the anarchists and nihilists. In 1893, Valiant threw his rather harmless bomb, full of nails, into the French Chamber of Deputies. In 1894, a whole series of much more dangerous bombs were thrown at Liege. It is certain that Rachkovsky deliberately provoked and organized the latter outrage, and highly probable that he was behind the former also. In all this, the wily Russian was playing at high politics. Never satisfied with his job as a security chief, he tried to influence the course of international affairs. His motive in arranging outrages in France and Belgium was to force a rapprochement between the French and Russian police as a first step towards the Franco-Russian military alliance on which he had set his heart, and which indeed he did much to bring about. Rachkovsky also built up a fortune by speculation on the stock exchange, and this enabled him to live in great style. He cultivated personal relationships with leading French politicians, including President Loubet himself, and with Russian dignitaries, including some who stood close to the Tsar. But he was ruthlessly ambitious, and it is remarkable how many of those who in any way obstructed his ambition, from General Seliverstov, who was sent to inquire into his activities in Paris in 1890, to the Minister of the Interior Plehve, who recalled him from Paris in 1903, were assassinated by his subordinates in the secret police. This born intriguer delighted in forging documents. As head of the Okhrana outside Russia, his main concern was to cope with Russian revolutionaries who had taken refuge abroad. One of his favorite methods was to produce a letter or pamphlet in which a supposed revolutionary attacked the revolutionary leadership. In 1887, there appeared in the French press a letter by a certain P. Ivanov, who claimed to be a disillusioned revolutionary, asserting, quite falsely, that the majority of the terrorists were Jews. In 1890, there appeared a pamphlet entitled Une confession par un vieillard ancien révolutionnaire, a congestion by an old man who was once a revolutionary, accusing the revolutionaries who had taken refuge in London of being British agents. In 1892, a letter appeared over the famous name of Plekhanov, accusing the leadership of Narodnaya Volya of having published this confession, A few weeks later came a further letter, in which Plekhanov in turn was attacked by other supposed revolutionaries. In reality, all these documents were written by the same man, Rachkovsky. Rachkovsky also did much to develop a technique which, half a century later, was to be employed on a massive scale by the Nazis. This was to present the whole progressive movement, from the most moderate liberals to the most extreme revolutionaries, as being a mere tool in the hands of the Jews. His object here was simultaneously to discredit the progressive movement in the eyes of the Russian bourgeoisie and proletariat, and to direct against the Jews the widespread discontent engendered by the Tsarist regime. Among the materials presented by the plaintiffs at the Bern trial was a letter sent in 1891 by Rachkovsky in Paris to the director of the Department of Police in Russia, announcing his intention of launching a campaign against the Russian Jews. And then there is the book Anarchy et Nihilism, published in Paris in 1892 over the pseudonym of Jehan Preval. Anarchy et Nihilism was quite certainly inspired by Rachkovsky. It even contains one of his own notorious forgeries, and in places it reads like a sketch for the protocols. It tells how, as a result of the French Revolution, the Jew has become the absolute master of the situation in Europe, governing by discrete means both monarchies and republics. The one remaining obstacle to Jewish world dominion is presented by the Muscovite fortress. To overthrow it, an international syndicate of extremely rich and powerful Jews, bestriding Paris, Vienna, Berlin, and London, is preparing to hurl a coalition of nations against Russia. And it is with a shock of recognition that we come across a phrase that appears in innumerable apologies for the protocols. The whole truth is to be found in this formula, which provides the key to a host of disturbing and seemingly insoluble riddles. From all this, a practical lesson is to be drawn, that a Franco-Russian league must be formed forthwith to combat the mysterious, occult, irresponsible power of the Jews. In 1902, Rachkovsky actually tried to bring such a league into being, and nothing could be more typical of the man than the method he adopted. He distributed in Paris an appeal to the French to support a Russian patriotic league, which was supposed to have its headquarters in Kharkov. The appeal was a forgery, for it was worded as though it came from the league itself, and in reality there was no league. And this is not all. The appeal contains bitter complaints about Rachkovsky, whom it accuses of misrepresenting the league's aims and activities and even of pretending that it does not exist at all. But what, it adds, could one expect of a security chief who employs as his agents a former revolutionary, a literary adventurer, and a blackmailer whose cheeks still bear marks of the slaps he received for attempted extortion in 1889? The appeal ends with a hope that Rachkovsky may yet discover his error and come to value the league as it deserves. The whole weird concoction was composed by Rachkovsky himself, and so skillfully that it deceived not only many eminent Frenchmen but the Russian foreign minister himself. This time Rachkovsky had overreached himself, however, and when the hoax was unmasked he was recalled from Paris. It proved only a temporary setback. When revolutionary activities were intensified in 1905, and General Trepov was given near-dictatorial powers to crush them, he appointed Rachkovsky assistant director of the Department of Police. In this capacity, he was able to resume his activities as a forger of documents, and on a far more dangerous scale. Vast numbers of pamphlets were printed on behalf of non-existent organizations, calling on the populace and even on the soldiers to kill Jews. And now at last he was able to help found an anti-Semitic league. It was that union of the Russian people whose members, from Butmy in 1906 to Vinberg and Shabelsky-Bork in the 1920s, were to play so large a part in the dissemination of the protocols. The armed bands organized and paid by this union of the Russian people established a pattern in political terrorism and in the massacre of Jews which, as we shall see, was to have a direct influence upon the Nazis. All in all, it is not surprising that Gottfried Zurbeek, the editor of the first foreign translation of the protocols, should have asserted that Rachkovsky, who died in 1911, was murdered on orders from the elders of Zion. There are, then, very good grounds for suspecting Rachkovsky of instigating the forgery that resulted in the protocols. The evidence of Svatakov and Burtsev, the book Anarchy et Nihilism, Rachkovsky's activities as a militant anti-Semite and organizer of pogroms, his taste for forgery and for immensely complicated deceptions, all this seems to point to him. That being so, It is worth noting that at the very time when he was trying to create his anti-Semitic Russian Patriotic League, in 1902, Rachkovsky became involved in a court intrigue in St. Petersburg which also involved the future editor of the Protocols, Sergei Nilus. It was an intrigue against a Frenchman called Philippe who, like Rasputin after him, established himself at the imperial court as a faith healer and became the idol and guide of the Tsar and Tsaritsa. It is a mystery how the form Tsarina, which is a cross between the Russian Tsaritsa and the German Tsarin, ever came into the English language, and there seems no good reason for perpetuating it. Rachkovsky and Nilus both took part in the intrigue against him, and on the same side. The man always called himself Philippe, though his full name was Philippe Nizier-Anthelm Vachit. He was born in 1850 into a family of poor peasants in Savoy. When he was 6, the local priest regarded him as possessed by devils. At 13, he began to practice faith healing. Later, he set up at Lyons as a mesmerizer. As he possessed no medical qualifications, he was forbidden to practice as a doctor and was 3 times prosecuted for doing so. But he managed to go on treating patients nevertheless. It seems certain that he really had exceptional intuitive gifts and was able, by means of suggestion, to perform some remarkable cures. When the Tsar and Tsaritsa visited France in 1901, Philippe was presented to them by the 2 Montenegrin princesses Militsa and Anastasia, daughters of Prince Nicholas of Montenegro, but married to Russian dukes and wholly intent on ingratiating themselves with the imperial couple. Now the Tsar, a weak and timid mediocrity who suffered a good deal under the burden of autocratic power, yearned for some holy man who could act as intermediary between him and the god whose indubitable but woefully inadequate representative he felt himself to be. And the Tsaritsa was a hysteric whose instability was constantly aggravated by the conspiracies which surrounded her and her husband at court as well as by the terrorists with their bombs. She too was quite ready to submit to any quack who could offer her solace and at least some semblance of security. Above all, Tsar and Tsaritsa, though they had 4 daughters, had no son, and they desperately needed one. Any medicine man who claimed to know the answer to this problem could hope to dominate them, just as, later, Rasputin was able to build his career on their need to keep their hemophilic son alive. No wonder that Philippe was invited to Tsarskoe Selo and loaded with honors. Already in France, the Tsar had addressed a personal request to the French government that this unqualified practitioner should be awarded a medical diploma. This, of course, was unthinkable for the French, but in Russia, where he was master, the Tsar made the St. Petersburg Military Medical Academy appoint Philippe doctor to the army. He also appointed him a counselor of state with the rank of general. But if Philippe was cherished and flattered and almost worshipped by the imperial couple and by the L/Montenegrin princesses and their husbands, he also had powerful enemies. In fact, he found himself in much the same controversial and dangerous position as came to be occupied by Rasputin. In the circles around 2 formidable ladies, the Dowager Empress Maria Fyodorovna and the Grand Duchess Elizaveta Fyodorovna, he was resented and hated. To break Philippe, these people turned to Rachkovsky. Rachkovsky was asked for information about Philippe's past. Thanks to the relations he had cultivated with the French police, he was able to draw up a detailed and, no doubt, suitably distorted report, which he brought with him when he visited St. Petersburg early in 1902. The first person to whom he showed it, the Minister of the Interior, Sipyagin, advised him to throw it on the fire which was burning in the hearth. But Rachkovsky persisted. He took his report to the commandant of the imperial palace, and it seems he even wrote the Dowager Empress a personal letter denouncing Philippe as an instrument of the Freemasons. But Sipyagin's misgivings proved justified. Although the Tsar did in the end yield to pressure and refrain from inviting Philippe to take up permanent residence in Russia, he was furious. In October 1902, Rachkovsky was recalled from France. The following year he was dismissed, retired without a pension, forbidden to return to France, and there is no doubt that if this was partly due to his maneuvers with his imaginary patriotic league, it was also due to his campaign against Philippe. Even later, when Philippe had returned to France for good, and he himself was living in Russia as a private person, Rachkovsky used his connections with the French police to persecute the unfortunate faith healer. Vindictive and merciless as ever, he pursued the unwitting cause of his downfall until in the end he harried him to death. Watched day and night by police spies, his letters opened, slandered in the press, Philippe died in August 1905, just 1 week before Rachkovsky, restored to favor, reached the height of his career with his appointment as assistant director of the Department of Police. The intrigue against Philippe also involved Sergei Alexandrovich Nilus, a Frenchman, Alexander Duchesne, who lived many years in Russia and who saw quite a lot of Nilus in 1909, gave an account of these developments in an article in La Tribune Juive in May 1921. He tells how Nilus, a landowner who lost his entire fortune while living in France, returned to Russia and adopted the life of a perpetual pilgrim, wandering from monastery to monastery. Around 1900, he wrote a book describing how he had been converted from an atheistic intellectual into a fervent believer in Orthodox Christianity and a mystic. The book, it was the first edition of The Great in the Small, without the protocols, received favorable reviews in conservative and religious newspapers, and so came to the attention of the Grand Duchess Elizaveta Fyodorovna. The Grand Duchess was a woman of deep piety. She later became a nun, but she was deeply suspicious of the mystical adventurers and faith healers whom the Tsar collected around him. She blamed this state of affairs on the archpriest Yanishev, who was confessor to the Tsar and Tsaritsa, and set out to replace him by a man whom she regarded as a genuine mystic and unshakably orthodox, Sergei Nilus. Nilus was accordingly brought to Tsarskoe Selo. It was the end of 1901 or the beginning of 1902, and the immediate task was to oust Philippe. The clique of Philippe's enemies hit on the following plan. Nilus was to be ordained priest, and he was also to be married off to one of the Tsaritsa's ladies-in-waiting, Yelena Alexandrovna Ozerova. Then a concerted effort would be made to impose him on the Tsar and Tsaritsa as their confessor. If it succeeded, there would be no more room for Philippe or for any similar holy men. It was an ingenious stratagem, but Philippe's supporters were able to counter it. They drew the attention of the ecclesiastical authorities to certain facts concerning Nilus's life that precluded ordination. Presumably these concerned his love life, which was always colorful. Nilus fell into disgrace and had to leave court. Some years later he did indeed marry Ozerova, but his chance of becoming the Tsar's confessor had gone forever. Were the protocols used in the intrigue against Philippe, and if so, were they used at Rachkovsky's instigation? According to Duchesne, the answer to both questions is yes. Nilus, he tells us, was convinced that the original discoverer of the protocols was Rachkovsky, a fine man, very active, one who in his time has done much to deprive Christ's enemies of their sting, and who had fought with much self-sacrifice against Freemasonry and the satanic sects, as Nilus put it. Anna Duchesne goes on to explain what Rachkovsky could have hoped to achieve by sending the protocols to Nilus. The protocols claims to reveal a devilish plot by Freemasons as well as by Jews, or rather by Freemasons identified with Jews. Philippe was a Martinist, i.e. a member of an association which claimed to follow the teachings of the 18th-century occultist Claude de Saint-Martin, the unknown philosopher. The L-Yartinists were not really Freemasons, but the Tsar could hardly be expected to realize that. If the Tsar could be persuaded that Philippe was the agent of a conspiracy such as that portrayed in the protocols, he would certainly send him packing. By the peculiar standards of the Okhrana, the calculation was a perfectly sound one, and it was just the kind of calculation that fascinated Rachkovsky. How reliable is Duchesne? He makes occasional slips, as when he says that Nilus published a first edition of the protocols in 1902, but on the whole he shows himself very well informed. In his article of 1921 he states, for instance, that in 1905 Nilus published an edition of the protocols at Tsarskoe Selo, under the imprint of the local Red Cross organization. That is perfectly accurate. The book in question is the third edition of The Great in the Small, which contains the protocols. What is more, he remarks that it was Yelena Ozerova who made this edition possible, and years later, when the Soviet authorities sent photostats of documents to the court at Bern, this proved to be accurate also. Among these documents are several letters to and from the Moscow Censorship Committee, which show quite clearly how Ozerova used her position as lady-in-waiting to secure publication for the book of her fiancé and future husband. These documents reveal something else as well, and something of which Duchesne cannot possibly have been aware. They contain an item, so elusive that it has hitherto escaped notice, which suggests that Rachkovsky had had some contact either with Nilus or with the manuscript copy of the protocols in Nilus's possession. The Moscow Censorship Committee, at its session of September 28, 1905, received a report from State Councilor and Censor Sokolov which quotes the following phrase as being attached by Niluz to his manuscript of the protocols. Naturally, the head of the Russian agency, the Jew Ephron, and his agents, who are also Jews, have not reported on these matters to the Russian government. The committee, in authorizing publication, stipulated that all proper names must be removed from the manuscript, that of Ephron among them. The name was duly removed before the book was printed, but one can identify the passage where it was to have appeared. It is in the epilogue to the protocols. This epilogue also appears in all the other early Russian editions of the protocols, that in Znamya and those of Butmi. None of these editions was subjected to the stipulation concerning proper names. Indeed, the Znamya version had appeared 2 years before the Moscow Censorship Committee made the stipulation, and yet none of them contains any reference to Ephron. We can only assume, therefore, that the reference to Ephron was specially inserted into Niluz's manuscript, and it can only have been done or prompted by some enemy of Ephron. Who then was Ephron, and who can his enemy have been? Akim Ephron, or Ephron, was the secret agent in Paris of the Russian Ministry of Finance. When he died in 1909, the French press referred to him as the director of the political agency attached to the Russian embassy. He certainly did not belong to Rachkovsky's organization, but employed his own agents and sent his own reports back to St. Petersburg. One could assume that this would suffice to earn Rachkovsky's hatred, but as it happens there is no need to assume, for we have proof. One thing that is known about Ephron is that during the International Exhibition in Paris in 1889, his face was publicly slapped in the Russian pavilion for attempted blackmail. In other words, Ephron must have been the person whom Rachkovsky described, in his forged appeal for the Russian Patriotic League, as bearing on his cheeks the marks of the slaps which he received in 1889 for attempted blackmail. 1. As for the statement in the same appeal that Ephron was one of Rachkovsky's own men, it was a deliberate lie, and just the tortuous and malicious kind of lie that most delighted Rachkovsky. So the mention of Ephron in Niluz's manuscript does suggest that some link, direct or indirect, existed between the persecutor and the rival of Philippe. 2. We have seen what kind of man Rachkovsky was, and it seems worthwhile to take a look at Niluz too. We possess a good deal of information about him, some of it very odd indeed. Again, it is Alexander Dushela who has left the fullest account. He tells how, wishing to study the inner life of the Orthodox Church, he made his way in January 1909 to the famous monastery of Optina Pustin, a couple of miles from the town of Kozulsk in what was then the government of Kaluga. In the 19th century, Optina Pustin had played an important part in Russian intellectual life. The figure of Father Zosima and the brothers Karamazov is modeled on one of its leading personalities. Tolstoy also often visited the monastery and at one time even lived there. Near the monastery were a number of villas occupied by laymen who wished to withdraw to some extent from the world. Dushela set up house in one of these villas. The day after his arrival, the Father Superior, the Archimandrite Xenophon, introduced him to one of his neighbors, who was Sergei Niluz. Niluz, who was then aged 47, is described by Dushela as a man of truly Russian type, big and strong, with a gray beard and deep eyes, blue, but with a veiled, somewhat troubled look. He wore boots and a Russian shirt with a belt which had a prayer embroidered on it. He and his dependents occupied 4 rooms in a large villa, and rest of the villa was employed as a home for cripples, idiots, and mentally sick people, who lived there in hope of a miraculous cure. The whole establishment was supported by the pension which the imperial court paid to Ozerova as a former lady-in-waiting. Ozerova, otherwise Madame Niluz, struck Dushela as being absolutely submissive to her husband. She even had the most amiable relations with Niluz's former mistress, who lived in the same villa and, having lost her own fortune, also on Madame Niluz's pension. During the 9 months he passed at Optina Pustin, Dushela learned a lot about Niluz. A former landowner in the government of Oral, he was an educated man who had graduated in law at the University of Moscow. He spoke excellent French, German, and English and had a good grasp of contemporary European literature. But in character he was capricious, unruly, and despotic. So much so, in fact, that he had been obliged to resign from the position of magistrate which he had held in Transcaucasia. He had also tried his hand at managing his estate in Oral, but had had no success with that either. Finally, he had gone abroad with his mistress and had lived at Biarritz, until one day he heard from his steward that he was ruined. This news produced a major emotional crisis in Nilus and altogether changed his outlook on life. So far, he had been a theoretical anarchist with a cult of Nietzsche. Now he became a convert to Orthodox Christianity and an ardent champion of the Tsarist autocracy. He fancied himself a mystic and also a heaven-sent defender of Holy Russia. He had always repudiated modern civilization. Now he saw it as a conspiracy of the powers of darkness. He became a systematic anti-rationalist. Science, technological progress, democracy, even the application of reason to religious and philosophical questions, all these features of modern civilization, says Du Chaillu, were rejected by Nilus as the abomination of desolation in the holy places and as portents of the coming of Antichrist. It is an attitude which, in one form or another, we shall meet again and again among the devotees of the protocols. In a couple of pages which deserve a place in any anthology of religious eccentricity, Du Chaillu has shown just what the protocols meant to their most celebrated editor. Nilus took his book from the shelves and began to translate into French the most remarkable passages of the text and of his own commentaries. At the same time, he watched the expression on my face, for he assumed that I would be dumbfounded by this revelation. He was rather upset himself when I told him that there was nothing new for me in all this, and that the document must be closely related to the pamphlets of Edouard Drumont. Nilus was shaken and disappointed by this. He retorted that I took this view because my knowledge of the protocols was superficial and fragmentary, and because their effect was weakened by the oral translation. It was absolutely necessary that I should feel the full impact, and it would be easy for me to get to know the protocols, because the original was in French. Nilus did not keep the manuscript of the protocols in his house for fear lest it should be stolen by the Jews. I recall how amused I was by his perturbation when a Jewish chemist of Kozulsk, taking a walk with a friend in the monastery forest and trying to find the quickest route to the ferry, happened to stray into Nilus's garden. Poor Sergei Alexandrovich was convinced for a long time that the chemist had come to carry out a reconnaissance. Later I learned that the notebook containing the protocols was deposited until January 1909 with the priest and monk Daniel Bolotov, a portrait painter who was quite well known at St. Petersburg. After his death, it was deposited at the Hermitage of St. John the Baptist, a third of a mile from the monastery, in the keeping of the monk Alexis, a former engineer. Sometime after our first conversation about the protocols, one afternoon about 4 o'clock, one of the patients from Nilus's home for the sick brought me a letter. Nilus was asking me to come and see him on an urgent matter. I found Sergei Alexandrovich in his study. He was alone, his wife and Madame K. having gone to vespers. Dusk was falling, but it was light, for the earth was covered in snow. I noticed on his writing table something like a rather large envelope, made of black material and decorated with a big triple cross and the inscription, "In this sign you shall conquer." A little picture of St. Michael, in paper, was also stuck onto the envelope. Quite clearly all this was intended as an exorcism. Sergei Alexandrovich crossed himself 3 times before the great icon of the Mother of God and opened the envelope, from which he took a leather-bound notebook. I learned later that the envelope and the binding had been prepared in the monastery workshop under the personal supervision of Nilus, who carried the manuscript to and fro himself for fear of its being stolen. The cross and the other symbols had been drawn by Yelena Alexandrovna, according to her husband's instructions. "Here it is," said Nilus, "the charter of the kingdom of Antichrist." He opened the notebook. The text was written in French by various hands, and, it seemed to me, with different inks. "You see," said Nilus, "during the sessions of the secret Jewish government, at different times, various people filled the office of secretary. Hence the different handwritings." Clearly Sergei Alexandrovich regarded this peculiarity as proving that the manuscript was an original document. Yet he had no fixed views on this matter, for on another occasion I heard him say the manuscript was only a copy. After showing me the manuscript, Sergei Alexandrovich placed it on the table, opened it at the first page and, settling me in his armchair, said, \Yell, now read, \Lyle. Reading the manuscript, I was struck by certain peculiarities in the text. There were some spelling mistakes, and above all some expressions which were not French. It is too long ago for me to be able to say that the text contained Russianisms, but one thing is beyond doubt. The manuscript was written by a foreigner. It took me 2.5 hours to read the document. When I had finished, Silas took the notebook, replaced it in its envelope, and locked it up in the drawer of his writing table. Sergei Alexandrovich wanted to know what impression my reading had produced on me. I told him straight out that I stood by my previous judgment. I didn't believe in the elders of Zion. Silas's face clouded. "You really are under the devil's influence," he said. "Satan's greatest ruse is to make people deny not simply his influence on the things of this world, but even his very existence. What will you say now if I show you how what is said in the protocols is being fulfilled, how the mysterious sign of the coming of Antichrist appears on all sides, how the imminent advent of his kingdom can be felt everywhere?" Sergei Alexandrovich got up, and we all went into his study. He took his book and a file, and he also brought from his bedroom a small chest, which I came later to call the Museum of Antichrist. He began to read bits from his book and from material he had prepared for publication. He read everything that in any way expressed the eschatological expectations of contemporary Christianity. The Dream of the Metropolitan Philaret, quotations from an encyclical of Pius X, the sermons of Saint Seraphim of Sarov and of Roman Catholic saints, fragments of Ibsen, Solovey, Merezhkovsky. He read for a long time. Then he proceeded to the exhibits in the case. He opened his chest. Inside there were, in an indescribable state of disorder, detachable collars, india rubbers, household utensils, insignia of various technical colleges, even the cipher of the Empress Alexandra Fyodorovna and the cross of the Legion d'Honneur. On all these objects he detected, in his hallucination, the seal of Antichrist, in the form of a triangle or of two superimposed triangles. If an object bore a trademark even vaguely suggesting a triangle, that was enough to secure it entry to his museum. And nearly all these examples were included in his 191 edition of the Protocols. With increasing excitement and anxiety, in the grip of a sort of mystical terror, Silas explained to me that the sign of the son of perdition is now contaminating all things, that it shines even from the designs of church ornaments and from the scrolls of the great icon behind the altar in the church of the Hermitage. I felt a sort of fear. It was nearly midnight. The gaze, the voice, the reflex-like gestures, everything about Nilus gave me the feeling that we were walking on the edge of an abyss and that at any moment his reason might disintegrate in madness. Later Dushela tells how, when the 1911 edition of his book was published, Nilus sent to the Eastern Patriarchs, to the Holy Synod, and to the Pope an epistle urging that an ecumenical council be summoned, with the task of working out common measures for the defense of Christendom in view of the imminent coming of Antichrist. And he began to preach on the same subject to the monks of Optina Pustin, and so effectively that he was asked to leave the monastery for good. Clearly, then, Nilus really believed in the Jewish world conspiracy. Yet, with that curious capacity for doublethink so characteristic of fanatics, he was sometimes prepared to admit that the protocols themselves might be spurious. One day in 1909, Dushela asked him whether Rachkovsky might not have been deceived and whether Nilus might not be working with a forgery. Nilus replied, "You know my favorite quotation from St. Paul? The power of God works through human weakness. Let us admit that the protocols are spurious. But can't God use them to unmask the iniquity that is being prepared? Didn't Balaam's ass prophesy? Can't God, for the sake of our faith, change dogs' bones into miracle-working relics? So he can put the announcement of truth into a lying mouth." Another neighbor of Nilus has also recorded her recollections. On June 1, 1934, when preparations for the Bern trial were underway, Maria Dmitrievna Kashkina, née Countess Buterlin, made a statement which has not previously been published, but which certainly deserves publication, and not only for the light it throws upon the personality of Sergei Nilus. Anyone who probes into the world of the protocols must at times feel suffocated by the miasma of superstition, gullibility, and quackery which it exudes. It is good to be reminded, for once, that even in Tsarist Russia there were people, and not urban intellectuals either, but country folk, landowners, and peasants, who were capable of healthy skepticism and new craziness and roguery when they saw them. The most relevant parts of the statement read as follows. In 1905, I married Kashkin, who owned an estate in the Kozulsk district in the government of Kaluga. Our estate was about 2.5 miles from Optina Pustin. The monastery was built on land donated by my husband's ancestors. I met Niluz soon after my arrival on the estate and knew him throughout the years I lived there. All those years he lived at the monastery. He was known to be a writer. He gave his book The Great and the Small to everyone he met. The abbot was the archimandrite Xenophon, a good and honest man but quite uneducated. He was impressed by Niluz and was still more impressed when Niluz promised to dedicate to him his forthcoming history of the monastery. From then on, Xenophon quite melted and opened all his archives to Niluz. And he didn't only allow him to use the archives. Often he simply gave him the documents. My husband got to know about it and was indignant. Niluz will loot the whole archive, he used to say. Altogether, my husband regarded Niluz as a very tricky and shady character who ought to be very carefully watched. Of course, this opinion was based not on Niluz's love for documents from the archives, but on much worse things. It should be said here that in those years Optina Pustin was a center for all sorts of holy idiots. Outstanding among them was the barefooted Mitya Kozulski, a butcher by trade. He came from the town of Kozulsk. He was a big, strong fellow, but he could hardly utter recognizable words. He was a real idiot. It was impossible to understand him. Nevertheless, he had the reputation of being able to cast out devils. His methods were more than peculiar. He hit his patients with his fists, mainly in the stomach. He pushed them into barrels and so on. People said that his cures sometimes worked. He became famous after curing the widow of a rich merchant. I seem to remember her name was Livanova, and she came from Moscow. Litya diagnosed that there were 7 devils in her, and he drove them all out by his methods. The grateful widow married him. Her fortune was substantial. Now Mitya was washed and clothed and kept his own horses. I remember vividly seeing him, sitting well back in his carriage, stretching his legs, every inch a conqueror. Niluz frequented these circles. His own private life gave rise to many misgivings. In a little house adjoining and belonging to the monastery there lived with him, apart from his wife, Ozerova, his first wife, who was not officially divorced, and also part of the time yet another woman, always ailing, with a girl of 11 or 12. The girl was said to be Niluz's daughter. In the circle around Niluz, she was used as a medium in spiritualist seances. She stayed with Niluz. When her mother left, they could be seen going for walks, all of them together. Niluz walked in the middle, with his long white beard and usually dressed in a white peasant's shirt, with a monk's cord as a belt. On either side of him walked his wives, the first and the second, as a supporting audience, gazing into his eyes, hanging on his every word. The little girl and her mother walked a little way behind. When they reached the wood, they would settle down under the trees. Ozerova would begin to sketch something. She had a little artistic ability. The first wife might do some needlework. Niluz himself would lie down, and it was rare for him to say anything. I was told that the peace that reigned in Niluz's family had not been achieved at once, that at first, at the beginning of her marriage, Ozerova had tried to rebel. There were scenes, something in particular, concerning the little girl. I don't know the details, but Ozerova soon gave in. Niluz could control her easily enough. The whole family lived on her pension. Niluz circulated amongst the odd beings who clustered around the monastery. In particular, he took a lot of trouble to cultivate Mitya Kozulski, whom he tried to introduce into the higher spheres of society. As Ozerova's husband Niluz had connections with the imperial court, and he used these to advance Mitya. One of Niluz's friends at the monastery was a monk called Daniel, a rather dubious personality but a fair painter. Certainly with Niluz's knowledge, and possibly at his instigation, this Daniel painted a picture. It showed the Tsar, the Tsaritsa and their son enveloped and supported by clouds. These clouds were full of devils with horns, tails, and hoofs, who were all trying to get at the Tsarevich, reaching for him, sticking out their tongues at him. But through this throng of devils there strides, with sure step, Mitya Kalyadub, one the fearless fighter against the satanic powers, coming to save the Tsar's son. With Niluz's help this canvas was sent to St. Petersburg. One can guess at the kind of publicity that Niluz must have made there for Mitya. Anyway, Mitya was summoned to St. Petersburg and presented to the Tsar and Tsaritsa. Niluz went with him as interpreter of the incomprehensible sounds he uttered. Already before that he had established himself in this capacity. Mitya traveled first class. You can imagine what sort of impression this journey of Mitya's made on our local population. There was no great esteem for the monks there, particularly not among the peasants. Those who saw the monks at close quarters knew that there was little place for holiness in their lives. Not far from the monastery there was a whole hamlet populated with the monks' sins. The local population distrusted especially all those holy beggars and fools of God. They considered them, with rare exceptions, a lot of loafers and charlatans. And then suddenly it turned out that the Tsar had extended an invitation to that charlatan Mitya. I myself heard some of the steadiest and most thoughtful peasants express their bewilderment. "What can this mean?" they said. "Doesn't the Tsar understand? Or is he making fun of us?" The local landowners and civil servants were also shocked. I remember a talk I had with our local police chief, Rachmaninoff. He showed me telegrams from the minister, asking him to give Mitya every assistance, to provide him with a special compartment on the train, first class, and so on. Of course he did what he was told, but he made no secret of his embarrassment. My husband put the blame for Mitya's journey squarely on Niluz. He didn't hesitate to call him an adventurer and a charlatan. This business was a blow to the Tsar's prestige, and my husband regarded Niluz as wholly responsible for that. This statement was taken down by the late Boris Nikolevsky in Russian in Madame Kashkina's presence, and was then read back to her. She approved it in every detail. The Russian transcript is in the B.I. Nikolevsky collection at the Hoover Institution, Stanford University, California. The rather cool accounts supplied by Dushela and Madame Kashkina can be set alongside a biography of Niluz published in Yugoslavia in 1936. The author of this book, Prince N. D. Zevakov, was a fervent admirer of Niluz. In his eyes, the protocols were incontestably produced by a Jew writing to the dictation of the devil, who revealed to him the methods for destroying Christian states and the secret of how to conquer the whole world. It is all the more significant that the biographical data he gives should tally almost exactly with those given by Dushela. Moreover, we discover from him what Niluz had in mind when he was delving among monastic archives. One of Niluz's achievements was to edit the diary of a hermit who, according to Zevakov, described the afterlife with extraordinary realism. Thus he tells of a youth who was cursed by his mother and was thereupon lifted up by unknown powers into the airless space above the earth, where for 40 days he lived the life of the spirits, mingling with them and being subject to their laws. In short, this diary was a book of exceptional value, a veritable manual of holiness. Zevakov also tells of the last years of Niluz, at a time when he had quite passed out of the kin of Dushela and Madame Kashkina, and when, all unknown to him, his edition of the protocols was sweeping the world. It seems that after leaving Optina Pustin, Niluz lived on the estates of various friends. It is curious to note that for some 6 years after the Bolshevik coup d'état, while Russia was convulsed by revolution and civil war, terror, counter-terror, and famine, Niluz and Ozerova lived peacefully somewhere in South Russia, in a house which they shared with a former hermit called Seraphim, and which had a chapel constantly overflowing with dozens of pilgrims. It is true that, according to Niluz's letters, sometime in 1921 a squad of Red Army soldiers, led by a local bandit, arrived with the intention of murdering the two holy men. But even then, we are told, they were preserved by a mysterious and miraculous night watchman who disappeared into thin air as soon as he was hit. The leader of the squad was paralyzed on the spot and could be cured only by the hermit Seraphim himself. The Bolshevik authorities, however, having defeated the White Armies and liquidated their political opponents, were not to be permanently deterred by a vanishing night watchman. In the end, Niluz and his companions were all evicted. After some years of wandering and 2 short periods of imprisonment, in 1924 and 1927, Niluz died of heart failure at the age of 68 on New Year's Day, 1930. From the Franwald documents at the Wiener Library, London, we learn the fate of some of those who were closest to Niluz. According to a manuscript note by the right-wing Russian known as Markov II, Ozerova was arrested during the Great Purges of 1937 and deported to the Kola Peninsula on the Arctic Sea. where she died of hunger and cold the following year. There is also a good deal of correspondence from and concerning a son of Nilus, presumably by his first wife. Sergei Sergeyevich Nilus, who was a Polish citizen, put himself at the disposal of the Nazis when they were preparing their appeal against the judgment of the Bern Court in 1935. A letter which he wrote to Alfred Rosenberg from Poland in March 1940 deserves to be quoted. I am the only son of the discoverer of the protocols of the elders of Zion, S.A. Nilus. I can and must not remain indifferent in these times when the fate of the whole Aryan world hangs in the balance. I feel that the victory of the that man of genius, will liberate my poor country also, and I believe that I could contribute to this in any position. After the brilliant victory of the mighty German army, I have done everything to earn the right to take part actively in liquidating the Jewish poison. This seems an appropriate note on which to close our examination of Sergei Alexandrovich Nilus. 3. It is certain that Rachkovsky and Nilus were both involved in the intrigue against Philippe. It is even possible that they conspired to use the protocols for their common purpose. This has led to the assumption, which is to be found in several works on the protocols, that the forgery was carried out for the express purpose of influencing the Tsar against Philippe. Yet this theory is implausible. Philippe was a Martinist and a faith healer. Surely then, if the protocols were forged to help Nilus in his struggle with Philippe, they should contain at least some suggestion that Martinism and/or faith healing form part of the Jewish plot. As it is, they contain almost everything else, from banking and the press to international wars and underground railways. It is one thing to use a forgery which is already available, and Rachkovsky was certainly not fastidious in his choice of weapons. It is quite another thing to fabricate a whole book which is almost wholly irrelevant to the task on hand. Could even Rachkovsky's tortuousness really have gone so far? It is, then, worth looking at any evidence there may be for the existence of the protocols before 1902. There is in fact a good deal of evidence, some of it from White Russian refugees, but not necessarily worthless on that account. In the first place, there is an affidavit sworn by Philip Petrovich Stepanov, formerly procurator of the Ecclesiastical Synod of Moscow, court chamberlain, and privy councillor, at Stary Futog, Yugoslavia, on April 17, 1927. It reads as follows. In 1895, my neighbor in the government of Tula, the retired Major Alexei Sukotin, gave me a manuscript copy of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. He told me that a lady of his acquaintance, whom he did not name, when residing in Paris had found this copy at the home of a Jewish friend, and that before leaving Paris she had secretly translated the manuscript and had brought it with her to Russia, where she gave it to Sukotin. First of all, I reproduced this translation in hectograph jelly, but finding it difficult to read, I decided to have it printed without any mention of date, place, or publisher. In all this I was assisted by Arkady Ippolitovich Kelipovsky, who was at that time head of the household of the Grand Duke Sergei. He had the document printed on the press of the district. This took place in 1897. Sergei Nilus inserted these protocols in his work and added his own commentaries. Save for the passing reference to the lady's Jewish friend, this document seems quite useless as propaganda. So Stepanov was probably trying to tell the truth as he remembered it, admittedly after a lapse of 30 years. As it happens, there is, or was, very solid evidence to confirm his statement. Although no copy of Stepanov's printed book is known, a copy of the hectograph was still extant at the time of the Bern trial in 1934. At that time, it was to be found in the Pashakhany's collection in the Lenin Library, Moscow, and the Soviet authorities sent a photostat of 4 pages to the court at Bern. The title page carries no date, but the late Boris Nikolevsky was convinced, after careful inspection, that this was indeed Stepanov's hectograph. The hectograph was made from a handwritten Russian document with the title The Ancient and Modern Protocols of the Meetings of the Elders of Zion. Unfortunately, it can no longer be inspected. 2 years of assiduous inquiry extracted nothing from the Lenin Library except a statement that no such manuscript can be traced. But the Wiener Library possesses a German translation of the extracts sent to Bern. This shows that the text must have been practically identical with that later edited by Nilus, which directly or indirectly provides the basis for almost all later editions throughout the world. Among the White Russians there also existed a firm tradition concerning the identity of the lady who brought the handwritten Russian document from Paris, and gave it to Sukotin. She was said to be Juliana, or in France, Justine, Glinka. A good deal is known about her too, and again all the evidence fits. Juliana Dmitrievna Glinka, 1844 to 1918, was the daughter of a Russian diplomat who ended his career as ambassador in Lisbon. She herself became a lady-in-waiting to the Empress Maria Alexandrovna and lived much of her life in great style in St. Petersburg, associating with the spiritualists around Madame Blavatsky and indeed squandering her fortune in supporting them. But there was also another and more sinister side to her life. In Paris in 1881-2, she tried her hand at the game which Rachkovsky was to play so brilliantly shortly afterwards, watching and denouncing the Russian terrorists in exile. General Orzievsky, who was a prominent figure in the secret police and ended as Assistant Minister for Internal Affairs, had befriended her ever since her childhood, and she sent her secret reports to him. But she was not really gifted for the work, feuded constantly with the Russian ambassador, and ended by being unmasked in the left-wing newspaper Le Radical. Glinka continued to spend a good deal of her time in Paris until, on a visit to St. Petersburg somewhere around 1895, she found that she had lost the imperial favor. The Tsar had been deeply offended by a series of books which her great friend Juliette Adam had published in Paris, and which contained all kinds of rumors and revelations about the Russian court. Rightly or wrongly, he suspected Glinka of complicity and exiled her to her estate in the government of Oral, which bordered on the government of Tula. The natural protector for Glinka in her distress would have been the marshal of nobility for the district, and that was Alexei Sukotin, the same person from whom Stepanov claimed to have received the protocols. There exists in the Frauenwald collection at the /Yener Library a copy of a statement, dated December 13, 1936, by a female cousin of Alexei Sukotin. It says that about 1895, when visiting her cousin on his estate, she saw the manuscript of the protocols being copied out by Sukotin's sister and by another young lady, who was named and who in 1936 was living in Paris. This statement would have little value by itself, but has some as corroboratory evidence. It could even be that they were retranslating the Russian text into French, for the text which Du Chaillu claims to have seen in Nilouze's possession, written in bad French by various hands, was certainly not the original French version. There is no evidence that that ever left France. Glinka was exiled only temporarily, and in later years she was once more comfortably established in St. Petersburg. To judge by an article which the right-wing St. Petersburg newspaper Novo Vremya printed in its issue of April 7, 1902, she may have developed a proprietary attitude to the protocols. The well-known journalist M. Menshikov reported how a lady of fashion had invited him to her house to see a document of vast importance. Seated in an elegant apartment in Paris, Glinka had been noted for her fine picture collection, and speaking perfect French, the lady informed him that she was in direct contact with the world beyond the grave and proceeded to induct him into the mysteries of theosophy. Glinka was a disciple of Madame Blavatsky. Finally, she initiated him into the mysteries of the protocols. Of recent years, she explained, the original French manuscript had been kept at Nice, which had long been the secret capital of the Jews, but they had been stolen by a French journalist, who had passed them on to her. In great haste, she had translated extracts from French into Russian. Menshikov took one glance at the protocols and immediately recognized them as a forgery of a very familiar type. And he adds that there were other copies in St. Petersburg, one of them in the possession of a journalist, one guesses, Khrushchevin, since his Znamya published the protocols the following year. There are, then, reasonable grounds for thinking that Yuliana Glinka and Philip Stepanov really were involved in the first publication of the protocols. As for the date, internal evidence suggests that in saying he received the protocols in 1895 and published them in 1897, Stepanov was erring no more than is to be expected after 30 years. There is, for instance, the remark at the end of Protocol 16 that as part of the plan to stupefy the Gentiles, one of the elders' agents, Bourgeois, is advocating a program of teaching by object lessons. The reference is to Leon Bourgeois, a highly suspect figure in the eyes of the French right wing since, as Prime Minister in 1895-6, he had included 9 Freemasons in his cabinet. From 1890 to 1896, he frequently spoke in favor of a system of teaching by object lessons, and in 1897 these speeches were published in a book, L'éducation de la démocratie France. ACE. In 1898, as Minister of Education, he issued decrees on the subject. A similar reference which points in the same direction is the passage in Protocol 10 where the elders recommend the election of presidents with some Panama in their past. This refers almost certainly to Émile Loubet, who was Prime Minister of France when the Panama scandal reached its climax in 1892. Though certainly not involved in the scandal itself, Loubet showed no eagerness to institute inquiries against those who were, and this made him a suspect figure. In 1895, Loubet was elected president of the Senate, which made him a candidate for the presidency of the Republic, and in 1899 he was elected president of the Republic. The passage in the Protocols could have been inspired by either event. As for the Paris Underground, the Metro, plans for it were announced in 1894, but it was only in 1897 that the Municipal Council granted the concession, and it was in 1900 that the first line was opened. In view of the threat in the Protocols to blow up capital cities from the underground railways, it is worth noting that in 1897 Drumont's Libre Parole was lamenting the number of Jewish shareholders in the Metro. Again, it was in 1896 that the Russian Minister of Finance Sergei Witt first proposed the introduction of the gold standard in Russia, in place of the gold and silver standard then in force, and in 1897 it was in fact introduced. This too figures in the Protocols. In Protocol 19 there is the observation that the gold standard has ruined every state that has adopted it. But, above all, there is the title of the forgery itself. One would normally expect the mysterious rulers to be called Elders of Jewry or Elders of Israel. There must be some reason why they bear the absurd name of Elders of Zion, and there is in fact a very plausible one. As we have seen, the first Zionist Congress at Basel was interpreted by anti-Semites as a giant stride towards Jewish world domination. Countless editions of the Protocols have connected that document with the Congress, and it does seem likely that this event inspired, if not the forgery itself, then at least its title. The year of the Congress was 1897. All in all, it is practically certain that the Protocols were fabricated sometime between 1894 and 1899, and highly probable that it was in 1897 or 1898. The country was undoubtedly France, as is shown by the many references to French affairs. One may assume that the place was Paris, and one may even be rather more precise. One of the copies of Joly's book in the Bibliothèque Nationale bears markings which correspond strikingly with the borrowings in the Protocols. So the job was done in the midst of the Dreyfus affair, somewhere between the arrest of Alfred Dreyfus in 1894 and his pardon in 1899, and probably at the very height of the great debate which so bitterly divided France. And nevertheless, the forgery is clearly the work of a Russian and oriented towards the Russian right wing. Can one, then, be certain that it was done at the behest of the head of Okhrana in Paris, the sinister Rachkovsky? As we have seen, there are very substantial grounds for this view. And nevertheless, the question is less simple than it seems. Rachkovsky's political master and patron was Sergei Witt, the all-powerful Minister of Finance, and Witt's enemies were also Rachkovsky's enemies. And there is no doubt that Witt's enemies had a hand in the Protocols. When Witt took office in 1892, he took up the task begun by Peter the Great and largely neglected by later rulers: the transformation of backward Russia into a country as modern as the countries of Western Europe. During the following decade, the production of coal and of iron and steel was more than doubled. The construction of railways, which at that time was the surest index of industrial development, proceeded at a rate attained in only one other country, the United States. But this rapid economic development brought grave disadvantages to those classes whose wealth was bound up with the traditional agricultural order, and in these circles Witt was detested. Moreover, in 1898, there came a serious slump which brought heavy losses even to those who had benefited most from the economic expansion. Witt was under heavy pressure to resort to inflation, even if this meant abandoning the newly adopted gold standard. He resisted, and his unpopularity became still more widespread. The Protocols have all the appearance of a weapon for use in the campaign against Witt. In the Protocols, it is argued that slumps are used by the elders as a means of getting control over all money and of fomenting unrest in the proletariat. And as we have seen, it is also argued that the gold standard ruins the countries that adopt it. Moreover, if one compares the dialogue UX offers with the Protocols, one finds that the only economic and financial reflections which have been preserved from Joly's book are those which applied to developments in Russia under Witt. The intention seems obvious enough. It is to present Witt as a tool in the hands of the elders of Zion. The protocols are not the only piece of propaganda directed simultaneously against the Jews and against Witt. There is an even more bizarre document called Tajna Yevreyistva, The Secret of Jewry, one which carries a date, February 1895, and which looks like a first, ham-handed attempt at the protocols. Tajna Yevreyistva came to light when, on instructions from the Minister of the Interior, Stolypin, in the first year of this century, the police archives were combed for evidence as to the origin of the protocols. It is a ridiculous essay about an imaginary secret religion which, after being held by the Essenes in the time of Jesus, is now supposed to be cherished by the unknown rulers of Jewry. But it is at one with the protocols in warning us that the secret Jewish government is now striving to turn Russia from an agrarian, semi-feudal country into a modern state with a capitalistic economy and a liberal middle class. Already in the West, the latest economic factor, capitalism, served Freemasonry as a weapon, which had now been skillfully appropriated by the Jews. Naturally, it was decided to employ the same weapon in Russia, where the autocracy rests entirely on the support of the landed aristocracy, whereas the child of capitalism, the bourgeoisie, is benevolently disposed towards revolutionary liberalism. And like the protocols, Tajna Yevreyistva contains an attack on Witt's innovation, the gold standard. According to one White Russian tradition, this extraordinary production was sent by Uliana Glinka to her friend General Orzievsky, who passed it to the commander of the Imperial Guard, General Cherevin, who was supposed to pass it on to the Tsar but failed to do so. And there is little doubt that the protocols too were intended to be read by the Tsar, and for a quite specific reason. Compared with his formidable father Alexander III, Nicholas II was a mild and kindly man who in the first years of his reign had been reluctant to persecute anyone, even the Jews, and who moreover had shown a certain willingness to let Russia be modernized, perhaps even slightly liberalized. The ultra-reactionaries were much concerned to cure the Tsar of these disconcerting traits, and the way they set about it was to persuade him that the Jews formed a deadly conspiracy intent on undermining the foundations of Russian society and Orthodox Christianity, and that the Jews' chosen instrument was the great modernizer, Witt, who, in the end, forged the protocols. Boris Nikolevsky and Henri Rollin have argued that much of the protocols could have come from the eminent physiologist and political journalist known as Ilya Sayan in Russia and Elie de Sayan in France. De Sayan certainly was a fanatical opponent of Witt, and many passages in his political writings do resemble those parts of the protocols which are directed against Witt's policies. He even composed one of his attacks on Witt by the very same method employed in the protocols, i.e., by taking an old French satire on a long-dead statesman and simply changing the names. Also, he was a Russian expatriate who lived in Paris and belonged to the circle around Juliette Adam, who in turn was a close friend of Uliana Glinka. But there is an important qualification to be made. If de Sayan really is the forger, what he forged cannot have been the protocols as we know them today. It is inconceivable that a person of such seriousness and intellectual caliber as de Sayan should have sunk to writing a crude, anti-Semitic fabrication. Moreover, he was himself of Jewish origin, and though converted to Christianity, he never turned against the Jews. In his book La Russie Contemporaine, 1892, he shows a lively sympathy with the persecuted Russian Jews, demands equal opportunities for them, bitterly attacks anti-Semitic propagandists and instigators of pogroms. If de Sayan did indeed have a hand in the concoction we know of, or as the protocols, then somebody must have appropriated his work and transformed it, replacing the Russian Minister of Finance by the Elders of Zion. And so we come back to Rachkovsky. For in 1897, Rachkovsky and his men, on instructions from Witt, burgled de Sayan's villa at Territet, Switzerland, and removed quantities of papers. They were looking for writings directed against Witt, and it may well be that they found an adaptation of Joly's book. It remains rather puzzling that Witt's devoted servant Rachkovsky should have propagated a document which, even when transformed, is still largely directed against his master's policies. Perhaps his intention was that the book should be generally ascribed to de Sayan. Such a manoon would serve two purposes. Antisemites would be able to claim that the Jewish world conspiracy had been unmasked by someone who was himself of Jewish birth, and de Sayan would be cruelly mortified and at the same time quite unable to defend himself. And when one recalls that in Russia de Sayan was called Sion, the same word as Zion, the title of the protocols takes on an added meaning as a malicious private joke. All this would be very much in Rachkovsky's style. All in all, the most likely hypothesis is that Joly's satire on Napoleon III was transformed by de Saint to a satire on wit, which was then transformed under Rachkovsky's guidance into the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. But some mystery remains, and it is unlikely ever to be cleared up now. The Okhrana archives at the Hoover Institution, Stanford University, reveal nothing, and Rachkovsky's private archives in Paris, now lost, also revealed nothing when Boris Nikolevsky inspected them in the 1930s. The science papers, which were kept by his widow in Paris until the Second World War, have disappeared. There is also the riddle of Taina Yevreistva, which can hardly be attributed either to de Saint or to Rachkovsky. And there one must leave the matter, to be pursued perhaps someday by a specialist in the 1890s with time and energy to spare. As for the early editors of the Protocols, comparison with the fragments of the hectograph in the Wiener Library show Niluz's version to be the nearest to the original, even though it was not the first to be published. Sergei Niluz is in fact the key figure in the launching of the forgery. How it came into his hands remains, like so much else, uncertain. He himself said, in the preface to the 1917 edition of his book, that Sukhatin gave him a copy in 1901, while a letter from Philip Stepanov's son, now in the Frauenwald collection in the Wiener Library, says that this was a mistake for Stepanov. In any case, it is true that in 1901 Niluz was living fairly near to the estates of Sukhatin, Stepanov, and Glinka. But as we have seen, there is also good reason for thinking that Rachkovsky had some contact either with Niluz or with Niluz's copy of the Protocols. Again and again, in trying to unravel the early history of the Protocols, one comes up against ambiguities, uncertainties, riddles. There is no need to take them very seriously. It was necessary to glance at the strange vanished world in which, a mere 70 years ago, the Protocols were born, the world of counter-revolutionary agents and pseudo-mystics that flourished on the decay of the Tsar's empire. But what is really important about the Protocols is the great influence which, incredibly yet incontestably, they have exercised on 20th century history. Chapter 5. The Protocols in Russia. 1. Whatever the origin of the Protocols, they were adopted and preserved and in the end launched on the world by pogromщики, professional instigators of pogroms. For the hundreds of local massacres of Jews which occurred in Russia between 1881 and 1920 were by no means spontaneous outbreaks of popular fury. They demanded long-term planning, careful organization, above all intensive agitation. Sometimes this work was carried out by the police, but sometimes private individuals, above all, unscrupulous journalists, took a hand. These were the people who made the Protocols their own. The first person to publish the Protocols, Pavlachi Khrushchevin, was a typical pogromщик. Just 4 months before he printed the Protocols in his St. Petersburg newspaper Znamya, his other newspaper Bessarabets succeeded in provoking a pogrom in his native province of Bessarabia, in fact in the provincial capital, Kishinev, where it was published. How this was achieved was established by Irish and American travelers who visited the town just after the massacre. They found a fertile and prosperous country where traditionally relations between the mass of the population and the large Jewish minority had been very good. So good, in fact, that in 1881-3, when the whole of South Russia was swept with pogroms, the Bessarabian peasants refused to take part. If the Tsar wills that the Jews be slain, they said, he has his army. But we will not strike the Jews. The situation changed only in 1898, when Khrushchevin launched his local newspaper and began to publish fanatical attacks on the Jews. A group of journalists, civil servants, and other professional men was formed and, guided by Khrushchevin from St. Petersburg, deliberately began to prepare the way for massacre. In 1902, at Easter, always the favorite time for pogroms, Khrushchevin announced that a Christian youth, found dead in a well, was the victim of a Jewish ritual murder. That time he was unsuccessful, as the real murderer was quickly identified. But the following year the murder of a boy at Debasari enabled him to renew the charge, this time with success. He also put it about that an imperial ukase had been issued permitting Christians to execute bloody justice on the Jews during the 3 days of Easter. But this was not all. In preparing for the massacre, Khrushchevin's men also made use of the more modern fantasy of the Jewish world conspiracy. They distributed copies of the Rabbi's speech, and they also elaborated on it. The delusions they fostered emerge clearly from the utterances of Khrushchev's leading representative in Kishinev, an agitator called Pronin. At the farcical trial which was held, largely under pressure from abroad, some months after the massacre, this man stated in evidence that a meeting of Jews from all countries had taken place in the Kishinev synagogue just before Easter. The meeting decided to organize a revolt against the government, whereupon the Jews attacked the Christian population, which merely defended itself. Pronin also published in Znamya an article in which he praised the rioters as true patriots who were concerned only to defend the Tsar and Holy Russia against a fearsome international conspiracy. All this when at Kishinev no single Christian had been injured, but 45 Jews had been killed and hundreds injured, almost all of them artisans, miserably poor and completely helpless, and some 10,000 reduced to destitution. Such was the milieu in which the protocols began their public career. Meanwhile, the struggle to modernize and liberalize the Russian political regime was reaching a new intensity, particularly in 1904-05, against the background of the disastrous war with Japan. There was overwhelming pressure for fundamental reforms, and notably for the establishment of a National Representative Assembly, freedom of speech, and guarantees of individual liberty. A nationwide general strike in September 1905 forced the government to yield, and in October the Tsar reluctantly issued a manifesto promising a constitution based on the principles of modern liberalism. But these developments did not, needless to say, go unopposed. The Tsar himself was surrounded by reactionary influences, notably his mother, some of the Grand Dukes, the procurator of the Holy Synod Pobedonosiv, the Governor-General of St. Petersburg Chirkov, not to mention the organization known as the Union of the Russian People, or more popularly as the Black Hundreds. On the Union of the Russian People C.V. Lacaker, Russia and Germany, notably pages 79 to 86. Strictly speaking, the Black Hundreds were armed bands recruited for purposes of terror by the Union of the Russian People and similar political organizations. They consisted largely of small shopkeepers, vagabonds, and professional criminals. But in popular speech, the members of these political organizations themselves were often referred to as Black Hundredists. One of the freedoms granted by the Tsar's October Manifesto was the freedom of association, and none were quicker to avail themselves of it than the extreme right wing. On November 4, 1905, the Union of the Russian People was founded in St. Petersburg by a doctor, A. Dubrovin, and a politician, V.M. Purishkevich, who was the driving force behind the organization. Like those other members of the Black Hundreds, Khrushchev and Butmi, Purishkevich came from Bessarabia. In fact, he had graduated at Kishinev, and his political aim was precisely the same as theirs: to fight the liberalization of Russia by presenting it as a Jewish plot, and to get Jews massacred to show how real the plot was. Proclamations began to appear in towns and villages, of which the following is a fair sample. The efforts to replace the autocracy of the divinely appointed Tsar by a constitution and a parliament are inspired by those bloodsuckers, the Jews, the Armenians, and the Poles. Beware of the Jews. All the evil, all the misfortune of our country comes from the Jews. Down with the traitors, down with the Constitution. And when the National Assembly, the Duma of the Empire, came into being, the propaganda of the Black Hundreds concentrated on discrediting it as an instrument in the hands of the Jews. The elections to the First Duma in 1906 and to the Second and Third Dumas in 1907 were accompanied by a spate of pamphlets stating that most of the candidates were Jews, that the liberal parties were financed by the Jews, that the Jews were enslaving Russia through the Duma. Among the electioneering pamphlets published by the Black Hundreds, Butmi's version of the Protocols, The Enemies of the Human Race, 4 editions in 1906-7, finds its rightful place. 1. Even in the lamentable context of Russian political life, the Black Hundreds were widely regarded as being beyond the pale. Wit for one had no doubts. This party is patriotic to the depths of its soul, but its patriotism is primitive. It is based not on reason and generosity, but on passion. Most of its leaders are political upstarts, people with unclean ways of thinking and feeling. They have not a single viable political idea and concentrate all their efforts on unleashing the lowest possible impulses in the benighted, savage masses. Sheltered by the wings of the two-headed eagle, this party can instigate the most frightful pogroms and convulsions, but it is incapable of anything positive. It embodies a wild, nihilistic patriotism which thrives on lies, slander, and deceit. It is a party of wild and cowardly despair but has no room for courageous, far-sighted, creative thinking. The bulk of the membership comes from the wild, ignorant masses. Its leaders are political villains. It has secret sympathizers in court circles and amongst nobles with all kinds of titles, people who seek their salvation in lawlessness and have as their slogan, "Not we for the people, but the people for the good of our stomachs." And the Tsar dreams of restoring greatness to Russia with the help of this party. Poor Tsar. These people were in fact true precursors of the Nazis. Words such as proto-fascist have been so monstrously misused that one hesitates to use them at all. Yet there is no denying that the Black Hundreds mark an important stage in the transition from reactionary politics, as they were understood in the 19th century, to the right-wing totalitarianism of the Nazis. In their allegiance to throne and altar they belong to the past, but as political adventurers dedicated to sabotaging, by means of anti-Semitic agitation and terrorism, the development of liberal democracy, and as romantic reactionaries who could also talk the language of radical demagogy, they certainly did look forward to Hitler and his associates. Like the Nazis, they pretended that Jews formed a capitalist revolutionary conspiracy, and that in order to prevent this conspiratorial body from establishing a monstrous tyranny, the workers and peasants must stand firmly by the native ruling class. And they forestalled the Nazis, too, in their ideas as to what should be done to the Jews. If some wanted to deport them to the Kolyma region in the Arctic or beyond the Altai Mountains in southern Siberia, others looked forward to their physical annihilation. One leading member, Markov II, who in the 1930s was to be employed by the Nazis as an expert on the protocols and the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy, was already prophesying in 1911, in a speech in the Duma, that all the Yids, down to very last, will be killed. 1. It was well known that the Black Hundreds employed criminals to carry out assassinations and to lead pogroms, and Black Hundred politicians were not received in decent society, but that did not prevent the organization from receiving abundant support from church and state. A bishop was among its leaders. Monasteries published leaflets in support of it. Its emblems and banners were displayed in churches. Priests urged their congregations to pray for its success and to participate in its activities. The government, for its part, gave every kind of assistance. It is estimated that in the single year the Union of the Russian people received 2,500,000 rubles too in government subsidies. It was granted the right to apply for a free pardon for any member arrested for participating in pogroms. Above all, it enjoyed the full approval of the Tsar, who praised it as a shining example of justice and order, and was pleased to wear its badge on his uniform. During the Bayless ritual murder trial, he even sent a telegram thanking the leaders for their attempt to obtain a conviction. Then there is the story of the Lambsdorff Memorandum to show how even foreign policy could be affected by the outlook of the Black Hundreds. Faced with the advance of liberalism in Russia, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Count Lambsdorff, prepared in 1906 a secret memorandum in which he recommended that Russia, Germany, and the Vatican should take common action against the Alliance Israelite Universelle and its supposed instrument, France. The campaign to extend the franchise and liberalize the regime, he explained, was simply a trick to modernize Russia which, as a state of peasants, orthodox and monarchist, still stood in the way of world domination by the Judeo-Iasans controlled from Paris. It is true that the Lambsdorff Memorandum was quickly buried by Lambsdorff's successor, Isfalski. It was published only in 1918 by the Bolsheviks, but it is worth noting what the Tsar wrote in the margin. Negotiations must be started at once. I entirely share the opinions expressed here. In this atmosphere, the protocols enjoyed their first vogue. How seriously they were taken in some quarters, and how blindly they were believed, is shown by an unpublished letter which a former conservative Russian journalist, I. Kalishko, otherwise known as Bayan, wrote to Burtsev at the time of the Bern trial, when both of them were refugees in France, September 7, 1934. Much esteemed Vladimir Lvovich, you ask whether, as a former journalist, I know anything about the so-called protocols of the Elders of Zion. To help you evaluate my recollections, I think it necessary to tell you that at that time my sympathies drew me to right-wing circles in Russia, to people who tended to be anti-Semitic. As a result, I paid most attention to what came to me from the anti-Semitic camp. I cannot deny that when they first appeared, these protocols made a really overwhelming impression in these circles, and on me personally. As you know, one believes what one wants to believe. The people amongst whom I moved began by believing absolutely in the authenticity of this document. Then gradually the efforts of the left began to undermine this belief. We began to have doubts, and the construction began to crumble under the corroding effect of criticism and of the facts, slowly at first, then more and more quickly. So far as I can recall, it finally collapsed at the beginning of the war. During the Great War, I heard no mention of the protocols in Russia until after 1917. Inside Russia, the controversy came to an end. I was not interested in how or when it spilled over into the West, into France, England, and Germany, because I regarded this matter as settled once and for all. There seemed no possibility that the protocols would ever again revive and upset mankind. With the greatest esteem and devotion, I Kalishko, Bayan. The success of the protocols before the war was in fact limited. Zevakov tells how in 1913 Nilus complained to him, "I cannot get the public to treat the protocols seriously, with the attention they deserve. They are read, criticized, often ridiculed, but there are very few who attach importance to them and see in them a real threat to Christianity, a program for the destruction of the Christian order and for the conquest of the whole world by the Jews. That nobody believes." 2 years later, Markov too, in a letter preserved in the Wiener Library, lamented that the Union of the Russian people, by its half-hearted use of the protocols, had failed to avert the Russian Revolution. One has to bear in mind that in these matters everything depended on the attitude of the Tsar himself, and in the end the Tsar, however besotted by the Judeo-1/Iasonic conspiracy, had to recognize the protocols as spurious. How this came about is described in a statement from General K.I. Globachev, one-time commandant of the St. Petersburg division of the Okhrana, which Burtsev produced at the Bern trial. Globachev describes how, after many unsuccessful attempts, the protocols were at last brought to the Tsar's notice in the revolutionary year 1905. Reading the protocols, he continues, made a very deep impression on Nicholas II, who made them his handbook for politics. Typical in this respect are the marginal annotations which Nicholas II made on the copy of the protocols which had been submitted to him. What depth of thought! What foresight! What precision in the realization of the program! Our year 1905 has gone as though managed by the elders. There can be no doubt as to their authenticity. Everywhere one sees the directing and destroying hand of Judaism, and so on. Keenly interested in the discovery of the protocols, Nicholas II gave his attention to the foreign branch of the Russian secret police and handed out a great number of rewards, decorations, and gratuities. The leaders of the Union of the Russian people, like Shmakov, Markov II, etc., addressed a request to the Ministry of the Interior, asking for authorization to use the protocols on a large scale in the struggle against militant Judaism and for subsidies for the purpose. But the Minister of the Interior, Stolypin, entrusted 2 officers of the Corps of Gendarmes, one Martinov and Vasilyev, with a secret inquiry into the origin of the protocols. This inquiry revealed clearly the spuriousness of the protocols. The results of the inquiry were presented by Stolypin to Nicholas II, who was completely bowled over. And this is the resolution of Nicholas II on the report concerning the employment of the protocols for anti-Semitic propaganda. Drop the protocols. One cannot defend a pure cause by dirty methods. This situation changed in 1917-18, when first the Tsar and then the provisional government were overthrown, the Bolsheviks seized power, and the Civil War began. Indeed, what launched the protocols on their career across the world was above all the murder of the imperial family at Ekaterinburg, now Sverdlovsk, on July 17, 1918. Here chance played an extraordinary part. Some months before her murder at Ekaterinburg, the deposed empress had received from a friend, Zinai de Sergeyevna Tolstoya, a copy of Neluza's book containing the protocols. It seems to have meant little to her, to judge by a letter which she sent to her great friend Anna Vyrabova on March 20, 1918. Zina has sent me a book, The Great and the Small by Neluz. I am reading it with interest. This terse comment hardly suggests enthusiasm. And the Tsaritsa, though a stupid, superstitious, and hysterical woman, was in fact far less of an anti-Semite than her husband. In her correspondence, One even finds her remonstrating with the Tsar over his anti-Semitic policy. There is therefore much irony in the fact that the Tsaritsa's death should, more than any other event, have brought world fame to an old and half-forgotten anti-Semitic forgery. As luck would have it, the Empress took Niluza's book with her to her last home, the House of Ipatiev at Ekaterinburg. A week after the murder of the imperial family, Ekaterinburg was evacuated by the Bolsheviks and occupied by the Whites. On July 2, 8, the remains of the Tsar, the Tsaritsa, and their children, dismembered and incinerated, were discovered at the bottom of a disused mineshaft in a nearby forest. Meanwhile, the examining magistrate Nemetkin was engaged in drawing up an inventory of the belongings found at Ipatiev's house. He found 3 books belonging to the Empress: the first volume of War and Peace, the Bible in Russian, and the Great and the Small by Niluz. Another curious circumstance came to light. The Tsaritsa had drawn a swastika in the embrasure of a window in the room occupied by her and her husband. It is known that she had long had a special partiality for this ancient symbol. She wore a jeweled swastika and had swastikas engraved on the gifts which she sent to her friends. The swastika is found in remains from the Bronze Age in various parts of Europe and was also known in ancient Persia, India, China, Japan, and among the Indian tribes of North, Central, and South America. Its eminent significance is as a symbol of good luck or benediction. It is also known that for this profoundly superstitious woman, the swastika was a talisman intended to bring good luck. But already then there were people for whom it meant something quite different. Well before the war, the Austrian writer Guido von List had taught, in a whole series of popular books on the Germano-Aryans, that the swastika symbolized the purity of Germanic blood and the struggle of the Aryans against the Jews. These ideas had penetrated to Russia, and to Russians who were familiar with them, the discovery of the Empress's swastika together with the copy of Niluz came as a revelation from on high. This, they believed, was a testament from their dead Empress, and what it said was that the reign of Antichrist was beginning, that the Bolshevik Revolution was the supreme assault of the satanic powers, that the imperial family had been destroyed because they represented the divine will on earth, and that the forces of darkness were incarnated in the Jews. It was all the easier to arrive at such a conclusion because some Jews really were playing a conspicuous part in the revolution. Among the officers in the White Armies, some failed to reflect that this might be connected with the oppression to which Jews had been subjected under the Tsarist regime, or that earlier Tsars had been assassinated also, and by pure-blooded Russians. This is not surprising, for these men had grown up in a society where the Jew had been regarded as the source of all evil. They had been taught that the whole Russian people loved the Tsar and his autocracy, and they had every reason for concealing from themselves that this had long ceased to be true. They needed a simple explanation for the catastrophe which was overwhelming them and their world. They found it in the union of the swastika and the protocols in Ipatiev's house. And soon the pogromщики were at hand to exploit the great discovery. 2. When the Tsar and his family were murdered, the Civil War was still in its early stages. It continued for another 2 years, during which the Soviet government was repeatedly on the brink of defeat, before the White Armies were finally routed in 1920. It was during those 2 years that the protocols first showed their power to incite men to murder. The people behind the protocols were still the same. As a unified organization, the Union of the Russian People had hardly existed since about 1910, but now the former leaders attached themselves to the various White Armies, founded new political groups with names like the Union of the Russian National Communities or the Russian Assembly, and above all carried on a vigorous agitation in favor of pogroms. The Frenchman Du Chaillu, who was with the White Armies at that time, has described the zeal of these men in disseminating the protocols. A Moscow lawyer, Ismailov, and a lieutenant colonel, Rodionov, combined forces to produce a new, cheap edition for the armies in the Don region. And this was distributed to the troops by Purishkevich, a founder of the Black Hundreds, who had got himself a job in General Denikin's propaganda department at Rostov. In the Crimea, too, under the regime of General Wrangel, professors and journalists shouted at every street corner about the menace of the protocols and the Judeo-Masonic world conspiracy. To this one may add that further editions of the protocols were published in Siberia. One was printed at Omsk, for the army of Admiral Kolchak. The admiral himself was obsessed by the protocols. G.K. Jins, who saw much of him at that time, has recorded that he literally devoured the protocols. His head was crammed with anti-Masonic ideas. He was ready to SEC Freemasons everywhere, even in his own entourage, and amongst the members of the military missions of the Allies. Other editions of the protocols appeared in the easternmost parts of Siberia, such as Vladivostok and Khabarovsk. An edition was even published by White Russians in Japan. The interpretation that was now put upon the protocols emerges clearly from the preface which was attached to the first of the new editions, that produced by the Moscow lawyer Ismailov and the Cossack officer Rodionov at Novocherkassk under the title Zionist Protocols, Plan for World Conquest by the Judeo-Masons. The protocols are a program, carefully worked out in every detail, for the conquest of the world by the Jews. The greater part of this program has already been realized, and if we do not take thought, we are irretrievably doomed to destruction. These protocols are in fact not only the key to our first, unsuccessful revolution, 1905, but also to our second revolution, 1917, in which the Jews have played such a disastrous role for Russia. For us who are witnesses of this self-laceration, for us who hope to see Russia's rebirth, this document is all the more significant because it reveals the means employed by the enemies of Christianity to subjugate us. Only if we reach an understanding of these means shall we be able to fight successfully the enemies of Christ and of Christian civilization. The protocols were of course far too complicated and sophisticated to be understood by the common soldiers, most of whom were in any case illiterate. At the Bern trial of 1934, Chaim Weizmann recalled the first time he saw the protocols. British officers attached to the White Armies brought to Palestine a document of 4 or 5 typewritten pages, and explained that just such a document was to be found in the possession of every white officer and NCO. On inspection, it turned out to consist of extracts from the protocols. From other sources, it appears that material of this kind was distributed on a vast scale to literate members of the various white and Ukrainian armies, who used to read and explain it to the illiterate. New forgeries were also produced to supplement the protocols and bring them up to date. The most celebrated of these was a document said to have been found on a Jewish Bolshevik commander in the Red Army, of the name of Zunder. Copies of this document seem to have been circulated as early as May 1918, and in the winter of 1919-20, when the tide of battle was turning and the White Armies, hitherto victorious, were losing battle after battle, it began to figure in newspapers run by the White Armies, sometimes in new and considerably expanded versions. It reads as follows: Secret. To the representatives of all the branches of the Israelite International League, Sons of Israel, the hour of our ultimate victory is near. We stand on the threshold to the command of the world. That which VC could only dream of before is about to be realized. Only quite recently feeble and powerless, we can now, thanks to the world's catastrophe, raise our heads with pride. We must, however, be careful. It can surely be prophesied that, after we have marched over ruined and broken altars and thrones, we shall advance further on the same indicated path. The authority of the to us alien religions and doctrines of faith we have, through very successful propaganda, subjected to a merciless criticism and mockery. We have brought the culture, civilization, traditions and thrones of the Christian nations to stagger, wherein, among these nations, we found more men than was necessary for our work. We have done everything to bring the Russian people under the yoke of the Jewish power, and ultimately compelled them to fall on their knees before us. We have nearly completed all this, but we must all the same be very cautious, because the oppressed Russia is our archenemy. The victory over Russia, gained through our intellectual superiority, may in future, in a new generation, turn against us. Russia is conquered and brought to the ground. Russia is in the agony of death under our heel, but do not forget, not even for a moment, that we must be careful. The holy care for our safety does not allow us to show either pity or mercy. At last we have been allowed to behold the bitter need of the Russian people and to see it in tears. By taking from them their property, their gold, we may reduce this people to helpless slaves. Be cautious and silent. We ought to have no mercy for our enemy. We must make an end of the best and leading elements of the Russian people, so that the vanquished Russia may not find any leader. Thereby every possibility will vanish for them to resist our power. We must excite hatred and disputes between workers and peasants. War and class struggle will destroy all treasure and culture created by the Christian people. But be cautious, sons of Israel. Our victory is near, because our political and economic power and influence upon the masses are in rapid progress. We buy up government loans and gold, and thereby we have controlling power of the world's exchanges. The power is in our hands, but be careful. Place no faith in traitorous shady powers. Bronstein, Trotsky, Apfelbaum, Zinoviev, Rosenfeld, Kamenev, Steinberg, all of them are like unto thousands of other true sons of Israel. Our power in Russia is unlimited. In the towns, the commissariats and committees of food, house committees, etc., are dominated by our people. But do not let victory intoxicate you. Be careful, cautious, because no one except yourselves will protect us. Remember, we cannot rely on the Red Army, which one day may turn its warfare on ourselves. Sons of Israel, the hour for our long-cherished victory over Russia is near. Close your ranks. Make known our people's national policy. Fight for our eternal ideals. Keep holy the old laws, which history has bequeathed to us. May our intellect, our genius, protect and lead us. Signed, the Central Committee of the Israelite International League. Reprinted in 4 Protocols of Sfon, not Tli Protocols of Nilus, London, 1921. For all its absurdity, the Zunder document was a portent. For the idea underlying it, that the Bolshevik Revolution was the result of a Jewish plot and fulfilled the age-old strivings of the Jewish people, was to leave its mark on history. Already at that time, the idea had become an obsession with many of the White Russians. Later, it was to become an article of faith with the Nazis. Within a generation, it was to influence the policy of the German government at home and abroad. It is worth considering what basis, if any, it had in historical fact. Until the last few generations, to be a Jew meant one thing only: to be an adherent of the Jewish religion. For Jews in this sense of the word, the Bolshevik Revolution meant not fulfillment but renewed peril. In the event, religious Jews have been at least as much persecuted in the Soviet Union as have religious Christians. At the very time when the Zunder document was circulating in the White Armies, the Soviet government was converting synagogues into workers' clubs, dissolving Jewish religious, cultural, and philanthropic institutions, and banning all Hebrew books, irrespective of their contents. Bolsheviks of Jewish descent felt not the slightest solidarity with religious Jews. On the contrary, when a deputation of Jews called on Trotsky and asked him to do nothing which could provoke the white soldiery to pogroms, he answered, "Go home to your Jews and tell them I'm not a Jew and don't care about the Jews or what happens to them." Here is a gulf, and an unbridgeable one, which anti-Semitic propagandists have done their best to conceal. There was another reason why the great mass of Russian Jews could not conceivably support the Bolsheviks. They were mostly small shopkeepers and self-employed artisans. As such, though mostly miserably poor, they were from the Leninist point of view class enemies. Although these people were inevitably opposed to the Tsarist regime which persecuted them, they were anything but communist. During the short period when the free expression of political opinion was possible, they emerged mainly as supporters of the bourgeois reformist constitutional Democrats. Under the Soviet regime, they suffered even more than other Russians. In the 1920s, more than a third of the Jewish population was without civil rights, as compared with 5 to 6% of the non-Jewish population. It remains true that Jews, in the sense of persons of Jewish descent, provided a disproportionate part of the leadership, though not of the total membership, of the 2 Marxist parties, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. The reason is not far to seek. These were people who had broken with the traditional Jewish community and abandoned the Jewish religion, but who nevertheless suffered discrimination and persecution under the Tsarist autocracy. And this was sufficient to lead them towards the parties of the left. Moreover, they were mostly former university students, and owing to the numerous clauses, a Jew had to be of quite outstanding ability to get to a university at all. Once they had joined a political party, such people were well qualified to rise to positions of leadership. It is a situation which has been repeated in other countries where Jewish intellectuals have had to cope with anti-Semitism without the support and consolation of religious faith. Such Jews are usually idealists inspired by a vision of a society from which all forms of discrimination are banished. In general, they make poor politicians, and they tend to be ousted soon after a successful revolution. In Russia, JE versus were in fact far more numerous in the L-Finchevik than in the Bolshevik leadership, and these L-Yinchevik leaders were all exiled or imprisoned or executed by the Bolsheviks. As for the Jews among the Bolshevik leaders, they too were almost all shot in the 1930s. Such are the facts. But fantasy does not wait upon facts, and the myth of the Judea communist conspiracy was to prove even more potent than the myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy. The Russian Civil War provided a first indication of its power. Some of the army commanders, such as General Denikin, might themselves be revolted by the propaganda which was being carried on among their troops, but this made no difference. The Black Hundred organizations had formulated their war aim very clearly, and they effectively imposed it on the troops. Kill the Jews, save Russia. The enormous massacres of Jews carried out by the Nazis have overshadowed everything that went before, so that few people now are much aware of the prelude which was acted out in Russia between 1918 and 1920. The number of victims was nevertheless very considerable, over 100,000 killed and an unknown number of wounded and maimed. Many of the accounts given by witnesses of these pogroms are too horrible to bear retelling. The following extracts from a report by the Russian journalist Ivan Derivinsky on the pogrom carried out by a Cossack regiment at Fastov, near Kiev, in September 1919, will suffice to give some idea of what a pogrom was like and how it was set in motion. This is what happened after an unsuccessful attempt by the Bolsheviks to capture the town. In the first 3 days, robbery and murder were perpetrated mainly at night. During the nights, the whole population could hear shooting and desperate cries, now from one direction, now from another. At first, murders were not so frequent, but they became more and more so. By about the third day, Cossacks were already walking about the town, quite openly looking for Jewish houses, and when they found one, doing whatever they liked. They were also stopping Jews in the streets. Sometimes they would simply ask, "A Yid?" and put a bullet through his skull. More often they would search the man, strip him naked, and then shoot him. Many of the killers were drunk. About the second or third day, they began to set fire to Jewish homes. The reason for this was that the pogromщики wanted to destroy the traces of their worst crimes. In one house on the corner of the Torgovy Square, for instance, were 15 corpses, including many young girls who had been killed after being raped. They set that house alight to cover up those crimes. I shall describe the excesses committed, dividing them into their different kinds. Murders. When I was in Fastov, it was not yet possible to establish the number of victims with any certainty. According to the Red Cross, 550 bodies had been buried in the Jewish cemetery, but the total number of dead was thought to be much higher. The general view amongst both Christians and Jews was that between 1,500 and 2,000 Jews had been killed in Fastov. By the time I arrived, all bodies had been removed from the streets and buried, but they were still finding bodies in woods and ditches and in some of the houses. Apart from that, it is agreed that many bodies were burnt when the houses were set on fire. People are still searching for the remains. Near some of the burnt-out houses, there is a strong smell of dead bodies. Unidentifiable bones are often found in the ashes. Many of the victims cannot be traced by their relatives at all and are presumed dead. Behind the house of prayer, many corpses were eaten by pigs and dogs. Woundings. The number of wounded is put at 300 to 400. Some of these wounded die every day. Owing to shortage of personnel, medical aid is very inadequate. The wounded are in the classrooms of the local school. They lie there without bandages and in such a state of overcrowding that one can hardly walk between them. Atrocities. I was told of one case of a man being thrown into the fire alive. A man called Kicksman had his tongue cut out and died after being shot with a dum-dum bullet. Everyone talks of how dum-dum bullets were used, including the medical personnel from the hospital. A man called Markman had both ears cut off. Another member of the same family got 12 slashes with a saber. Another got 8. The corpse of a small girl, 1/1, Polskaya, showed that she had suffered burning while alive. One of the lists of the buried, available from the police clerk, contains the names of 2 6-month-old babies, Avram Slobodsky and Reuven Konik. A man was killed by being cut in two. In front of the synagogue, about 20 Jews were stripped naked and then shot. The same happened to 4 Jews in Vauxhall Street. Very often people were got ready for hanging, in order to make them give up their money, but many were hanged until they were dead. For instance, Moshko Remenik, on a tree in his garden, and a father and his schoolboy son, L.Ir and Boris Zabarsky. These two were experimentally half-hanged first, and the boy was forced to tighten the noose around his father's neck. Rape. Understandably, the names of victims of rape who survived are not available. There were very few of these. I heard only of 2 young girls, who were in some hospital. But according to witnesses, rapes were very numerous. The victims were usually killed afterwards. I was told of rapes committed on very young girls. Arson. Altogether about 200 buildings were burnt down, half of them dwellings. About 1,000 families have been rendered homeless and are sheltering in the synagogue, the school, or simply on the street. To the question, who perpetrated this pogrom, it is possible to give a quite definite answer. The Cossacks of the 2nd Brigade from Tursk. It is commanded by Colonel Belogortsev. I must point out that the victims of the pogrom are convinced that the pogrom was permitted by brigade headquarters. They drew this conclusion from the fact that the officers were at best indifferent and often came out in support of the pogrom, and that individual Cossacks said such things as, "We were ordered to beat the Yids," and "We had leave to have a party for 3 days," and "Nobody is going to punish us for this," and so on. But I must add that some officers of that same brigade tried to stop the pogrom, to defend certain houses, and in general to help the Jews in their plight. Lieutenant Ilyishkin, who was in command of the artillery, persuaded his Cossacks to defend a whole block of buildings. Now as for the causes of the pogrom. Although this was just what interested me most, I could find no real reason for the pogrom at all. One thing only is certain, that there was amongst the Cossacks a general belief, though an entirely vague and baseless one, that Jews sympathized with Bolshevism. Lieutenant Ilyishkin told me that, obviously for purposes of provocation, somebody spread a rumor amongst the Cossacks to the effect that Jews welcomed the Bolsheviks with joy when for a short time they occupied Fastov, and that they fired at the volunteer forces as these withdrew from Fastov. This rumor was not confirmed by any of my many informants. On the contrary, everybody, including people who were very hostile to the Jews, denied absolutely that such things could possibly have happened. At the time when the Bolsheviks penetrated into Fastov, the Jews, like the rest of the inhabitants, hid in the cellars. Derivinsky was sent to Fastov by an organization founded in Kiev in 1919 for collecting data about the pogroms in the Ukraine, later called the Central Archives of Pogrom Materials and located in Berlin. Derivinsky arrived in Fastov on September 17, 1919. The pogrom had taken place on 10 to 13 September. His report is printed in I. B. Schechtman, Pogromy Dobrovolskaya Armii na Ukraine, Berlin, 1932. While these things were happening in Russia, the protocols and the myth of the Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy were penetrating westwards and establishing themselves above all in Germany. Chapter 6. The protocols reached Germany. 1. In the course of the Russian Civil War, the pogromshchiki and the white officers whom they influenced built up a whole corpus of anti-Semitic legends and forgeries. For instance, in September 1919, a monarchist journal at Rostov-on-the-Don printed a forged document which it falsely attributed to the American Secret Service. The purport of the document was that the Bolsheviks had received a subsidy of many millions of dollars from the American Jewish banker Jacob Schiff on behalf of the New York banking house of Cohn, Loeb and Company, and that this had enabled them to carry out their revolution. It is easy to see why Schiff was singled out in this way. During the pogroms of 1905, he really had tried to persuade the United States government to exert itself on behalf of the Russian Jews, and that was something no pogromщик could forgive. But some of the foreign correspondents and members of the military missions with the White Armies took this kind of stuff seriously and helped to channel it to Western Europe. Before long, manager Juin in Paris was blithely reprinting the forgery about Schiff in his edition of the Protocols, while for the Nazis the story was to provide an inexhaustible theme for propaganda. Meanwhile, the Protocols themselves traveled west. Some 20 years after the original French manuscript of the forgery had gone from Paris to Russia, printed copies of the Russian translation came out of Russia in the baggage of white Russian officers. In 1919, typewritten copies in various languages began to circulate among the delegates to the peace conference. They also began to appear on the desks of cabinet ministers and civil servants in London, Paris, Rome, and Washington. The aim of this maneuver was to persuade the governments of the various powers to continue and intensify their intervention in Russia. All kinds of objections could be raised against intervening in a genuine civil war. But what if the conflict in Russia were no civil war, but simply the unfolding of an international Jewish plot to subjugate the Russian people? Crazy as the argument may seem now, it appears to have had some effect on governmental policies. Not that all dealers in the protocols thought in terms of high policy. In the summer and autumn of 1919, a mysterious Lithuanian, a former employee of the Okhrana, called on a Jewish delegation to the peace conference and offered a handover for £10,000, a book which could be exceedingly dangerous to the Jews. Needless to say, no business was done. But the delegation saw the book, and it was a copy of the protocols. And this was no isolated incident. The American Jewish Committee had occasion to report, in its yearbook for 1920, how it had been approached by certain Russians with an offer to destroy, for a handsome consideration, the original manuscript of the protocols. But the time for such private intrigues was drawing to a close. By the end of 1919, the protocols had begun their rise to world fame, thanks to the efforts of a pair of Russian fanatics settled in Berlin, Pyotr Nikolaevich Shabelsky-Bork and Fyodor Viktorovich Vinberg. 1. Shabelsky-Bork was born in the Caucasus in 1893. His father was a rich landowner. His mother was a leading member of the Union of the Russian People, the editor of a Black Hundred periodical in St. Petersburg, and the author of an anti-Semitic and anti-Masonic book called The Satanists of the 20th Century. Shabelsky-Bork himself belonged from an early age to the Union of the Russian People and to another similar organization, the Confraternity of St. Michael the Archangel. He served as an officer in the World War and briefly in the Civil War. In September 1918, he was at Ekaterinburg, claiming that he had been commissioned by certain highly placed persons to inquire into the circumstances attending the murder of the imperial family. He interrogated a number of people there, and must certainly have heard about the Tsaritsa's swastika and her copy of Nilus. Vinberg was a much older man, having been born in 1871 at Kiev, as the son of a general commanding a cavalry division. He himself became an officer and eventually a colonel in the Imperial Guard. He was a member of the Confraternity of St. Michael the Archangel and wrote for Black Hundred periodicals. In 1918, he was arrested for counter-revolutionary activities and imprisoned in the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul in Petrograd. But soon he escaped or was released. He made his way to the Ukraine, where he joined the white propagandists and pogromщики at Kiev. The murder of the Tsaritsa and the discoveries made in her room at Ekaterinburg had a very special significance for him. When he died in France in 1927, the obituary in the Revue Internationale des Sociétés Secrètes noted that the Tsaritsa had been honorary colonel of Vinberg's regiment. He really worshipped her, and all his writings against the Jews and Freemasons are permeated by this cult. Shabelsky-Bork and Vinberg both left Russia at a fairly early stage in the Civil War. When the German troops evacuated the Ukraine after the armistice of November 1918, the German authorities provided a train for any Russian officers wishing to accompany them. Shabelsky-Bork and Vinberg took the opportunity and moved to Germany. It seems that immediately on arrival, in a Germany still in the first throes of defeat and revolution, Vinberg established contact with the man who was to produce the first German translation of the protocols, Ludwig Müller. Müller, who liked to call himself Müller von Hausen and also used the pen name Gottfried zur Beek, was a retired army captain and the editor of a conservative and anti-Semitic monthly, Aufwärtsposten, on outpost duty. Before November was out, this man possessed a copy of the 1911 edition of Nilus's book, The Great and the Small, with the protocols, and he had it either from Vinberg or from some associate of Vinberg's. The contacts between these obscure, half-crazy, half-criminal characters were to have important consequences. Manager Jewin, who did so much to disseminate the protocols in France, considered that Vinberg's activity in Germany was the starting point for the crusade against the Judeo-Masonic peril, and if this was an exaggeration, it had some truth in it. Certainly from that moment, anti-Semitic agitation took on a murderous intensity which was new in Western Europe. In Berlin, Vinberg and Shabelsky-Bork collaborated in producing a yearbook, Luch Sveta, A Ray of Light, the third issue of which, May 1920, contains the complete text of the 1911 edition of Nilus. The other issues are also obsessively concerned with the imaginary Judeo-Masonic Bolshevik conspiracy. And so is Vinberg's book Kresny Put, i.e. Via Dolorosa, which was translated into German. In all these writings, Vinberg insists that, in one way or another, the Jews must be got rid of. Of course, he realizes that this cannot be done in a democracy, but this worries him not at all, for in his view democracy is in any case a monstrous aberration. In fact, it is a devilish device invented by the Jews as a means of securing their domination. Vinberg accordingly demands that the natural leaders of the nations shall once and for all recognize the political incompetence of the masses, turn their backs on democratic politics, seize power and impose their dictatorship on these anthropoid herds. Then the time will be ripe to unite the nations in a common front against the world conspiracy of the Jews. Meanwhile, Vinberg sees one great consolation. Germany is relatively free from the democratic malady. In Germany, the protocols of the elders of Zion circulate freely, and the workers are revising their socialist programs at extra meetings. Lectures on Jewish domination are being given everywhere. And it is Germany's enemies, England and France, that constitute the stronghold of the elders. Already in the 18th century, England, at the behest of the elders, paid such men as Rousseau, Voltaire, and the encyclopedists to undermine France. More recently, she paid Tolstoy and Gorky to undermine Russia. The French Revolution was planned by the elders, and so were the Russian and German revolutions of 1917 to 18. The link connecting the German and Russian revolutions consists in the fact that the two coups d'état were artificially provoked by means of the worldwide network of Judeo-Masonic organizations. In these organizations, low-grade Freemasonry plays the part of a blind weapon of the notorious Alliance Israelite Universelle, that secret council of the elders of the people of Israel. Moreover, not only the revolutions but the World War itself was the work of the elders, operating through British and French foreign policy. The Kaiser and the Tsar did their best to avoid war, but they were no match for the elders. The only remedy now lies in an alliance of the true Germany and the true Russia, meaning a Germany and a Russia under dictatorships of the right. Such an alliance may yet challenge and overthrow the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy and its French and British puppets. There must be a new slogan: Germany and Russia above everything in the world. In this way, comments Vinberg, the two peoples will realize their dream, magnanimous and beneficent, but hitherto unrealizable, of peace in the world. As a political program, Vinberg's utterances cannot be taken seriously. Among the Russian émigrés, only a minority, even of the right-wing extremists, was willing to call on German help to restore the Tsarist regime, while among German right-wingers, only a few, such as Ludendorff, were so unrealistic as to contemplate such a restoration. On the other hand, Vinberg was absolutely right in thinking that the protocols would have a greater appeal in Germany than in any other country. He knew, of course, that ever since the emergence of anti-Semitism as a political force, around 1870, it had been far stronger and more widespread in Germany than in England or France. But this was not all. As soon as it became apparent that Germany was going to lose the war, those who had led the country to disaster hastened to throw the blame upon the Jews, who were held responsible both for the war itself and for Germany's failure to win it. Already in January 1918, the right-wing monthly Deutschland's Erneuerung, Germany's renewal, produced a variation on the rabbi's speech, adapted to the needs of the moment. In 1913, it declared, an international group of Jewish bankers met in Paris and decided that the time had come for high finance to oust kings and emperors and openly impose its authority upon the whole world. What had hitherto been secret control must now become avowed dictatorship. These were the men who had plunged the world into war. They had also seen to it that all Jewish agitators should undermine Germany to such an extent that foreign powers felt free to attack her, in the certain knowledge that war would plunge her into revolution. This idea quickly caught on in right-wing circles. As, during the last desperate months of the war, strikes spread in Germany and Austria, leaflets were distributed stating that American, English, and Russian Jews have raised 1,500,000,000 marks to incite Germans against Germans, brothers against brothers. In August 1918, when the German army was in full retreat on the Western Front, Prince Dr. Otto zu Salm-Horstmer, who in due course was to become a very active sponsor of the protocols, explained that Germany was losing the war because the democratic philosophy was undermining the aristocratic philosophy which was natural to Germans, and this democratic philosophy found its strongest support in the international Jewish race, operating through the Masonic lodges. For good measure, he added that Lenin was a Jew and belonged to a Masonic lodge in Paris, to which Trotsky also belonged. All this the prince said in a formal speech in the upper house of the Prussian Diet. In the very moment of Germany's final defeat, the periodical Aufvorposten was ready with its explanation. The blue and white flag of the Jewish people and the blood-red banner of the Scottish High Grade 1 have won for the present. The thrones of the Romanovs, the Habsburgs and Hohenzollerns are deserted, and Germany groans under the tyranny of the workers' and soldiers' councils. And early in 1919, as the German population tasted the full bitterness of defeat, whole books began to appear in which the war and its outcome were explained in this way. Two particularly influential works were Judas Schuldbuch, Eine Deutsche Abrechnung, Accounts to be settled by Germany with the Jews, which appeared over the pseudonym Wilhelm Meister, and Weltfreimaurerie, Weltrevolution, Weltrepublik, Eine Untersuchung über Ursprung und Ziel des Weltkrieges, World Freemasonry, World Revolution, World Republic, an investigation into the origin and final aims of the World Elvar, by Dr. F. Wichtel, both of them published in L/Unich, where Adolf Hitler was just beginning his political career. Their object is stated with remarkable naivete by Wichtel himself, to convince the reader that it is not we Germans who are to blame for all the horrible bloodshed, but the Judeo-1/Phasonic world conspiracy, the invisible master of all peoples and states. Point 2. It is of course taken for granted that Russia is firmly in the hands of that power, but the British Empire is no less so. Englishmen and Jews together plotted the war as a means to world domination. The Entente was organized by Jews from their stronghold in the city of London, and so of course was the pacifist propaganda that undermined Germany. And if Trotsky is the agent both of Jewish high finance and of the rabbinate, the Jewish monarch who was about to be established as world ruler is none other than King George V. A country where such stuff could enjoy big sales, between them these two books sold some 50,000 copies within a year, was indeed ready for the protocols. But the protocols hung fire. It had been intended to publish them simultaneously in Germany and in Britain, with appropriately varied commentaries, only it proved no easy matter to find them a British publisher. Publication in Germany was accordingly delayed until the beginning of 1920, but meanwhile there were many hints of joys to come. In April 1919, old Theodor Fritsch, the Nestor of German anti-Semitism, printed in his Hammer a prophecy which a Jewish revolutionary was supposed to have made in Paris in 1895, i.e. about the time of origin of the protocols. In about 30 years Germany will be involved in a great war, which it will be bound to lose. Then on the ruins of the German Empire we shall build our empire, as Jehovah promised us, with a second Solomon as king. Fritsch, one feels, must have been reading a copy of the protocols. Soon he was to produce an edition of them, at great profit to himself. Also in April 1919 Winberg and Luch Sveda talked of a German edition as being imminent, and in the same month Aufvorposten carried an advertisement, which remains a most significant document. In Germany the reports of the Elders of Zion were known before the war only in Jewish and Masonic circles. World history would certainly have followed another course if the princes of Europe had known the secrets of the Elders of Zion early enough and had drawn the right conclusions from them. In view of the softness shown by the peoples of Central Europe, and particularly by the Germans, in their handling of the Jewish question, any revelation of Jewish aims would probably have been rejected before the war with an incredulous smile. Even during the World War, only a few realized that there must exist some great plan for the destruction of Germany. Those who were initiated knew that the Freemasons and Jews had prepared this plan decades in advance, for the purpose of overthrowing the princely houses of Europe and then launching a struggle against the Church. Let an impartial tribunal examine who is to blame for the war. We summon the leaders of international Freemasonry, the Jewish World Alliances, and all the chief rabbis to appear before it. This much at least was true. People who before the war would have laughed the protocols to scorn were ready to take them seriously now. The development which had taken place in Russia after the October Revolution was about to be repeated, on an infinitely vaster scale, in Germany. Once more defeated and ruined men were to invoke this ridiculous fake to explain their misfortunes and excuse their failures. Above all, a handful of political adventurers were to use it as a device for capturing influence, privilege, and power. And in this some of them were to succeed far beyond the dreams of any Black Hundred pogromщик. A good deal is known about the promotion of the first German edition of the Protocols. The book was published in mid-January 1920 under the title Die Geheimnis der Weisen von Zion, The Secrets of the Elders of Zion. The publisher was the same organization as published Aufvorposten, the Verband gegen Überhebung des Judentums, Association Against the Presumption of the Jews, which had been founded in 1912 or 1913 for the purpose of enlightening the spiritual, social, and economic elite of the people. The editor was the founder of that organization, the same Ludwig Müller, alias Müller von Hausen, alias Gottfried Zurbeek, to whom the copy of Nilus had been passed in November 1918. Though the book quickly became a bestseller, it started by being heavily subsidized, and we know from what quarters. The upper house of the Prussian Diet might have been abolished under the new constitution, but its conservative wing still functioned as an entity, notably by subscribing funds to various organizations which aimed at discrediting the Republic and restoring the monarchy. Prince Dr. Otto zu Salm-Horstmer raised money for the protocols from this source. It seems certain, moreover, that members of the deposed Hohenzollern family also contributed. At any rate, when this charge was brought, the usually vociferous Aufvorposten remained prudently silent. The Hohenzollerns certainly had cause to be pleased with the book. It carried a dedication to the princes of Europe and a portrait of their illustrious ancestor, the Great Elector, with the motto, L/IE an avenger arise some day from our bones. No wonder Prince Joachim Albrecht of Prussia made a practice of handing out copies of the book to the staff of the hotels and restaurants he frequented. As for the exiled Kaiser, when Lady Nora Bentinck visited him in the summer of 1921, she found him utterly convinced that his fall was due to the elders. To Germany's great war hero, General Ludendorff, the protocols also came as a revelation, and one which he refused to reject even after the times had proved its spuriousness. The supreme government of the Jewish people, he wrote in 1922, was working hand in hand with France and England. Perhaps it was leading them both. And he reflected, several publications have recently appeared which throw more light on the position of the Jewish people. The German people, but also the other peoples of the earth, have every reason to make a thorough study of the historical development of the Jewish people, its organizations, its methods of fighting, and its plans. One suspects that in many instances we shall arrive at another version of world history. Ludendorff's need for a scapegoat was of course great, for by recommending the most ruthless submarine warfare, he had done as much as anyone to bring the United States into the war against Germany. If Ludendorff and the Kaiser were perhaps genuinely deceived, the professional politician Count Ernst zu Reventlow knew perfectly well what he was doing. This Prussian aristocrat, who was a leading member of the Völkisch Bloc in the Reichstag and was in due course to become a Nazi, was wholly committed to propagating the protocols. He did so in Aufvorposten, in his own newspaper Der Reichswort, the Guardian of the Reich, and also in newspapers with mass circulations, such as the Deutsches Tageblatt. And when the Times produced its revelation, he defended the authenticity of the protocols more vigorously than ever. The revelations of the Times, he wrote, cannot touch, let alone destroy, the genuineness of the protocols. On the contrary, these revelations throw a most interesting and valuable light on Jewish maneuvers. Let people in Germany draw the practical conclusion and see to it that the book, which is already widely distributed, is distributed as widely as ever possible. Thus Count Reventlow, who, as we shall see, believed not a word of it. Amid the chorus of praise, the voice of the Association Against the Presumption of the Jews sounded loud and clear. These enterprising publishers did not talk merely of politics, of such things as wars and revolutions. In their publicity, as later in Nazi propaganda, the unmasking of the Judeo-1/Iasonic conspiracy is presented as a turning point in the spiritual history of mankind. According to Aufvorposten, the new book revealed a plot to destroy Christianity and other forms of belief in God, and to establish the L/Mosaic Talmudic faith as the religion for the world. The great struggle, which far-sighted men foretold decades ago, has now begun. If the civilized peoples of Europe do not now rouse themselves for the struggle against the common enemy, our civilization will be destroyed by the same disruptive fungus as was the civilization of antiquity 2,000 years ago. A few days ago, a Berlin professor told us that this book will surely bring salvation to our people, and a South German scholar wrote to say that no book has ever provoked such a revolution in people's worldview as does the work of Gottfried Zurbeek. Not since the invention of printing, nay, since the discovery of the alphabet. From all levels of the German population, from the courts of princes to the workers' cottages, there come to us messages of rejoicing and approval that at last a brave man has solved the question on which the destiny of the German people depends. Publishers' blurbs admittedly tend to exaggerate, but the popular reception accorded to the Miller von Hausen, or Gottfried Zurbeek, edition of the Protocols really was extraordinary. It was reprinted twice within a month of publication and another 3 times before the end of 1920. Sales quickly reached 120,000 copies. And the book certainly did much to foster the Nazi madness already under the democratic and liberal regime of the Weimar Republic. This, for instance, is what a Jewish observer found in the early 1920s. In Berlin, I attended several meetings which were entirely devoted to the Protocols. The speaker was usually a professor, a teacher, an editor, a lawyer, or someone of that kind. The audience consisted of members of the educated class, civil servants, tradesmen, former officers, ladies, above all students of all faculties and years of seniority. Passions were whipped up to boiling point. There, in front of one, in the flesh, was the cause of all ills, those who had made the war and brought about the defeat and engineered the revolution, those who had conjured up all our suffering. This enemy was quite close by, he could be caught by our hands, and yet he was the enemy who slunk about in the darkness. One shuddered to think what secret designs he was harboring. I observed the students. A few hours earlier they had perhaps been exerting all their mental energy in a seminar under the guidance of a world-famous scholar, in an effort to solve some legal or philosophical or mathematical problem. Now young blood was boiling, eyes flashed, fists clenched, hoarse voices roared applause or vengeance. Sometimes a speech from the floor was permitted. Whoever dared to express a slight doubt was shouted down, often insulted and threatened. If I had been recognized as a Jew, I doubt whether I would have got away without physical injury. But German scholarship allowed belief in the genuineness of the Protocols and in the existence of a Jewish world conspiracy to penetrate ever more deeply into all the educated sections of the German population, so that now it is simply ineradicable. Here and there a serious Christian newspaper expressed slight doubts, raised mild and timid objections, but that was all. None of the great German scholars, save for the late lamented Strack, rose to unmask the forgery. This account is confirmed by others from the same period, and all agree that the Protocols were predominantly a middle-class preoccupation. The social democratic newspapers were staunch in denouncing them, whereas the bulk of the bourgeois press remained at best non-committal. And the most zealous students of the Protocols were to be found not among the industrial workers, whether skilled or unskilled, but in the professional classes. Former officers were particularly addicted to them, but they also circulated in institutes of technology, often with the approval of the staff, and helped to form the outlook of students who later occupied positions at all levels of industry, including the highest. Incidentally, Techo, the murderer of Rathenau, had been through an institute of technology. No doubt the most enthusiastic believers were those who subscribed to the racialist and folkish outlook, at which we shall be glancing later. But on the other hand, even the most orthodox Protestantism was no sure protection. Anti-Semitic propagandists began to put it about that the authenticity of the Protocols was guaranteed by the British Museum, on the grounds that a copy of Neluse's book is to be found in the Great Library, and that was enough to convince even the most staid and respectable journals of the Lutheran Church. The appetite of this wide, mainly middle-class public might fluctuate, but it never died away. By the time Hitler came to power in 1933, 33 editions of Zurbeek's translation had been published. Meanwhile, a popular edition had been issued by the publishing house Der Hammer at Leipzig, over the name of Theodor Fritsch, and by 1933 this had sold nearly 100,000 copies. Moreover, these editions were accompanied by a stream of works elaborating and justifying the Protocols. The German translation of the book on the subject, sponsored by Henry Ford, the international Jew, ran through 6 editions between 1920 and 1922. By 1923, the official philosopher of the Nazi Party, Alfred Rosenberg, produced a volume entitled Die Protokoll der Weisen von Zion und die Jüdische Weltpolitik, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and Jewish World Policy, and this too ran through 3 editions within a year. Already in the 1920s, then, Germany must have contained hundreds of thousands of copies of the protocols and of commentaries on them. All this was part of an anti-Semitic propaganda drive which was far more intensive than anything known before the war. Within a year of the armistice, there existed 6 organizations dedicated to disseminating such propaganda, 2 in Berlin, 3 in Hamburg, 1 in Leipzig, and at least a dozen newspapers and periodicals. This at a time when Hitler and his future party had not even begun to emerge from obscurity. Thanks to these organizations and journals, the protocols did not stand alone but were constantly reinforced by other forgeries and fables concerning the Judeo-Masonic Communist world conspiracy. Already in 1919, there appeared 2 editions of the rabbi's speech, apart from the variants on it, contained in the book of Wilhelm Meister. The Zunder document, after playing its part in provoking pogroms in Russia, penetrated into Germany. It appeared in the newspaper of the Russian right-wingers, Priziv, the Call, in February 1920, and was at once translated and republished by Aufvorposten and similar journals. In the same month, that ancient work, Osman Bey's World Conquest by the Jews, was reprinted. And another rich mine was provided by the long introduction and postscript with which Müller von Hausen ornamented his edition of the Protocols. Even to one hardened by much wandering in these territories, it comes as something of a shock to realize just what is contained in this book, which was taken seriously by innumerable professors and schoolmasters, businessmen and industrialists, army officers and civil servants. For even the protocols are less bizarre than the editorial appendages. These include, for instance, the cartoon The Kaiser's Dream, first published in the English Weekly Truth in 1890. This satirical comment on the Kaiser's ambitions and their probable consequences is interpreted as a Judeo-Masonic production revealing the secret plan to overthrow the European monarchies. After all, was not the editor of Truth, Henry Labouchere, a Freemason, and what is more, a member of the Reform Club? Equally remarkable is a fantasy which Müller von Hausen lifted from Priziv. A black mass had just been celebrated in the Kremlin, where Trotsky and his associates prayed to Satan for help in defeating their enemies. This sacrilegious affair was revealed by a guard, who was thereupon murdered on Trotsky's orders. This stuff, and much more of the same quality, became the stock in trade of anti-Semitic propagandists. The apex of absurdity was reached in a fabrication called Die Siegreiche Weltanschauung, Neo-Machiavellismus, und wir Juden, the victorious worldview, Neo-Machiavellianism, and we Jews, which was published within a few weeks of the protocols over the unbelievable name of Dr. Siegfried Pinthatal. In this pamphlet, the author, who is supposed to be a Jew, publicly rejoices over the success of the plan outlined in the protocols, presumably forgetting that the plan itself was supposed to be secret. It did not take long to trace the careless Pinthatal. Just at that time, the newspaper Deutsche Zeitung, which was the organ of the German National People's Party, formerly the Conservatives, was publishing a serial novelette with a Jewish villain called Pinthatal, and novelette and forgery were in fact by the same person, a well-known anti-Semite called Hans Schliepmann. But this did not prevent the same newspaper from expressing its horror at the revelations of the imaginary Pinthatal. His book, it exclaimed, makes one's blood freeze in one's veins. And it formulated an urgent demand. A united Christian phalanx must be formed against the fearful dangers which threaten not only the churches but the whole German people from the direction of the Jews. It is necessary to speak frankly, if we are not to perish miserably. The people can be pulled from the morass only by an energetic struggle against the poisoners of the people. Only so can we extricate ourselves from their deadly clutch. Nobody was more vocal on the subject of Pinthatal than that indefatigable propagator of the protocols, Count Ernst zu Reventlow. In May 1920, he devoted whole articles in the Deutsche Zeitung to arguing that the authenticity of the protocols was proved beyond all doubt by Pinthatal and the Zunder document. And he did this without himself believing it for a moment. Although one knows that a great deal of anti-Semitic propaganda consists of deliberate lying, it is rare to find one of the liars admitting as much in writing. Reventlow provides one of the exceptions. In 1940, one of the propaganda offices of the Third Reich thought of resuscitating Pinthatal and addressed an inquiry to Reventlow, who was still a member of the Reichstag. The Frauenwald collection at the Wiener Library contains his reply. When I read the pamphlet by Pinthatal, I was clear that it was a pretty clumsy hoax. Nevertheless, in public I called it genuine, because this seemed to me to answer the purpose best at that time. Heil Hitler! And we know the purpose for which Reventlow did this particular piece of lying. The elections for the first Republican Reichstag were due in June 1920. To present the new republic as a creation of the elders of Zion was one way of winning votes for the anti-democratic right. 2. The protocols did much to provoke two political assassinations which occurred in Berlin in 1922. On his arrival in Berlin, Schabelsky Bork, the friend and collaborator of Winberg and a very active propagator of the protocols, founded an organization modeled on the Black Hundreds and trained in terrorism. Its major undertaking was carried out on March 28, 1922. A meeting of Russian émigrés was being held in the Berlin Philharmonia in aid of the victims of famine in the Soviet Union. The chairman of the meeting was Pavel Nikolaevich Milyukov, the eminent historian and the leader of the Constitutional Democrats, Cadets. Milyukov had himself had to flee from Russia to escape being imprisoned or executed by the Bolsheviks. Indeed, just like Winberg and Schabelsky Bork, he had had to attach himself to the German troops withdrawing from the Ukraine. That did not prevent these fanatics from planning his assassination. Schabelsky Bork and his band suddenly burst into the Philharmonia and opened fire on the platform, missing Milyukov, who threw himself on his face, but killing Vladimir Nabokov, the father of the novelist. For this murder, Schabelsky Bork was sentenced to 14 years hard labor. He was released long before his term was up, and when the Nazis came to power, he received a regular pension from Rosenberg's office and, already in 1933, was allowed to collaborate in founding a Russian Nazi movement. It was an appropriate reward, for in trying to kill Milyukov, Schabelsky Bork was acting according to the doctrine of his master Winberg, who indeed was also implicated in the murder and had to leave Germany as a result. And Winberg saw in Milyukov the secret, but entirely conscious, agent of the Bolsheviks, who were themselves agents of the elders of Zion. This affair was followed within a few months by an assassination, this time by right-wing Germans, which echoed through Europe. In June 1922, a handful of young fanatics murdered Walther Rathenau, the German Minister for Foreign Affairs. And they did so in the conviction not simply that he was acting for the elders, but that he himself was one of the elders. Rathenau was a man of extraordinary abilities, who made his mark in the applied sciences, in engineering, in philosophy, in political and economic theory, in addition to being one of Germany's greatest industrialists, an outstanding administrator, a remarkable foreign minister. His services to Germany were great. At the very beginning of the war, he recognized the mortal threat represented by the British blockade. To counter it, he built up, in an amazingly short time, a huge organization for administering raw materials, and which did in fact enable Germany to hold out with raw materials right through the war. After the war, he worked tirelessly to overcome Germany's isolation and to secure a lightening of the burden of reparations. At the same time, he strove to unite the nations of Europe, still bitterly divided by the experience of the war, in a collective effort at reconstruction. In April 1922, as foreign minister, he signed the Rapallo Treaty with the Soviet Union, by which both sides renounced all claims arising from the war. Rathenau was a fervent patriot, but his patriotism was that of a civilized and liberal European and had nothing to do with chauvinism. Also, he was a Jew. Right-wing fanatics accordingly viewed him with a hatred which became more and more intense as his political status increased. By 1921, the press of the Völkisch Bloc and of the Young Nazi Party was representing this great idealist as a satanic being. "You spread around you hellish justice, hellish practices, hellish morality," wrote the Deutsche Völkisch Blätter, while the Nazi Völkischer Beobachter complained. "How long before we have a Walter I of the dynasty of Abraham, Joseph, Rathenau? The day is coming when the wheel of world history will be put into reverse, to roll over many a corpse of the great financier and his accomplices." At the same time, Theodor Fritsch and the Hammer presented Rathenau as the man behind Bolshevism even inside Russia. In 1922, the attacks became more scurrilous still. It was said that in instituting the control of raw materials during the war, Rathenau had deliberately organized the starvation of the German people. As for his appointment as foreign minister, that had been secured by presenting the chancellor with an ultimatum threatening to sacrifice the German people to Jewish world power. And 4 months before, assassination speeches were being made calling in effect for just such a deed. In this campaign, the protocols were of course invoked constantly, But that was not all. Two particular stories were put about which linked Rathenau peculiarly closely with the elders of Zion. One of these was a weird invention which Müller von Hausen put into his edition of the Protocols. Emil Rathenau, the father of the statesman, had once bought and largely reconstructed a house in Berlin, and one of the additions he made was a frieze running round the outside of the building. In reality, this frieze consisted of masks with floral decorations, repeated 66 times. To the hallucinated gaze of the editor of the Protocols, however, it represented 66 crowned heads, cut off and resting on 66 dishes for receiving sacrificial blood. And who could doubt that in this design the secret of the German and Russian revolutions was symbolically expressed? Had not Emil Rathenau been one of the Kaiser's most trusted counselors? How often, lamented Müller, may our unsuspecting emperor have crossed the threshold of this house, little suspecting what kindly wishes for the future of the House of Hohenzollern were cherished by the man whom he called his friend? Hiller von Hausen seems to have borrowed the idea from a pamphlet called Versailles Visions, published in 1919. The author was a dismissed schoolteacher called Liesner, who under the pseudonym of Eligard Ellerbeck preached a peculiar mixture of occultism, astrology, and sun religion, and who incidentally was taken seriously not only by Alfred Rosenberg, but also in certain quite respectable conservative circles. Like father, like son. Years earlier, Walther Rathenau had written a sentence which was to have a long and inglorious history. In the Neue Freie Presse for Christmas Day, 1909, there appeared an article by him which was reprinted in his book Zur Kritik der Zeit, A Critique of the Age, in 1922. It dealt with economic affairs and contained the following observation: 300 men, all of whom know one another, guide the economic destinies of the continent and seek their successors among their followers. There is no mention whatsoever of Jews, and the context shows what Rathenau intended, which was to deplore the fact that at that time the leading positions in finance and industry were largely the preserve of a hereditary oligarchy. It seems to have been Ludendorff who first suggested that the 300 men were in fact the secret Jewish government. The suggestion was snatched up by the professional anti-Semites, and they were quick to draw the obvious conclusion. If Rathenau knew the number of the elders, that could only mean that he was one of them. Nothing more was required to complete the transformation of the foreign minister into a supercriminal. The name of the main culprit for the enslavement of our economy is Rathenau, wrote one right-wing journal. Dominion over the productive labor of all the peoples of the earth is passing more and more into the hands of those 800 men who, according to an unnoticed remark of Rathenau's, guide the history of the world, all know one another, and of whom he is one. Many innocent contemporaries still do not recognize the preconcerted operations of these 800 men, who almost without exception belong to the Jewish race. Alfred Rosenberg, in his pamphlet Plague in Russia, stated that Rathenau and his like were long since ripe for prison and gallows. Count zu Reventlow lamented that such a man should still be alive and in excellent health, and his article was reprinted in many newspapers a fortnight before the murder. Rathenau had frequently been threatened with assassination, but had always refused police protection. He was murdered as he was taking his usual drive from his house to the foreign ministry on the morning of June 24, 1922. The killers were quite young men who belonged to various groups of the extreme right, such as the Deutschvölkischer Schutz und Trutzbund, Defensive and Offensive Alliance, and the Ehrhardt Naval Brigade. Several of them had taken part in the first attempt by the right to overthrow the Republic, the Kapp Putsch of 1920. They were grouped in an organization known as Organisation Konzil, which, like the Young Nazi Party, was based on Munich. This body was dedicated to terrorism. And Shoot Down Walther Rathenau, the Gottescursed Jewish Sow, is a fair sample of the kind of thing these young people sang about the streets. The imagination of the assassins was steeped in the protocols and the lore which had gathered around them. The man who planned the murder, Willy Gunther, admitted this quite frankly during his preliminary interrogation. The reason why Rathenau had to be killed, he said, was that according to Ludendorff he was the one man in Germany who knew the membership of the secret Jewish government, which had caused the war. The same picture emerged at the trial at Leipzig, in October 1922, of the driver of the car from which Rathenau was shot. Of the two who had done the actual killing, one was shot by the police and another shot himself to avoid capture. The account given by one of the plotters, Ernst von Salomon, in Die Geigketten, Berlin 1935, makes no mention of the protocols or the secret Jewish government, and in his famous post-war book Der Fragebogen von Ernst von Salomon, Hamburg 1951, he even denies that Rathenau's Jewishness had anything to do with the murder. But even if some of those involved saw the assassination in other terms, Techo's evidence stands. This is how the accused, Ernst Techo, described the plot as it had been propounded by its originator, the dead Erwin Cohn. Cohn said that he proposed to murder Minister Rathenau, and that I must bind myself to help him, whether I wanted to or not. Otherwise, he would be prepared to carry the job out alone, and that it was all one to him what the consequences might be. At the same time, he gave various reasons which in his opinion were decisive, although that was not my view. He said that Rathenau had very close and intimate relations with Bolshevik Russia, so that he had even married off his sister with the communist Radek. To end with, he said that Rathenau had himself confessed and boasted that he was one of the 300 elders of Zion, whose purpose and aim was to bring the whole world under Jewish influence, as the example of Bolshevist Russia already showed, where at first all factories, etc., were made public property, then at the suggestion and command of the Jew Lenin, Jewish capital was brought in from abroad to bring the factories into operation again, and so in this way the whole of Russian national property was now in Jewish hands. The president of the court: you say that Rathenau had close relations with the Bolshevist Radek, so that he even married his sister off to him. Techo: that is supposed to be the fact. I don't know. President: to my knowledge, Rathenau has only one sister, who is married to a Dr. Andrea in Berlin. Techo: I don't know. President: how could this great industrialist come to have such relations with the Russian refugee and communist Radek? Does it seem likely to you? Techo: no, it was simply a conjecture, which Cohn gave as if it was a fact. So I had to suppose it was right. President: to continue. Rathenau is supposed to have confessed that he was himself one of the 300 elders of Zion. The 300 elders of Zion come from a pamphlet. Have you read it? Techo: yes. On the eve of the trial, a packet of poisoned chocolates had been sent to one of the accused, Willy Gunther, in prison. The public prosecutor, in the statement which he issued, made it clear why: for fear lest those who stood behind the murderers of Foreign Minister Rathenau would be betrayed by the evidence which Gunther would be giving at the trial. How far these people can be identified with the leaders of the young Nazi party remains uncertain, but we know what Goebbels wrote to Techo while the latter was serving his sentence of hard labor. The nationalist camp stands by you without any reservations whatsoever. This too shows the difference between true nationalists and bourgeois patriots, who only stand by a man when it is safe to do so, and it does not offend against the canons of bourgeois propriety. And again, I want to shake your hand. It is an inner need for me, and, as it is not permitted for me to acknowledge your deed, I want to join you and your comrades as a man, as a German, as a young, conscious activist who believes in Germany's resurrection, in spite of everything. Certainly the assassination of Rathenau as an elder of Zion foreshadowed the lunatic era when the protocols would be proclaimed as ultimate truth by the government of a great European nation. Certain words spoken by the judge in his summing up were to take on, retrospectively, a depth of meaning which few would have attributed to them in 1922. Behind the murderers and their accomplices, the chief culprit, irresponsible, fanatical anti-Semitism, lifts its face, distorted with hatred, anti-Semitism, which reviles the Jew as such, irrespective of the individual, with all those means of calumny of which that vulgar libel, the protocols of the elders of Zion, is an example. And in this way sows in confused and immature minds the urge to murder. May the sacrificial death of Rathenau, who well knew to what dangers he was exposing himself when he took up his office, may the insight which this trial has brought concerning the consequences of unscrupulous incitement serve to purify the infected air of Germany and to lead Germany, now sinking in mortal sickness in this moral barbarism, towards its cure. The assassination did indeed act for a time as a salutary shock. A law was introduced for the protection of the Republic, and under its provisions various obscure publicists were prosecuted for continuing to assert that Rathenau had been an elder of Zion. The defensive and offensive alliance was banned. Ludendorff took fright and in an article in a London newspaper accused the communists of the murder. Müller von Hausen, for his part, tried at first to justify the murder by repeating the story of the Fries, but he quickly withdrew it when he was sued by Rathenau's mother. And then, from 1924 onwards, the situation in Germany began to change in such a way that even the most fanatical could hardly say just what harm the elders were doing. A new and more moderate reparations agreement was negotiated. Allied troops withdrew from German territory, and in 1926 Germany was received by unanimous vote into the League of Nations. As a result, the wave of right-wing extremism ebbed all over Germany. It was a bad time for the protocols, but it was not to last. Chapter 7. The Protocols Circle the World. 1. The enthusiasm which greeted the protocols in Germany was unique, but that does not mean they were ignored elsewhere. Even in Britain, where anti-Semitism had never in modern times taken the virulent form familiar on the continent, and in the United States, where up to that time it had played very little part at all, the forgery attracted serious interest in quarters which might have been expected to know better. Indeed, the translations and commentaries which appeared in these two countries in the course of 1920 did a great deal to spread knowledge of the protocols throughout the world, partly, of course, because they were in English, but partly also because of the distinguished names with which they became associated. In Britain, there had been talk of a Jewish world conspiracy for a couple of years before the protocols appeared. As in Germany, this was conceived as a Jewish Bolshevist affair, but whereas in Germany the Entente was also thought of as allied with the Jews, here the third party to the conspiracy was, of course, Germany. An early formulation of this odd theory is contained in a book published in 1918, before the end of the war, and entitled England Under the Heel of the Jew. Ironically enough, the bulk of this book consists of translated extracts from the German sociologist Werner Sombart, but that does not prevent the original parts from being as anti-German as they are anti-Jewish and anti-Bolshevik. The anonymous author had discovered that the name Ashkenazim, which embraces the great majority of European Jews, is a Hebrew word for Germans, but had overlooked the fact that anything up to 6 centuries had elapsed since the ancestors of most of these Jews left Germany. The nightmare which this thought inspired seems already to belong to the world of the protocols. Finance has become international, and international finance is Jewish finance, and Jewish finance is German finance. These two, become one, are penetrating the veins of all the nations of the earth, poisoning their lifeblood and sapping the life out of them. When once the Ashkenazi-German alliance was cemented and organized throughout the world, the Kaiser could laugh at his enemies, for he had his allies planted in all their banks, all their brothels, all their businesses, all their stock exchanges, all their socialist organizations, all their newspapers, all their council chambers and war cabinets, in many of their lawyers' secret closets, and on their judicial benches. When England declared war against him, he was disappointed, but he was not unprepared. He knew he could get a horde of Ashkenazi white slavers with their slaves planted on English soil as Belgian refugees, all ready to spread vice and disease among troops and civilians. He had thousands of agents of Rasputinism to carry on his usual work among our rulers and legislators. He knew he could keep in our country tens of thousands of Ashkenazi Bolsheviks to eat English bread, steal English trade, and pollute English life. There is no weapon that the Ashkenazi Hun finds too low for his handling or too small for his consideration. The same approach, Rasputineries and all, as have proved the downfall of Russia, are in intense operation in our islands. Yet, wily though the Kaiser may be, the author believes him to be less the master of the Jews than their slave. For, the magic powers of money as wielded by the lords of lucre are powers of black magic at its blackest. This was no voice crying in the wilderness, for soon belief in a German-Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy became widespread, and by no means only among the semi-literate. Early in 1919, the British ambassador in Copenhagen, Lord Kilmarnock, reported to the Foreign Secretary, Lord Curzon, that the Bolsheviks were said to comprise chiefly Jews and Germans, who, being active and enterprising, were able to tyrannize the dreamy Russians. More remarkable still, the Foreign Office saw fit to publish in an official report the following observations by a naval chaplain recently returned from Russia. Bolshevism originated in German propaganda and was, and is being, carried out by international Jews. Its aims are to buy up all nationalized banks and to open up everywhere branches of German government banks, and also to preach the doctrine of the socialistic form of managing enterprises amongst the working classes, to encourage their efforts to seize such enterprises and then by means of bankruptcies to get them into German hands, while at the same time spreading amongst the masses such views and teachings as may at any time be dictated from Berlin. And of course this benefits the Jews. All business became paralyzed, shops were closed, Jews became possessors of most of the business houses. The press could hardly be expected to be more cautious than the Foreign Office. By the end of 1919, even the correspondence columns of the Times were open to a passionate debate as to whether the horrors through which Russia was passing could or could not be interpreted as acts of Jewish vengeance. It was a question on which the newspaper's special correspondent in Russia, Robert Wilton, had no doubts at all. Wilton was an Englishman who had been brought up in Russia and who had identified himself completely with the extreme right wing. In his book The Last Days of the Romanovs, published in 1920, he declared that the Bolsheviks were simply Jewish agents of the Germans and the revolution nothing but a Jewish-German invasion of Russia. Had not the imperial family been murdered by Magyar Germans, acting on instructions from Jews, who in turn were acting on instructions from the Red Kaiser of Germany? And had not a monument been erected in Moscow to that well-known Jewish hero, Judas Iscariot? Such was the source on which the most authoritative of British newspapers chiefly depended for its understanding of the Russian Revolution. Meanwhile, the Protocols was being put into circulation, with the object in the first instance of persuading the government to persevere with its policy of intervention in Russia. It is incredible, wrote an observer in 1920, but it is nevertheless a fact that these crazy forgeries have played a part behind the scenes in the international combinations for assisting the anti-Bolshevist reaction in Russia, which has filled so much of the public mind during the last 2 years, and which have cost this country close on £100 million. Russian intelligence officers, armed with doctored typewritten translations of the Nilus Protocols, with the anti-British passages carefully expunged, were sent to London, where they circulated this precious literature confidentially among cabinet ministers, heads of public departments, and persons of influence in society and journalism. That this campaign was not fruitless is attested by many curious facts. The campaign culminated in the publication of an anonymous English translation of the Protocols, with the title The Jewish Peril. This took place in January or February 1920, to coincide with the appearance of the first German translation. The book bore the imprint of Eyre and Spottiswoode Ltd., and this was in itself a great triumph. Eyre and Spottiswoode, the publishers of the authorized version of the Bible and of the Prayer Book, carry the title of His, or Her, Majesty's printers, and this enabled anti-Semites all over the continent to proclaim, probably with more malevolence than ignorance, that the Protocols had been published with the authority of His Majesty's government. It seems that this edition of the Protocols was printed to private commission and therefore bears the imprint of the printers, Eyre and Spottiswoode Ltd., instead of a publisher's imprint. The firm of Eyre and Spottiswoode Publishers, Ltd. was not founded until April 1929. The same circles were delighted by the reaction of the Times, which on May 8 devoted a long article to the book. On the matter of authenticity, the Times remained non-committal, but it did note that nobody had yet shown the Protocols to be spurious. Here was a work published in 1905, which foretold in an uncanny way the situation of the world, and particularly of Russia, in 1920. An impartial investigation was necessary, for without it how could such a work fail to arouse the worst suspicions? A somber paragraph reveals what suspicions were already afflicting the Times itself. What are these Protocols? Are they authentic? If so, what malevolent assembly concocted these plans and gloated over their exposition? Are they a forgery? If so, whence comes the uncanny note of prophecy in parts fulfilled, in parts far gone in the way of fulfillment? Have we been struggling these tragic years to blow up and extirpate the secret organization of German world dominion, only to find beneath it another, more dangerous because more secret? Have we, by straining every fiber of our national body, escaped a Pax Germanica only to fall into a Pax Judrica? The elders of Zion, as represented in their Protocols, are by no means kinder taskmasters than William II and his henchmen would have been. The Times was not the only responsible journal to express grave perturbation. The following week, The Spectator devoted not only a long review but also an editorial to the Jewish peril, and though it did not altogether exclude the possibility of forgery, it had little doubt that the protocols were a genuine document of Jewish origin. And what a document! Anyone who has spent long hours trying to make some sense of their non-Zur SE can only feel baffled to read, in what was one of the most sophisticated of British weeklies, that the protocols are of very great ability, brilliant in their moral perversity and intellectual depravity, and indeed, one of the most remarkable productions of their kind. Yet in the first months after the publication of the protocols there were hesitations and misgivings. Both the Times and the Spectator were inclined to acquit the majority of Jews of collaborating with the horrible elders of Zion. And both published letters, not all of them from Jews, arguing against the genuineness of the protocols. The right-wing newspaper The Morning Post, on the other hand, showed no such restraint. Just as the Times was influenced by its correspondent in Russia, Robert Wilton, so the Morning Post accepted everything it was told by its correspondent in Russia, Victor Marsden. Like Wilton, Marsden was an Englishman who had lived many years in Russia and had adopted, with passion, the outlook of Russian right-wingers. And if Wilton could by imagination conjure up a Soviet monument to Judas Iscariot, Marsden went further and produced a new translation of the protocols. It is still on sale in London today. It is not therefore surprising that in the summer of 1920 the Morning Post should have published a series of 18 articles expounding the full myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy, with of course due reference to the protocols. If the productions of Wichtel and Wilhelm Meister reflect the resentment of German ultranationalists when confronted with defeat and revolution, these articles reflect the resentment of British ultranationalists at the stirrings of independence among the colonial peoples of the empire. And just like Alfred Posen, the Morning Post recognizes quite clearly that tales which before the war would have been dismissed with a shrug could find believers now. The war has produced a complete change of mentality because we have had concrete proof of close connection between rebellion in Ireland, trouble in Egypt, disaffection in India, revolution in Russia, to mention only a few of the disorders brought about by Germany. But it is becoming every day more evident that the conspiracy against civilization did not finish with the defeat of Germany. Behind the scenes was a formidable sect, using the Germans for their own ends instead of being used by them, and when Germany fell and German money disappeared, the conspiracy still went on unimpeded. Signs of the conspiracy at work were not hard to find. Who could doubt, for instance, that the assassination in 1909 of an eminent member of the Indian Civil Service, though carried out in London by an Indian, had really been engineered from Paris by a German woman and a handsome Jewess who, owing to the combined support of Jewry and of continental Freemasonry, wielded immense power. For of course at the heart of the whole world conspiracy were Jews, and religious Jews at that. The fundamental notion of the formidable sect is the destruction of Christianity and all religion except the Jewish. It might be thought that such stuff would scarcely penetrate beyond the lunatic fringe on the extreme right, but this was by no means the case. When in the autumn of 1920 these articles were reprinted as a book with the title The Cause of World Unrest, and with a preface by the editor of the Morning Post himself, they produced a noticeable heightening of tension. In October the State Spectator, shedding all caution, produced an editorial which showed how things were changing. There are nations, it stated, who will avoid, if possible, submitting their political status to a searching diagnosis. The Morning Post, greatly to its honor, realizes that the function of a newspaper is that of the watchdog. The evidence that the paper brings to support its plea of conspiracy is clearly of enough substance and of enough importance to justify its action. We hold that a case for inquiry has been made out, and we most sincerely wish that some body of the nature of a royal commission could be appointed to inquire into the whole subject. The commission would investigate whether there existed a worldwide conspiracy under Jewish leadership and whether it was supported by the mass of religious Jews as a means of destroying Christianity. Should the answer be in the affirmative, we shall be justified in moving with great caution in our admission of Jews to the fullest rank of citizenship. We must drag the conspirators into the open, tear off their ugly masks, and show the world how ridiculous as well as how evil and dangerous are such pests of society. The Spectator was seconded by Blackwood's magazine, which insisted that if the country was to be saved from Bolshevism, Jews must be immediately excluded from all influence, public or private, on government. A new weekly called Plain English was founded by Lord Alfred Douglas for the express purpose of anti-Semitic propaganda. It swore to the genuineness of the protocols and even asserted that, on instructions from Jewish financiers, Winston Churchill had forged a telegram from Admiral Beatty so as to enable the German fleet to escape after the Battle of Jutland. Another journal, The Hidden Hand, was published by a group of professional anti-Semites called the Britons. It printed not only long commentaries on the protocols, but also the Zunder document, and proclaimed that the miners' strikes were all the work of Jews. For a moment, it looked as though anti-Semitism of the kind that was at work in Germany might become a political factor in Britain also, but in the end, nothing came of it. In August 1921, the Times published on its center page, on 3 consecutive days, the proofs that the protocols were a forgery based on the dialogue aux offers, and for good measure added a resounding leader entitled The End of the Protocols. So far as Britain was concerned, it was in effect their end. Eyre and Spottiswoode had already declined to reprint them, and now the reputable press stopped talking about them. They continued, and still continue, to circulate, but with the imprint only of that obscure body, the Britons. Lord Alfred Douglas argued that Maurice Joly was really Moses Joel, so the protocols were Jewish after all. Baron Sydenham continued to proclaim that the protocols proved the identity of Judaism, Pan-Germanism, and Bolshevism, and to lament the failure of Western minds to fathom the depths of Eastern intrigue. But these were isolated eccentrics. Even Nesta Webster's well-known books, which interpret all modern history in terms of a conspiracy of Illuminati and Freemasons, are rather non-committal about the protocols. And when, in the 1930s, the British Union of Fascists came into being, it too found the forgery too thoroughly discredited to be much use. By British standards, the triumphs of 1920 had been impressive, but they were never repeated. 2. Things were different in the United States, where the protocols enjoyed a limited but lasting vogue. There too they were first put into circulation, in typescript, by Russian right-wingers who were concerned to influence government departments. Then, in October 1919, extracts from the protocols were printed in a series of articles in the Public Ledger of Philadelphia. The articles, with headings like Red Bible Council's Appeal to Violence and Red's Plot to Smash World in 1919, were sensational enough, but all references to Jews had been removed, so that the plot seemed a purely Bolshevik affair. By the spring of 1920, following the publication of The Jewish Peril in Britain, this interpretation of the matter was being discarded. Trotsky leads Jew radicals to world rule. Bolshevism only a tool for his scheme, proclaimed the Chicago Tribune on June 19, and it continued. For the last 2 years, Army intelligence officers, members of the various secret organizations of the Entente, have been bringing in reports of a world revolutionary movement other than Bolshevism. At first, these reports confused the two, but latterly the lines they have taken have begun to be more and more clear. Bolshevism aims for the overthrow of existing society and the establishment of an international brotherhood of men who work with their hands as rulers of the world. The second movement aims for the establishment of a new racial domination of the world. So far as the British, French, and our own department's inquiry have been able to trace, the moving spirits in the second scheme are Jewish radicals. Within the ranks of communism is a group of this party, but it does not stop there. To its leaders, communism is only an incident. They are ready to use the Islamic revolt, hatred by the Central Empires for England, Japan's designs on India, and commercial rivalry between America and Japan. As any movement of world revolution must be, this is primarily anti-Anglo-Saxon. For the United States, anti-Semitic propaganda of this kind was something new, but it came at the right moment. Although the war had brought incomparably less suffering to the United States than to the European belligerents, it had proved a very disorientating experience, not least because of the abruptness with which it ended. Just when the nation was at last thoroughly roused to fight, when it had suffered no great losses and was in fact only beginning to feel its strength, suddenly there was no enemy left. It was not a state of affairs that could be easily accepted. The American Defense Society hastened to warn the public not to buy German products, on the grounds that they might be poisoned or deliberately infected with deadly bacteria. The Ku Klux Klan underwent a dramatic revival. Soon, however, fear and rage became concentrated on one foe. Bolshevism, along with every group that, rightly or wrongly, was suspected of sympathizing with it. People who shortly before had accused one another of being pro-German now bandied charges of pro-Bolshevism. The Department of Justice reported that it had a card index of 60,000 suspects, and the figure was surprisingly modest, for it was common knowledge that Bolshevism was stalking the country. Even the debate about prohibition tended to be conducted in these terms, so that while the state superintendent of the Anti-Saloon League of New York declared that the main centers of anarchistic activities have been wet centers, the association opposed to national prohibition pointed out that all radical elements are earnest advocates of prohibition, as they assert that it is driving into the radical groups many men who in normal times are law-abiding men. No category of citizens was exempt from the suspicion of subversion. The Senate committee investigating Bolshevism was even asked to investigate the suffragettes. How could the Jews have remained untouched? The time was indeed ripe for full editions of the protocols, and they duly appeared, one in New York, with the title Praemonitus Praemunitus, i.e. forewarned is forearmed, and another in Boston, as part of a volume called The Protocols and World Revolution. Above all, from May to October 1920, Henry Ford's newspaper, the Dearborn Independent, published a long series of articles which forms an American counterpart to the effort of the Morning Post. And in November these two were republished as a book, The International Jew, the World's Foremost Problem. The Dearborn Independent had a circulation of some 800,000. As for the International Jew, thanks to a big publicity campaign and the prestige of Ford's name, it made a powerful impact, particularly among the rural population. For, just as in Europe, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy proved most attractive to people who were deeply attached to the traditional ways and values of the countryside and deeply disoriented by modern civilization. 500,000 copies of the book were put into circulation in the United States. 3 Moreover, it was translated into German, Russian, and Spanish. In due course, a shortened version of it was to become a stock item in Nazi propaganda. All in all, the International Jew probably did more than any other work to make the Protocols world famous. The Protocols are indeed all things to all men. As interpreted here for an American public, the world conspiracy is a matter of Jew Bolsheviks, but certainly not of Freemasons. And the most horrible thing about it is that it undermines Puritan morality. The ways in which the elders seduce American youth are both unexpected and ingenious. Every influence that leads to lightness and looseness in Gentile youth today heads up in a Jewish source. Did the young people of the world devise the sport clothes, which have had so deleterious an effect on the youth of the times? But the rot starts earlier still. Under the cover of such socialistic pretenses as public safety, children are hardly free to play nowadays except under playmasters appointed by the state, among whom, curiously enough, an astonishing proportion of Jews manage to find a place. All this focuses up to the world plan for the subjugation of the Gentiles. One where this kind of thing can lead is seen in Soviet Russia. Their sex knowledge is taught in schools, which means that the young are compulsorily drawn through sloughs of filth, with consequences that are too pitiable to relate. In this way, the Jewish rulers are destroying the moral fiber of Russia. For all Bolsheviks are Jews, and we are given a picture of Lenin and his wife, who in reality were childless and had not a drop of Jewish blood between them, chatting away in Yiddish with their little ones. It is a very strange book indeed, and one of the strangest things about it, considering how recently the United States had been at war with Germany, is that it adopts the German interpretation of the Protocols. Jewry, imagined as a closely organized, worldwide political power, is referred to as Algedon, which is a nonsensical name coined by German anti-Semites. And the secret government of Algedon, in other words, the Elders of Zion, is supposed to be allied not with Germany but with Britain. The war was really a war of Algedon against Germany. It was a triumph for the elders that, by their control of the press, they had been able to drive whole nations to hate Germany, and the final victory was theirs alone. At the same time, there is no doubt where the elders found their most wholehearted support. London was their first capital and Paris their second. With Britain in particular, the secret Jewish government has a most useful agreement. Its fleet is the British fleet, which guards from hindrance the progress of all Jewish world economy. In return, Algedon assures Britain an undisturbed political and territorial world rule. At present, the elders are intent on obtaining dominion over the United States, and they are making astonishingly rapid progress. In the United States, a few decades have sufficed for a campaign which in Europe lasted 1,500 years, and it is clear why. Certain mistaken ideas of liberalism, certain flabby ideas of tolerance, have been put about by the elders and are rapidly undermining the American will to resist. The United States would do well to study the cases of Russia and Germany. Both countries have been brought low, but both are now rising in revolt. Germany is already bestirring herself to bring Jewish power under control. As for Russia, when Russia turns, a shudder will run through the earth. The United States must summon up the same ruthlessness, and quickly too, for with the subjugation of the United States, the great conspiracy will reach its culmination, the establishment of the Davidic monarch as ruler of the world. As the Jew is a past master of symbolism, it may not be without significance that the Bolshevik star has 1 point less than the Star of David. For there is still an appointo be fulfilled in the world program as outlined in the protocols, and that is the enthronement of our leader. When he comes, the world autocrat for whom the whole program is framed. The 6th point may be added. Some facts are known about the origins of this extraordinary work. A Dr. Edward A. Rumley, who had been a very active member of a German propaganda ring in the United States during the First World War, was a close friend of Henry Ford. This enabled him to find a place on the staff of the Dearborn Independent for a German, Dr. August Miller. And it seems to have been Dr. Muller who wrote most of the International Jew. Also associated with the undertaking was a Russian refugee, Boris Braussel. In Russia, this man had served under the fanatically anti-Semitic Minister of Justice Shkagalatov, who organized the Baylis murder trial, and he himself believed passionately in stories of ritual murder. In 1918, he was employed by the United States government on Secret Service work, and this enabled him to introduce American intelligence officers to the protocols. He did much to promote the Boston edition of the protocols, which was the work of the daughter of a Tsarist general, Natalie de Boggary, and he also established contact with Ford's secretary and passed him materials on the protocols. From all this it emerges that the International Jew was far more a Russo-German than an American product. Later, Rumley became executive secretary of the so-called Committee for Constitutional Government, which between 1937 and 1944 spent some $2 million on fighting Roosevelt, while Braussel was active in Nazi intrigues up to 1939. On the intrigues around Ford's campaign, see Norman Hapgood, The Inside Story of Henry Ford's Jewmania, 6 articles in Hearst's International, from June to November 1922. The publication of this book and of the protocols produced some sharp reactions in the United States. President Wilson, the former Secretary of State Lansing, the Cardinal Archbishop of Boston, were among those who protested most vigorously. American Jews themselves refused to submit passively to these slanders and launched a campaign against the Dearborn Independent. Particularly active was the American diplomat Herman Bernstein, whose book The History of a Lie, 1921, is one of the earliest studies of the forging of the protocols. Some years later, despite the legal difficulties involved, he even brought a libel action against Ford for publishing such tales. And in the end, the great industrialist did recant. In June 1927, he wrote to the president of the American Jewish Committee, Lewis Marshall, disclaiming all responsibility for the articles in the Dearborn Independent and for the book they had become. Although he owned both publications, he had no idea what was published in them. And in this whole matter he had been deceived by men on whom he had relied implicitly. Shocked to discover what had been done in his name, he solemnly retracted the accusations contained in the International Jew and undertook to withdraw the book from circulation. So far so good. But it was not in Ford's power to abolish the International Jew. Especially in Germany, its influence was great and lasting. Because of it, Hitler kept a photograph of Ford beside his desk for years. And when he heard, in 1923, that Ford might be running for president of the United States, he commented, "I wish that I could send some of my shock troops to Chicago and other big American cities to help in the elections." We look to Heinrich Ford as the leader of the growing fascist movement in America. We have just had his anti-Jewish articles translated and published. The book is being circulated in millions throughout Germany. What is more, the political anti-Semites in Germany refused to take the book out of circulation even when Ford asked them to, and were still distributing and advertising it at the outbreak of the Second World War. But the harm was not confined to Germany, for in the end the International Jew was translated into 16 languages. Ford's recantation can have reached only a few of the hundreds of thousands, or millions, who had been encouraged by his reputation as a man of affairs to accept the protocols as genuine, and one may fairly wonder how many of those few took it seriously. For there is no real doubt that Ford knew perfectly well what he was sponsoring. He founded the Dearborn Independent in 1919 as a vehicle for his own philosophy, and he took a keen and constant interest in it. Much of the contents consisted simply of edited versions of his talk. It is not conceivable that when, on May 20, 1920, the paper suddenly changed its format and began its attacks on the Jews, he should have failed to notice. But apart from this, Ford did in fact commit himself publicly on the subject of the Jewish world conspiracy in two books published in 1922, The Amazing Story of Henry Ford, by James M. Miller, and My Life and Work, by Henry Ford in collaboration with S. Crowther. Nobody who studies certain passages written at his dictation can doubt that at least by that time he knew the protocols and was determined that people should believe in them. Did he himself believe? At first sight, it seems incredible that a man who could build up a huge industrial empire from scratch could be as naive as that. Yet some of the things Ford did can be explained in no other way. When the International Jew began to make its impact, a prominent American Jew, Isaac Landman, offered to provide enough money to enable the world's leading detectives to establish once and for all whether a secret Jewish government did or did not exist. Whatever the results might be, they were to be printed in at least 100 leading newspapers. Ford rejected the offer, but instead of leaving the matter at that, he himself put a squad of agents into New York to unmask the operations of the secret government. These agents, some of them fanatics and others mere crooks, shadowed prominent Jews, investigated such improbable bodies as the Shipping Board, and above all carried on a melodramatic correspondence with headquarters at Detroit, using code names as signatures. In the end, they heard of the official New York Jewish Community Organization, which under the name Kehillah, Yiddish for Kahal, was chiefly concerned with protecting and educating Jewish immigrants. This, they announced, was the secret government in whose hands President Wilson, Herbert Hoover, and Colonel House were willing tools. The detectives spent much energy in trying to trace a private telephone line from the home of one particular Jew, Justice Brandeis of the United States Supreme Court, to the room in the White House where President Wilson lay gravely ill. They failed, not surprisingly, as Justice Brandeis had no private telephone at all. Two former senior members of the Secret Service joined Ford's Detective Service. They were both completely taken in by the White Russian Rodionov, who claimed to have access to 13 additional protocols in the original Hebrew. That Ford lent himself to such a performance strongly suggests that in this matter at least he was no cynic but a true believer. And one can see what could have made him so. Paradoxically, this man who did so much to create the modern world of mass production and cheap travel detested modernity. He abominated cities, especially New York, and was convinced that the only true Americans were those in the farms and small towns of the Middle West. He cherished a sentimental nostalgia for the pre-industrial past. We have seen how easily such attitudes can lead to the most virulent form of political anti-Semitism. Moreover, Ford had absolutely no understanding of the complex ways in which societies operate and history is made. All the world needs for the guidance of its life could be written on 2 pages of a child's copybook, he wrote in the Dearborn Independent. A man who could believe that could also believe that all the transformations and upheavals and torments of the modern world have a single explanation, enshrined in the few dozen pages of the protocols. All in all, the protocols probably owe their most influential backing less to Ford's Machiavellianism than to his astounding innocence. Point 1. After Germany, Britain, and the United States, the countries which gave the protocols the warmest welcome and did most to make them a force in world affairs were Poland and France. The first Polish edition appeared early in 1920 and was sold out by 1921, whereupon the same translation was republished, with an introduction and a conclusion, by the anti-Semitic organization Raz 6J Development. Poland, of course, included a large part of what in the Tsar's empire had been the Pale of Jewish settlement, and anti-Semitism was a well-established tradition. So it is not surprising that the protocols should have had a considerable impact in the newly created state. The Roman Catholic clergy did much to encourage belief in them. In the summer of 1920, when Poland seemed likely to be overrun by the Red Army, the Polish episcopate sent to Roman Catholic bishops throughout the world a cry for help and rescue for Poland, which was clearly inspired by the protocols. It reads as follows. The real object of Bolshevism is world conquest. The race which has the leadership of Bolshevism in its hands has already in the past subjugated the whole world by means of gold and the banks, and now, driven by the everlasting imperialistic greed which flows in its veins, is already aiming at the final subjugation of the nations under the yoke of its rule. The hatred of Bolshevism is directed against Christ and his church, especially because those who are the leaders of Bolshevism bear in their blood the traditional hatred for Christianity. Bolshevism is in truth the embodiment and incarnation of the spirit of Antichrist on earth. This document was particularly misguided because the overwhelming majority of Polish Jews were in fact staunch opponents of Bolshevism. But the appeal, which was signed by 2 cardinals, 2 archbishops, and 3 bishops, was none the less potent for that. It did nothing to bring help to Poland but, read out in churches all over the world, it certainly impelled many Catholics to accept the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy. And in Poland itself, it must have helped to provoke the many murders of Jews which occurred during the Russian invasion. In France, the protocols also enjoyed widespread and continuous favor. Interest was aroused by the first English translation and the notice which this received in the Times. Royalist journals associated with the Action Frank Ace reviewed the book, while the independent weekly L'Opinion produced an abbreviated version of it in 3 articles on the origins of Bolshevism. This was in June 1920, and in the following 3 months there appeared no less than 3 complete translations. The daily newspaper La Libre Parole, faithful to the spirit in which Édouard Drumont had founded it 28 years before, printed the first French translation of the entire protocols, extending over nearly a month of issues. The review La Vie France, edited by Urbain Gohier, also printed the whole text, and both these translations were reissued as popular pamphlets. More successful still was the translation dignified by the name of Manager Juin, Cure of the Church of St. Augustine in Paris. This venerable ecclesiastic, he was born in 1844, had begun his campaign against the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy in 1909 by founding the Revue Internationale des Sociétés Secrètes. He even established contact before the war with the pogromщик Butmi. After publishing a new translation of the protocols in his review, he republished it, in the autumn of 1920, as the first volume in a series entitled Le Peril Judeo, Neonine Anique. As it turned out, this series was to run to 5 volumes in which the principal early versions of the protocols, Russian, German, and Polish, were subjected to minute comparison and elaborated in long commentaries. The industrious author devoted 7 years to this rewarding task, which he completed at the age of 82. Elevated to the prelacy by Benedict XV, when he was already editor of the Revue Internationale des Sociétés Secrètes, he was appointed apostolic protonotary by Pius XI, when he was known as a leading sponsor of the protocols, and these distinctions must certainly have added to the prestige of his publications. A 4th translation appeared early in 1921, and it was to be the most popular of all. The only French version to be translated direct from the Russian, it was the work of Roger Lamlin, a lifelong royalist who, after heading the political office of the Duke of Orleans, had left the old-style royalists in favor of the demagogic and anti-Semitic action Fran 9 Ace. This translation was outstandingly successful. It ran to 16 editions within a year. By 1925, the figure had risen to 25, and sales continued excellent right down to the Second World War. Today, it is Lambelin's introduction that claims attention as a historical document to set alongside the lucubrations of Alfred Posen and the Morning Post. All, of course, are agreed that Bolshevism is the work of the elders, but their agreement stops. Miller von Hausen might argue that the British and French governments enjoyed the special protection of the elders, and the Morning Post that the German government and the elders were indissolubly allied. Roger Lamlin achieved a new and ingenious synthesis. The British government, under the premiership of L/IR David Lloyd George, is completely bound to the policies of world Jewry. In the United States, under President Wilson, the Jewish conquest was as obvious as in England, but the elders cared for Germany too. At the moment of the armistice and the first international negotiations, the Jews rendered Germany a decisive service by camouflaging her states as democratic or socialist countries. In fact, France was the only sufferer from this strange peace, more favorable to the vanquished than to the victors, except for the Anglo-Saxons. Alongside the editions of the protocols produced by Frenchmen, there appeared a number of works by right-wing Russians who had taken refuge in France. 2 of these give the complete text of the protocols, with long and fantastic commentaries. L'Empereur Nicholas II et les Juifs, by General Nechvolodov, published in 1924, and a work which became a standard manual for adepts of the protocols. Le Juif Notamment, 1931, by Mrs. L. Fry, who was the wife of a Russian called Shishmarev. From the point of view of the public, all this formed a single body of writing. Representatives of the extreme right wing of French politics combined with the defeated supporters of the Russian autocracy to make the protocols known in France. It is a familiar picture, and one which was repeated in country after country. Wittenberg, Schabelskyborg, and somewhat later Schwarzbostunich in Germany, Brasol and Cherep-Spiridovich in the United States, Zevakov and Schwarzbostunich in Yugoslavia, Subotin in South America, Radzevsky in the Far East. These and many other former Tsarist generals, officers, and right-wing politicians played a decisive part in the dissemination of the protocols. These people collaborated with all kinds of right-wing bodies for the furtherance of their own aim, which was restoration of the autocracy in Russia. And these different bodies used them for their aims, which varied from country to country. Out of this collaboration came the finance and the organization which were required to carry the protocols across the world. Save in Britain, the unmasking of the forgery in 1921 seems to have made little difference. Some editors and sponsors of the protocols copied Lord Alfred Douglas and pretended that Joly was really a Jewish revolutionary called Moses Joel. But most of them avoided the whole matter and simply maintained that the protocols must be genuine if the processes and events they foretold were taking place. And who could deny that the age was indeed one of wars and revolutions, slumps and inflation? So the protocols proceeded unchecked on their triumphant way. A whole international network of sponsors and students of the protocols came into existence. Journals all over the world collaborated in expounding them and exchanged information and documents. The Dearborn Independent in the United States, the Patriot and the British Guardian in Britain, La Vie France and La Libre Parole in France, the National Tidskrift in Norway, the Dansk National Tidskrift in Denmark, DWA Grosch and Pro Patria in Poland, and of course many journals in Germany. To the various German, English, and French translations there were soon added translations into Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, Finnish, Romanian, Hungarian, Lithuanian, Polish, Bulgarian, Italian, Greek, Japanese, and Chinese. And meanwhile in Germany the protocols were being incorporated into the ideology of a rising and ruthless political party. Chapter 8. Germanic Racism, Hitler, and the Protocols. 1. When the judge at Techo's trial referred to Rathenau's sacrificial death, he spoke truer than he knew. For Rathenau was not simply assassinated as an elder of Zion, he was offered up as a human sacrifice to the sun god of ancient Germanic religion. The murder was timed to coincide with the summer solstice, and when the news was published, young Germans gathered on hilltops to celebrate simultaneously the turning of the year and the destruction of one who symbolized the powers of darkness. 1. What are we to make of these extraordinary facts? The protocols had indeed acquired a new dimension when they came into contact with that peculiar outlook which is known as Folkish II, or sometimes as the Germanic ideology. 3. The beginnings of this outlook, which was really a pseudo-religion, go back to the Napoleonic Wars. Germany is by no means the only country which first began to develop a national consciousness as a result of being invaded, but it so happened that in this case the invading power was itself the standard-bearer of the modern age, the champion of democracy, liberalism, rationalism. It is normal to reject the values of the invader and to affirm their opposites, and this meant that German nationalism was from the start partly backward-looking, partly inspired by a repudiation of modernity and a nostalgia for a past which was imagined as in every way unlike the modern world. And this attitude not only persisted but was intensified when economic developments pitchforked Germany into that same modern world. At the very time when Germany was turning into a great industrial power, a land of factories and cities, technology and bureaucracy, many Germans were dreaming of an archaic world of Germanic peasants, bound together by bonds of blood in a natural, organic community. Such a view of the world requires an anti-figure, and this was supplied partly by the liberal West but also, and more effectively, by the Jews. As we have seen, it is characteristic of latter-day, political anti-Semites that they see the Jew not only as an uncanny, demonic being but also as an embodiment of modernity, a symbol of all those forces in the modern world which they themselves fear and hate. This was the case also with German anti-Semites of the folkish variety, but with a difference. When these people looked to the past, to the ideal state which they supposed to have preceded the modern age, they looked far beyond throne and altar, back to an infinitely remote and almost entirely mythical world. For them, the Jew was not only, or mainly, the destroyer of kings and the enemy of the church. He was above all the age-old antagonist of the Germanic peasant. He was the force which for 2,000 years had been undermining the true, original German way of life. Historical Christianity itself was a Jewish creation which had helped to destroy the archaic Germanic world. Now capitalism, liberalism, democracy, socialism, and the urban way of life were continuing the process. Together they made up the Jew's world, the modern age which was his creation and in which he flourished. The first major proponent of this outlook was an eccentric scholar, Paul Bottcher, usually known by his adopted name of Paul de Lagarde. One in his major work, Deutsche Schriften, German Writings, published in 1878, Lagarde expressed his disillusionment with the united Germany which had just come into being. He demanded a higher unity, that of the German Volk, living once more as it had lived in the remote past, and thereby realizing the divine intention for the world. But he recognized that this new order could not easily be achieved, and this he attributed to the Jews. Though he really knew nothing of Jewish religion, he was convinced that it was at the heart of that modernity which was so fatal to the Volk. He foresaw a mortal struggle between the Jewish and the German ways of life. And when he talked of struggle, he meant physical violence. The Jews, he proclaimed, must be exterminated like bacilli. It was not for nothing that in 1944, when the Nazis were completing their vast massacres, an anthology of Lagarde's work was distributed to the troops on the Eastern Front. Yet at other times Lagarde could advocate the total assimilation of the German Jews into the German people. This was because for him Jews still meant simply the adherents of the Jewish religion, or what he imagined as that religion. He did not think of them as a race. But at that very time the pseudoscience of German racism was coming into being. In 1873 Wilhelm Marr, the probable inventor of the word anti-Semitism, published a book with the significant title Der Sieg des Judentums über das Germanentum, the victory of Jewry over Germandom, considered from a non-denominational point of view. And in 1881 Eugen Dillring, a lecturer in economics and philosophy at Berlin University, published Die Judenfrage als Rassen Sitten und Kulturfrage, the Jewish question as a question of race, morals, and civilization. In these works, the Jews are shown not simply as evil but as irremediably evil. The source of their depravity lies no longer simply in their religion but in their very blood. In the 1890s, this view of the matter was adopted and popularized by that tireless propagandist Theodor Fritsch, the same who, a generation later, was to publish the Protocols. In the innumerable pamphlets and periodicals put out by the Hammer Publishing House, Fritsch proclaimed that by proving scientifically the depravity of the Jewish and the sublimity of the German race, German racists were inaugurating not only a prodigious advance in human knowledge, but a new epoch of human history. The fact that there is no such thing as a German race or a Jewish race was of course ignored by all these writers. Finally, in 1899, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, an Englishman by birth and the son of a British admiral, but a German by choice and eventually by nationality, published his two-volume work Die Grundlagen des 19. Jahrhunderts, Foundations of the 19th Century, which thanks to its eloquence and its appearance of learning became the Bible of the whole folkish racist movement. Here all human history was presented as a bitter struggle between spirituality, embodied in the German race, and materialism, embodied in the Jewish race, the only two pure races, for all the others were but a chaos of peoples. In Chamberlain's view, the Jewish race had been relentlessly striving, down the ages, to secure absolute dominion over all other nations. If once this race were decisively defeated, the Germanic race would be free to realize its own divinely appointed destiny, which was to create a new, radiant world, transfused with a noble spirituality and mysteriously combining modern technology and science with the rural, hierarchical culture of earlier times. 1. This völkisch racist view of the world was not by any means shared by all Germans. The nobility and the great industrialists disdained it, and so, at the other end of the social scale, did the industrial working class organized in the social democratic movement. The reason was that these strata of German society were relatively secure in their self-esteem. The nobility and the industrialists because they enjoyed the reality of social and political dominance. The workers because their Marxist indoctrination, unrivaled for its thoroughness in any other country, inspired them with a sense of historic mission. More surprisingly, the peasantry too was uninterested. When peasants became actively anti-Semitic, as they did at various times in various places, it was always for specific economic reasons directly affecting themselves. The folkish glorification of a mythical peasantry left them cold. But the folkish racist outlook did make a great appeal to certain sections of the middle class. The explanation for this lies in the curious history of the German middle class in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Two strata of the middle class were involved. On the one hand, artisans and small retailers, on the other hand, university students and graduates. It has often been remarked that artisans and small retailers were peculiarly prone to anti-Semitism and in due course provided the bulk of the votes which brought Hitler to power. There is nothing mysterious about this. These sections of the population were survivals from an earlier age, and they were gravely threatened by the development of modern capitalism. Though the Marxist prophecy that they would inevitably be proletarianized proved wrong, they did indeed live in a state of almost perpetual crisis, barely able to cope with the new world of giant industrial and commercial undertakings, lacking even that rudimentary understanding of it which industrial workers received from their Marxist training, struggling frantically to preserve their status. These people felt an overwhelming need for a scapegoat. The Jews were perfectly suited for the role, though not, as was commonly said, because they created modern capitalism, or because they occupied the commanding heights in the German economy, or because they were mostly well-to-do, or because they were obviously foreign. In reality, German Jews constituted a tiny minority with a falling birth rate, so that left to themselves they would in any case probably have disappeared by the end of the century. They mostly identified themselves passionately with the German fatherland, and they had gone very far on the road to total assimilation. A large proportion of them belonged to the lower middle class and shared all the hazards which that implied. Jews had no place among the giants of industry, and their role in banking was a very limited one. And yet, in spite of all this, German Jewry was the obvious scapegoat for the resentments of the lower middle class. There were various reasons for this. There were the concentrations of well-to-do Jews in certain areas of Berlin and Hamburg, which could lead the unthinking to suppose that all Jews were rich, even that all rich people were Jews. There was the typical Jewish zeal in getting the sons to universities and thence into the liberal professions, which brought them into direct conflict with the more aspiring members of the lower middle class. Above all, Jews really did revolutionize certain trades, such as the clothing trade. And though the scale of their enterprises benefited the public, it threatened innumerable small firms. At the same time, Jews in general were still just sufficiently different and exclusive to constitute a recognizable minority. And so, however unjustly, it came about that in the eyes of the lower middle-class anti-Semite, harassed, frustrated, disorientated, the Jews were above all the symbol of modern capitalism, the beneficiaries of the system under which he himself was suffering. But though many members of the lower middle class were attracted by the folkish racist outlook, its creators, propagators, and most fanatical adherents were to be found elsewhere, in that rather higher stratum of the middle class to which many of the Jews themselves belonged. Irrational, unscientific, and demonstrably nonsensical as this outlook was, it was nevertheless the speciality of the educated, or rather, of those with a university degree. Lagarde was an Orientalist of real distinction and latterly a university professor. Dyring was a university lecturer. Chamberlain was very widely read. While the main body of believers was to be found among university students and university graduates, the two being linked, often quite closely, in the Burschenschaften, fraternities. This too can be understood only in terms of the peculiar history of the German middle class. In Germany, the first section of the middle class to attain prestige consisted of writers, scholars, thinkers. Already early in the 19th century, at a time when Germany consisted simply of a mass of petty principalities, as backward economically as politically, German intellectual achievements commanded respect throughout Europe. At that time, many German intellectuals were liberal nationalists, equally devoted to liberal principles and to the cause of German unification. But their attempt at creating a united Germany in 1848 was a failure, and when unification came in 1871, it was imposed by the Prussian Junker Bismarck. Meanwhile, the industrial bourgeoisie had appeared and together with the nobility monopolized political power. The writers and scholars and thinkers, once the spearhead of the bourgeoisie, found themselves pushed down the social scale, excluded not only from political influence but from all contact with politics, accustomed to dealing with abstractions but not with real people in real situations, wounded in their self-esteem and seething with resentment. Many of these people consoled themselves with constructing vast philosophies of history. The folkish racist view of the world was one of these philosophies. It had the enormous advantage that it made any German who accepted it feel not only important but enormously, supremely important. For men with some pretensions to education, but irked by their political impotence and social insignificance, it had great attractions. To feel oneself the bearer of a divine mission, a paladin in the vast struggle of German spirituality against the dark forces of Jewish materialism, this was a most gratifying experience, especially as it carried with it no concrete political responsibilities whatsoever. The appeal of the folkish racist outlook was perhaps even stronger among the German element in the Habsburg Empire than it was in the Hohenzollern Empire. An exception was a party which came into existence in 1903 in the Sudetenland, that ancient outpost of Germandom on the Slav frontier. The German Varkers Party, later the National Socialist German Varkers Party, which after the war cooperated closely with the Nazi Party in Germany. On this periphery of the German-speaking world, where ever since the War of 1866 the German element had felt isolated and threatened by the preponderant Slav element, the aggressive affirmation of German superiority had particular attractions. Moreover, the Jews were far more conspicuous in Austria than in Germany, and at both ends of the social scale. While the great majority lived in appalling poverty, a minority made up a large part of the professional class and a few were bankers of great wealth. That Austrian Jews did not regard themselves as forming one of the national groups within the Habsburg Empire, but as belonging to the German group, did not help at all. The Germans rejected them. And here as in Germany, the most militant anti-Semites were to be found, on the one hand, in a lower middle class which had failed to adapt itself to the demands of a rapidly developing industrial economy, and on the other hand among students and professional men. When Hitler came to power in 1933, a joke circulated in Germany. Hitler was Austria's revenge for Königgrätz, i.e. for Austria's defeat at the hands of Prussia in 1866. And there was a good deal in it. For the petty bourgeois Hitler did indeed embody a whole century of frustration, disappointment, and insecurity, and the boundless lust for revenge which possessed him was a magnified version of something which possessed a whole stratum of Austrian society. Before the First World War, the folkish racist outlook had relatively little impact on politics, whether in the Habsburg or the Hohenzollern Empire. From 1880 onwards, various anti-Semitic parties appeared, and they had some success. But these organizations were seldom committed to any such high-flown ideology. In the years immediately preceding the war, racist fanatics tended to avoid day-to-day politics and to deal solely in ideas. Austrian racists developed the cult of the swastika and foretold that someday Jews would be castrated and killed under the aegis of that ancient sun symbol. In Austria, too, George von Schoonerer, after an unsuccessful career as a politician, set out to revive antique Germanic customs, including the Solstice Festival, which a generation later was to play such a curious part in the Rathenau murder. In Germany, there appeared a multitude of more or less esoteric bodies, such as the Germanen und Walsungsorden, Order of Teutons and Volsungs, which also used the swastika as its emblem, and the Kulturbund für Politik, Cultural League for Politics, which combined virulent racism with enthusiasm for a new kind of wholemeal loaf. At the time, there were probably few who imagined that the folkish racist outlook would ever impinge much on practical politics. Yet even then, well before 1914, it influenced many school teachers and above all the famous youth movement, in which multitudes of young Germans sought escape from bourgeois stuffiness. It even touched at least one important and respectable political organization, the Pan-German Association. But above all, in its purest form, where a fanatical race consciousness blended with teetotalism, vegetarianism, and occultism, it formed the outlook of many of the most sinister of the future Nazi leaders, including Hitler himself. It was the outcome of the war that enabled the Folkiskrist outlook to penetrate into the field of practical politics. The humiliation of defeat and the sufferings that followed it, the mortification felt over the peace treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain, the utter disorientation and widespread financial ruin which accompanied the collapse of the currency. These things produced an entirely new atmosphere. Moreover, both Germany and Austria had lost the national minorities on which, formerly, nationalist arrogance and rancor had vented itself, while Germany seemed in addition to have lost any prospect of imperialist expansion. All this gave added appeal to the fantasy of an age-old, mortal struggle between the German and Jewish races. Among university students it flourished with particular vigor. Jewish students had long been excluded from the student fraternities, but it was a significant innovation when, in 1919, this exclusion was extended to non-Jews who were married to Jews. In the ideology of the political right, folkish racist ideas began to figure to an extent quite unknown before the war. In election campaigns from 1920 onwards, the German National People's Party, DNVP, used racist propaganda of great ferocity, and this party, at the peak of its success, polled 6 million votes. Admittedly, the DNVP appealed to many different interests and for many different reasons. But on the extreme right, there were various smaller organizations which existed only to further racist anti-Semitism. Already before the war, the leader of the Pan-German Association, Heinrich Class, had demanded that German Jews should be deprived of citizenship, debarred from all official positions and from teaching and the law, forbidden to own land, and taxed twice as high as other Germans. Now he managed to lead his association in the same direction. In the last days of the WAR, it officially extended its work to embrace the Jewish question, and a year later it created a special body to deal with these matters, the Deutsche Völkischer Schutz, UND Trutzbund, Defensive and Offensive Alliance. The alliance, which had the swastika as its emblem, quickly acquired a membership of 300,000. After the Rathenau murder it was suppressed, but to no effect, as its members promptly joined the Nazi Party. Meanwhile, the old order of Teutons and Volsungs continued to exist, also using the swastika. In November 1918 it produced, as a cover organization, a body called the Thule Society, and it was a couple of members and associates of this short-lived organization who, early in 1919, founded the German Workers' Party, shortly to become the Nazi Party. These organizations were indoctrinated with the Folkiskrist outlook in its most fanatical form, and when the protocols came into their hands they reinterpreted them accordingly. In their eyes, the machinations of the Elders of Zion were the supreme expression of the characteristics which they attributed to the Jewish race. The Jewish world conspiracy was seen as the product of an ineradicable destructiveness, a will to evil which was believed to be inborn in every Jew. A peculiar breed of subhuman beings, dark, earthbound, was working conspiratorially to destroy those sons of light, the Aryan or Germanic race, and the protocols contained their plan of campaign. To that plan there could be only one response: extermination, carried out under the symbol of the sun god, the swastika. Walther Rathenau fell as the first victim in a massacre which was to begin in earnest a generation later. 2. When the protocols came into contact with the folkish racist outlook, the result was an apocalyptic vision not only of Cohn, temporary politics, but of all history and indeed of all human existence on this planet. And it was in the name of this quasi-religious worldview that the Nazis and their accomplices undertook the extermination of the Jews of Europe as a prelude to the extermination of Jews throughout the world. This is seldom realized even today, and as a blunt statement of fact it does seem almost incredible. But the evidence is there, in the pronouncements of the Nazi leaders and of the organizers of the exterminations, and it is incontrovertible. One may start with the astonishing statement of Dieter Wislicini, SS captain who was a close associate of Eichmann and was executed in 1947 for his part in the attempt to exterminate Slovak, Greek, and Hungarian Jews. On November 18, 1946, in preparation for his trial in Czechoslovakia, he described at length how the Great Massacre came about. Before describing how the policy of genocide was formulated and implemented, he had something to say about a matter without which it is impossible to obtain a clear view of the situation. The reasons which led Hitler and Himmler to undertake the extermination of European Jewry. What he had in mind was the worldview which obsessed these men, and which he pictured as follows. Anti-Semitism constituted one of the main bases of the program of the Nazi Party. Essentially, it was the product of two ideas. 1. The pseudo-scientific biological theories of Professor Tinther, and 2. A mystical and religious view which sees the world as ruled by good and bad powers. According to this view, the Jews represented the evil principle, with, as auxiliaries, the Church, the Jesuit order, Freemasonry, and Bolshevism. The literature of this outlook is well known, the former writings of the Nazi Party team with such ideas. A straight line leads from the Protocols of the Elders of Zion to Rosenberg's myth. It is absolutely impossible to make any impression on this outlook by means of logical or rational argument. It is a sort of religiosity, and it impels people to form themselves into a sect. Under the influence of this literature, millions of people believe these things, an event which can only be compared with similar phenomena in the Middle Ages, such as the witch mania. Against this world of evil, the race mystics set the world of good, of light, incarnated in blonde, blue-eyed people, who were supposed to be the source of all capacity for creating civilization or building a state. Now these two worlds were alleged to be locked in a perpetual struggle, and the War of 1939, which Hitler unleashed, represented only the final battle between these two powers. The usual view of Himmler is that he was an ice-cold, cynical politician. This view is certainly wrong. In his whole attitude, Himmler was a mystic who embraced this worldview with religious fanaticism. From other sources, we know that the same worldview obsessed Hitler himself throughout his political career. There are signs of the obsession already in the very first of his political utterances. In 1919, Hitler was employed by the Army District Command in Munich as education officer, with the job of immunizing the troops against the infection of democracy and socialism. On September 16, 1919, he wrote a letter to a certain Gimlich which shows clearly enough how he conceived of his assignment. Already the opening words concern the danger which Jewry today represents for our people. And he promptly goes on to complain that ordinary German anti-Semitism still lacks the ideological coherence which would make it an effective political movement. It is not, he protests, enough to dislike Jews. Germans must realize that Jewry forms a racial entity with very strongly marked racial characteristics, of which the passion for material gain is the most dominant. This is what makes Jewry the racial tuberculosis of the peoples. Mere pogroms are inadequate to cope with such a dangerous foe. There must be a rebirth of the moral and spiritual forces of the nation through the ruthless effort of born leaders with a nationalist outlook and an inner sense of responsibility. A government formed of such men will restrict the legal rights of the Jews, but it will not stop there. Its ultimate aim must be the removal, Entfernung, of the Jews altogether. Thus the unknown ex-corporal who a couple of days before had attended his first meeting with the tiny German Workers' Party, the nucleus of the future Nazi Party. Probably Hitler knew of the protocols already then, for they had been advertised in IF Vorposen and were being discussed among professional anti-Semites. Certainly by the time he emerged into the political limelight in 1923, his thinking was permeated by them. As Germany passed through the inferno of the Great Inflation, in which the savings of the middle and working classes were wiped out and wages and salaries became meaningless, Hitler offered his explanation of the catastrophe. According to the Protocols of Zion, the peoples are to be reduced to submission by hunger. The second revolution under the Star of David is the aim of the Jews in our time. The first revolution being the establishment of the Weimar Republic itself. 2. The following year, in the comfortable prison where he was lodged after the abortive putsch in Munich, Hitler dictated Mein Kampf, and much of that dreary but revealing work is devoted to the maneuvers by which Jewry is supposed to be pursuing world domination. Freemasonry, we are told, is the trick by which the Jews make the governing class serve their purpose, while the lower classes are captured by means of the press. Capitalism, liberalism, democracy, are the devices by which the Jews induce the bourgeoisie to overthrow the aristocracy and the proletariat to overthrow the bourgeoisie. This accomplished, the Jews are now introducing Bolshevism as a way of dominating the masses who brought them to power. The source of all this is obvious enough, and Hitler had at least the grace to acknowledge it, even though Philip Graves had long since shown the protocols to be a forgery. The extent to which the whole existence of the Jewish people is based on a continual lie, he writes in 1L1 Ein Kampf, is shown in an incomparable manner in the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which the Jews hate so tremendously. The Frankfurter Zeitung one is forever moaning to the public that they are supposed to be based on a forgery, which is the surest proof that they are genuine. What many Jews do perhaps unconsciously is here consciously exposed. But that is what matters. It is a matter of indifference which Jewish brain produced these revelations. That matters is that they uncover, with really horrifying reliability, the nature and activity of the Jewish people, and expose them in their inner logic and their final aims. But reality provides the best commentary. Whoever examines the historical development of the last 100 years from the standpoint of this book will at once understand why the Jewish press makes such an uproar. For when once this book becomes generally familiar to a people, the Jewish menace can be regarded as already vanquished. Mein Kampf, 11th edition, Munich, 1942, page 337. Years later, when Germany was in the throes of the Great Slump, Hitler explained this worldwide disaster in precisely the same way as he had explained the German inflation. Hermann Rauschning has recorded his comments. It was the Jews, of course, who invented the economic system of constant fluctuation and expansion that we call capitalism, that invention of genius, with its subtle and yet simple self-acting mechanism. Let us make no mistake about it. It is an invention of genius, of the devil's own ingenuity. The economic system of our day is the creation of the Jews. It is under their exclusive control. It is their superstate, planted by them above all the states of the world in all their glory. But now we have challenged them, with the system of permanent revolution. I have read the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It simply appalled me. The stealthiness of the enemy and his ubiquity. I saw at once that we must copy it, in our own way, of course. It is in truth the critical battle for the fate of the world. Don't you think, I objected, that you are attributing rather too much importance to the Jews? No, 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 exclaimed Hitler. It is impossible to exaggerate the formidable quality of the Jew as enemy. But, I said, the protocols are a manifest forgery. It is evident to me that they can't possibly be genuine. Why not? Grunted Hitler. He did not care two straws, he said, whether the story was historically true. If it was not, its intrinsic truth was all the more convincing to him. H. Rauschning, Hitler Speaks, London, 1939, pages 235-6. These are all more or less public statements by an outstandingly unscrupulous politician, and if one had no other evidence, one might wonder how far Hitler the politician spoke for Hitler the man. But in fact, there is plenty of other evidence. And what Hitler has to say about the Jewish world conspiracy when chatting with friends, or in writings which he did not publish, is much stranger still. The earliest of these sources dates from before the Munich Putsch of 1923 and consists of a little book by the Bohemian poet and journalist Dietrich Eckart, called Bolshevism from Moses to Lenin, a dialogue between Adolf Hitler and myself, and published posthumously in 1924. It is a reliable source, for Eckart was not only one of the founding members of the Nazi Party, he was one of the very few real friends Hitler ever had. Mein Kampf, incidentally, ends with an invocation of his memory. It is quite inconceivable that such a man should have distorted his friend's views in a book intended for publication. Nazi propaganda kept quiet about the book precisely because it was too revealing. The booklet contains references to earlier works, and these are what one would expect. The Protocols, Ford's International Jew, Gaugnot de Masso's, Fritzsche's Handbook of the Jewish Question. But by combining these with folkish racist speculations, Hitler arrives at a whole philosophy of history, an interpretation of human existence from the beginning onwards, which has a certain crazy originality. Hitler reveals that he knows the Kaiser's dream, which, as we have seen, figures in the Zur-Beek edition of the Protocols. As Hitler sees it, human history forms part of nature and follows the same laws as the rest of nature. If it has gone wrong, that shows that some force is at work to frustrate nature's intention, and that has in fact been the case for thousands of years. There follows an outline of history which portrays it as one long degeneration. Nature demands inequality, hierarchy, subordination of the inferior to the superior, but human history has consisted of a series of revolts against this natural order, leading to ever greater egalitarianism. This process is compared with disease, with the work of a bacillus. A proliferation right across the world, now slow, now leaping ahead. Everywhere it sucks and sucks. At first there is teeming abundance, in the end only dried up sap. The force behind this disastrous process is the Jewish spirit, which has been there from the beginning. Already in ancient Egypt, the children of Israel undermined a healthy, natural society. They did this by introducing capitalism, Joseph being the first capitalist, but above all by inciting the lower orders to revolt, until nationally minded Egyptians rose in their wrath and chased the troublemakers from the land. This is the true meaning of Exodus. Moses, therefore, is the first Bolshevik and a true precursor of Lenin, whom Hitler and Eckhart both assumed to be a Jew. And so a process began which has been repeated over and over again ever since. In Hitler's eyes, the lower social strata consist, all over the world, of similar, racially mixed and therefore inferior human material. The essence of the Jewish world conspiracy is that it uses this racial hodgepodge to overthrow the racially pure upper classes and thereby to further its own drive for world domination. In conversation with his friend, Hitler said frankly what he was careful never to say in public, that Christianity itself was part of the Jewish plot. Jesus was of course no Jew but an Aryan, but then it was not Jesus but Paul who created Christianity. By extolling pacifism and the egalitarian spirit, Paul deprived the Roman Empire of the hierarchical, military outlook which was its mainstay, and thereby ensured its doom. And also that the Jews could move one step nearer their goal of world domination. In modern times, the Jews have repeated the same maneuver again and again, and the results have been the French Revolution, liberalism, democracy, and finally Bolshevism. The Russian Revolution, with its millions of victims, is nothing but the latest episode in the eternal war of Jewry against the other peoples of the world. But Hitler does not stop there. Every historical episode that comes to his mind is evaluated from the same point of view, however little connection it may have with Jews and their affairs. Thus Luther made a disastrous mistake in attacking the Roman Catholic Church, for by doing so he weakened the Germans in their struggle against the Jews. He ought to have realized that Catholicism was being used by the Jews for their own purposes and have directed his attacks against these hidden manipulators. Indeed, if Luther had any merit, it was that in his latter years he did attack the Jews. And when Hitler talked of the spirit of Luther, he meant one thing only: Luther's hostility to the Jews. In this little book, then, one comes to the very heart of Hitler's interpretation of history and of human existence. He was utterly convinced that everywhere and at all times the Jews strive for world domination, that everywhere and at all times they aim to overthrow those who are actually dominant, the pure-blooded elites which nature has set as the governing class in all nations, and that everywhere and at all times they use the lower strata, the masses with impure blood, to carry out this work for them. And what Eckhart recorded in 1923 or earlier, Hitler confirmed in his own writings soon afterwards, not so much in Mein Kampf as in that other book which he wrote in 1928 and which remained unpublished and unknown until 1961, when it appeared in English translation under the title Hitler's Second Book in Britain and Hitler's Secret Book in the United States. In the main, this work is simply a plea for an alliance between Germany and fascist Italy, but even here Hitler feels obliged to append, as a sort of epilogue, some pages of anti-Semitic invective. And this epilogue carries the argument a stage further. We learn that the Jew does not merely use the racially impure masses for his purposes. He has a whole strategy to ensure that they become more and more racially impure and therefore more and more amenable. His ultimate goal is the denationalization, the promiscuous bastardization of other peoples, the lowering of the racial jefkel of the highest peoples, as well as the domination of this racial mishmash through the extirpation of the folkish intelligentsia and its replacement by the members of his own people. That is why, after the Bolshevik Revolution, he completely tore down the bonds of order, of morality, of custom, etc., abolished marriage as a lofty institution, and instead proclaimed a general copulation with the aim of breeding a general inferior human mishmash, by way of a chaotic bastardization, which by itself would be incapable of leadership, and which ultimately would no longer be able to do without the Jews as its only intellectual element. At the moment, he exerts himself to lead the remaining states toward the same condition. Point 2. Appalled by this most terrible of all crimes against mankind, Hitler omitted to explain how promiscuity among Russians could alter the biological composition of the Russian population. Hitler's mind was not one that developed or matured. His chatter over the dinner table at headquarters when he was commander-in-chief of the German armed forces during the Second World War has been faithfully recorded. If one examines it to see what he has to say about the Jews, one finds precisely the same ideas as he propounded in the 1920s, and often expressed in precisely the same words. The way he sees the course of history is the same, as a decline and decay, a falling away from an original hierarchical order. The cause he imagines is the same, the evil, anti-natural principle incarnated in the Jews and operating on racially impure populations. Even the images are the same, images of disease, infection, pestilence. Christianity and Bolshevism are compared with syphilis, and plague. The Jews themselves are constantly referred to as bacilli. The discovery of the Jewish virus, he said to Himmler in 1942, is one of the greatest revolutions that have taken place in the world. The battle in which we are engaged today is of the same sort as the battle waged during the last century by Pasteur and Koch. How many diseases have their origin in the Jewish virus? We shall regain our health only by eliminating the Jew. This brings us to the core of this extraordinary fantasy. There is in 111 Ein Kampf an astonishing passage which ought to have attracted more attention than it did. If the Jew, with the help of his Marxist catechism, triumphs over the peoples of this world, his crown will be the dance of death for mankind, and as once before, millions of years ago, this planet will again sail empty of all human life through the ether. I believe that I am today acting according to the purposes of the Almighty Creator. In resisting the Jew, I am fighting the Lord's battle. 2:1 is impelled to ask, whatever can the man have meant? What possible sense can there be in this talk of an earth empty of all human life? And the answer to these questions, when one faces up to it, goes a long way to explain the monstrous deeds perpetrated by the Germans during the Second World War. It has, of course, nothing to do with atomic warfare. Hitler wrote these words in 1924. What he means is that only a tiny part of what is usually regarded as mankind consists of human beings, notably those whom he imagined to be of Nordic descent, plus, for political reasons, the Japanese. The rest, what he called the racial mishmash, belongs not to mankind but to an inferior species. In using these creatures to kill off the ruling strata, who in his view must ipso facto be Nordic, the Jew is therefore literally depriving the earth of its human population. What will be left will be simply animals disguised as human beings, under the leadership of Jews, who are demonic beings disguised as human beings. Even by the crazy standards of German racism, these ideas were eccentric and extreme. Unfortunately, they were held by the man who became dictator of Germany, and this meant that instead of remaining the property of some obscure group of cranks, they became the creed of the SS. It was in the name of these weird fantasies, disguised as scientific truth, that the SS at the height of their power terrorized and martyrized Europe from the English Channel to the Volga. How Hitler's special version of the Jewish world conspiracy was presented to these men is shown by a tract issued by SS headquarters. Just as night rises up against the day, just as light and darkness are eternal enemies, so the greatest enemy of world-dominating man is man himself. The subman, that creature which looks as though biologically it were of absolutely the same kind, endowed by nature with hands, feet, and a sort of brain, with eyes and mouth, is nevertheless a totally different, a fearful creature, is only an attempt at a human being, with a quasi-human face, yet in mind and spirit lower than any animal. Inside this being a cruel chaos of wild, unchecked passions, a nameless will to destruction, the most primitive lusts, the most undisguised vileness. A subman, nothing else. Never has the subman granted peace. Never has he permitted rest. To preserve himself he needed mud. He needed hell, but not the sun. And this underworld of submen found its leader, the eternal Jew. Once such a creed was applied, it could only lead to massacre. The victims were not only the 6 million Jews who were killed as bearers of an imaginary plague. As we have seen, in Hitler's eyes Russia was the country in which the Jews, through the revolution, had most completely infected the population, and this certainly had much to do with the extraordinary ferocity of the SS in the occupied territories of the Soviet Union. When the German attack began, Himmler announced that it was intended to kill 30 million Russians. The number of Russian dead is in fact put at 20 million. In the way in which whole armies of prisoners of war were put behind barbed wire and left to starve, and whole villages of men and women herded into barns to be burned alive, is certainly connected with the fact that these people were regarded as subhuman beings, bastardized by the Jews and enlisted in their service. As for the Jews, it is possible that Hitler always intended to exterminate them. In his very first political pronouncement, the Gimlich Letter of 1919, he already talked of their removal altogether. Dietrich Eckart records him as saying that it would be useless to destroy synagogues and Jewish schools, as the Jewish spirit is incarnate in every single Jew and will operate so long as any Jews exist. Admittedly, in those early days, his public speeches avoided all reference to massacre, but even then he sometimes let fall some ominous phrases. What is preparing today will be greater than the World War. It will be fought out on German soil for the whole world. Only two possibilities exist. We will be either the sacrificial lamb or the victor. This comes from a speech of 1923, and the subject is the struggle against the Jews. More ominous still is a passage in Mein Kampf which clearly foreshadows what was to happen in the extermination camps 20 years later. Germany, says Hitler, lost the war only because Jewish Marxists sapped the will to fight. And he continues, if at the beginning of the war or during the war 12,000 or 15,000 of these corrupters of the people had been held under poison gas, the sacrifice of millions at the front would not have been in vain. On the contrary, the removal of 12,000 rascals at the right time would perhaps have saved the lives of 1 million decent Germans, so valuable for the future. Elsewhere in Mein Kampf, he speaks of the overthrow of world Jewry with a truly apocalyptic fervor. We have seen how in the popular Christianity of the Middle Ages, and also in the eccentric Christianity of Sergei Nilus, the Jews were regarded as servants of Antichrist and destined for the same fate, to be destroyed, in preparation for the millennium, by Christ returning in majesty. Now in the book of Revelation, Antichrist is shown as trying to storm heaven and being cast down to hell. And the curious thing is that Hitler, though he loathed Christianity, was quite capable of using these age-old biblical images when speaking of the fate of the Jews. The Jew goes his fatal way, he wrote, until the day when another power stands up against him and in a mighty struggle casts him. The heaven stormer, back to Lucifer. 3. The apocalyptic feeling is unmistakable, and something of this was taken over by Himmler and the SS. At least at certain moments these people regarded the extermination of the Jews as a necessary prelude to some kind of Germanic millennium. Again, it is worth considering the inside evidence provided by Wislicini. While Himmler took the advice of astrologers and inclined towards all the occult arts, the SS gradually turned into a new kind of religious sect. It was less new than Wislicini supposed. Medieval Europe too had known apocalyptic sects which believed that they had a divinely ordained mission to purify the world by exterminating the Jews. Wislicini also said that in Hitler's mind the war of 1939 was above all the final struggle against Jewry, and from 1939 onwards Hitler himself publicly talked of the war in just those terms. As we have seen, German editors of the protocols had always insisted that the First World War was the work of the Jews. Now Hitler blamed them for the war he was about to inflict on the world, and at the same time prophesied the genocide he was about to carry out. In a speech to the Reichstag on January 30, 1939, he declared, "Today I will once more be a prophet. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe." This prophecy provided a theme on which Hitler continued to embroider throughout the war. He repeated his threat before the Reichstag on September 1, 1939, at the very moment of the invasion of Poland. On January 30, 1941, he repeated it in the Sportspalast in Berlin, and I should not like to forget the hint which I already gave once before, on September 1, 1939, in the German Reichstag, that should the other world be plunged into a general war, Jewry as a whole will have played out its role in Europe. They can laugh at this today, just as they laughed at my prophecies before. The coming months and years will prove that here too I saw correctly. In June 1941, the invasion of the Soviet Union, and with it the extermination of the Russian Jews began, and by January 30, 1942, Hitler was able to speak with even greater confidence. We fully realize that this war can end only either in the extermination of the Aryan peoples or in the disappearance of Jewry in Europe. I said it already in the German Reichstag on September 1, 1939, and I am careful not to make rash prophecies, that this war will not end as the Jews imagine, namely, in the extermination of the European Aryan peoples, but that its outcome will be the annihilation of Jewry. One in the course of 1942 extermination camps were set up in Poland, to which Jews were deported from all over Europe. In the New Year message for 1943, Hitler was able to announce, I said that the hope of international Jewry, that it would destroy the German and other European peoples in a new world war, will be the biggest mistake Jewry has made in thousands of years, that it will destroy not the German people but itself, and about that there is today no doubt. These were all public statements, made by the Führer to the German people at large, explanations, as it were, of the policy adopted by the German government to combat the latest maneuvers of the international Jewish financiers, alias the Elders of Zion. Again, one is bound to ask how far they reflected Hitler's own beliefs, and again one finds complete identity. Speaking privately with Himmler in October 1941, Hitler said, by exterminating this pest, we shall do humanity a service of which our soldiers can have no idea. From the rostrum of the Reichstag, I prophesied to Jewry that, in the event of wars proving inevitable, the Jew would disappear from Europe. That race of criminals has on its conscience the 2 million, German, dead of the First World War, and now hundreds of thousands more. In the last weeks before he committed suicide, he returned to the theme, I have played straight with the Jews. On the eve of war, I gave them a last warning. I warned them that if they again plunged the world into war, they would not be spared this time, that the vermin would be finally exterminated in Europe. They replied to this warning by a declaration of war. We have pierced the Jewish abscess. The world of the future will be eternally grateful to us. For in the political testament which he dictated on the night of 28 to 29 April 1945, he shot himself on the 30th, he again insisted, it is untrue that I, or anybody else in Germany, wanted war in 1939. It was wanted and provoked exclusively by those international politicians who either came of Jewish stock or worked for Jewish interests. And in the closing words of the testament, the last words he ever wrote, he summoned the elite of the German nation to merciless opposition to the world poisoner of all peoples, international Jewry. What is one to make of these utterances? The circumstances in which they were made show that they were in a sense sincere. Yet how can Hitler possibly have believed that the Jews had caused the war which he himself had brought about? The answer can only be that for Hitler, anything which opposed his own limitless craving for domination was automatically felt as part of the Jewish world conspiracy. And that does indeed seem to have been the case at every stage of his career, including the war. Any nation, large or small, that attempted to defend its territory or its interests against the insatiable claims of Nazi Germany showed, by that very fact, that it was a tool in the hands of the Elders of Zion. As one reflects on the implications of this, further questions present themselves. It has sometimes been argued that Hitler was simply a super Machiavellian, a man without convictions or loyalties, an utter cynic for whom the whole aim and value of life consisted in power and more power. There certainly was such a Hitler, but the other Hitler, the haunted man obsessed by fantasies about the Jewish world conspiracy, was just as real. Point 2. What one would like to know is just how far the near lunatic was active even in the calculating opportunist. How much of the dynamism behind that astonishing career, from the creation of the Nazi Party, through the struggle for power and the establishment of the dictatorship and the terror, how much of all this came from a secret dream of overthrowing the Jewish world conspiracy by exterminating the Jews? An unanswerable question, no doubt, but one that occurred even to some important Nazis, though of course they put it differently. For what else? Asked the supreme judge of the party, Walter Buck, writing in the party's legal journal during the war. For what else did we struggle, take upon us want and deprivation? For what else did the courageous men of the SA and the SS, the boys of the Hitler Youth, fall? If not for the possibility that one day the German people might start its struggle for liberation against the Jewish oppressors. In this struggle we are now involved. Victory will be attained by Adolf Hitler. And again, to what extent did Hitler and his immediate associates model themselves on the imaginary Elders of Zion? According to Rauschning, he took the protocols as his primer for politics. And in the 1930s, 3 whole books were written to show how in almost every particular Nazi policy followed the plan laid down there. The argument can be pushed too far, but that does not mean it is wholly false. It is worth reflecting on 2 more recent judgments. The Nazis, writes Hannah Arendt, started with the fiction of a conspiracy and modeled themselves, more or less consciously, after the secret society of the Elders of Zion. While Leon Poliakov comments that the Nazi leaders began by drugging themselves with sensational subliterature of the type of the protocols and ended by translating these morbid fantasies into a reality terrible beyond imagining. Point 4. There is a good deal in this. The ruthless struggle of a band of conspirators to achieve world domination, a world empire based on a small but highly organized and regimented people, utter contempt for humanity at large, a glorying in destruction and mass misery. All these things are to be found in the protocols, and they were of the very essence of the Nazi regime. To put it with all due caution, in this preposterous fabrication from the days of the Russian pogroms, Hitler heard the call of a kindred spirit, and he responded to it with all his being. Chapter 9. The Myth in Nazi Propaganda. 1. The protocols and the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy were exploited in Nazi propaganda at every stage, from the first emergence of the party in the early 1920s to the collapse of the Third Reich in 1945. They were exploited first to help the party to power, then to justify a regime of terror, then to justify war, then to justify genocide, and finally to postpone surrender to the Allies. The history of the myth during those years, of the changing purposes it was made to serve, mirrors faithfully the rise and fall of the Third Reich itself. In the early days, the chief propagator of the myth and of the protocols was Alfred Rosenberg, the official ideologist of the party. Rosenberg was a Bate of less purely German descent than he liked to pretend. One of his grandfathers was a Let. As he came from Reval, his original nationality was Russian, and even after the revolution he still took his examination as an architect in Moscow. He was in his mid-20s when the revolution roused his interest in politics and turned him into a fanatical anti-Bolshevik. In 1918, he attached himself to the German troops on their withdrawal from Russia, like Winberg, whom he knew well and who influenced him deeply. In Germany, he joined the newly founded Nazi Party and became an intimate associate of Hitler's. Although he was never taken very seriously by Hitler and was already losing influence before the party came to power, Rosenberg left a permanent mark on Nazi ideology. The party was rabidly anti-Semitic from the moment of its foundation in 1919, but it became obsessed with Russian communism only in 1921-22, and this seems to have been largely Rosenberg's doing. He provided the link between Russian anti-Semitism of the Black Hundred type and the anti-Semitism of the German racists. More precisely, he took over Winberg's view of Bolshevism as a Jewish conspiracy and reinterpreted it in folkish racist terms. The resulting fantasy, as expounded in innumerable articles and pamphlets, became an obsessive theme in Hitler's thinking and in the outlook and propaganda of the Nazi Party. Rosenberg was the most educated of the Nazi leaders, but that is not saying much. Although he set himself up as an expert on Bolshevism, he never read a word of Marx or Engels, never studied the history or theory of socialism, knew nothing at all about the Russian revolutionary movement. It was Uo to know that Kerensky was a Jew called Kirby's Sikh, and that Lenin was a Kalmuk Tartar. He should have compared notes with Hitler who, as we have seen, had his own ideas about this. Much of his information was undoubtedly supplied by Winberg and other right-wing Russian émigrés. Many of his articles in the party newspaper, the Völkischer Beobachter, were almost entirely based on Luch Sveda, while large parts of his magnum opus, the unreadable myth of the 20th century, were lifted straight from Winberg's writings. Between 1919 and 1923, Rosenberg produced, in addition to innumerable articles, 5 pamphlets on the world conspiracy of the Jews, with or without the Freemasons, an abbreviated translation of that notable 19th century forerunner, Gougenot de L /Fusos, and a whole volume of commentary on the protocols. And whereas his bulky myth of the 20th century was read by hardly anybody, and certainly not by the Nazi leaders, these early pamphlets had considerable influence. Typical of them all is Pest in Russland, Plague in Russia, published in 1922. Here we learn that Tsarist Russia earned the hostility of Jews not, as one might have supposed, by pogroms and oppression, but by its resistance to finance capitalism. In order to overcome this obstacle and at the same time to punish the recalcitrant Russians, the Jews used their dialectic skill, developed in centuries of commenting on the Talmud, upon the Russian masses, who were easily misled into exterminating the national elite. This enabled Jewish Bolsheviks to nationalize Russian industry, which meant simply appropriating it for the enrichment of themselves and of their friends and relatives abroad. It remained only to organize the Red Army around a corps of Lets and, a startling novelty, former Chinese silk merchants, and the Russian people could at last be forced to submit to capitalism. In all this, a special role was reserved for Walther Rathenau. As Rosenberg saw it, Rathenau was closely connected with those all-powerful Jewish Bolsheviks in the Soviet Union. They shared with him the wealth they derived from Russian industry, while in return he arranged, through the Treaty of Rapallo, for the German people to be exploited in the interest of stock exchange and Soviet Jews. If he and his like had their way, Lets and Chinese under Jewish command would soon be shooting down German workers. And who could deny that such people were, long since ripe for prison and gallows? Shortly after the appearance of this booklet, Rathenau was assassinated by young men holding precisely these views. It was an appropriate beginning to a career which was to end, a generation later, with Rosenberg's execution as a major war criminal. These writings of Rosenberg's are of course political propaganda, designed to serve the Nazi Party in its struggle for power, but their atmosphere is one, rather, of apocalyptic prophecy. As we have seen, Hitler himself had his apocalyptic moments. With Rosenberg, however, it was a matter not of moments but of a permanent cast of mind. The Jew stands in our history as our metaphysical opposite, he wrote in 1923, at the end of his commentary on the Protocols. That was never clearly grasped by us. Today, at last, it seems as if the eternally foreign and hostile, now that it has climbed to such monstrous power, is felt and hated as such. For the first time in history, instinct and knowledge attain clear consciousness. The Jew stands at the very top of the peak of power which he has so eagerly climbed, and awaits his fall into the abyss. The last fall. After that, there will be no place for the Jew in Europe or America. Today there begins, in the midst of the collapse of a whole world, a new era, a fundamental rejection in all fields of many ideas inherited from the past. One of the advanced signs of the coming struggle for the new organization of the world is this understanding of the very nature of the demon which has caused our present downfall. Then the way will be opened for a new age. That is how Rosenberg felt about the Protocols in 1923. A decade later, a new edition of his work carried a foreword, which he must have approved if not written, celebrating the advent of the Third Reich. The luminous people in the center, Germany, struggles up out of the claws of the Jewish world entanglement to a mighty rebirth. It tears the meshes of the net in which it was caught by Talmudic trappers, and like a phoenix rises from the ashes of a burnt-out materialistic philosophy. The German Reich stands in the focus of the world, and a purified nation reveals itself for those who can see, shining brightly, like a new dawn of creation. The spirits of the underworld shrink back appalled before this rising up. Jewry, the spirit of decay, the dark demon of creative peoples, feels itself smitten to the heart. The circle of the Jewish plans for world domination was not yet quite closed. It was too soon to drive the peoples yet again into a bloody war with one another. May the new edition of this book reveal yet again to the German people in what a delusion they were imprisoned, before the great German movement shattered it, and how deeply this perception was rooted amongst the leaders of National Socialism from the very beginning of the movement. Rosenberg was a simple soul, and he really believed the balderdash he wrote. Joseph Goebbels, who became the party's propaganda chief in 1928, was much more of a cynic, and the propaganda he put out consisted mostly of deliberate lies. A fine example is the variation on the Protocols which he sponsored in December 1929. Under the heading Slave Market there appeared, on placards and in party journals, the latest decision of the International Jewish Financiers. Since Germany was unable to pay reparations in full, she must make up the deficit by exporting young men and women. These would be specially selected by the Jewish masters of Germany. Young Jews would of course be exempt. Translated from Yiddish into German, that means forced export of German people. Of that there can be no doubt. The source of this tale was given as the Berliner Tageblatt, a perfectly respectable newspaper where no word of all this had ever appeared. This story figured in the campaign preceding the Reichstag election of 1930, which marked the beginning of the spectacular rise of the Nazi Party. Between 1928 and 1933, the party soared from ninth place in the Reichstag, with less than 1 million votes and only 12 seats, to an easy first, with more than 17 million votes and 288 seats. Each stage in the rise was accompanied by further floods of anti-Semitic propaganda. It would be easy to argue, and it often has been argued, that the party's success was mainly due to its anti-Semitism, even that anyone who voted Nazi must have been a fanatical anti-Semite. And yet, Hitler would never have come to power without the World Depression, which at one time brought the number of registered unemployed in Germany to 6 million and plunged almost the whole population, the middle classes and the peasantry as well as the industrial workers, into chronic misery and anxiety. In such an atmosphere, which was all the more desperate because the country was only just recovering from the earlier shocks of military defeat and a devastating inflation, Hitler could deploy the whole range of his demagogy. He attacked the victorious Allies, especially the French, for enslaving the German people, and the German Republican regime for its failure to cope with the crisis, and the parties of the left for dividing the nation, and the parties of the right for their ineffectiveness, and the plutocrats and monopolists for exploiting everyone else. In fact, he attacked everybody, even if his most ferocious attacks were reserved for the Jews. And above all, he offered a show of iron determination, of readiness to act and act radically, in a society unaccustomed to the uncertainties which are inseparable from democracy, and especially from new and inexperienced democracy. All these things helped Hitler to power, or rather, helped him to the 37.3% of the total vote, which was the most he ever obtained in a truly free election, July 1932. And the one thing on which all witnesses seem to agree is that the Germany in which Hitler came to power was not in fact a country gripped in a frenzy of anti-Semitism, hypnotized by the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy and thirsting for the blood of the Jews. Admittedly, the most popular edition of the Protocols had sold nearly 100,000 copies in a dozen years, but Remarque's famous anti-war and left-wing novel All Quiet on the Western Front, published in 1929, sold 250,000 copies in a single year, and plenty of other progressive novels also enjoyed big sales. Nor can it be taken for granted that even the whole of the Nazi Party itself, with its relatively small membership of about 1 million, was fanatically anti-Semitic. In 1934, an enterprising American sociologist, Theodore Abel, advertised for life histories by members of the party, showing what led them to join. 600 members voluntarily sent in their autobiographies. The astonishing fact is that 60% of these Nazis never mentioned anti-Semitism at all. Some even expressly dissociated themselves from this aspect of party policy. It quickened my pulse to hear about the fatherland, unity, and the need for a supreme leader. I felt that I belonged to these people. Only their statements about the Jews I could not swallow. They gave me a headache even after I had joined the party. Moreover, statistical analysis showed that whereas anti-Semitic sentiments figured in nearly half the life histories supplied by members of the middle classes, including the liberal professions, they figured in less than 30% of those supplied by industrial or agricultural workers. 1. If real commitment to the anti-Semitic cause was as exceptional inside the party as this survey suggests, it can hardly have been widespread in the mass of the population which did not join the party. Yet when all qualifications are made, it remains true that very many of the 17 million who voted Nazi in 1933 must have been willing to expose their Jewish fellow citizens at least to some loss of civil liberties. And there can be no doubt, either, that there were plenty of fanatical anti-Semites, for instance in the National Student Movement, which had been captured by the Nazis in 1931, and among the 400,000 members of the SA, Storm Troop, some hundreds of thousands who would have agreed with the contributor to Abel's collection who said, "The history of the world would have lost its meaning if Judaism, with its corroding spirit, the embodiment of all evil, were to win the victory over the true and good encompassed in Adolf Hitler's idea." My belief is that our leader, Adolf Hitler, was given by fate to the German nation as our savior, bringing light into darkness. One such were the fruits of 50 years of propaganda, culminating in 14 years of intensive, virulent, unrelenting propaganda since the war, operating above all on the young. They were deadly fruits, For it was precisely this mixture of the fanaticism of a minority with the indifference of the many that made possible the whole development, from the first restrictions to the final extermination. The findings of V.S. Allen in The Nazi Seizure of Power. The Experience of a Single German Town, 1930 to 1935, Chicago 1965, pages 77-8 and 209-12, suggest that the divergence between the fanatical Nazis and the bulk of the population was even greater than is indicated here. Varia's for the fanatics' anti-Semitism was a deadly serious matter. Most people regarded the anti-Semitic propaganda as so much talk, which was quite unrelated to the Jews they knew personally and would in any case not lead to serious persecution. Allen's study concerns a single middle-sized town in Hanover, and his findings are not necessarily valid for the whole country. This much, however, seems certain. Anti-Semitism played only a limited part in bringing Hitler to power, but indifference played an important part in facilitating the subsequent persecution. See below, pages 210-13. In February 1933, Hitler became chancellor, and on April 1st the persecution of the Jews began with a compulsory one-day boycott of Jewish shops. Already in justification of this first anti-Semitic measure, the protocols were invoked, notably by Julius Streicher in the Völkischer Beobachter. The Plan of Basel, he declared, had been on the point of fulfillment, but on Saturday, April 1st, at 10 a.m., the German people begins defensive action against the Jewish world criminals. National Socialists, strike down the world enemy. The boycott was a tryout. As nobody protested, the government proceeded to introduce anti-Semitic legislation. Very soon Jews were excluded from the civil service and the liberal professions, and in September 1935 the Nuremberg Laws finally cast them out from the community of the German nation. And in the non-stop propaganda campaign which accompanied these measures, the protocols and the Jewish world conspiracy bulked very large indeed. The Völkischer Beobachter invoked them constantly, while Streicher's weekly Der Stürmer alternated between elaborations of the protocols and lurid stories of German maidens raped by Jews and German children ritually murdered. The efforts of Der Stürmer were particularly important, for this vile paper had a circulation of nearly 500,000, one of the biggest of any German periodical, and it was also displayed on special notice boards in towns and villages throughout the country. Most sinister of all, it was used in schools. The protocols themselves were officially advertised. A party edition carried an urgent appeal to every citizen. It is the duty of every German to study the terrifying avowal of the elders of Zion, and to compare them with the boundless misery of our people, and then to draw the necessary conclusions and to see to it that this book comes into the hands of every German. We, German racists, must be grateful to Providence for illumining our path precisely at the moment when all seemed lost. Difficult struggles await us. The first task is to disintoxicate the soul of the German people and to wake its understanding of the nobility of the Aryan race. With God, for the resurrection of Germany. The protocols did in fact sell excellently, and, unlike that other sacred text of the Third Reich, Mein Kampf, they were not only purchased but read. And it is certain, too, that many of those who read them became fanatical believers. In less than 2 years after Hitler's accession to power, intellectual and moral standards in Germany had dropped to a point where a minister of education could prescribe the protocols as one of the basic textbooks for schools. These developments did not affect the Jews alone. In Tsarist Russia, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy had been used as a means of discrediting the revolutionary movement. In the Weimar Republic, it had been used by the Nazis as a means of discrediting the democratic regime. Now in the Third Reich, it was used as a means not only of discrediting possible opponents of the dictatorship, but also of justifying the whole regime of terror. Writing in 1935, Reinhard Heydrich, Himmler's principal lieutenant, noted that all oppositional organizations had been smashed, but at the same time insisted that the Judeo-Masonic world conspiracy was still pursuing its aim of undermining, poisoning, and destroying the German people. We must learn, from the history of the last few thousand years, to recognize the enemy. Then we shall suddenly see that we are today, for the first time, grasping the enemy at the very roots of his strength. Can one wonder that he defends himself all the more fiercely? He admitted that this supposed activity of the great conspiracy was so little evident that it was almost impossible to detect. When after the seizure of power all visible opposition disappeared and the spiritual struggle began, Many of RSS lacked the arms for this struggle because they failed to recognize the all-embracing nature of the enemy. Nevertheless, he insisted, "We fighters must face it. We need years of bitter struggle to drive back the enemy finally in all fields, to destroy him and to make Germany secure, in its blood and its spirit, against new penetrations by the enemy." What this meant in practice was that anyone whom the regime wished to persecute and destroy, for whatever reason, could be denounced as an agent of the perennial Jewish world conspiracy. It also meant that to deny the reality of that world conspiracy was to label oneself as an enemy of the regime and to expose oneself to persecution and destruction. So an anti-Semitic myth originally concocted by a few eccentric priests in reaction against the French Revolution became in the 1930s a device by which a despotic government could consolidate its hold over a great European nation. The myth of the Jewish world conspiracy was also a means by which the government tried to make its foreign policy acceptable to the German people. That policy aimed at war, but that is an aim which no modern European government, not even Hitler's, could openly admit. From 1933 onwards, German foreign policy was therefore presented as above all a defense against a deadly encirclement organized by the Jews. In particular, the Soviet Union was portrayed as Hitler had always imagined it, as a land of submen ruled by Jews. Goebbels regularly distinguished himself by his outbursts on this subject at the annual party rallies at Nuremberg. In 1935, he declared that Bolshevism was a satanic plot which could have been hatched only in the brain of a nomad, while Nazi Germany was a bulwark against which the Asiatic Jewish flood would break in vain. A year later, he announced that Bolshevism was pathological and criminal nonsense concocted and organized by the Jews for the purpose of destroying the European nations and establishing world domination in their ruins. Streicher also had some eloquent things to say. When the Soviet Union was at last admitted to the League of Nations in 1935, he argued that the governments of the democracies which had supported this move must consist of those famous 800 men mentioned by Rathenau, and those 300 men are members of the Jewish race and conspirators of Freemasonry. Meanwhile, various diligent researchers were producing works with titles like Jews Behind Stalin to show that everyone of any importance in the Soviet Union was a Jew. As in reality, almost all the Jews who were at all prominent in the Soviet Communist Party were just then being liquidated by Stalin. This was no easy task, but it was accomplished just the same, by the simple device of ascribing Jewish descent to everyone with a Latvian, Armenian, or Tatar name, and to a lot of ordinary Russians as well. It is true that this procedure was soon extended beyond the Soviet Union. Soon every politician anywhere who tried to thwart Hitler's plans, starting with Roosevelt, was declared to be a Jew, a half-Jew, or at least married to a Jew. Enormous quantities of propaganda along these lines were put out by Goebbels's propaganda ministry, where little of it was believed, and by various party offices under Rosenberg, where rather more was believed. Strange contortions were performed in 1939–40 to fit the needs of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact. It was even discovered that the Soviet Union was not ruled by Jews at all, and that the whole idea had been a deception practiced on simple Germans by a Judaized Britain. This, however, taxed the ingenuity even of Goebbels, and it must have been a relief when in 1941 the identification of Jews with communists proved to have been right after all. Yet whatever other targets this propaganda might be directed against, and whatever other purposes it might be made to serve, its main target was always the Jews themselves, and its main purpose was to present these human beings as demonic beings. At the end of that path lies murder, and already before the war those who dealt in the protocols were hinting at a possibility which was beginning to take shape in their imagination. By the end of 1936, Der Stürmer was looking forward to a worldwide cleansing operation. The mobilization of the German people's will to destroy the bacillus lodged in its body is a declaration of war on all Jews throughout the world. Its final result will decide the problem whether the world is to be redeemed by German virtues or to perish by the Jewish poison. We believe in the final victory of the German people and thus in the liberation of all non-Jewish humanity. Those who vanquish the world Jew will save the earth from the devil. At the Nuremberg Party rally of 1937, Goebbels excelled himself. Europe must see and recognize the danger. We shall point fearlessly to the Jew as the inspirer and originator, the one who profits from these dreadful catastrophes. Look, there is the world's enemy, the destroyer of civilizations, the parasite among the peoples, the son of chaos, the incarnation of evil, the ferment of decomposition, the demon who brings about the degeneration of mankind. By October 1938, it was possible to be more precise, and Der Stürmer could write of the Jews, bacteria, vermin, and pests cannot be tolerated. For reasons of cleanliness and hygiene, we must make them harmless by killing them off. All this would have been mere rhetoric if it had not been for the war, which by 1941 placed the majority of European Jews in Hitler's power and gave him vast and remote spaces in which to carry out the exterminations. As we have seen, Hitler defined his war as a war waged by world Jewry against National Socialist Germany. And once the exterminations began, this became a constant theme in internal German propaganda. Not that the propaganda ever spoke unambiguously of mass executions and gassing that was strictly forbidden, but it constantly hinted that the Jews were being made to pay for the war with their lives. It was a curious maneuver, as though the Nazi leaders were trying to involve the whole German people in their own guilt, yet without ever really admitting that guilt. Very soon after the German forces invaded Russia, a booklet appeared under the sponsorship of Goebbels, and with the title German Soldiers See the Soviet Union. The Jewish question, it reported, is being solved with imposing thoroughness. As the Führer put it, should Jewry succeed in inciting the European nations to a senseless war, this will mean the end of this race in Europe. The Jew ought to have known that the Führer is accustomed to take his words seriously, and now he has to bear the consequences. They are inexorably hard but necessary if ultimately quiet and peace are to reign among nations. By November 1941, Goebbels himself was in effect publicly justifying the killing of Jews. In this historical contest, he declared, "Each Jew is our enemy. All Jews, by virtue of their birth and race, belong to an international conspiracy against National Socialist Germany. Each German soldier who falls in this war goes to the debt account of the Jews. He is on their conscience, and they, therefore, must pay for it." In a speech at Karlsruhe in May 1942, the head of the German Labor Front, Robert Ley, went further still. It is not enough to isolate the Jewish enemy of mankind. The Jew has got to be exterminated. Too, in the same month, the party journal Volk und Rasse announced, "A right understanding of Jewry must require its complete annihilation." By 1943, even the antiquated myth of Jewish ritual murder was being revived. In the 1930s, this theme had been practically reserved for Streicher and Der Stürmer, but now men with university doctorates began to produce solemn tomes to show that ritual murder represented in miniature what the war demonstrated on a grand scale: the Jewish plan to kill off all Christians. Himmler was so enchanted by one of these books that he distributed copies throughout the senior ranks of the SS and sent hundreds more to be distributed to the extermination squads in Russia. And he had another bright idea. "We must at once employ investigators in England to follow and check the reports of trials and police announcements concerning missing children, so that we can include short announcements in our broadcasts that a child has disappeared in such and such a place, and that this is probably the result of a Jewish ritual murder." I am of the opinion that we could give anti-Semitism an incredible virulence by means of anti-Semitic propaganda in English, perhaps even in Russian, giving special publicity to ritual murders. It was a delusion shared by Hitler, Himmler, and Goebbels that British and American morale could be undermined by propaganda about the Jewish world conspiracy. This propaganda did indeed have some effect in France and even in Britain in the winter of 1939-40, when there was a good deal of vague talk about the Jews' war. But it had less and less effect thereafter, and it was a fantastic miscalculation that led Goebbels in 1943 to devote from 70% to 80% of all foreign broadcasts to anti-Semitic themes. The Nazi leaders were, however, so firmly locked in their delusion that they really expected big anti-Semitic movements to arise in Britain and the United States, overthrow the democratic regimes, make peace with Germany, and join in the work of exterminating the Jews. Some insight into their state of mind is provided by Johann von Leers, to whom Rosenberg had imposed on the University of Jena as a full professor, and who specialized in the protocols, the rabbi's speech, and tales of ritual murder. This is what he had to say in the foreword to his book Die Verbrechernatur der Juden, The Criminal Nature of the Jews, in 1942. If the hereditary criminal nature of Jewry can be demonstrated, then not only is each people morally justified in exterminating the hereditary criminals, but any people that still keeps and protects Jews is just as guilty of an offense against public safety as someone who cultivates cholera germs without observing the proper precautions. By this time, the fortunes of war were turning against Germany, and so the Jewish world conspiracy was invoked to reinforce the German will to fight on. In February 1943, the Deutscher Wochendienst, German weekly service, which consisted of confidential instructions issued by Goebbels for the benefit of writers and speakers on politics, made the following recommendation: stress. If we lose the war, we do not fall into the hands of some other states, but will all be annihilated by world Jewry. Jewry is firmly decided to exterminate all Germans. International law and international custom will be no protection against the Jewish will for total annihilation. This, of course, was cynical and calculated propaganda, but it was something else as well, a barely disguised description of what Germans were at that moment doing to Jews. For as Germany's chances of winning the war diminished, the drive to exterminate the Jews took on a quality of fury and desperation, as though the Nazi leaders were resolved that this victory, at least, the most essential of all, should not slip through their fingers. At the beginning of 1943, new gas chambers were built at Auschwitz, and the first crematoria were solemnly inaugurated in the presence of distinguished visitors from Berlin. In 1943 and 1944, the process of extermination was stepped up until, by the summer of 1944, 12,000, 15,000, even 22,000 Jews were being gassed and cremated on single days in Auschwitz alone. By the autumn of 1944, the Holocaust was nearing its conclusion, but propaganda concerning the Jewish world conspiracy continued unabated. In September, the Deutscher Wochendienst insisted that speakers and writers must present Jewry as the one real enemy and the sole instigator and prolonger of the war. Propaganda distributed to the troops on the Eastern Front talked quite openly of the extermination, of which they had in any case abundant evidence, and justified it as a purely defensive measure. The following, for instance, comes from a publication of the armed forces, sponsored by the highest military commanders. There are still individuals in our people who feel somewhat uncertain in themselves when we speak of the extermination of the Jews in our living space. The strength of character and the energy of the greatest man our people has produced in 1,000 years were necessary to tear the Jewish deception from our eyes. Jewish plutocracy and Jewish communism are out to hunt down the German people which has escaped from slavery. Who can speak in this struggle of pity or of Christian charity, etc.? The Jew must be destroyed wherever we find him. By October 1944, some 5 to 6 million Jews had been killed, and Germany was about to be invaded from east and west. Himmler, foreseeing that Auschwitz would shortly be overrun by the Russians, and perhaps hoping to ingratiate himself with the Western Allies, ordered an end to the systematic exterminations, though tens of thousands were still to die of hunger and exhaustion. One might have expected that at this point talk of the protocols and of the Jewish world conspiracy would cease at last, but that is not what happened. The Jews, wrote Goebbels in January 1945, are the incarnation of that destructive drive which in these terrible years rages in the enemy's warfare against everything that we consider noble, beautiful, and worth preserving. Who drives Russians, Englishmen, and Americans into the fire and offers hecatombs of other people's lives in a struggle without prospects against the German people. The Jews. The Jews at the end of this war are going to experience their kini. Not Europe, but they themselves are going to perish. In the midst of this last agony of the Third Reich, in a Berlin reduced to a heap of rubble and about to be overrun, the propaganda ministry harked back to the first of all these millions of murders. On December 29, 1944, for the benefit of the German press, it repeated the lie which had bemused Rathenau's assassins a generation earlier. The central issue of this war is the breaking of Jewish world domination. If it were possible to checkmate the 800 secret Jewish kings who rule the world, the peoples of this earth would at last find their peace. 2. It was an admission of defeat, strictly comparable with that ultimate defeat which is the fate of the paranoiac. After incomparably the greatest and cruelest massacres in history, the Nazi leaders felt themselves not one step nearer their aim. It remained for the chief administrator of the whole extermination, Adolf Eichmann, to suggest an explanation for this singular failure. At his trial at Jerusalem in 1961, Eichmann maintained that Hitler himself was nothing but a pawn and a marionette in the hands of the satanic international high finance of the Western world, meaning, of course, the mysterious, undiscoverable, and omnipotent elders of Zion. 2. What, in the end, did all the propaganda achieve? There is no simple answer to that question. The picture that Hitler and Goebbels liked to present to the world was of a nation solidly united in a passionate determination to defeat the Jewish world conspiracy. Confronted with the almost unbelievable fact of 5 or 6 million murdered Jews, many in the outside world found it easy enough, at the end of the war, to accept this picture as accurate. But how accurate was it? The picture that emerges from first-hand observations made in Germany under the Nazi regime is more complex. It is perfectly true that already by the time Hitler came to power, a large part of the German population was infected with anti-Semitism, and in a form which went a good deal beyond the rather vague prejudice current in the Western democracies. The typical German anti-Semite wanted to see German Jews excluded from public office, subjected to disabilities in their education and careers, pushed into a position of an underprivileged minority. There, however, his demands stopped. Unjust and uncivilized as they were yet very different from the aspirations of Hitler and his associates. Within the first couple of years of the Nazi regime, all these demands were fulfilled and more than fulfilled. Jews disappeared from all positions of prominence and influence. Personal contacts between Jew and non-Jew practically ceased. The mass emigration of Jews began. Now the question was, what next? It was conceivable that the limited anti-Semitism of the many would expire because it no longer had a real objective. It was also conceivable that it would be whipped up to a higher level of intensity, transformed into a murderous fanaticism. By exploiting the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, the Nazi leadership hoped to forestall the first of these possibilities and to achieve the second. How far did they succeed? A very shrewd and experienced observer, Michael Müller-Claudius, who had been studying the development of anti-Semitism for many years, carried out investigations in 1938 and again in 1942. After the officially organized pogrom of 9 to 10 November 1938, when squads of young Nazis destroyed and looted synagogues and Jewish shops and houses throughout Germany and killed some scores of Jews, Müller-Claudius had informal conversations with 41 party members from all social strata. To the casual comment, well, so a start is being made at last with carrying out the program against the Jews, he got the following reactions. 26 persons, or 63% of the total, expressed downright indignation at the outrages. A further 13 persons, or 32%, answered noncommittally. 2 persons, a student and a bank employee, approved, and they did so because they believed in the Jewish world conspiracy. In the eyes of this 5%, physical violence against Jews was justified because terror must be met with terror. 4 years later, Müller-Claudius carried out a further investigation. It was the autumn of 1942, when the remaining German Jews were being deported to an unknown destination in the East, ostensibly to do manual labor as a contribution to the war effort. This time, he put a series of skillfully designed questions to 61 party members, again chosen from all social strata. The result was different in various respects. Only 16 persons, or 26%, showed signs of concern for the Jews, while the proportion of the indifferent had risen to 69%, 42 persons. The proportion of fanatics, on the other hand, was unchanged, persons, or 5% of the total. And for this group, as before, the Jewish world conspiracy was a self-evident fact and the extermination of the Jews an absolute necessity. It's obvious that the destruction of Jewry is a war aim. Without it, the final victory would not be secure. International Jewry provoked the war. After the Fine victory, the Jewish race must cease to exist. The Führer owes it to mankind to liberate it from Jewry. The Führer will order how they are to be exterminated. These findings of Müller-Claudius, which have been substantially confirmed by other careful observers, enable one to estimate with some objectivity what Hitler and Goebbels achieved and what they failed to achieve. On the one hand, the mass of the German population was never truly fanaticized against the Jews. It was never obsessed by the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy. It could not really think of the war as an apocalyptic struggle against eternal Jewry. But on the other hand, it dissociated itself from the Jews more and more completely as the years passed. By 1942, most people at least suspected that something dreadful was happening to the deported Jews, and an appreciable number must have known, for professional reasons, just what was happening, and few cared much. The contrast between 1938 and 1942 shows the extent to which the whole population had been conditioned not so much to positive hatred as to utter indifference. Of course, allowance has to be made for the traditional German subservience to authority, for the strain and harassment of war, for the increasingly ruthless terror which was being exercised against the population itself. Yet the fact remains that when it was realized that the inmates of lunatic asylums were being killed, powerful protests were uttered, and with considerable effect, whereas hardly a voice was raised on behalf of the Jews. The reason seems plain enough. Anyone who spoke up for the Jews was at once labeled as a member of their conspiracy and fit only to share their fate, and very few were prepared to expose themselves and their families to such hazards. In such circumstances, it is extremely tempting to disguise one's timidity by identifying oneself at least partly with the official attitude. There was no need to talk of the elders of Zion. It was enough to agree that Jews were summonvu sinister, in any case not deserving of anyone's concern. And this attitude at least the Nazi leadership managed to instill into the great majority of the population. In the minds of most Germans, German Jews ceased altogether to be regarded as compatriots. The last traces of solidarity disappeared. As for the Jews in countries occupied by the Germans, hardly anyone gave them a thought. A mood of passive compliance became general, and meanwhile the fanatics, if no more numerous than before, acquired a new importance. Scattered through the civilian population and the armed forces were individuals, certainly numbering many hundreds of thousands, perhaps even a couple of million, who accepted the conspiracy myth with all its murderous implications and who were prepared to denounce anyone who questioned it to the SD, security service. It was a state of affairs which, if it fell far short of Hitler's ideal, still enabled him to proceed unmolested with the extermination of European Jewry. Much the same applied to the organization which actually planned and carried out the extermination. Here, too, only a minority consisted of genuine fanatics. At the higher levels there were plenty of criminal opportunists for whom the whole murderous business was simply a chance for extortion, loot, and professional advancement. Among the camp guards there were also plenty of opportunists who simply preferred a comfortable and privileged existence to the dangers and hardships of the front. And there were also some true sadists, hungry for the chance to beat and torture. And at all levels there were plenty of mere conformists, people who simply followed the line of least resistance, went wherever they were directed, did whatever they were told to do, automatically. Yet it is still true that all these people needed a pretext for their activities, some excuse which would enable them to kill and kill with an easy conscience. And at every level of the SD and SS there were fanatics eager to provide just such a justification in the form of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy. So this old myth, as reinterpreted by Hitler, became part of the ideology of the most ruthless and efficient body of professional killers in all human history. The psychoanalyst Bruno Bettelheim found that the SS guards at Dachau and Buchenwald believed absolutely in the Jewish world conspiracy. 1 Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, at the time regarded the extermination of the Jews as necessary, so that Germany and our posterity might be freed forever from their relentless adversaries. And if he later decided that the extermination was wrong after all, that was only because by discrediting Germany it brought the Jews far closer to their ultimate objective of world domination. For many of the SS, the conspiracy myth was in fact far more than an ideology or a worldview. It was something which took possession of their psyches, so that they were able, for instance, to burn small children alive without any conscious feelings of compassion or of guilt. The leaders of these men expected no less of them. In October 1943, at Posen, Himmler said to a group of high-ranking SS/VC had a moral duty towards our people, the duty to exterminate this people which wanted to exterminate us. Most of you know what it means to see a pile of 100 corpses, or of 500, or of 1,000. To have gone through that, and still, with a few exceptions, to have remained decent people, that is what has toughened us. It is a glorious page of our history, which has never been written and never will be, for others were less reticent still. In August 1942, Hitler and Himmler visited the Polish town of Lublin to discuss methods of extermination with the local head of the SS and SD, the Austrian Odilo Globoknik. When a member of Hitler's suite asked whether the dead Jews should not be cremated rather than buried, as a future generation might think differently of these matters, General Globoknik replied, "But, gentlemen, If after us such a cowardly and rotten generation should arise that it does not understand our work which is so good and so necessary, then, gentlemen, all National Socialism will have been for nothing. On the contrary, bronze plaques should be put up with the inscription that it was we who had the courage to achieve this gigantic task. Hitler agreed. Yes, my good Globoknik, that is the word, that is my opinion, too. One day the SS Dr. Pfannenstiel, he was also professor of hygiene at the University of Marburg, visited the extermination camp of Treblinka. The camp SS gave a banquet in his honor, and in his speech of thanks the doctor said, "Your task is a great duty, a duty useful and necessary. Looking at the bodies of the Jews, one understands the greatness of your good work." These are extraordinary words, and they point to an extraordinary phenomenon. In the middle of the 20th century, in the heart of civilized Europe, there had appeared a large body of men in whom there was no trace of what traditionally had been known as conscience and humanity. These technicians of genocide went blithely about their business, and even today those of them who appear before the German courts seem quite unrepentant. No doubt many factors, of innate temperament and childhood experience and later training, combined to produce this result. It is still true that in order to do what they did these men needed an ideology, and that this was provided by the protocols and the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy. Chapter X. Forgery pushers on trial. 1. Already in the 1890s, manager Murin called on the rulers of Europe to league themselves against the Jewish conspiracy. In 1906, Tsar Nicholas II and Count Lambsdorff tried, however ineffectively, to build a system of alliances on just such a basis. As conceived by these pioneers, the Anti-Semitic International would have been an intergovernmental organization for the suppression of revolutionary, radical, and even merely liberal movements throughout Europe. The Nazis took over the idea and gave it a new content. This seems to have been the work above all of a German from the Baltic provinces of Russia, Max Erwin von Stubner-Richter. During the short period when he was a leading theoretician of the Nazi Party, he was shot dead in the Munich Putsch of 1923, as he marched arm in arm with Hitler. Reflecting on the fact that Jews are to be found all over the world, Stubner-Richter hit on the notion that anti-Semitism might provide a means by which German National Socialism could find allies abroad. Unlike his predecessors, the Archbishop of Port Louis and the Russian Foreign Minister, Stubner-Richter did not think of these allies as being necessarily governments. They could just as well be right-wing revolutionaries. Already at that early stage in the party's history, one comes across the slogan, modeled on the famous ending of the Communist Manifesto, "Anti-Semites of all countries, unite." Hitler himself adopted the idea with enthusiasm. Hermann Rauschning reports him as saying, "Anti-Semitism is a useful revolutionary expedient. Anti-Semitic propaganda in all countries is an almost indispensable medium for the extension of our political campaign. You will see how little time we shall need to upset the ideas and criteria of the whole world simply by attacking Judaism. It is beyond question the most important weapon in my propaganda arsenal." The Nazis did in fact propagate the myth of the Jewish conspiracy throughout the world in the hope that it would undermine resistance to their own drive for world domination. And in this campaign the protocols played a vital part. Of the 3 books that made up the sacred scriptures of Nazism and which sold in millions, Mein Kampf, Rosenberg's Myth of the 20th Century, and the Protocols, only the last was exported for propaganda abroad. The propagation and defense of the protocols outside Germany was mainly the responsibility of an organization called the Weltdienst, World Service, headed by a retired colonel, Ulrich Fleischhauer. A disciple of Theodor Fritsch and a friend of Dietrich Eckart, Fleischhauer emerged from the First World War to found, already in 1919, a center for the dissemination of anti-Semitic propaganda, the U-Botung Publishing House at Erfurt. The moment Hitler took power in 1933, he received a memorandum, ostensibly from a few undaunted nationalists from Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Austria, and Hungary, urging that a technical assistance office should be set up as the nucleus for an international anti-Semitic movement. This office would concern itself with establishing liaison between anti-Semites in various countries, and with the dissemination of anti-Semitic enlightenment throughout the Aryan Christian world. The appeal was successful. Fleischhauer's organization was officially encouraged to embark on a major expansion, which incidentally provided comfortable jobs for several of the dauntless nationalists. Under the name of Weltians, the Erfurt Center acquired a certain importance and notoriety in the years up to the outbreak of war. By 1937, it could boast that, for the first time in world history, international Jewry was faced by an international counter-organization, the cell of a true League of Nations. Our work reaches to the furthest corners of the earth. Fleischhauer consistently denied that the Weltians was connected with the German government or with the Nazi Party, but these statements, always inherently implausible, are now known to have been false. From 1933 to 1937, the Weltdienst was subsidized by the Propaganda Ministry, and from 1937 onwards by the Foreign Policy Office of the Nazi Party under Rosenberg. This backing enabled it to carry on propaganda of various kinds. It published a fortnightly, also called Weltdienst, the aim of which was stated at the head of each copy: to enlighten ill-informed Gentiles, irrespective of the state or country to which they may belong. These information sheets, which deal with the machinations of the Jewish underworld, accordingly form a necessary part of the intellectual armory of every Gentile. This publication was translated into many languages, one and so were the various anti-Semitic brochures that supplemented it. The Weltdienst also organized international conferences, which, unlike those organized by Julius Streicher, were held in secret. At the conference at Erfurt in 1937, as many as 22 countries were represented. The object of all this activity was to build up an international network based on blind belief in the protocols and the Jewish world conspiracy. As early as 1934 to 35, two sensational trials, one in South Africa and the other in Switzerland, drew attention to what was going on. In July and August 1934, a local division of the Supreme Court, sitting at Grahamstown, Eastern Province, South Africa, heard a civil action brought by the Reverend Abraham Levy, minister of the Western Road Synagogue, Port Elizabeth, against 3 leaders of the Nazi-type organization known as the Grey Shirt Movement. The 3 men, Johannes von Strauss von Moltke, Harry Victor Inch, and David Hermanus Olivier, were sued for having published a scurrilous document on the lines of the protocols. The trial created a great stir in South Africa. Its political significance was emphasized by the defendants themselves, who appeared in uniform, von Moltke in the uniform of the South African Gentile National Socialists, the others in that of the Grey Shirt Movement, and just before the trial began, the Grey Shirt newspaper Die Wahrheit, i.e. Truth, published long extracts from the protocols. The fabricated document had been read aloud at 2 political meetings and printed in the newspaper Die Rapport, edited by Olivier. Like the protocols, it was supposed to be an outline of the Jewish plan for world domination, but in crudity and sadism it surpasses all earlier anti-Semitic forgeries and faithfully mirrors the new age which began when the Nazis came to power. 2. The conclusion of the document gives a fair impression of its quality. We will fool the public, so that their belief in live and let live will be intensified 1,000-fold. We will make them digest as much silly rot as their decayed and filthy minds are capable of understanding. Hitler, lunatic Goering, von Papen and their co-lunatics, with the asylum contingent, namely the brown shirts, are guilty of devastation and crimes against civilization, which we have built up. They raped our women, murdered our old men, bombarded and dynamited our synagogues, threw our children to their hunting dogs, made our little ones to dance on hot coals until they fried, made our husbands run the gauntlets in the passageways in our clubs, while they themselves struck them as they passed. Brethren, although for countless centuries you have been despised and hated, in the near future the races of the earth will kiss your feet and worship you. They shall bow down before thee and praise thee. They shall beg mercy of thee, and thou shalt refuse. They shalt, acknowledge that thou art the chosen, the infallible. Our elected leader will be the first sovereign over all the earth, the communist world. And at last the Talmud Torah and prophecies will be fulfilled. I may say that we are on the threshold. On your very life take care of these instructions. Do not mention a word to not even your own what is contained in these pages. You know our law. You know the result. Issued by the Select High Circle of the Anti-Nazi Propaganda Vigilance Committee CXVO 3838 and authorized for use by the trustee and the 6 council members only. Rabbi Victor Inch's account of how he came into possession of this document also deserves to be recorded. He claimed that stolen Jewish letters had been passed to him by 2 boys who had since been spirited away by the Jews. These letters had put him on the track of the conspiracy and had inspired him to break into the Western Road Synagogue, where he duly found the document lying on a table. The judges had, of course, no difficulty in recognizing this tale as a fabrication. But if Inch was a liar, another of the defendants, David Olivier, was genuinely deceived. This man was convinced that, with the document in their possession, his colleagues Inch and von Moltke went in danger of their lives. On one occasion, he had even collected a commando of 150 farmers to rescue von Moltke, whom he believed to have been kidnapped by the Jews. In fact, the three defendants represented, in miniature, that combination of knavery and gullibility which was the very essence of the anti-Semitic International. And that is also how it looked to the judges at Grahamstown, who fined Olivier a mere £25, while fining von Moltke £750 and Inch £1,000. Inch had moreover to face a criminal trial on various counts, including perjury and uttering a forged document. And for him the outcome was, in addition to his fine, a sentence of 6 years and 3 months hard labor. 2. In the Bern trial of 1934-35, which attracted worldwide attention, the wealthiest was directly involved. Just what this implied is revealed by correspondence preserved in the Wiener Library. More surely than any amount of published propaganda, these confidential letters reveal the inner life of the anti-Semitic International, the genuine delusions, as well as the calculating dishonesty, the fierce internal conflicts, as well as the underlying unity of purpose. It seems well worthwhile to rescue a few of these strange documents from oblivion. The story opens within a few months of Hitler's accession to power. On June 13, 1933, a Swiss anti-Semitic organization, the National Front, held a demonstration in Bern. Among the propaganda distributed were copies of the 13th edition of Theodor Fritzsche's version of the Protocols. The Jewish community of Bern and the United Jewish Communities of Switzerland took the opportunity to demonstrate in court the spuriousness of the Protocols. 5 persons, some of them members of the National Front, others of the Union of Swiss National Socialists, were cited under the Swiss law forbidding the printing, publication, or sale of indecent writings. The most prominent were Theodor Fischer, the editor of the anti-Semitic newspaper Eidgenossen, and a musician called Silvio Schnell. The Bern court nominated an expert on the protocols and asked each of the parties to nominate an expert of its own. Not surprisingly, the defense was most unwilling to agree to the nomination of experts, and when its objections were overruled, it still failed to produce an expert. At last it nominated a certain German pastor, but this gentleman could not be traced. When the court met in October 1934, after more than a year's delay, there were still only 2 experts instead of the stipulated 3. Nobody had been found who was willing seriously to defend the authenticity of the protocols. There was also the matter of the witnesses. The plaintiffs produced an impressive array of these, ranging from Chaim Weizmann, who spoke on the aims of Zionism, to the Frenchman Du Chaillu and such non-Jewish Russians as Burtsev, Svatakov, and Nikolevsky, who between them did a good deal to illumine the dark and tortuous story of the protocols. In answer to all this, the defense was able to produce only one solitary witness, whose contribution was limited to saying that the protocols were not the only document of their kind. Was there not also the rabbi's speech? And so they must be genuine. All in all, the defense found itself at such a disadvantage that it decided to look around, however belatedly, for expert support. An adjournment was requested for this purpose, and proceedings were suspended until the end of April 1. From this point, the leading roles were played not by the defendants themselves, nor by their counsel, but by one Ulrich von Roll, a prominent member of the National Front who bore the title of Gauleiter for the Canton Bern, and above all by a sinister individual called Boris Totli. Some 2 years later, in November 1936, the Swiss police raided Totli's house in Bern. The letters found there, which led to the arrest of Totli on a charge of espionage, afford a vivid glimpse of the maneuvers which were practiced behind the scenes at the Bern trial, on the one hand by the Swiss Nazis, on the other by the wealthiest. The trial was adjourned on October 31st. On November 19th, Ulrich von Roll took a foolhardy and irretrievable step. He sent to the headquarters of the Nazi Party at the Braun House, Munich, the following appeal for help. I turn to you to inquire, courteously, whether and to what extent you are able and willing to place yourselves at our disposal. Could you possibly supply us with an expert who at first would simply assist us but later perhaps might act as a proper witness on our side? Do you not think that your cooperation will be of interest, or even of importance from your own point, and from the point of view of the ideas for the which the NSDAP stands? Von Roll's initiative brought results. Within a couple of weeks, contact had been established with Fleischhauer at Erfurt. At once the correspondence takes on an air of clandestinity. All the persons involved, German, Swiss, and Russian, are referred to by cover names only. This conspiratorial procedure becomes understandable when one realizes that the Swiss Nazis were not asking simply for expert advice. On January 16, 1935, Ulrich von Roll wrote to Fleischhauer, "Either you receive an official permit to export currency, and then you can just as well send the money direct to us in Bern as via Basel or Solothurn, or else somebody brings the money across the border, and then it can be paid into our account in Basel or elsewhere just as well as into any other account." But soon von Roll had come to regret this arrangement. On February 21st, he expressed his exasperation in a letter to one of the defendants in the trial. "In my view, it's deplorable that we are all so dependent on Erfurt, especially in financial respects. They would certainly be rather more modest and approachable over there, if they didn't know just how very dependent we are on them." The Weltians did its best to disguise its interference in the internal affairs of Switzerland. The money was sent in the name of an international committee. Von Roll must have suspected, quite rightly, that the committee did not really exist, and he must have voiced his suspicions. Point 1. The answer he received shows Fleischhauer at his most pompous and arrogant. "I am absolutely astonished and speechless at your demand that I should first tell you the names of the gentlemen who are responsible for the committee. I have had all kinds of experiences, but such I can find no parliamentary expression for it, has never yet come my way. What do you want with the names of the people responsible for the committee? Be content that the committee exists." You write, moreover, "It may be that Herr Farmer too plays this part." To this I reply, 1. In our organization nobody plays at all. 2. In our organization nobody plays a part. 3. In our organization we work for the great cause. 4. In our organization there is no place for prying and unheard-of demands. 5. In our organization there is only honest, purposeful work. 6. We shall not in future let ourselves be disturbed by questions like yours, and shall not answer any more letters. 7. Farmer does not belong to the committee." Von Roll was learning the cost of accepting help from Nazi Germany. According to his lights, he was a Swiss patriot, and, unlike some of the more extreme Swiss Nazis, he could not easily accept the total subservience demanded by Erfurt. In desperation, he turned for help to Princess Karaja, resident in Locarno-Monte. The princess, who was the mother of the Romanian consul general in Berlin, was quite wealthy herself and above all had wealthy friends whose support she enlisted for various anti-Semitic projects. The Aryan Protection League, which was supposed to be an Anglo-American undertaking, was her creation. On February 8th, she sent von Roll an account of the League which, in its blend of inflated idealism and willful blindness, expresses perfectly the political attitude of countless Nazis. "I do not work for the trial, but for the movement in general. My intention is, before I die, if God grants me this favor, to establish contact between people in all countries with which I am in contact, so that they can cooperate with one another when I am gone. I wish to build a FAC, ADE, all white and bright and shining. There must be nothing suspicious about it, nothing secret. I ask for no oaths and show no distrust. But nobody will penetrate further than the vestibule. I do not wish at all to know what goes on in the back rooms. Dear people like you and some others must arrange that after your own ideas. I am the left hand and do not want to know what the right hand does. You will, I think, agree with this policy? I really think it is important for our cause to have a beautiful FAC, ADE and vestibule, don't you think so? So I don't feel that I have anything to do with destruction. Those who concern themselves with that must of course keep their intentions secret, but they must know one another and assure themselves of the reliability of their collaborators. Each committee that is connected with the League must have full autonomy. The FAC, ADE, can take no responsibility for the various groups. I must confess that I am really happy and proud at what I have already achieved in this short time. On March 1st, von Roll wrote to the princess in the vain hope of finding in the Aryan Protection League an alternative source of funds. My position is of course so difficult because I have received no money except from Erfurt. In my view, it is really stupid of Erfurt simply to want to dictate everything, which is clearly the aim. In this way our Swiss trial becomes a German affair, and that is simply impossible for Switzerland. But it's remarkable, in Germany they simply don't see this. There they pretend there is an international committee that has nothing at all to do with Germany and is therefore qualified to conduct the trial in whatever way it pleases. My collaborators here completely agree with me about all this, but are of the opinion that, being the weaker party, we must yield to the stronger, namely Erfurt, because we are dependent on them. For this reason, I can nowhere find the necessary support. I want to prevent us here from becoming a branch office of Erfurt, of National Socialism, or of Germany. Hampered by such scruples, von Roll was no match at all for his colleague, Boris Totli. What Totli thought of von Roll emerges from a letter which he wrote to the defendant Silvio Schnell on March 9th. As for VR, I've seldom seen anything so low. Yesterday G showed me his statement of account. An absolute swindle. Let him write. In your place I wouldn't even answer him. It's a pity to waste money on the postage. He keeps on meddling in our affairs. One ought to be able to shake him off at last, for good and all. He only causes more and more confusion with his chatter. Unlike von Roll, Totli was not inhibited by any feelings of loyalty towards Switzerland, and was more ready to put himself wholly at the disposal of Erfurt. After the Bern trial was over, and while an appeal was pending, he wrote two singularly frank letters to Fleischhauer. The first, dated October 6, 1935, reads as follows. Schnell writes that he and I are being accused on all sides of being in the service of Germany, and opinions and circumstances being what they are in Switzerland. That means that one is morally dead. If these accusations are not literally true, still, we are fighting in the first place to support Germany in the struggle against the powers of darkness. The other letter, dated July 5, 1936, contains the following passage. Heruf one advised me to write to you and ask for a recompense for my work. He considers that the German currency control will understand that we have been fighting for Germany in the first place and are therefore entitled to claim something in return. Strange sentiments, coming from a man who was Swiss by birth and ancestry. They became more understandable, though not more laudable, when one learns what kind of life Boris Totli had behind him. Though his parents were both Swiss, they lived for many years in Russia, and he himself was born in Kiev in 1896. As a young man he fought in the World War and then in the Civil War, of course on the side of the whites, and was made an officer. He lost his hearing in an explosion, was captured by the Bolsheviks, nearly died of typhus, and meanwhile his father's factory was confiscated. The family was allowed to emigrate to Switzerland, but never recovered financially. Boris Totli became a photographer, but failed to keep himself. His attempts at other careers were even less successful, and at the time of his arrest he was still dependent on his parents and parents-in-law. In 1933, when Nazi-type movements appeared in Switzerland, he joined first one and then another. In the National Front he became deputy to the Gauleiter von Roll, whom we have seen him trying to oust. It is a familiar picture. Like so many Nazis, Totli was a déclassé with unfulfilled ambitions for a middle-class career. And like so many White Russians, he lived for the day when Russia would cast off what he saw as a Judeo-Masonic tyranny. I am anti-Semitic from personal experience, he said. This is the explanation for my whole behavior. My family and I lost everything in Russia. The Jew alone was to blame, not at all the Russian people. Frustrated, resentful, politically illiterate, he was indeed ideally qualified to become a champion of the protocols. It was a year after the end of the Bern trial that the head of the All-Russian Fascist Party, Rodzewski, sent from the headquarters at Karbon a document appointing Totli his deputy in Europe, with responsibility for directing the regional leaders in France, Belgium, England, Italy, Algeria, Morocco, and the Congo, and with special powers to negotiate with the German authorities. This step, which gave Totli some scope as an organizer of espionage and terrorism, also proved his undoing, for it led to his arrest by the Swiss police. Totli was arrested before he could do much harm, and his sentence was correspondingly light, 2 months imprisonment and 9/10 of the costs. He fled to Germany to avoid serving his sentence, but in December 1939 the German-Russian Pact compelled him to leave Germany and return to Switzerland, where he was promptly arrested. He died during the war. But long before that, Totli had been in touch with White Russians in Paris and Yugoslavia. In the winter of 1934 to 35, while von Roll was carrying on his painful dealings with Erfurt, Totli was corresponding with former Tsarist generals and colonels, members of the Black Hundreds, and the like. His aim was to produce these people as witnesses for the defense when the Bern trial was resumed. In fact, the financial dependence of the Swiss Nazis on German funds, which so distressed von Roll, was mainly caused by these maneuvers of his rival, Totli. The White Russians had to be provided with visas, passports, accommodation, train fares, in some cases also with fees. And for all this the Weltdienst, or rather the German propaganda ministry, paid. The replies which Totli received from the various White Russians were preserved by a collaborator of the Weltdienst, Jonik von Freienwald, and are now in the Wiener Library. Some of them are of interest even today. For not being intended for publication, they reveal with great directness and naivety the extraordinary delusions which prevailed in those circles. Some of the White Russians knew perfectly well that the Elders of Zion did not exist, but that made no difference, for they still believed in the conspiracy unfolded in the protocols. Thus, on November 4, 1934, General Krasnov wrote to Totli as follows: "I must tell you that your affair is of unusual difficulty, for the following reason. The protocols of Zion are apocryphal so far as their form is concerned, i.e. they were composed by Nilus, but on the basis of precise Jewish decisions. Therefore the Yids will always, from a formal point of view, be right. For strictly speaking there were no protocols, there were single decisions which the Yids published at various times and in various places, and which Nilus brought together in a single whole with the title Protocols of Zion. I cannot tell why Nilus chose this way of publishing them. Perhaps he did it to give them a bigger circulation, to get wider circles of readers interested in them. But in this way he provided the Jews with a perpetual loophole. They can deny not only the genuineness of the protocols, but also the genuineness of what is written in them. The court docs not bother about the essence of the protocols. It takes cognizance simply of the naked fact. Protocols of this kind did not exist, and that suffices." On November 5, the notorious Markov II, Nikolai Yevgenevich Markov, a former right-wing deputy in the Duma and a leading figure in the Union of the Russian People, produced an even more tortuous argument. All the questions in court turned on who wrote the protocols and when. Nobody wrote them, for they are the result of the work of a 1,000-year-old world conspiracy, a program which has been unmasked again and again, which constantly changes in the methods adopted for its realization, but which was constant in its essence. Messianism, the struggle to dominate the world and subjugate mankind. On New Year's Day, a letter from Belgrade, signed I. Lanskoy, offered a startling suggestion. It is very important to investigate exactly the journey which Nahum Sokolov made on the way back from the Basel Congress in 1897. It is essential to check his route. What railway lines did he use? Where did he stop, and where was he going to? Did he cross the Russian frontier, and where? Nahum Sokolov, 1861 to 1936, a Polish Jew, was one of the leading figures in the early history of Zionism. From 1920, he was president of the executive of the Zionist organization, and from 1921 chairman of all the Zionist congresses. He went from Russian Poland to attend the first Zionist Congress in 1897. Whence this communication? I appreciate all the difficulty of such a task, but I believe that an experienced detective would not consider it an impossible one. No wonder that von Roll, confronted with offerings such as these, and harassed at the same time by Totli's intrigues, began to develop a hearty dislike of White Russians. On January 28, he wrote as follows to Markov II, of all people: "The Russians are the worst of all. They exaggerate things to such an extent that sometimes one would like to drop the whole business. No, it's really no fun at all. Our struggle with our opponents is less difficult than our struggle with our collaborators. One really needs to be young and to have good nerves." All this activity did, however, produce one result. The defense was able at long last to produce an expert, as required by the court. It produced Ulrich Fleischhauer, and despite his career as a publisher and distributor of anti-Semitic literature, he was accepted by the court. He distinguished himself, if not by his scholarship, at least by his zeal. The experts were of course expected to avoid all contact with the witnesses, But this did not prevent Fleischhauer from inviting a selection of White Russians to Erfurt, where he rehearsed them in the evidence they were supposed to give. It was sheer waste of time, for in the end the court declined to summon any of the White Russians as witnesses, perhaps unfortunately, as it has enabled later editors of the protocols, right down to the present day, to complain that the evidence for the authenticity of the protocols was never properly presented at Bern. In reality, this evidence was presented at enormous length by Fleischhauer, who submitted a written opinion of 416 printed pages and oral evidence which lasted for 6 days. To appreciate the level at which Fleischhauer conducted his argument, one has only to study his comments on Maurice Joly and the dialogue Eux offers. He could not deny that the protocols were largely copied from the dialogue, so he adopted the argument, first put forward by Lord Alfred Douglas in 1921, that Maurice Joly was a Jew and his book, whatever its overt meaning, a coded version of the Jewish plan for world domination. Joly might have been baptized a Catholic, there might be no known trace of Jewish ancestry on either side. But had not the Freemason Gambetta spoken the funeral sermon beside his grave, and was that not proof enough? But in case it was not, Fleischhauer had a further proof to offer. He had discovered that a character in the novel Alt Neuland by the founder of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, was called Joe Levy. Now to obtain the name Joly, one has only to remove the C from Joe and the Ev from Levy, a procedure which, he felt, probably has some secret meaning for the Jews. Not surprisingly, the court was unable to make much sense of these speculations, but that did not prevent Fleischhauer from pursuing them long after the trial was over. Nor was he alone in this. It must have given him immense satisfaction to receive the following communication, dated February 6, 1937, from an Italian baron who was a subscriber to the wealthiest. You are quite right in saying that all Jolys were most zealous revolutionaries. And what revolutionaries? The Vatican State Police used to regard them as a real plague and the devil's own emissaries. It is true that the baron's information concerning these mysterious beings was limited. I material, he admitted, is rather slight, and consists of family traditions and a few short studies. The Bern trial ended on May 14, 1935. Judge L/Iyer found that the protocols were largely plagiarized from Joly's book and were indecent literature, and he imposed a fine on the two main defendants. His comment could hardly have been sharper. I hope to see the day when nobody will be able to understand why otherwise sane and reasonable men should have had to torment their brains for 14 days over the authenticity or the fabrication of the protocols of Zion. I regard the protocols as ridiculous nonsense, too, and when Fleischhauer asked for a fee of 80,000 Swiss francs for his services as expert, the court promptly reduced the sum by 9/10. That, however, was not the end of the matter. The defendants appealed, and the case was heard by the Court of Appeal in Bern in the autumn of 1937. On November 1 the court ruled that as the protocols were not salacious, the law concerning indecent literature could not be applied to them. The sentence was therefore quashed. This has enabled later editors of the protocols to claim that the Court of Appeal refused to commit itself on the authenticity of the protocols. In reality, the court described the protocols as trash, whose only purpose was the political one of bringing the Jews into hatred and contempt, and it was asked whether, in the interests of social harmony, ways and means ought not to be found to forbid such absolutely unjustified and unheard of insults and defamation. The court also refused to award damages to the defendants, on the grounds that whoever disseminates inflammatory writings of the greatest possible coarseness must pay his own costs. The Bern trial, then, achieved all it could reasonably have been expected to achieve. The proceedings had revealed the protocols as a fabrication designed to cause persecution and massacre, and they had been reported at length in hundreds of newspapers throughout the world. It is hardly necessary to add that this made not the slightest difference to the Nazis and their accomplices. The Weltians Conference of 1937, consisting of many experts, authors, and political leaders from more than 20 countries, passed a solemn resolution reaffirming the authenticity of the protocols. Fleischhauer found himself suddenly famous and much in demand as a lecturer. When he lectured at Munich, the rectors of the city's two universities did not disdain to appear as guests of honor. After all, as the German press insisted, who could doubt that the trial had been initiated and stage-managed, and the judges suborned, by the ever-resourceful elders of Zion? Chapter 11. The Anti-Semitic International. 1. As soon as Hitler came to power in Germany, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy began to be propagated throughout the American continent. In Canada, its most ardent champions were the Blue Shirts, who were recruited from French Canadians. The Blue Shirts, otherwise known as the Part 1 National Social Crétin, had much in common with the South African Grey Shirts, and there was in fact a living link between the two organizations. Henry Hamilton Beamish, an Englishman who was also the founder of the Britons and who had done more than anyone, ever since 1920, to propagate the protocols in Britain. In the 1930s, Beamish established contact with the wealthiest and became a sort of traveling salesman for the most virulent form of anti-Semitism. Resident in Rhodesia and at one time a member of the Rhodesian Parliament, Beamish appeared as a voluntary witness for the defense at the Grahamstown trial. And he also visited Canada and put himself at the service of Adrian Arcand, the leader of the Blue Shirts. The pamphlet The Key of the Mystery, which consisted of forged and distorted texts illustrating the Jewish world conspiracy, was published in Montreal by Arcand, and in South Africa it was pushed with great vigor, in English and Afrikaans versions. On his side, Beamish looked forward to a career as propaganda minister in a Canada dominated by Arcand. History decided otherwise, and when war came both Beamish and Arcand were interned. But even then a secret society, the Order of Jacques Cartier, continued to distribute the Key of the Mystery and similar material in the hope of weakening the Canadian war effort. In the United States, little had been heard of the protocols or of the Jewish world conspiracy since Henry Ford's recantation in 1927. But here too the situation changed immediately Hitler came to power. At once Nazi propaganda concentrated on reinforcing the already very powerful and widespread isolationism, compounded of fear of war, a general dislike of European entanglements, and a particular suspicion of Britain. And naturally enough the propaganda was first directed towards the German-speaking community in the United States. By the outbreak of war, the members of the German-American Bund, at first called Friends of the New Germany, numbered some 25,000, almost all of them of German birth and half of them still German by nationality. These people, most of whom belonged to that same lower middle class which predominated in the German Nazi movement itself, were deluged with literature sent direct from Germany, including countless tons of copies of the protocols in the Zur-Beek edition, of Wichtel's old book on the Jewish conspiracy and the First World War, and of the German translation of Ford's International Jew. But soon there appeared purely American agencies which dealt in the same kind of propaganda. By 1939, there were some 120 of these. Mostly they were insignificant in membership and influence, but there were two exceptions, run by a Roman Catholic priest and a Protestant fundamentalist minister respectively. Father Charles E. Coughlin's organization, the National Union for Social Justice and the Christian Front, and the Reverend Gerald B. Winrod's Defenders of the Christian Faith. Father Coughlin, the radio priest, was a belated convert to anti-Semitism. In the early 1930s, he already had a national reputation as a broadcaster on religion and politics, but he was quite uninterested in Jews. When Roosevelt launched the New Deal, Coughlin supported him, but by 1935 he had turned against the president and was furiously attacking the New Deal as not radical enough. Sincerely concerned, it would seem, about the mass misery caused by the Great Depression and impatient with Roosevelt's moderation, Coughlin created a new political party, the National Union for Social Justice, which soon had a membership of at least 4 million. But the Union suffered a disastrous defeat when it ran a candidate for president in 1936 and failed to win the electoral vote in a single state. After 2 years of relative neglect, in 1938 Coughlin suddenly began to broadcast in favor of an authoritarian corporate state. At the same time, he founded a new organization, the Christian Front, as an alliance of Christians of all denominations against communism and against plutocracy. And he made it plain that he regarded Roosevelt as a servant of both those powers. Coughlin was nearing the brink of the anti-Semitic morass, but in the end it was considerations of foreign policy that pushed him over. In 1938, his newspaper Social Justice was increasingly concerned with foreign affairs, and its standpoint was that of the most extreme isolationism of the period. Moreover, like many Irish Americans, Coughlin hated Britain. It was therefore only to be expected that Coughlin and Social Justice would end by echoing German propaganda about the Jewish world conspiracy. This final step was in fact taken in the summer of 1938, at the height of the crisis over the Sudetenland. At the same time as it was justifying Hitler's onslaught on Czechoslovakia and raging against Churchill, Social Justice printed a series of articles by the leading propagandist for Nazi Germany, George S. Viereck, and it followed them up by printing the protocols themselves. It was the biggest campaign of its kind since the days of the Dearborn Independent, for Social Justice had a circulation of 1 million. Moreover, by November Coughlin was expounding the protocols in his Sunday broadcasts. He even revived the old story that a Jewish firm in New York had financed the Bolshevik Revolution. According to the American Institute of Public Opinion, his usual audience was 3,500,000, and over 2 million of these found him convincing. In the end, he even involved his own church at Royal Oak, Michigan, in his anti-Semitic campaign. His Shrine of the Little Fulmer, conveniently situated on the Detroit Highway and equipped with souvenir shops, hot dog stands, a shrine inn, and a shrine garage, attracted multitudes of tourists and became a major distribution center for the protocols. Christ himself sponsored this little leaflet for your protection. He wrote on brochures listing stores which employed no Jews. Though the more immediate sponsor is known to have been the German-American Business League. Coughlin was not, of course, representative of Roman Catholicism in the United States. Cardinal Mundelein of Chicago answered his anti-Semitic campaign with the forthright statement that he is not authorized to speak for the Catholic Church, nor does he represent the doctrine or sentiment of the Church. Another outspoken Catholic critic was Frank Hogan, the president of the American Bar Association. Nevertheless, the turbulent priest was not censured by his immediate superiors, and this made it easier for him to convince vast numbers of Roman Catholics that his voice was indeed the voice of the Church. Particularly among the less prosperous and less educated of the Roman Catholics of Irish descent, he built up a devoted following. Over 400 members of the New York police belonged to his Christian front. The inner circle of his followers even included some priests, among them the president of the International Catholic Truth Society, the Reverend Edward Lodge Curran. Some 2,000 churches were willing to sell copies of Social Justice. All in all, there is no doubt that Coughlin did manage to introduce into the Roman Catholic population of the United States a more virulent type of anti-Semitism than it had known in the past. There is no doubt, either, that his movement did in effect serve Nazi interests, even though he himself had no links with the German government or with Nazi organizations in the United States. It was not for nothing that the German-American Bund was a major distributor of Social Justice, or that Stryker's Sturmer reprinted extracts from it, for Social Justice in turn mirrored very closely the shortwave broadcasts put out by Goebbels' propagandists. Indeed, on one occasion Coughlin reprinted a large part of one of Goebbels' own major speeches and attached his own signature to it. Identification could scarcely go further, and nothing changed when the European War began in 1939, or even when the United States entered the war 2 years later. As late as March 1942, Social Justice was accusing the Jews of having started the war. In fact, this proved the undoing of the newspaper and of Coughlin, for at this point the government intervened. Social Justice was suppressed, and in response to a government initiative, the Archbishop of Detroit at last imposed silence on Coughlin. Like Coughlin, the Protestant fundamentalist Gerald B. Winrod, of Wichita, Kansas, came late to anti-Semitism. A self-appointed preacher with no formal theological training, he founded the Defenders of the Christian Faith in 1925 for the purpose of combating modernism in religion. It was only when Hitler was about to take power that Winrod suddenly realized that the true cause of modernism, and indeed of all other evils, was Jewish Bolshevism. He at once set about producing a series of writings in which the reality of the Jewish world conspiracy would be demonstrated from the Book of Revelation. Already in 1932, he produced a book about the protocols, called The Hidden Hand. In 1933, his pamphlet The Protocols and the Coming Superman sold some 22,000 copies, and it was soon followed by The Truth About the Protocols and the Antichrist and the Tribe of Dan. By 1936, nearly 100,000 copies of his anti-Semitic pamphlets had been printed, while the circulation of his leaflets, brochures of a dozen pages or less, distributed free, ran into millions. In 1 month alone, 75,000 of these productions were given away, largely in jails and hospitals. The monthly magazine, The Defender, had 100,000 regular subscribers and sprouted a Spanish edition, El Defensor Hispano, for the benefit of Puerto Rico, Cuba, and Mexico. Winrod also became a major distributor of the protocols themselves. And as a broadcaster, lecturer, and organizer of meetings about the protocols, he was indefatigable. If Coughlin called himself the sole unbiased source of truth, Winrod too maintained that he was acting under divine guidance. Beyond all doubt, he wrote of one of his pamphlets, "This is one of the most important books the Holy Spirit has ever prompted me to write." Mixing his attacks on Jewry with almost equally virulent attacks on the Roman Catholic Church, he found the bulk of his following where, traditionally, anti-Catholic feeling was strongest, in the Bible Belt, running from Texas to Missouri, and above all in Kansas. His supporters consisted of small-town and rural folk, mostly poor and ill-educated, people who had seldom if ever seen a Jew but who were convinced that the great cities, with their labor organizations, their complex ways of life, their polyglot populations of recent immigrants, were somehow centers of a Jewish plot against fundamental Americanism. Among such people, Winrod had a real appeal. When he stood for senator for Kansas, it was found necessary to launch a campaign to keep fascism out of Kansas, and even then he polled 54,000 votes in a four-sided contest. How far did Winrod in fact support the Nazis? It might be thought that a man whose mental horizon was prescribed by the Book of Revelation would have little sympathy with the neo-mysticism of blood and soil, but this was not the case. From the very beginning of the Nazi regime, Winrod praised Hitler and Goebbels, quoted the Sturmer, and announced that the Hitler Revolution has saved Germany, and perhaps all Europe, from an invasion of Jewish communism, directed from Moscow. In return, his book, The Hidden Hand, was translated into German. When the Bern trial began, he went to Germany and established contact with Fleischhauer and the wealthiest. Back in the United States, he discussed the trial at length in a series of articles which embellished the defender from February to July 1935, and presented the defendants as fine Swiss patriots, Fleischhauer as a brilliant champion of truth, the judge as criminally biased. Soon the defender was comparing Adolf Hitler with Martin Luther and announcing, "Germany stands alone. Of all the countries of Europe, Germany is the only one that has had the courage to defy Jewish Masonic occultism, Jewish communism, and the international Jewish money power." Although Winrod represented less of a threat to American democracy than did Coughlin, and never even began to organize a political movement, yet within his limits this ultra-Protestant preacher served the Nazi cause more truly than the Catholic priest. The American striker, he was called in the German press, and he did his best to deserve the title. There is no point in exaggerating the importance of the innumerable anti-Semitic groups which appeared in the United States in the 1930s. None of them had the slightest chance of causing a major upheaval, let alone the revolution they talked of. Nevertheless, they are not altogether without historical significance. Through their books and pamphlets, broadcasts and lectures, they hammered at a public of several millions that the New Deal was a reign of terror imposed by Jews on the population of the United States. Minnesota close to red abyss as murder terrorizes voters, dictator for America looms. Reds concentrating energies behind pro-Jewish despot, a death list of the enemies of Jewish Bolshevism exists in the United States. These were typical headlines. Even the anti-syphilis campaign was presented as part of the conspiracy. This entire scheme is one leading up to the wholesale inoculation of Gentiles with vaccine syphilitic germs. One, although wholehearted believers in the Jewish world conspiracy were few, there is no doubt that many people were more or less disorientated by this constant stirring up of deep and barely conscious anxieties. Among the people who did the stirring up were some who longed for physical violence. William Dudley Pelley, the leader of the Silver Shirts, looked forward to a bath of violence and history's greatest pogrom. His lieutenant, William Zachary, shouted at a public meeting, "I want all of you to go out and get guns, and I want each of you to get plenty of ammunition." Another anti-Semitic propagandist, James B. True, wrote in his paper Industrial Control Report, "Urge your congressional representatives to oppose all anti-gun and registration legislation. Remember that the Constitution gives all United States citizens the right to bear arms, and unless all signs fail, we shall need that right." To an interview which the same man gave to the Reverend Dr. L. M. Burkhead, National Director of the Friends of Democracy, reveals with complete naivety a state of mind which, as we now know, was that of many of the Nazi leaders themselves. I found True to have the look and determination of a fanatic. Spread out on his desk were a half-dozen wooden pieces which looked like the lower ends of an axe handle. On examination, I found that they had straps running through one end, much the same as a policeman's billy. When Mr. True began to explain to me that he had a militant organization in the South which he was equipping with arms in order to kill off the Jews, I began to understand what these hip pocket flask billies were for. They were Mr. True's kite killers. What are you trying to do through your organization? I asked Mr. True. Quick as a flash, he replied, to defeat the only real enemy that America has today. That enemy, it appears, is the Jew communism which the New Deal is trying to force on America. We may have to do something more militant than vote. L.Lr. True said with the emphasis of a man who believed that bullets might have to be substituted for ballots. I asked him just what he meant by being more militant. What I mean is that the thing has possibly gone too far for us to save the country by political methods, True replied. I don't see any way out except a pogrom. We have got to kill the Jews. Ballots don't mean anything to them. May I ask, Mr. True, if you aren't oversimplifying the problem? I said by way of interruption. Suppose we could line up the 15 million Jews up against a wall and shoot them. That wouldn't solve our problems. We'd still have them with us, the same old problems. True speaking, that's just where you're wrong. Our problem is very simple. Get rid of the Jews, and we'd be on the way to utopia tomorrow. The Jews are the source of all our troubles. That's plain to anyone who makes a study of this problem, and I have studied it deeply. Who is it that is trying to destroy our Constitution and the American form of government? The Jew. You take the hiring of big, buck niggers by the Jews to attack white women in the South. That's right in the Talmud. The Talmud teaches the Jew that it's right to do that. Communism is the major part of the Jewish conspiracy today. Why? Just look at Russia where the Jews run the country. I want to leave you with a thought, said Mr. True as I arose to leave. I predict a pogrom in America. I don't see how it can be avoided. The groups headed by Pelly and True were, admittedly, insignificant, but one finds the same attitude even among some elements in Coughlin's Christian Front. In the spring and summer of 1939, while Hitler was preparing to launch his war, Coughlin's henchmen were warning big audiences in New York that a Jewish communist coup was imminent, that any day now they could wake up to see the gutters flowing with blood, Christian blood, your blood, the blood of Christian boys and Christian leaders. Too, this imaginary danger was used to justify massacre. One of Coughlin's organizers, George Van Nostal, told a Christian Front meeting, "Boys, we are going to work. I am ready to line the goddamn Jews right up against the wall." At another meeting he shouted, "When we get through with the Jews in America, they will think the treatment they received in Germany was nothing. Judaistic gore will soon flow in the streets of New York City." Another organizer even instructed his audience, "When you are in a crowd, yell, 'Kill the Jude.'" All this talk, in a country like the United States, was of course mere wind. But it is worth noting nevertheless, for it shows that even in the United States, many of those who dealt in the protocols were just the kind of people who under the Nazi regime became the organizers and executants of genocide. The operations of the wealthiest extended also to South America, particularly Argentina. A commission for the investigation of anti-Argentinian activities was alarmed to find, in 1943, the extent to which resident Germans had allowed themselves to be used by Erfurt as distributors of the protocols. A future minister of justice under Perón, Martinez Zaviria, wrote 2 books, Oro and Cohn, about the Jewish world conspiracy, and was duly honored by the German community. Some Roman Catholic clerics cooperated happily in this propaganda, which once more took on the religious coloring it had possessed in the days of Manager Murin. The monthly Clarinata wrote in August 1937, "Clarinata fights the Jews because they are the inventors, leaders, and henchmen of communism throughout the world. Clarinata fights the Jews because, following the directives of the elders of Zion, they corrupt Christian morality and stimulate human vices and defects in order to annihilate the spiritual conquest of humanity brought about by Jesus Christ, the first victim of the God-destroyers." A year later, Clarinata earned quotation in Der Stürmer by suggesting a remedy. "It is a great pity that all Jews without distinction are not being buried alive, so that peace could at last reign within the great Argentinian family." 2. By the eve of the Second World War, the protocols were enjoying a greater vogue than they had enjoyed even in 1920, before they were first unmasked. In the countries of Eastern Europe, where there were large Jewish minorities and important fascist movements, The myth of the Jewish world conspiracy provided a constant theme for propaganda and for political argument. In Poland, Piasecki's Falanga even tried in October 1937 to arrest President Mościcki and massacre his more or less liberal associates, on the grounds that they were agents of international Judeo-Masonry. But above all, these fantasies were invoked by governments which were allied to or dependent on Nazi Germany. And this happened even in countries which had no Jews. In Spain, there had been no Jews for more than 4 centuries, but that did not prevent the nationalists from presenting the Civil War as a struggle against Judeo-Masonry. Nationalist newspapers carried headlines saying, "Our war is a war against Judaism," and amazed their readers with tales of the prodigious power, wealth, and cunning of a Jewish government which had never been mentioned before. Outside Spain, this propaganda enjoyed a marvelous success in quarters sympathetic to General Franco. Among Father Coughlin's followers, for instance, it was a commonplace that the forces of the Spanish Republic represented the embattled might of the Elders of Zion. And years later, in October 1944, when the majority of the Jews on the European continent had already been killed, the official Spanish radio station Radio Falange could still proclaim, "The Jewish danger is no unfounded fantasy. Nothing is more urgent than to fight against the communist and the Jew." The case of Japan was strangest of all, for their Jews were so completely unknown that nobody could imagine what kind of creatures they could be. However, Hitler had said in Mein Kampf that Jewry fears the presence of a national Japanese state in its millennial Jewish kingdom and desires that the ruin of that state shall precede the establishment of its own dictatorship, and the hint was sufficient. The Japanese government needed some excuses which might seem in the eyes of the world to justify its attack on China, and the myth of the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy provided one such excuse. According to the Japanese delegate to the Wealthiest Congress of 1938, Fujiwara, Judeo-Masonry is forcing the Chinese to turn China into a spearhead for an attack on Japan, and thereby forcing Japan to defend herself against this threat. Japan is at war not with China but with Freemasonry, represented by General Chiang Kai-shek, the successor of his master, the Freemason Sun Yat-sen. The war in China bore the sacred mark of sacrifice. Japanese soldiers were dying not for any narrow national interest but for the sake of the whole world, which they were struggling to save from the Judeo-Masonic Bolshevik claws. The conclusion was obvious. Do not abandon us, the isolated bulwark in the Far East. Meanwhile, the Japanese General Shirodin was also visiting the Third Reich, establishing contact with Streicher and the Wealthiest, and visiting the Anti-Masonic Museum at Nuremberg. He proved an apt pupil, for by July 1939, the Sturmer was proud to print a letter from him. "I am pleased to inform you that the copious information and material collected during my journey in Germany has now been translated into Japanese by experts. This will contribute to the enlightenment of the Japanese about the Jewish plan for world domination. Here we are in the world of farce. But it is characteristic of the story of the protocols that it keeps jerking one out of farce into the starkest tragedy. We have seen how the men who propagated the protocols were often pogromщики at heart, waiting hungrily for the chance to organize massacre. This was the tendency even in England. Mosley's British Union of Fascists was rather non-committal about the protocols, and its anti-Semitism, though real, was never of the exterminatory kind. But the protocols provided the ideological basis for the much more extreme and numerically insignificant Imperial Fascist League, headed by Arnold Leese, which had close links with the Nazis and openly favored the gassing of all Jews. Leese, incidentally, also propagated the ritual murder myth. See Cross, The Fascists in Britain, London, 1961, pages 1.53-4. Whether they ever got that chance or not depended entirely on what happened to their countries during the Second World War. In the embattled democracies, such people lapsed into obscurity when they did not disappear into jail, but in those parts of Europe where the Nazi leaders were able to implement their plans for genocide, various dingy figures, hitherto known only as editors or publishers of the protocols, were suddenly transformed into important administrators with responsibility for drafting and implementing anti-Semitic legislation. As often before, but on a far more massive scale, dealing in the protocols led to dealing in murder. It is worth looking briefly at a few such cases. In France, the most active champion of the protocols in the years immediately before the war was one Darkier de Pellepoix. As plain Monsieur Darkier, this man had behind him a whole career of failure before he took to anti-Semitic politics. He held a good position with a French firm in Antwerp, but was dismissed for speculating against the franc. Reinstated, he was sent to London, but got himself arrested for being drunk and disorderly. Next, he immigrated to Australia, married money, and bought a sheep ranch, but it failed. Back in France, he was accidentally involved in the right-wing demonstration of February 6, 1934, and had the good luck to be wounded in the rioting. This gave him the happy idea of founding an association of the wounded of February 6. He added de Pelepoix to his name, took to wearing a monocle, and embarked on an anti-Semitic campaign which in violence far surpassed anything offered by the Action Française. This brought him some success, for in 1935 he was elected to the Municipal Council of Paris as representative for the fashionable district of Tournes. Next, Darkier founded a new movement, the Rassemblement Anti-Juif de France, with a program modeled on the anti-Semitic legislation which had been introduced in the Third Reich. French Jews were to be disfranchised and were to be excluded from the civil service and the armed forces. The property of Jewish organizations was to be confiscated for the benefit of the French community ruined by Judeo-Masonic policy. But the program also contained a vaguer and still more menacing item: expulsion of all Jews likely to contaminate the moral or physical health of the nation. What this really meant was revealed in a public statement which Darkier made in May 1937. The Jewish question must be solved, and very urgently. Either the Jews must be expelled or they must be massacred. At the time, few could take such a remark seriously, but one of those few was Darkier himself, and he did his best to prepare the way. In the last couple of years of peace, the Rassemblement Anti-Juif de France concentrated on publishing and distributing literature about the Jewish world conspiracy. It was at Darkier's meetings in 1937 that the Canadian booklet The Key of the Mystery was distributed for the first time in France. Above all, the movement's fortnightly paper, La France Enchaînée, regularly carried advertisements for the Protocols, a prophetic book which every Frenchman ought to read. Anyone who secured 5 subscriptions for the paper received, as a reward, 5 free copies of the Protocols. And in 1938, there appeared the proud announcement: the Rassemblement Anti-Juif has just published an annotated edition of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, price 2 francs. This very low price is intended to enable all Frenchmen to recognize the machinations of enemy No. I, the Jew. In publishing this new edition, we appeal to all Frenchmen who are not completely chloroformed or emasculated. France must awake. It was no coincidence that this advertisement appeared at the height of the Munich crisis. Throughout August and September 1938, La France Nie produced articles with such headings as War Danger, Jewish-Russian Plot in Czechoslovakia, War Comes Nearer, The Jews' War, Will Jewry Dare to Unleash World War? The publication of the new edition of the Protocols was accompanied by the announcement: it is Jewry that has created the Democratia Front. It is Jewry that has brought the United States out of their splendid isolation. It is Jewry that wants war. France, soldier of the Jew. No, everyone must proclaim the truth. Under a mask of patriotism, Darkier was in fact serving the interests of the Third Reich, and the Nazis knew it well enough. His immediate reward was to be applauded in the Völkischer Beobachter. The French authorities knew it too. The effects of Darkier's propaganda were so considerable, especially in Alsace, that the French government had to take the step, which at that time was an extraordinary one, of restricting the liberty of the press. On April 25, 1939, a decree was promulgated which forbade, under penalty of fine or imprisonment, all anti-Semitic propaganda. Darkier was prosecuted and sentenced to 3 months in prison. In court he cried, "I have striven to fight the Jewish invasion which is submerging France." It was the war that gave Darkier his chance. As a captain in the army, he was again imprisoned for subversive propaganda, but he was released in time to be captured by the Germans, who had the good sense to set him free at once. In the new conditions, he quickly made a political career, and in Laval's second cabinet, May 1942, he was appointed Commissioner General for Jewish Affairs, in succession to Xavier Vallat. In this capacity, he supervised the deportation of the 9,000 foreign Jews who were handed over to the Germans. At the end of the war, he was tried in absentia and sentenced to death, but he was able to make his way to Spain. In Italy, the history of the protocols is indissolubly linked with the name of Giovanni Preziosi. Political anti-Semitism was unknown in Italy before the First World War. And when the ex-priest Preziosi took to political propaganda during the war, he too was concerned not with Jewish but with German machinations. In a book he published in 1916, La Germania alla conquista dell'Italia, he argued that Germany was dominating Italy through the great bank, the Banca Commerciale. It was only after the war that he decided that the same bank was really Jewish and the instrument of a Jewish conspiracy. From 1920 onwards, Preziosi's journal La Vita Italiana was arguing that the Western democracies, Freemasonry, international socialism, and Bolshevism were all means by which a hidden Jewish power was seeking to subordinate the world, but especially the poorer and more dynamic nations, to Jewish interests. Who could deny that of the three statesmen who had opposed Italian claims at Versailles II, Wilson and Clemenceau, were in the hands of the Jews, while one, Lloyd George, was himself a Jew? And what were all these maneuvers but the latest manifestations of a conspiracy which dated at least from the destruction of the temple in 70 AD? But in 1921 Preziosi published a translation of the protocols, and from 1922 onwards, he and his journal were firmly integrated into the international network. Thus, the August 1922 issue of La Vita Italiana contained an article by Preziosi himself, justifying the murder of Rathenau. Another article signed P. Premionitis, which was the title of the first American edition of the Protocols, and above all an article entitled The Jews, the Passion and the Resurrection of Germany, Thoughts of a German, which was signed a Bavaria, and is now known to be by Adolf Hitler himself. Preziosi was in fact the one publicist in Italy who from the start fully accepted Hitler and Nazism. Even the fascists had as a whole considerable reservations about the kindred but infinitely more ruthless movement which was extending its power to the north of the Alps. In particular, they were not anti-Semitic, and they were mostly shocked when in 1933 the Nazis began to reveal the full extent of their brutality. Preziosi, on the other hand, proved quite unshockable. For some 18 years Preziosi and the little group around La Vita Italiana remained isolated and ineffective. Even when the protocols were republished in 1937, bookshops refused to stock them and the press to review them. Then, in 1938, Mussolini decided that to make the alliance with Germany really solid, it was indispensable to launch an anti-Semitic campaign, and for Preziosi things changed overnight. Now several important newspapers gave favorable attention to the protocols, and soon the work was officially sponsored by the Italian Service for Propaganda Abroad, the Committee of Action for the Universality of Rome. Before the end of the year Preziosi was appointed Minister of State. But it was the Italian armistice of September 1943 that brought Preziosi to the peak of his career. Mussolini had been overthrown, and the Germans were trying to find a new government for the part of Italy they had occupied. Preziosi went to Germany and so impressed Rosenberg that he chose him as his candidate to head the new government. These hopes vanished with Mussolini's liberation, but Preziosi had other resources. He began to broadcast to Italy, blaming the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy for the capitulation and demanding a purge of Freemasonry and an integral solution of the Jewish question. He also sent to Mussolini a letter such as the Duce can seldom have received, warning him of the consequences of failing to cope with the conspiracy. And he sent a copy to Hitler. Mussolini gave way and in March 1944 appointed this man, whom he had always despised and detested, Inspector General of Race. Later in the year Preziosi was given the rank of ambassador as well. At first Preziosi concentrated his efforts on introducing into the Italian Social Republic, as Mussolini's regime in North Italy was called, laws confiscating Jewish property, debarring Jews and half-Jews from public office, and forbidding mixed marriages. In this he was unsuccessful, and he retorted by complaining in La Vita Italiana that the Republic was in the hands of Freemasons acting for the Jews. But in fact all this was only preparatory to a far more sinister plan. In June 1944 Preziosi submitted to Mussolini a memorandum urging that his inspectorate should be turned into an Italian version of the Gestapo, with unlimited powers to carry out police activities throughout the Republic and to exact collaboration from all public authorities and military formations. This, he announced, was made necessary by the injustices which were occurring each day in the Republic. What he had in mind was that the Italian population was helping Jews to evade deportation and extermination by the Germans. If he had had his way, the number of Italian Jews killed would no doubt have been greater than it was. The number is put at about 10,000, out of a total Jewish population of 25,000. But in the end, Mussolini preferred to leave the Germans to their own devices. The government of the Republic was still discussing these things in the spring of 1945, when it was overthrown by popular insurrection. To avoid being killed by the crowd, Preziosi committed suicide. Darkier and Preziosi were not free agents. Both served governments which were not interested in killing Jews, and this severely limited their own activities. Their Hungarian counterpart Laszlo Indra found himself in a more fortunate position. After equally obscure beginnings. 1 Throughout the 1930s, Indra was active as an anti-Semitic propagandist, and shortly before the outbreak of war he produced a whole book proving the genuineness of the protocols. But he never achieved the slightest political importance so long as Hungary remained independent. Even after Hungary entered the war as Germany's ally, the regent, Admiral Horthy, though willing to allow some harassing of Jews by Hungarians, refused absolutely to let the Germans deport and exterminate them. But in March 1944, Horthy took steps to withdraw the Hungarian troops from the Russian front, and this resulted in the immediate occupation of Hungary by the German army and the imposition of a new, wholly subservient government. Eichmann arrived and hurled himself into the task of deporting the 800,000 Hungarian Jews. His closest Hungarian collaborator was Indra, now a Secretary of State and charged by the new cabinet with this welcome task. On the day of the first deportations, May 15th, Indra opened an institute for race research in Budapest. He took the opportunity to announce that the government has decided to settle the Jewish question once and for all, in the shortest possible time. He did his best, and it was largely thanks to his energy that within 6 weeks some 450,000 Jews had in fact been dispatched by freight train to the gas chambers of Auschwitz, 100 in each wagon, without food or water for a journey of 3 days and nights. At the end of the war, Indra was executed. According to a Hungarian of similar outlook, on the night before his execution, March 21, 1946, he sent the following farewell message. The protocols of the learned elders of Zion are true. The means to establish a world kingdom are in the Jews' hands, and they will destroy everything that might constitute an obstacle to the new world state. Jewish policy is to exterminate not only those who did something but even those who might yet do something, or could have done something. Such was the anti-Semitic international in the Nazi era. No doubt the men we have been considering were impelled by all kinds of motives. Some saw in the administration of massacre a unique chance of wielding power and enjoying prestige. Others were keen to appropriate the belongings of the killed. Others were sadists who sought gratification in pursuing, torturing, and killing defenseless people. All this is true, and yet the fact is inescapable. Behind the massacre as a whole there was a blind fanaticism which was largely inspired by the protocols and the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy. Again and again one comes across the same weird, apocalyptic atmosphere, hints of some gigantic final battle in which the demonic hosts will be eliminated. The world released from the strangling octopus, a new age brought to birth. This atmosphere is unmistakable in many of the political speeches and writings of that period, and it is much the same in New York as in Budapest. But for its supreme, most naive expression one has to turn from such utterances, which after all could never be completely frank, to a novel published in 1937 by a French writer who was later to abet the Nazis in France, Ferdinand Céline. In Bagatelle's Pour un Massacre, Céline swears to the genuineness of the protocols and of the rabbi's speech, and he goes on, "Let us recall, for our pleasure and to remind ourselves, the main provisions of the protocols. For an Aryan, nothing is more invigorating than to read them. It does more for our salvation than any number of prayers. Do you know that the executive power over the whole of world Jewry is called the Cohn? Assembly of the Elders of Israel? Our fate depends entirely on the good favor of the big Jews, the big occult ones. It's not stupid to think that our fate is certainly still being discussed in the consistories of the Cohn, as much as in the Masonic lodges, indeed much more. In short, Frenchmen, you will go off to war at the moment chosen by Baron de Rothschild, at the moment fixed in full agreement with his sovereign cousins in London, New York, and Moscow. I want something solid. Realities. those who really are responsible. I've got a hunger, an enormous hunger, a worldwide hunger, a hunger for revolution, a hunger for planetary conflagration, for the mobilization of all the charnel houses in the world, an appetite which is surely divine, biblical. F. Céline, Bagatelle's Porin Massacre, Paris, 1937, pages 277 to 89. In April 1938, France's most distinguished literary review, the Nouvelle Revue Française, published a review by Marcel Arland commending this book as effective and a fine example of French eloquence. It singled out, for particular praise, a passage evoking ritual murder. Céline was himself a near paranoiac, and for that very reason saw perfectly clearly what would happen if once believers in the protocols had absolute power. In his eyes, the protocols were a warrant for genocide, and that is precisely what they became. Conclusion. A case study in collective psychopathology. It is often said that wherever Jews have settled since the dispersion, anti-Semitism has appeared in the local population. This belief is mistaken. It is true that traditionally the Jewish religion has encouraged a certain separateness and exclusiveness, notably by making it impossible for a strict Jew to marry a non-Jew and difficult for him even to eat together with non-Jews. Yet these circumstances have never in themselves prevented Jews from taking part in the life of the wider society, or from having cordial relations with non-Jews. For some 2,000 years, Jewish settlements existed in India and China without attracting any particular attention. To this day, the Jewish artisans and peasants of India are regarded simply as one of the innumerable religious communities of the subcontinent, with nothing in the least odd about them. But there is no need to labor the point. There are, after all, many other minorities in the world which show traits of separateness in one way or another, and they are not always seen as enemies. Even in those parts of the world where anti-Semitism is endemic, it can have very different meanings. There is a kind of anti-Semitism which is fairly closely related to the role played by Jews, or at least by some Jews, in the society in question. For instance, it has happened again and again that Jews, because of their peculiar history, have been pioneers in trade and money lending in predominantly agricultural societies, while at the same time living more or less segregated from the population around them. In such cases, they have attracted the same kind of hostility as, say, Indian traders in southeastern Africa or Chinese traders in Java. Again, the centuries in the ghetto inevitably fostered attitudes of inferiority and of compensatory superiority in many Jews, which did not automatically disappear the moment the ghetto walls fell. And this too helped to feed anti-Semitism. But in all this, there is nothing that is not paralleled in many other forms of social antagonism the world over. And certainly, though these factors might have led to occasional outbreaks of violence, they would never by themselves have led to attempts at genocide. The anti-Semitism that leads to such results is of a different and very special kind. Exterminatory anti-Semitism appears where Jews are imagined as a collective embodiment of evil, a conspiratorial body dedicated to the task of ruining and then dominating the rest of mankind. This kind of anti-Semitism can indeed be fostered by the real situation and role of Jews in a given society, but it cannot be accounted for in these terms alone. It can prosper where Jews form a large, cohesive, and clearly recognizable minority, but also where the only Jews are a few scattered individuals who hardly regard themselves as Jews at all. And if it thrives on the spectacle of rich and influential Jews, it does not necessarily wilt where all Jews are poor. Most striking of all, it can be found among people who have never set eyes on a Jew and in countries where there have been no Jews for centuries. This kind of anti-Semitism is a matter of fantasy, and what it fantasies is the opposite of reality. In reality, Jews are just as diverse as one would expect from their extraordinarily varied history. Even before the creation of the State of Israel introduced new complexities, there was little enough to link, say, an assimilated, free-thinking Frenchman of Jewish descent with a rigorously Orthodox rabbi in Eastern Europe, or an artisan in Salonika with a doctor in Berlin, or any of these with the second or third generation of Jewish immigrants in the United States. No doubt a certain awareness of common origins and a common cultural heritage, an awareness also of repeated persecutions and migrations, colors the outlook of most Jews. But this is vastly different from the unity and uniformity which anti-Semites imagine. Again, since the dispersion, there has been no central Jewish authority of any kind. Though individual rabbis have at times attained great moral prestige, There has been nothing in the least like a government, not even an ecclesiastical government, with authority over all Jews. Even the chief rabbinate in the various countries is a modern invention which originated simply as an administrative convenience. Above all, the Jews of the world have never possessed, as a collectivity, any considerable power. In some countries and at some times individual Jews might achieve positions of influence, and individual Jewish communities might be able to defend their interests when these were threatened. It could even happen that prosperous and fortunate communities were able to assist persecuted Jews in other lands. The fact remains that Jews have not been able either to protect themselves or their fellows from wholesale massacre, or to induce any great power to do so. After the Second World War, the higher SS and police leader in Central Russia, Erich von dem Boxaluski, made the following statement: "I am the only living witness, but I must say the truth. Contrary to the opinion of the National Socialists that the Jews were a highly organized group, the appalling fact was that they had no organization whatsoever. It gives the lie to the old slogan that the Jews are conspiring to dominate the world and that they are so highly organized. If they had had some sort of organization, these people could have been saved by the millions. But instead they were taken completely by surprise. The lack of congruence between the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy and the realities of the Jewish situation has never been better expressed. The myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, then, has very little to do with real people and real situations and real conflicts in the modern world. And this seems natural enough when one considers how it originated. The fantasy of Jews as a brotherhood of evil was first conceived between the 2nd and 4th centuries as a device for immunizing Christians against the attractions of the parent religion. And 7 or 8 centuries later, in Western Europe, it developed into a coherent and terrifying demonology. From the 12th century onward, Jews were seen as a conspiracy of sorcerers working in orders from Satan for the spiritual and physical ruination of Christendom. This was the period when Jews began to be massacred on charges of killing Christian children, of torturing the consecrated wafer, of poisoning wells. And in the same period, the mystery plays taught people that Antichrist would be a Jew and would have the Jews as his most devoted followers. Myths do not necessarily disappear with the circumstances that first produced them. They sometimes acquire an autonomy, a vitality of their own, that carries them across the continents and down the centuries. This was very much the case with the demonological view of Jewry and Judaism. In many parts of Eastern and Central Europe, it was still widely believed right into the 20th century that the blood of Christian children was used for making the unleavened Passover bread. Within the last 20 or 30 years, it has happened to Jewish tourists in the remoter parts of Spain to be told that they could not possibly be Jews, as they had no horns. Such facts are no mere curiosities, for the modern myth of the Jewish world conspiracy grew straight out of these age-old superstitions. This is so true that certain individuals have dealt in both the medieval and the modern versions of the myth. The first editor of the protocols, the pogromщик Krushevin, also disseminated charges of ritual murder, and so did Streicher and von Leers. While Himmler himself, when once he heard the tales of ritual murder, found them immediately convincing. Even that profoundly medieval fantasy, the legend of Antichrist as the Messiah of the Jews, persisted into modern times. Desmasos was obsessed by the idea. While the first influential edition of the Protocols formed part of Neeluz's prophecy of Antichrist, and in the Protocols themselves the future king of the Jews has all the traditional traits of Antichrist. But not even the Nazis could have constructed an effective ideology solely from archaic superstitions, from eschatological prophecies and tales of black magic. It is characteristic of anti-Semitic forgeries and fabrications of the type of the Protocols that they combine the medieval with the modern. While the basic assumptions and attitudes are those of an ancient demonology, the supposed conspiracy is a thoroughly modern affair. For one thing, it operates on a bigger scale. Whereas ritual murder was imagined as happening from time to time, now here, now there, the elders of Zion are imagined as an international government whose machinations constantly affect the whole world. And again, the means by which the elders pursue their goal belong entirely to the 19th and 20th centuries. Instead of muttering spells, these sorcerers place articles in the press. Instead of poisoning wells, they plunge whole countries into slumps and wars and revolutions. In all this, the Protocols faithfully reflect the complex structure of latter-day anti-Semitism at its most virulent. For in the eyes of fanatical anti-Semites, the Jew, while retaining all the mysterious, uncanny, supernatural attitudes that were wished upon him in the Middle Ages, is also the symbol of modernity, or rather of everything that is felt as frightening in the modern world. The modern age brought the emancipation of the Jews, first in France at the time of the French Revolution, and then in one country after another during the 19th century. Everywhere Jews quickly became prominent in those fields for which they had been fitted by their previous history: banking, certain branches of commerce, journalism. And at the same time Jews became prominent in liberal, radical, and revolutionary movements, as was only to be expected in view of their own experience of oppression and their often very incomplete emancipation. There was nothing mysterious in any of this, but it did mean that those who for whatever reason suffered helplessly from the modern world and could not adjust themselves so as to benefit from it could easily see in the Jew the embodiment of the civilization they detested. Even here, of course, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy remained grotesquely remote from reality. It is true that Jews benefited from the French Revolution, but totally untrue that they caused it. It is true that some Jews became prominent bankers, but utterly false that banking was invented by Jews as a means to securing world domination. And while many Jews became important figures in journalism and in politics, the views they expressed and the interests they supported ranged over almost the entire political spectrum. There is in fact a great irony in the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, which is that it reached its most coherent and deadly formulation at the very time when Jews were in reality more divided than ever before, between Orthodox and Reformed, practicing and indifferent, believing and agnostic, assimilationist and Zionist, not to mention the many who utterly rejected their Jewish origin. But all this had not the slightest effect on the myth or on those who propagated it. For they were in any case convinced that though the powers of darkness might put on many forms and wear many disguises, in their ultimate purposes they were at one. In one form or another, the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy has survived for many centuries and has spread across the world from continent to continent. And it has always shown the same astonishing capacity both to turn certain individuals into blind fanatics, beyond the reach of rational argument and impervious to evidence, and to disturb and confuse in varying degrees large numbers of otherwise quite sensible people. This surely suggests that it answers to deep and enduring unconscious needs. I know that in advancing such a hypothesis one invites skepticism, and there is no denying that many attempts to apply the findings of dynamic psychology to social phenomena have been misguided. But one is dealing here with very bizarre phenomena indeed, and I do not think that one can account for these particular fantasies, nor for the fact that they are always attached to this particular group, unless one takes unconscious mechanisms into account. Reflecting on these matters some 10 years ago, I advanced the hypothesis that these notions about Jews are above all a matter of unconscious negative projections, i.e. of the mental mechanism by which human beings read into the behavior of others the anarchic tendencies which they fear to recognize in themselves. More specifically, I argued that in this form of anti-Semitism the Jews, as a collectivity, are unconsciously seen both as the bad son, i.e. the rebellious son full of murderous wishes towards the father, and the bad father, i.e. the potential torturer, castrator, and killer of the son. Later I discovered that several professional psychoanalysts had preceded me with precisely the same hypothesis. One in the present study has convinced me that it is indeed a fruitful one. Half of the hypothesis is familiar enough. Following Sigmund Freud himself, various psychoanalysts have argued that the Jews, because they reject the Christian God, are unconsciously seen by some Christians as bad, rebellious sons, indeed, as parricides. This means that, traditionally, it has been easy and tempting for a Christian to make the Jew into a scapegoat for any unconscious resentment he may have against his father, or for that matter against his God. Point 2, but this is only one aspect of the matter, and not, it seems to me, the most important. Unconsciously, the Jew is even more closely identified with the bad father than he is with the bad son. This is understandable enough, for the historical relationship of the Jewish people to Christianity and to Europe makes it almost inevitable that it should be seen as a kind of collective father figure. As an identifiable people, the Jews are of course very much older than most of the European peoples, but that is not all. The Jewish religion is the parent religion out of which, and in rivalry with which, Christianity developed. Most important of all, perhaps, is the fact that while the God of Christianity combines the attributes of Father and Son, the God of the Jews is Father only, and one may add, in the eyes of Christians who learn of him only from the Old Testament and know nothing of the later development of Judaism, a singularly tyrannical and merciless Father at that. The Jews in Christendom, then, were ideally situated to receive the projections associated with the bad Father. This was a terrible fate, for the fantasied bad Father is infinitely more hateful than the real Father could ever be, inevitably so, in view of the psychic processes by which this figure is produced. When a small child feels both intense love and intense hatred for his parents, he may find that conflict intolerable. That is, he may be unable to bear the pain of feeling that he is attacking with his hate the parents whom he also loves, and on whom he is dependent for love and sustenance. To escape from this dilemma, he may in fantasy split the parents into good and bad parent figures. In this way, he creates for himself a good version or image of his parents, so that they become, in his mind, perfect parents whom he can love quite unreservedly. In a sense, this solves the problem, in that it enables the child to have a sustaining and loving relationship with his real parents. But automatically, by the same process, the child also creates for himself a bad version or image of his parents, imaginary parents who are so bad that they fully deserve to be hated and attacked. To realize just what this implies, one has to remember just what infantile hatred is like, that where a small child hates, it wishes to kill, smash, utterly destroy the hated object, etc. And this is not all. Although the child does not consciously feel guilty towards the bad parents, the feeling of guilt persists in the unconscious, and it seeks an outlet until it finds one. It emerges into consciousness as fear of retribution, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The fantasied figure of the bad parent becomes a persecutor, endowed with all the merciless hatred and destructive fury which the child feels, but dare not fully recognize in himself. So it comes about that the small child constructs, out of his own monstrous cruelty and murderousness, castrating, torturing, cannibalistic, all-powerful beings, beside warn even the harshest of real parents should appear harmless. The effects of these psychic processes are not necessarily confined to childhood, but may persist into adult life. Where conditions are favorable to maturation, the growing child comes in time to tolerate his own ambivalence. He learns to accept having mixed feelings towards those on whom he is dependent. Then he can accept his parents as they really are, a mixture of lovable and unlovable traits, and no longer feels any need to create, in fantasy, parent figures who are wholly good or wholly bad. And in later life, he will have a similarly differentiated and objective view of people, including people in authority. But where this process of maturation is interfered with for any reason, whether because the original conflict was too intense, or because the family background really was intolerably difficult, or because of unfavorable educational and cultural pressures, the splitting of parental figures into absolutely good and absolutely bad may continue throughout adult life. There are in fact many people who never cease to be small children in their emotional lives. Such individuals need authority figures whom they can idealize and trust unreservedly, as they once did their idealized parents, but they also need bad authority figures, scapegoats on whom they can blame all their misfortunes, and whom they can hate and attack with a clear conscience. Moreover, such individuals tend to identify with the idealized parent authority and to see themselves, too, as altogether perfect. So that again, as in childhood, they disavow their own cruelty and destructiveness and attribute it to the hated object. And again, the hated object changes into a persecutor, a bad parent who is also an embodiment of merciless vengeance. In the grip of such fantasies, men can develop into murderous fanatics. But what dominates the minds of murderous fanatics is to some extent present in the minds of almost everybody. In medieval Europe, normal religion was experienced largely in terms of good and bad parental figures. This is less true in the 20th century, but even today, people who have attained a relatively high degree of maturity may, in situations of stress, find themselves again using these infantile emotional mechanisms. Worse still, the process can occur on a mass scale, where there is widespread suffering and, above all, a widespread sense of disorientation and impotence. A wholesale regression to infantile modes of thinking and feeling can occur quite easily. And when it does, nightmarish fantasies of bad parents can still influence the attitudes and behavior of a modern society. It was the tragedy of the Jews within Christendom that, because of the peculiar parental relationship of Judaism to Christianity and of the Jewish to the Christian God, they easily became recipients of bad parental images and particularly of bad father images, so that they were imagined as incarnations of ruthless, cruel power, utterly untempered by love or concern. From the Middle Ages onwards, they appear in popular art as extremely old men who are also devils, creatures with enormous growths of hair and beard, with expressions of horrible cruelty, often also with horns and tails. Viewed in these terms, the worst of the traditional anti-Semitic accusations take on a new and still more disturbing meaning. One has only to look at any medieval picture illustrating a ritual murder story, for instance, that reproduced as Plate 19, to recognize the unconscious content of the fantasy. A small boy, it is, significantly, always a boy, never a girl, is surrounded by a group of elderly men with long beards, who are torturing and castrating him and drawing off and collecting his blood. The same unconscious content is clearly recognizable in the other constantly recurring accusation, which was of torturing the consecrated wafer. This, of course, was effective only where and when Christ was believed to be physically present in the host, that is to say in Roman Catholic countries. But there it was very effective indeed. In Poland it provoked massacres as late as the 18th century. Here too the illustrations show bearded Jews attacking the wafer with nails and pincers. And, as though to uncover the true meaning of these stories, we are sometimes told not only that the host gushed blood but that, at the height of the torture, Christ appeared in the wafer as a small child, bleeding and weeping. All this helps to throw a new light on the oldest and deadliest charge of all, the charge of deicide, which was still a subject of such passionate debate at the Vatican Council in IG 65. In Freud's eyes, the idea of deicide had only one unconscious meaning, and that was parricide. But that is not its only possible meaning. For Christians, the crucified Christ has the significance much more of a son than of a father. If, therefore, as is constantly asserted in Christian teaching, the Jews are collectively guilty of the death of Christ, they are not so much parricides as slayers of a son, the suppressors of a new generation, those who destroy fresh life and thwart its promise. And nobody who has ever watched a passion play can doubt for a moment that that is how medieval people really did interpret the Jewish part in the crucifixion. If one now turns from the medieval to the modern world, one makes an astonishing discovery. The Jew has retained his symbolic value as simultaneously the bad son and the bad father. Again, the first half of the hypothesis may seem more familiar than the second. Helped by the circumstance that numerous Jews have become prominent in the modern world as innovators, radicals, and revolutionaries, traditionalists have often seen all Jews as a sort of collective, bad son, a denier and destroyer of order and authority. But again, it is the second part of the hypothesis that is the more important. Modern civilization is commonly experienced, by those who suffer under it, as incomprehensible, uncontrollable, omnipotent. And insofar as Jews were thought to be the creators of that civilization and the masters of its mysterious powers, this tended to perpetuate and reinforce their symbolic significance as bad parents. And indeed, it is obvious enough that the elders of Zion are father figures. Their very name shows it, and what they do to nations is strictly comparable with what the bad father is imagined as doing to the son. They draw off the life's blood of the nations and divert it to their own sinister purposes. They drive the peoples to torment and death in wars. They deprive millions of food. Above all, they have the monopoly of power. Mysterious, inscrutable, they manipulate and torment human beings who in their hands are as helpless and ignorant as children. Now it is quite certain that this image of the Jew profoundly influenced Hitler himself. An American psychoanalyst has pointed out how mistaken it is to see Hitler as a father figure. Hitler is the adolescent who never even aspired to become a father in any connotation, nor, for that matter, a Kaiser, a president. He is the Führer, the glorified older brother, who replaces the father. He is a gang leader who keeps the boys together by demanding their admiration, by creating terror, and by shrewdly involving them in crimes from which there is no way back. One of the worst of these crimes were performed against the father, incarnated in the Jew. Another psychoanalyst, delving into Hitler's youth and family background, has found strong grounds for thinking that he unconsciously identified his own father with a particular Jewish doctor, and so with Jews as a collectivity. Point 2. If this is true, one may be sure that the process was greatly facilitated by the age-old unconscious identification of the Jew with the bad father. It was often noted that the Jews whom the German troops in Eastern Europe treated with the greatest cruelty were the Orthodox Jewish men with their long beards. The photographs of youngsters mocking, humiliating, and killing these men of truly patriarchal appearance provide a counterpart to the old woodcuts of ritual murder, but with this difference, that whereas the ritual murders were the merest fictions, the vengeance exacted was real murder, indefinitely repeated. Yet that is not the whole story. The deepest fear of all is that Jews are, collectively, poisoners or even themselves a sort of poison. This fantasy took shape at the same time as the fantasy of ritual murder. The first occasions when the disappearance of young boys was attributed to Jewish bloodlust were in 1144 and 1168, and the first time when Jews, 86 of them, were burnt for plotting to poison the Christian population was in 1161. By the 14th century, such accusations were commonplace. In France in 1321, it was reported that the Jews were employing lepers to poison all the wells in Christendom. At the time of the Black Death in 1349, it was widely believed that the Jews had caused the plague by poisoning the wells with a mixture of Christian flesh, hearts, and blood, obtained by ritual murder, and of spiders, frogs, and lizards. On that occasion, some 300 Jewish communities in Germany, France, and Spain were exterminated. And similar accusations were made, with similar results, at innumerable local plagues down to the mid-16th century. Not that the charges were limited to such emergencies. Martin Luther was expressing the general view when he wrote, "If the Jews could kill us all, they would gladly do so, aye, and often do it, especially those who profess to be physicians. They know all that is known about medicine in Germany. They can give poison to a man of which he will die in an hour, or in 10 or 20 years. They thoroughly understand this art." As late as 1610, the medical faculty of the University of Vienna solemnly announced that Jewish physicians were obliged by their laws to poison every 10th Christian patient. In the modern version of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, these accusations reappear in a pseudo-scientific form. The protocols themselves talk not only of using drink and loose women to undermine the physique of the Gentiles, but of actually inoculating the Gentiles with diseases. And in much protocols-type literature, particularly in the United States, schemes for mass inoculation are interpreted as a Jewish plot to inject the population with syphilis. But here again, it was Hitler who found the most effective and murderous formulation for an age-old obsession. By the peculiar interpretation which he gave to German racist theories, he made sexual intercourse with a Jew appear as something which literally poisoned the blood. In Nazi propaganda, the idea was carried to the point where the Jews were habitually called the world poisoners, and were even themselves equated with bacteria. Just as much as ritual murder, fantasies of this kind are rooted in the unconscious. Every psychoanalyst has had patients who are haunted by the illusion that they have taken in something bad, which is destroying them from within, or who live in perpetual dread of improbable infections. Not to mention the true paranoiacs who are convinced that they are being poisoned by particular individuals. These are deep waters indeed. And this is not the place to speculate about etiologies on which specialists are by no means agreed. This much, however, can be safely said. That to imagine that the Jews have poisoned the water supply or are corrupting people's blood is to ascribe to them truly uncanny powers. And it is likely that when Antisemits kill not simply Jewish men but also Jewish women and children, when they see the extermination of all Jews as an indispensable cleansing or disinfection of the earth, they are moved by terrors stemming from the earliest stages of infancy. There can be many kinds of unconscious negative projections, and it is a matter not merely of scientific interest but also of practical importance to appreciate just what projections have traditionally been attached to the Jews. It is often assumed that all ethnic prejudice is very much of a kind. That, for instance, hatred of Negroes must have precisely the same emotional roots as hatred of Jews. Yet the assumption is certainly mistaken. It is of course true that the fanatical Negro hater, say in the American South, is moved by unconscious as well as by conscious anxieties, and that his view of Negroes is gravely distorted by projections. It is also true that much of the cruelty to which Negroes have been subjected has been dictated by these projections. Yet however whites may see Negroes, they can hardly see them as hidden, manipulating elders. The fantasy of an infinitely powerful, world-dominating conspiracy does not in fact get projected onto Negroes, and that may well be why not even the most fanatical Negro haters dream of genocide. It is a different matter with the Jews. In the most dangerous form of anti-Semitism, Jews are seen above all as bad parents, and this makes them seem so overwhelmingly powerful that the only way to cope with them is to destroy them utterly. That, it is suggested, is why from the 12th to the 20th century the truly fanatical anti-Semites, the kind who deal in tales of ritual murder and in the protocols, have so frequently fomented vast massacres. For the ultimate ideal of such people is not a world where they can lord it over Jews, as the white supremacist likes to lord it over Negroes, but of a world where there are no Jews left at all. The historical importance of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy lies in the fact that it has served as a warrant for many massacres, culminating in attempted genocide in the middle of the present century. Again and again over a period of some 8 centuries, and over a wide range of countries, it has enabled organized groups to kill Jews. And it has done this in 2 ways, which seem to have remained pretty constant down the ages: by providing the organized groups with an ideology, and by bewildering the rest of the population. Whether one considers the Black Hundreds of Tsarist Russia, or those sections of the SS and SD which were directly concerned in the final solution, one finds very much the same combination of types. And so far as one can tell from the records, the same combination existed already in those earlier groups of Jew killers which operated between the First Crusade and the 16th century. It cannot be said that these groups consisted wholly of genuine fanatics. On the contrary, they contained plenty of purely destructive types, who wanted nothing but a chance to torture and murder, and also plenty of looters, whose main interest was in the property of the killed. To these one must add, for the modern period, the opportunists at all levels, for whom the organizing and carrying through of massacre was simply a means to a better income, more security, and more prestige than they could otherwise have hoped for. Yet it seems certain that however narrow, materialistic, or downright criminal their own motives may be, such men cannot operate without an ideology behind them. At least when operating collectively, they need an ideology to legitimate their behavior, for without it they would have to see themselves and one another as what they really are, common thieves and murderers. And that apparently is something which even they cannot bear. The ideology which has proved most suitable for the purpose is the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy, whether in the traditional form which centered on tales of ritual murder and well poisoning, or in the modern form which centers on the protocols. And this is where the true fanatics have their place, as bearers and elaborators of that fantastic view of the world on which the whole murderous enterprise depends for its justification. Thanks to various empirical investigations carried out by psychologists and psychoanalysts, notably in the United States, a great deal is known about the typical personality structure of such people. What emerges when fanatical anti-Semites are subjected to psychological tests is a quite abnormal degree of fear and hatred of parental figures, who are seen now as menacing and now as mutilated and killed. This means that the unconscious fantasies of such people correspond with the unconscious content of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy. Fanatical anti-Semites are in fact people whose own deepest emotional needs compel them to see life as a struggle against just such a conspiracy as is portrayed in the protocols. For them, belief springs from an inner necessity, and this gives them an air of absolute conviction, which in turn gives the criminals and opportunists the reassurance and encouragement they need. A group formed out of these elements is, sociologically speaking, a very special kind of group indeed. Reflecting in 1946 on the extreme forms of Nazi anti-Semitism, the psychoanalyst Ernst Simmel remarked that the process of group formation itself, when occurring under pathological conditions, can bring about a mass delusion, in fact a mass psychosis. And he added, this clinical syndrome, unrestricted aggressive destructiveness under the spell of a delusion, in complete denial of reality, is well known to us as a psychosis. It is a paranoiac form of schizophrenia. Too, the parallel is a suggestive one. For though the individuals who make up a group of Jew killers are well within the bounds of reality, and most of them are not even fanatics, and even the fanatics are far from mad, yet it is perfectly true that the group as a whole behaves like a paranoiac in the grip of his delusion. There is another peculiarity of such groups that reminds one of paranoiac schizophrenics, their megalomaniac sense of mission. When it comes to describing their own role, not only the medieval Jew killers but also the Black Hundreds and the Nazi leaders use apocalyptic imagery taken straight from the Book of Revelation. All alike see themselves as the angelic hosts overthrowing the powers of darkness, or a collective Saint Michael killing the dragon, even as a collective Christ overthrowing Antichrist. No army engaged in a real war against a real enemy has ever indulged in such self-exaltation as Jew killers engaged in their one-sided struggle against an imaginary conspiracy. To hear them on the subject of themselves, one would think that killing unarmed and helpless people, including small children and old women, was a very brave and risky undertaking. It is a phenomenon which only begins to make sense when one recalls that a paranoiac murderer too can feel terrified of his harmless victims. For what these people see as the enemy is in fact the destructiveness and cruelty in their own psyches, externalized. And the greater the unconscious sense of guilt, the more fearsome the imaginary enemy. For the sense of guilt is there, and unremittingly at work. Originally engendered by the murderous impulses felt by the small child towards its parents, it is enormously intensified by the real violence which the adult deploys against his victims. Yet it is not experienced as a sense of guilt, for it is completely denied and repressed into the unconscious. Instead, it is experienced as a sense of danger, of threat, a blind terror lest the wronged ones, the parents killed in fantasy and the parent surrogates killed in reality, arise and exact retribution. This alone can explain the extraordinary paradox about the Nazi massacres, that as the Jews became more and more helpless, as they were killed in ever vaster numbers, so they were felt to be more and more powerful, malignant, and dangerous. It also accounts for the fact that a man like Goebbels, for whom anti-Semitism was at first little more than a technique of vote-catching, ended his days raving about the omnipotent Jewish rulers of the world. It was his own guilt-ridden unconscious that made of the imaginary elders of Zion a power more terrible than the Nazi regime itself. It is when it has been adopted by groups of professional, organized Jew killers that the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy has revealed its true potentialities. For all the indications are that however widespread and intense anti-Semitism may be, it does not result in killing unless and until such groups begin to operate. Pogroms as spontaneous outbreaks of popular fury seem to be a myth, and there is in fact no established case where the inhabitants of a town or village have simply fallen upon their Jewish neighbors and slaughtered them. This was true even in the Middle Ages. The great massacres which accompanied the People's Crusades and the Black Death were all led by organized bands coming from outside. In modern times, popular initiative has been still less in evidence, for the organized groups themselves have been effective only when they were carrying out the policy and enjoying the sponsorship of some kind of government, whether in Tsarist Russia and under the White regime during the Russian Civil War or in Nazi Germany and Nazi-occupied Europe. Would-be pogromщики who lacked this kind of support and were resolutely opposed by the authorities, as in the United States, never managed to organize large-scale violence and soon lapsed, or were thrust into obscurity. Yet the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy can have its effect on the mass of the population too, and this in turn has a bearing, even if an indirect one, on the fate of the Jews. Centuries of propaganda about sorcery and ritual murder and the secret Jewish government produced a general atmosphere of superstitious dread which was largely unconnected with specific economic conflicts. A certain suspicion that Jews constitute a united collectivity devoted to sinister aims and endowed with mysterious powers was still extremely widespread in the first half of the present century. No doubt fanatical believers in the conspiracy, the true adepts of the protocols, were always a relatively small minority, but they were still numerous enough to make themselves heard, and there were vast numbers of half and quarter believers to pick up scraps of what they had to say. There is nothing strange about this, for only exceptionally mature personalities are wholly immune to the infantile fears and hatreds to which such a myth appeals. Particularly in periods of exceptional strain, anxiety, and disorientation, multitudes of people yielded to the temptation to blame all their troubles on the machinations of those uncanny beings, reacting to social and economic crises, for instance, very much as their ancestors had reacted to the plague. What this meant in practice, whether in Tsarist Russia or in Germany after the First World War, or to some extent throughout the world in the fateful years 1933 to 45, was that people were unwilling to bestir themselves on behalf of the Jews. The very widespread indifference, the ease with which people dissociated themselves from the Jews and their fate, was certainly in part a result of a vague feeling that, even if there were no elders of Zion, Jews were somehow uncanny and dangerous. And ironically enough, this feeling grew stronger as the persecution of the Jews grew worse. The explanation is plain, if depressing. When people know even with half their minds that a great injustice is being done, and lack the generosity or the courage to protest, they automatically throw the blame onto the victims as the simplest way of easing their own consciences. Just as the organized killers needed the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy if they were not to recognize themselves as common thieves and murderers, so very many ordinary people needed some smattering of it if they were not to see themselves as passive accomplices in the persecution and massacre of innocent people. The story of the protocols is the story of how in 20th century Europe a grossly delusional view of the world, based on infantile fears and hatreds, was able to find expression in murder and torture beyond all imagining. It is a case history in collective psychopathology, and its deepest implications reach far beyond anti-Semitism and the fate of the Jews. Is it utopian to suggest that the more fully and widely these implications are faced, the better the chance of recognizing and limiting, perhaps even of forestalling, similar aberrations in future? Appendix 1. The Rabbi's Speech. On this precursor of the protocols, see above, pages 34 to 40. Our fathers have bequeathed to the elect of Israel the duty of gathering together once each century around the tomb of the Grand Master Caleb, the holy Rabbi Simeon ben Jehuda, whose knowledge gives the elect of each generation power over all the earth and authority over all the descendants of Israel. For 18 centuries Israel has been at war with that power which was first promised to Abraham, but which was taken from him by the cross. Trampled underfoot, humiliated by its enemies, living ceaselessly under the threat of death, of persecution, of rape, and of every kind of violation, the people of Israel has not succumbed. And if it is dispersed over the whole earth, that is because it is to inherit the whole earth. For 18 centuries our wise men have been fighting the cross courageously and with a perseverance which nothing can discourage. Gradually our people is rising up and its power increases day by day. Ours is that God of today whom Aaron raised up for us in the desert, that golden calf, that universal deity of the age. The day when we shall have made ourselves the sole possessors of all the gold in the world, the real power will be in our hands, and then the promises which were made to Abraham will be fulfilled. Gold, the greatest power on earth, gold, which is the strength, the recompense, the instrument of every power, the sum of everything that man fears and craves. There is the only mystery, the deepest understanding of the spirit that rules the world. There is the future. 18 centuries belong to our enemies. The present century and future centuries must belong to us, the people of Israel, and they surely will belong to us. Now for the 10th time, in 1,000 years of terrible and ceaseless war against our enemies, the elect of a given generation of the people of Israel are gathered in this cemetery, around the tomb of our grand L/Ister Caleb, the holy Rabbi Simeon ben Jehuda, to take counsel as to how to turn to the advantage of our cause the great errors and sins which our enemies the Christians never cease to commit. Each time the new Sanhedrin has proclaimed and preached a merciless struggle against our enemies. But in no earlier century were our ancestors able to concentrate in our hands so much gold, and therefore so much power, as the 19th century has bestowed on us. We can therefore expect, without any rash illusions, to achieve our aim soon, and we can look with confidence to our future. Most fortunsity, the persecution and the humiliations, those dark and painful days which the people of Israel endured with such heroic patience, are no more with us, thanks to the progress of civilization among the Christians, and that progress is the best shield for us to hide and act behind, so as to cross with firm and rapid strides the space that separates us from our supreme objective. Let us just look at the material condition of Europe. Let us analyze the resources which the Jews have got into their possession since the beginning of the present century simply by concentrating in their hands the huge amount of capital which they control at this moment. Thus, in Paris, London, Vienna, Berlin, Amsterdam, Hamburg, Rome, Naples, etc., and in all the Rothschild branches, everywhere the Jews are the financial masters, simply by possessing so many milliards. Not to mention that in every town of second or third magnitude, it is the Jews who control the currency in circulation, and that nowhere can any financial operation, any major undertaking be carried through without the direct influence of the children of Israel. Today, all reigning emperors, kings, and princes are burdened with debts contracted in keeping up large standing armies to support their toppling thrones. The stock exchange assesses and regulates those debts, and to a great extent we are masters of the stock exchange everywhere. VE must therefore study how to encourage borrowing more and more, so as to make ourselves the regulators of all values and, as security for the capital we lend to countries, take the right to exploit their railways, their mines, their forests, their great ironworks and factories, and other kinds of real estate, even their taxes. In every country, agriculture will always be the greatest source of wealth. The possession of large landed property will always bring honors and much influence to the owners. From this it follows that we must concentrate on ensuring that our brothers in Israel acquire landed property on a large scale. So far as possible, we must therefore encourage the splitting up of large estates, so as to help us acquire it more quickly and more easily. Under the pretext of helping the working classes, we must place the weight of taxation on the great landed proprietors, and when all properties have come into our hands, all the work of the Gentile proletarians will become a source of huge profits for us. Since the Christian Church is one of our most dangerous enemies, we must work doggedly to diminish its influence. So far as possible, therefore, we must implant in the minds of those who profess the Christian religion the ideas of free thought, of skepticism, of schism, and provoke the religious disputes which are so naturally productive of divisions and sects within Christendom. Logically, we must begin by disparaging the ministers of that religion. Let us declare open war on them. Let us rouse suspicions about their piety, about their private conduct. So, by ridicule and malicious banter, we shall undermine the respect in which the profession and the cloth are held. Each war, each revolution, each political or religious upheaval brings nearer the moment when we shall attain the supreme aim of our journey. Trade and speculation, two branches so fertile in profits, must never leave Jewish hands, and once we have become proprietors we shall be able, thanks to the obsequiousness and the shrewdness of our agents, to penetrate to the first source of real influence and real power. It is understood that we are concerned only with those occupations which bring honors, power, or privileges, for those which demand knowledge, work, and inconvenience can and must be left to the Gentiles. The magistrature is for us an institution of the first importance. A career at the bar does most to develop the faculty of civilization and to initiate one into the affairs of our natural enemies, the Christians, and it is in this way that we can get them at our mercy. Why should Jews not become ministers of education when they have so often had the portfolio of finance? Jews must also aspire to the rank of legislators, so that they can work to abrogate the laws which those sinners and infidels, the Goyim, have made against the children of Israel, who by their unvarying devotion to the laws of Abraham are the truly faithful ones. Moreover, on this point our plan is on the brink of complete fulfillment, for almost everywhere progress has recognized and granted to us the same civil rights as are enjoyed by Christians. But what must be obtained, what must be the object of our ceaseless efforts, is that the law against bankruptcy should be made less severe. Out of that we shall make ourselves a mine of gold, which will be far richer than the mines of California ever were. The people of Israel must direct its ambition towards that height of power which brings esteem and honors. The surest means of attaining it is to have supreme control over all industrial, financial, and commercial operations, while carefully avoiding every trap and temptation which might expose one to legal proceedings in the country's courts. In its choice of speculation, the children of Israel will therefore display the prudence and tact which are the mark of its congenital talent for business. /VE must be familiar with everything that earns one a distinguished position in society: philosophy, medicine, law, political economy. In a word, all the branches of science, of art, of literature, are a vast field where our successes must give us a big part and show off our talent. These vocations are inseparable from speculation. Thus, the performance even of a very mediocre musical composition will give our people a plausible excuse to put the Jewish composer on a pedestal and surround him with a radiance of glory. As for the sciences, medicine and philosophy, they too must be incorporated into our intellectual domain. A doctor is initiated into the most intimate secrets of the family. The health and life of our mortal enemies, the Christians, are in his hands. We must encourage marriages between Jews and Christians, for the people of Israel loses nothing by the contact and can only gain from these marriages. Our race, chosen by God, cannot be corrupted by the introduction of a certain amount of impure blood, and by these marriages our daughters will secure alliances with Christian families of some influence and power. It is right that, in exchange for the money we give, we should obtain the equivalent in influence over everything around us. To be related to Gentiles does not imply a departure from the path we have chosen to follow. On the contrary, with a little skill it will make us the arbiters of their fate. It is desirable that Jews should refrain from taking women of our holy religion as their mistresses, and that they should choose Christian virgins for that role. It would be a great gain for us to replace the sacrament of marriage in church by a simple contract before some civil authority, for then Gentile women would stream into our camp. If gold is the first power in this world, the second is undeniably the press. But what can the second achieve without the first? As the aims listed above cannot be attained without the help of the press, our people must become the editors of all daily newspapers in all countries. Our possession of gold, our skill in devising means of exploiting mercenary instincts, will make us the arbiters of public opinion and enable us to dominate the masses. So, advancing step by step in this path, with that perseverance which is our great virtue, we will push the Gentiles back and undo their influence. We shall dictate to the world what it is to have faith in, what it is to honor, and what it is to curse. Perhaps some individuals will rise up against us and will hurl insults and anathemas against us, but the docile and ignorant masses will listen to us and take our side. Once we are absolute masters of the press, we will be able to transform ideas about honor, about virtue, about uprightness of character. We will be able to deal a blow against that institution which so far has been sacrosanct, the family, and we will be able to achieve its disintegration. We shall extirpate all belief and faith in everything that our enemies the Christians have venerated up to the present, and, using the allurements of the passions as our weapon, we shall declare open war on everything that people respect and venerate. Let all this be understood and noted. Let every child of Israel absorb these true principles. Then our might will grow like a gigantic tree whose branches will bear the fruits called wealth, enjoyment, power, as compensation for that hideous condition which for long centuries has been the only lot of the people of Israel. When one of our people takes a step forward, let another follow him closely. If his foot slips, let him be picked up and succored by his coreligionists. If a Jew is summoned before the courts of the country where he lives, let his brothers in religion hasten to give him aid and assistance, but only if the accused has acted in accordance with the law of Israel, so strictly observed and kept for so many centuries. Our people is conservative, faithful to the religious ceremonies and the customs bequeathed to us by our ancestors. It is in our interest that we should at least make a show of zeal for the social questions of the moment, especially for improving the lot of the workers, but in reality our efforts must be geared to getting control of this movement of public opinion and directing it. The blindness of the masses, their readiness to surrender to that resounding but empty eloquence that fills the public squares, make them an easy prey and a double instrument, of popularity and of credit. We will have no difficulty in finding as much eloquence among our people for the expression of false sentiments as Christians find in their sincerity and enthusiasm. So far as possible, we must talk to the proletariat, bring it into subjection to those who have the handling of money. By this means, we will be able to make the masses rise when we wish. We will drive them to upheavals, to revolutions. And each of these catastrophes marks a big step forward for our particular interests and brings us rapidly nearer to our sole aim, world domination, as was promised to our father Abraham. Appendix 2. Some parallel passages in the Protocols and the Dialogue AUX offers. For the story of how the forger of the Protocols plagiarized Maurice Joly's Dialogue AUX offers Entree Montesquieu et Machiavel, see above, pages 71-6. The following extracts are taken from the first, 1920, British edition of the Protocols, which is a pretty free translation from the Russian. If one bears in mind that the Russian is itself a translation of the lost French text, it is remarkable that the parallelism with Joly's book, as exemplified in these extracts, should be as close as it is. But the similarity between Joly in French and Lambelin's French edition of the Protocols is much closer still. In the first British edition, the text is not divided into separate chapters or protocols. The protocol numbers given below and in Appendix 3 refer to the Russian edition by Nilus and to most of its many translations. Dialogue AUX offers. First dialogue. The bad instinct is stronger in man than the good instinct. Fear and force have more power over him than reason. All men aim at domination, and there is none who would not be an oppressor if he only could. All or almost all are ready to sacrifice the rights of others to their own interests. Who restrains among themselves the beasts of prey we call men. In the beginnings of society, it was brute, unbridled force. Later it was law, that is to say force still, but regulated by certain forms. Everywhere might appears before right. Political freedom is only a relative idea. Protocols first, protocol. People with corrupt instincts are more numerous than those of noble instinct. Therefore, in governing the world, the best results are obtained by means of violence and intimidation, and not by academic discussions. Every man aims at power. Everyone would like to become a dictator if he only could do so, and rare indeed are the men who would not be disposed to sacrifice the welfare of others in order to attain their own personal aims. What restrained the wild beasts of prey which we call men? What has ruled them up to now? In the first stages of social life, they submitted to brute and blind force, then to law, which in reality is the same force, only masked. From this I am led to deduct that by the law of nature, right lies in might. Political freedom is not a fact, but an idea. Seventh dialogue. I would organize huge financial monopolies, reservoirs of public wealth, in which all private fortunes would be so closely involved that they would sink together with the credit of the state the day after any political disaster. As head of the government, all my edicts would be constantly directed to the same aim: to develop the preponderance of the state out of all proportion, to make it the sovereign protector, promoter, and recompenser. Nowadays the aristocracy, as a political force, is no more. But the landowning bourgeoisie still constitutes an element of dangerous opposition to governments, because it is itself independent. It may be necessary to impoverish it, or even to ruin it altogether. To achieve this, it is only necessary to increase the rates and taxes on landed property, to keep agriculture in a state of relative inferiority, to give preferential treatment to trade and industry, and especially to speculation, for if industry prospers too much it can itself become dangerous, by creating too many independent fortunes. Sixth protocol. Soon we will start organizing great monopolies, reservoirs of colossal wealth, in which even the large fortunes of the Gentiles will be involved to such an extent that they will sink together with the credit of their government the day after a political crisis takes place. We must use every possible kind of means to develop the popularity of our supergovernment, holding it up as a protection and recompenser of all who willingly submit to us. The aristocracy of the Gentiles, as a political power, is no more, therefore we need not consider it any more from that point of view. But as landowners they are still dangerous to us, because their independent existence is ensured through their resources. Therefore it is essential for us, at all costs, to deprive the aristocracy of their lands. To attain this purpose, the best method is to force up rates and taxes. These methods will keep the landed interests at their lowest possible ebb. At the same time, we must give all possible protection to trade and commerce, and especially to speculation, the principal role of which is to act as a counterpoise to industry. Without speculation, industry will enlarge private capitals. 12th dialogue. I foresee the possibility of neutralizing the press by means of the press itself. Since journalism is such a great force, my government will take to journalism. It will be journalism incarnate. I will count the number of newspapers that represent what you call the opposition. If there are 10 for the opposition, I shall have 20 for the government. If there are 20, I shall have 40. If there are 40, I shall have 80. But the mass of the public must have no suspicion of these tactics. Like the god Vishnu, my press will have 100 arms, and these arms will give expression to all shades of opinion throughout the whole country. People will belong to my party without realizing it. Those who think they are talking their own language will be talking mine. Those who think they are stirring up people on their side will be stirring up people on mine. Those who think they are marching under their flag will be marching under mine. You should know that journalism is a sort of Freemasonry. Those who live by it are all more or less bound to one another by the bonds of professional discretion. Like the ancient augurs, they will not easily divulge the secret of their oracles. They would gain nothing by betraying one another, for they mostly have more or less shameful wounds. It is quite likely that at the heart of the capital in certain circles, these things will be no mystery. But elsewhere people will know nothing of these things, and the great majority of the nation will march with the utmost confidence in the footsteps of the guides I have given it. I journalism will exercise its greatest influence in the provinces. There I shall always arrange the climate of opinion which I need, and each of my blows will strike home. The provincial press will be entirely in my hands, for there no contradiction or discussion can be permitted. From the administrative center where I preside, orders will be sent out to make the newspapers express such and such views, so that at a given moment a certain influence will be felt, a certain impulsion given, throughout the country, often before the capital has any idea. When necessary, opinion in the capital will form more slowly than the external movement of opinion which will envelop it, if need be without its knowledge. I do not wish the country to be disturbed by rumors. If some extraordinary suicide occurs, or some shady financial affair, I shall forbid the newspapers to mention it. 12th Protocol. Literature and journalism are the two most important educational powers. For this reason our government will buy up the greater number of periodicals. By these means we shall neutralize the bad influence of the private press and obtain an enormous influence over the human mind. If we were to allow 10 private periodicals, we should ourselves start 30, and so forth. But the public must not have the slightest suspicion of these measures. Therefore, all periodicals published by us will seem to be of contradictory views and opinions, thus inspiring confidence and presenting an attractive appearance to our unsuspecting enemies, who will thus fall into our trap and will be disarmed. These newspapers, like the Indian god Vishnu, will be possessed of hundreds of hands, each of which will be feeling the pulse of varying public opinion. If any chatterers are going to imagine that they are repeating the opinion of their party newspaper, they will in reality be repeating our own opinion, or the opinion which we desire. Thinking that they are following the organ of this party, they will in reality be following the flag which we will fly for them. Already there exists in French journalism a system of Masonic understanding for giving countersigns. All organs of the press are tied by mutual professional secrets in the manner of the ancient oracles. Not one of its members will betray his knowledge of the secret, if such a secret has not been ordered to be made public. No single publisher will have the courage to betray the secret entrusted to him, the reason being that not one of them is admitted into the literary world without bearing the marks of some shady act in his past life. He would only have to show the least sign of disobedience, and the mark would be immediately revealed. Whilst these marks remain known only to a few, the prestige of the journalist attracts public opinion throughout the country. The people follow and admire him. Our plans must extend chiefly to the provinces. It is essential for us to create such ideas and inspire such opinions there as we could at any time launch on the capital by producing them as the neutral views of the provinces. Of course, the source and origin of the idea would not be altered. Namely, it would be ours. It is imperative for us that, before we assume power, cities should sometimes be under the influence of the opinion of the provinces, that is to say, that they should know the opinion of the majority, which will have been prearranged by us. It is necessary for us that the capitals, at the critical psychological moment, should not have time to discuss an accomplished fact, but should accept it simply because it has been passed by a majority in the provinces. When we reach the period of the new regime, that is to say, during the transition stage to our sovereignty, we must not allow the press to publish any account of criminal cases. It will be essential that people should think that the new regime is so satisfactory that even crime has ceased. Appendix 3. Some passages in the protocols not based on the dialogue AUX offers. The following extracts give a fair idea of the mental world of Russian right-wingers in the 1890s. They reveal not only what these people believed about the Jews or tried to make others believe about them, but also, in places, the social and political ideals which they themselves cherished. For paradoxically, and like the Nazis after them, these anti-Semites often attributed their own values and aspirations to the imaginary Jewish government. First protocol. Alone, an autocrat can conceive vast plans clearly assigning its proper part to everything in the mechanism of the machine of state. Hence, we conclude that it is expedient for the welfare of the country that the government of the same should be in the hands of one responsible person. Without absolute despotism, civilization cannot exist, for civilization is capable of being promoted only under the protection of the ruler, whoever he may be, and not at the hands of the masses. The crowd is a barbarian, and acts as such on every occasion. As soon as the mob has secured freedom, it speedily turns it into anarchy, which in itself is the height of barbarism. Just look at these alcoholized animals stupefied by the drink, of which unlimited use is tolerated by freedom. Should we allow ourselves and our fellow creatures to do likewise? The people of the Christians, bewildered by alcohol, their youths turned crazy by classics and early debauchery, to which they have been instigated by our agents, tutors, servants, governesses in rich houses, clerks, and so forth, by our women in places of their amusement. To the latter I add the so-called society women, their voluntary followers in corruption and luxury. Third protocol. Today I can assure you that we are only within a few strides of our goal. There remains only a short distance, and the cycle of the symbolic serpent, that badge of our people, will be complete. When this circle is locked, all the states of Europe will be enclosed in it, as it were, by unbreakable chains. Point 1. The existing constructional two scales will soon collapse, because we are continually throwing them out of balance in order the more quickly to wear them out and destroy their efficiency. Under our auspices, the populace exterminated the aristocracy which had supported and guarded the people for its own benefit, which benefit is inseparable from the welfare of the populace. Nowadays, having destroyed the privileges of the aristocracy, the people fall under the yoke of cunning profiteers and upstarts. We intend to appear as though we were the liberators of the laboring man, come to free him from this oppression, when we shall suggest to him to join the ranks of our armies of socialists, anarchists, and communists. The latter we always patronize, pretending to help them out of fraternal principle and the general interest of humanity evoked by our socialistic masonry. The aristocracy, who by right shared the labor of the working classes, were interested in the same, being well-fed, healthy, and strong. We are interested in the opposite, i.e. in the degeneration of the Gentiles. Point 4. Our strength lies in keeping the working man in perpetual want and impotence, because, by so doing, we retain him subject to our will and, in his own surroundings, he will never find either power or energy to stand up against us. Hunger will confer upon capital more powerful rights over the laborer than ever the lawful power of the sovereign could confer upon the aristocracy. We govern the masses by making use of feelings of jealousy and hatred kindled by oppression and need, and by means of these feelings we brush aside those who impede us in our course. When the time comes for our worldly ruler 5 to be crowned, we will see to it that by the same means, that is to say, by making use of the mob, we will destroy everything that may prove an obstacle in our way. The Gentiles are no longer capable of thinking without our aid in matters of science. That is why they do not realize the vital necessity of certain things, which we will make a point of keeping against the moment when our hour arrives, namely, that in schools the only true and the most important of all sciences must be taught, that is, the science of the life of man and social conditions, both of which require a division of labor and therefore the classification of people in castes and classes. The true science of social conditions, to the secrets of which we do not admit the Gentiles, would convince the world that occupations and labor should be kept in specified castes so as not to cause human suffering, arising from an education which does not correspond with the work which individuals are called upon to do. If they were to study this science, the people would of their own free will submit to the ruling powers, and to the castes of government classified by them. Under the present conditions of science and the line which we have allowed it to follow, the populace, in its ignorance, blindly believes in printed words and in erroneous illusions which have been duly inspired by us, and it bears malice to all classes which it thinks higher than itself, for it does not understand the importance of each caste. This hatred will become still more acute where economical crises are concerned, for then it will stop the markets and production. We will create a universal economic crisis, by all possible underhand means, and with the help of gold, which is all in our hands. Simultaneously, we will throw onto the streets huge crowds of workmen throughout Europe. These masses will then gladly throw themselves upon and shed the blood of those of whom, in their ignorance, they have been jealous from childhood, and whose belongings they will then be able to plunder. They will not harm us, because the moment of the attack will be known to us, and we will take measures to protect our interests. We persuaded the Gentiles that liberalism would bring them to a kingdom of reason. Our despotism will be of this nature, for it will be in a position to put down all rebellions, and by just severity to exterminate every liberal idea from all institutions. When the populace noticed that it was being given all sorts of rights in the name of liberty, it imagined itself to be the master and tried to assume power. Of course, like every other blind man, the mass came up against innumerable obstacles. Then, as it did not wish to return to the former regime, it lay its power at our feet. Remember the French Revolution, which we call the Great. The secrets of its preparatory organization are well known to us, being the work of our hands. From that time onwards we have led the nations from one disappointment to another, so that they should even renounce us in favor of the king-despot of the blood of Zion, whom we are preparing for the world. Fifth Protocol. In the days when the people looked on their sovereigns as on the will of God, they quietly submitted to the despotism of their monarchs. But from the day that we inspired the populace with the idea of its own rights, they began to regard kings as ordinary mortals. In the eye of the mob, the holy anointment fell from the head of monarchs, and, when we took away their religion, the power was thrown into the streets like public property and was snatched up by us. Moreover, among our administrative gifts, we count also that of ruling the masses and individuals by means of cunningly constructed theories and phraseology, by rules of life and every other kind of device. All these theories, which the Gentiles do not at all understand, are based on analysis and observation, combined with so skillful a reasoning as cannot be equaled by our rivals, any more than these can compete with us in the construction of plans for political actions and solidarity. The only society known to us which would be capable of competing with us in these arts might be that of the Jesuits. But we have managed to discredit these in the eyes of the stupid mob as being a palpable organization, whereas we ourselves have kept in the background, reserving our organization as a secret. We set at variance with one another all personal and national interests of the Gentiles by promulgating religious and tribal prejudices among them for nearly 20 centuries. To all this, the fact is due that not one single government will find support from its neighbors when it calls upon them for it, in opposing us, because each one of them will think that action against us might be disastrous for its individual existence. We are too powerful. The world has to reckon with us. Governments cannot make even a small treaty without our being secretly involved in it. Ninth Protocol, see above, pages 63, 102. It is contended that nations can rise in arms against us if our plans are discovered prematurely, but in anticipation of this we can rely upon throwing into action such a formidable force as will make even the bravest of men shudder. By then metropolitan railways and underground passages will be constructed in all cities. From these subterranean places we will explode all the cities of the world, together with their institutions and documents. 24th Protocol. Now I will deal with the manner in which we will strengthen the dynasty of King David, in order that it may endure until the last day. Our manner of securing the dynasty will consist chiefly of the same principles which have given to our wise men the management of the world's affairs, that is to say, the direction and education of the whole human race. Several members of the seed of David will prepare kings and their successors, who will be elected not by right of inheritance, but by their own capabilities. These successors will be initiated in our secret political mysteries and plans of governing, taking great care that no one else should acquire them. Such measures will be necessary in order that all should know that only those can rule who have been initiated in the mysteries of political art. Only such men will be taught how to apply our plans in practice by making use of the experience of many centuries. They will be initiated in the conclusions drawn from all observations of our political and economical system and in all social sciences. In a word, they will be told the true spirit of the laws that have been founded by nature herself in order to govern mankind. Direct suisers to the sovereign will be superseded in the event of their proving to be frivolous or soft-hearted during their education, or in case they show any other tendency likely to be detrimental to their power, and which render them incapable of ruling and even to be dangerous to the prestige of the crown. Only so men as are capable of governing firmly, although perhaps erewly, will be entrusted with the reins of government by our elders. In ease of illness or loss of energy, our sovereign will be obliged to hand over the reins of government to those of his family who have proved themselves more capable. The king's immediate plans and, still more, his plans for the future will not even be known to those who will be his nearest counselors. Only our sovereign, and the three who initiated him, will know the future. In the person of the sovereign, who will rule with an unshakable will and control himself as well as humanity, the people will recognize as it were fate itself and all its human paths. None will know the aims of the sovereign when he issues his orders, therefore none will dare to obstruct his mysterious path. Of course, the sovereign must have a head capable of dealing with our plans. Therefore he will not ascend the throne before his brainpower has been ascertained by our wise men. In order that all his subjects should love and venerate their sovereign, he must often address them in public. Such measures will bring the two powers into harmony, namely, that of the populace and that of the ruler, which we have separated in the Gentile countries by holding the one in awe of the other. We had to hold these two powers in awe one of another, in order that they, when once separated, should fall under our influence. The king of Israel must not be under the influence of his own passions, especially that of sensuousness. He must not allow animal instincts to get the better of his brain. Sensuousness, more than any other passion, is certain to destroy mental and foreseeing powers. It distracts men's thoughts towards the worst side of human nature. The column of the universe in the person of the world ruler, sprung from the holy seed of David, has to forego all personal passions for the benefit of his people. Our sovereign must be irreproachable. Signed by the representatives of Zion, of the 33rd degree. In many editions, including the early Russian editions of 1903-6 and also the first British edition of 1920, the text of the protocols is followed by an epilogue on the symbolic serpent. See the extract from the third protocol above and the map on plate 3. The key passage is as follows. According to the records of secret Jewish Zionism, Solomon and other Jewish learned men already, in 929 BC, thought out a scheme in theory for a peaceful conquest of the whole universe by Zion. As history developed, this scheme was worked out in detail and completed by men who were subsequently initiated in this question. These learned men decided by peaceful means to conquer the world for Zion with the slyness of the symbolic serpent, whose head was to represent the initiated into the plans of the Jewish administration, and the body of the serpent to represent the Jewish people. The administration was always kept secret, even from the Jewish nation itself. As this serpent penetrated into the hearts of the nations which it encountered, it got under and devoured all the non-Jewish power of these states. It is foretold that the snake has to finish its work, strictly adhering to the designed path, until the course which it has to run is closed by the return of its head to Zion, and until by this means, the snake has completed its round of Europe and has encircled it, and until, by dint of enchaining Europe, it has encompassed the whole world. This it is to accomplish by using every endeavor to subdue the other countries by an economical conquest. The return of the head of the serpent to Zion can only be accomplished after the power of all the sovereigns of Europe has been laid low, that is to say, when by means of economic crises and wholesale destruction effected everywhere there shall have been brought about a spiritual demoralization and a moral corruption, chiefly with the assistance of Jewish women masquerading as French, Italians, etc. Some ladies were named at this point in the manuscript submitted by Nilus to the censorship committee in Moscow. The names, which were removed on the order of the committee, included not only the famous Jewish actress Sarah Bernhard, but also La Belle Otero, who was a Spaniard with nothing Jewish about her. It is an extraordinary thought that La Belle Otero lived for another 60 years. She died late in 1965, just as the present book was being completed. These are the surest spreaders of licentiousness into the lives of the leading men at the heads of nations. Women in the service of Zion act as a decoy for those who, thanks to them, are always in need of money, and therefore are always ready to barter their conscience for money. This money is in reality only lent by the Jews, for it quickly returns through the same women into the hands of bribing Jewry. But, through these transactions, slaves are bought for the cause of Zion. It is natural for the success of such an undertaking that neither the public officials nor private individuals should suspect the part played by the women employed by Jewry. Therefore the directors of the cause of Zion formed, as it were, a religious caste eager followers of the Mosaic law and of the statutes of the Talmud. All the world believed that the mask of the law of Moses is the real rule of life of the Jews. No one thought of investigating the effect of this rule of life, especially as all eyes were directed on the gold, which could be supplied by the caste, and which gave this caste absolute freedom for its economical and political intrigues. A sketch of the symbolic serpent is shown as follows. Its first stage in Europe was in 429 BC in Greece, where, in the time of Pericles, the serpent first started eating into the power of that country. The second stage was in Rome in the time of Augustus about 69 BC. The third in Madrid in the time of Charles V in AD 1552. The fourth in Paris about 1700, in the time of Louis XVI. The fifth in London from 1814 onwards, after the downfall of Napoleon. The sixth in Berlin in 1871, after the Franco-Prussian War. The seventh in St. Petersburg, over which is drawn the head of the serpent under the date of 1881. All these states which the serpent traversed have had the foundations of their constitutions shaken, Germany, with its apparent power, forming no exception to the rule. In economic conditions, England and Germany are spared, but only till the conquest of Russia is accomplished by the serpent, on which at present all its efforts are concentrated. The further course of the serpent is not shown on this map, but arrows indicate its next movement towards Moscow, Kiev, and Odessa. It is now well known to us to what extent the latter cities form the centers of the militant Jewish race. Constantinople is shown as the last stage of the serpent's course before it reaches Jerusalem. Only a short distance still remains before the serpent will be able to complete its course by uniting its head to its tail. Appendix 4. The Protocols and the Coming of Antichrist. See above, pages 43, 91-2, and plate 6. Though the Protocols were to form an important part of one of the major totalitarian creeds of the 20th century, they grew out of an age-old apocalyptic tradition. The extent to which they were originally involved with the Antichrist legend emerges clearly from the note which Sergei Nilus appended to his edition of ID 051. There is no room left for doubt. With all the might and terror of Satan, the reign of the triumphant King of Israel is approaching our unregenerate world. The King born of the blood of Zion, the Antichrist, is near to the throne of universal power. Events in the world are rushing with stupendous rapidity. Dissensions, wars, rumors, famines, epidemics, and earthquakes too. What was but yesterday impossible, has today become an accomplished fact. Days rush past, as it were for the benefit of the chosen people. There is no time to minutely enter into the history of humanity from the point of view of the revealed mysteries of iniquity, 3 to historically prove the influence which the elders of Israel have had on the misfortunes of humanity, to foretell the already approaching certain future of mankind, or to disclose the final act of the world's tragedy. The light of Christ alone, and that of his holy universal church, can penetrate into the satanic depths and reveal the extent of their wickedness. In my heart I feel that the hour has struck for summoning the 8th Ecumenical Council to which, oblivious of the quarrels which have parted them for so many centuries, will congregate the pastors and representatives of the whole of Christianity to meet the advent of the Antichrist. Bibliographical note. It would be impracticable to produce an exhaustive bibliography for the subjects touched on in this book, and the following survey is intended simply as an introduction to the field of study. When it is completed by a further 2 volumes, Leon Polyakov's Histoire de l'antisémitisme will be the fullest history of the anti-Semitic tradition. At present, 1966, it consists of Volume 1, Du Christ aux Juifs de Cour, Paris, 1955, English translation, New York, 1965, 1, which deals with European anti-Semitism down to the eve of emancipation, and Volume 2, De J.J. Jamet aux Marins, Paris, 1961, which deals with the fate of the Jews under Islam and in Spain and Portugal. Meanwhile, the essentials of the story have been skillfully compressed into a single volume by James Parks. Anti-Semitism, London, 1963. Hugo Valentin's Anti-Semitism Historically and Critically Examined, London, 1936, can also be profitably consulted, and so can Salo W. Barron's Great Social and Religious History of the Jews, 3 volumes, New York, 1937, and 8 volumes, New York, 1952-58. Works dealing specially with the origins of anti-Semitism in early Christianity are James Parks' The Conflict of the Church and the Synagogue, London, 1934. Marcel Simon, Virus Israel, Paris, 1948, and Jules Isaac, Genèse de l'Antisémitisme, Paris, 1956, while James Parks, The Jew in the Medieval Community, London, 1938, and Joshua Trachtenberg, The Devil and the Jews, New Haven, 1943, deal with the period when the figure of the Jew was effectively demonized. The revival of anti-Semitism in the past few generations is studied in James Parks' The Emergence of the Jewish Problem, 1878-1939, Oxford, 1946, K.S. Pinson, edition, Essays on Anti-Semitism, New York, 1946, Howard M. Satcher, The Course of Modern Jewish History, Cleveland and New York, 1958, and Hannah Arendt, The Origins of Totalitarianism, 2nd edition, London, 1958. Works on individual countries include R. F. Burns' Anti-Semitism in J. Fodern France, New Brunswick, 1950, which however stopped short before the Dreyfus case. P. W. Massing, Rehearsal for Destruction. A Study of Political Anti-Semitism in Imperial Germany, New York, 1949. P. G. J. Pulzer, The Rise of Political Anti-Semitism in Germany and Austria, New York and London, 1964. And S. M. Dubnow, History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, 3 volumes, Philadelphia, 1916-20. Among works on the social preconditions of Nazi anti-Semitism, Eva Reichmann, Hostages of Civilization, London, 1950, and A. Leschnitzer, The Magic Background of Modern Anti-Semitism, New York, 1956, remain very valuable, while on the ideological background George L. Moss, The Crisis of German Ideology, New York, 1964, is now the standard work. The Nazi persecution of the Jews can be studied from documents in L. Polyakov and J. Wolf, Le Heilreich et les Juifs, Paris, 1959. The extermination itself is described in L. Polyakov, Breviaire de la Haine, Paris, 1951, translated as Harvest of Hate, Syracuse UP and London, I-954, 1956, Gerald Reitlinger, The Final Solution, London, 1953, and Raoul Hilberg, The Destruction of the European Jews, Chicago, 1961, as well as in the many accounts of particular camps. Various German works illumine the psychosocial processes which made the extermination possible, notably K. Baschwitz, Die Unity die Masse, Amsterdam, 1938. L/F. Müller-Claudius, Der Antisemitismus und das deutsche Verhängnis, Frankfurt/Main, 1948. Wanda von Bayerkat, Das Zerstörende in der Politik, Heidelberg, 1958, and H. Buchheim, M. Brosset, H. A. Jacobson and H. Krausnick, Anatomy des SS Staats, 2 volumes, Olten und Freiburg and Breisgau, 1965. H. R. Treveroper, The Last Days of Hitler, London and New York, 1947, 3rd edition 1962. J. R. Rees, edition, The Case of Rudolf Hess, London, 1947. G. M. Gilbert, The Psychology of Dictatorship. Based on an examination of the leaders of Nazi Germany, New York, 1950. R. Hoes, Commandant of Auschwitz, London, 1953. And Hannah Arendt, Eichmann in Jerusalem. A Report on the Banality of Evil, New York, 1963, provide valuable and varied insights into Nazi mentality. For the history of the Nazi movement, Alan Bullock, Hitler, A Study in Tyranny, 5th edition, London, 1964, is indispensable. For the psychology and sociology of anti-Semitic prejudice, the series of pioneering volumes sponsored by the American Jewish Committee and entitled Studies in Prejudice is of fundamental importance. The Authoritarian Personality, by T. W. Adorno, Els Frankel Brunswick, D. J. Levinson and R. N. Sanford, New York, 1950. Dynamics of Prejudice, by R. Bettelheim and E. Janowitz, Chicago, 1950, in its expanded version, Social Change and Prejudice, Glencoe, 1964, and Anti-Semitism and Emotional Disorder, by N. W. Ackerman and Marie Jahoda, New York, 1950. A comparable British study is J. H. Robb, Working Class Anti-Semite, a psychological study in a London borough, London, 1954. All these works are primarily concerned with the personality structure and social situation of typical present-day anti-Semites. As a psychoanalytical interpretation of the anti-Semitic tradition as a historical phenomenon, R. M. Lowenstein, Christians and Jews, New York, 1951. Translation of Psychoanalyzed Antisemitism, Paris, 1951, is still unrivaled. The story of the protocols has been told many times, with varying degrees of accuracy, in newspaper articles and in books dealing with famous impostures. But between the two world wars there also appeared more than a dozen works solely devoted to the historical and critical study of the protocols. Early studies, which by now have themselves acquired historical interest, include, for Britain, L. Wolfe, The Jewish Bogey, London, 1920, P. Graves, The Truth About the Protocols, The Times articles reprinted, London, 1921. For the United States, H. Bernstein, The History of a Lie, New York, 1921. John Spargo, The Jew and American Ideals, New York and London, 1921. For Germany, 0. Friedrich, Die Weisen von Zion. Das Buch der Filschungen, Lübeck, 1920. H. L. Strack, Jüdische Geheimgesetze, Berlin, 1921. B. Siegel, Die Protokoll der Weisen von Zion, Kritisch beleuchtet, Berlin, 1924, and a more popular version of the same, Weltkrieg, Weltrevolution, Weltverschwörung, Welthaberregierung, Berlin, 1926, translated as The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, The Greatest Lie in History, New York, 1934, and a Russian work, U. Dalevsky, Protokoly Scienskich Lefudretsov, Berlin, 1923, which contains little-known documentary material. The Nazi period saw a fresh spate of studies. H. Rollin, L'Apocalypse de Notre Temps, Les Décis de la Propagande Allemande d'après de Documents Inédits, Paris, 1939, which is an important work of original scholarship. P. Charles, S.J., Les Protocoles des Sages de Chaon, Paris, 1938, reprinted from the Nouvelle Revue Théologique. Another and fuller study by Bernstein, The Truth About the Protocols of Zion, New York, 1935. J. Guire's Witty Portraits of Me and Men, A Short History of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, London, 1938. Two works directly inspired by the Bern trial v. Burtsev, Protokoly Scienskich Illadretsev, Dokazany Podlog, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, A Proven Forgery, Paris, 1938, and E. Raz and G. Brunschvig, Vernichtung einer Filschung. Der Prozess die Erfundenen, Weisen von Zion, Zurich, 1938, and three works devoted to showing Hitler as a pupil of the elders. A. Stein, Adolf Hitler, Schüler der Weisen von Zion, Karlsbad, 1936. I. Heilbutt, Die Öffentlichen Verleumder. Die Protokoll der Weisen von Zion und ihre Anwendung in der heutigen Weltpolitik, Zurich, 1937. And R. Blank, Adolf Hitler, SES Aspirations, SA Politik, SA Propagande et les Protocols des Sages de Chaon, Paris, 1938. A valuable study of the various editions of the protocols was produced by E. Cherikover, probably in 1. 34. Les Protocols, leur origine et leur diffusion. It seems never to have been printed, but it was known to Rollin and is available in mimeograph at the Wiener Library. The latest study, J. S. Curtis, An Appraisal of the Protocols of Zion, New York, 1942, is a meticulous survey of the facts of the forgery as generally known, but without the benefit of Rollin's researches. Writing a generation later Walter Lacour, in Russia and Germany, A Century of Conflict, London, 1965, has thrown fresh light on the Russian and German propagators of the forgery and the links between them. A chapter by Jade L. I. Machover in Dix Ans après la chute de Hitler, 1945 to 1955, published by the Centre de Documentation Juive Contemporaine in Paris in 1957, deals with the protocols in the years immediately following the war. The books, pamphlets, and articles defending and elaborating the protocols are believed to number more than 1,000. The following list of some of the editions of the protocols themselves will give some idea of the dissemination of the forgery. Russian. Shortened version in Khrushchev's newspapers Znamya, St. Petersburg, from August 26 to September 7, 1903. Complete text in Chapter 12, second edition of S. A. Niluz, Veliko Va1 Alamai Antichrist, Tsarsko Selo, 1905. In G. Butmi, Vrajai Roda Kelovekeskigo, St. Petersburg, 1906, second edition, 1907. In new edition of Niluz's book, renamed Bliai's Gryadushi Antichrist, Moscow, 1911. In further edition of Niluz's book, renamed Bliai's Estate, Predvaruk, Moscow, 1917. Scienskyi Protokoli, Novocherkassk, 1918. Niluz text, printed by Printing Office of Don Cossack Army, and known to have been edited by A. Rodionov. Russian Immigration. Luch Sveta, Volume 3, dated L/IE 1920, contains complete text of Niluz's book, 1. 1 edition. Berlin. Semerny Tani Zagover. Protokoli Scienskich Mudretsov, Panalusu, New York, 1921. Protokoli Scienskich Mudretsov, Patkstu S. A. Nalusa. Semerny Tani Zagover, Berlin, 1922. M. K. Garchakov, Scienskyi Protokoli. Dolois Low, Paris, 1927. German and Austrian. Gottfried Zurbeek, pseudonym of Ludwig Müller, also called Müller von Hausen, Die Geheimnis der Wesen von Zion, Charlottenburg, 1919, really 1920. 6 editions in 1920. The Nazi Party acquired rights in this edition in 1929. A shortened version had run to 15 editions by 1933 and 22 editions by 1938. Tiet Fritsch, Die Zionistischen Protocol, Leipzig, 1920. This version had reached its 13th edition by 1933. E. von Engelhardt, Jüdisch Weltmachtplan, Leipzig, 1936. Die Protokoll der Wesen von Zion. Das Welteroberungsprogramm der Juden, published by Erste Wiener Vereinsbuchdruckerei, Vienna, 1940. British. The Jewish Peril, Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, London, 1920. Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Translated by V.E. Marsden and published by the Britain's Publishing Society, London, 1921. Since reissued under various titles. Currently called World Conquest through World Government. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Marsden's translation was also published in various parts of the British Empire. In 1934, for instance, a New Zealand edition was published. In Leslie Fry's Waters Flowing Eastwards, Paris, 1921 and 1933. Marsden's translation. The book was published by the Revue Internet Ionale de Sociétés Secrètes. American. The Protocols and World Revolution, including a translation and analysis of the Protocols of the Meetings of the Zionist Men of Wisdom, Boston, 1920. A white Russian production. Premionitis, The Protocols of the Wise Men of Zion, New York, 1920. The Protocols of the Meetings of the Learned Elders of Zion, Chicago, 1934. The Patriotic Publishing Company L/Yarston's translation. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, Chicago, 1935. Right Cause Publishing Company. French. Protocols. Procès-verbaux de Réunions Secrètes des Sages d'Israël, Paris, 1920. Published by Lavier, France. Juin, Manager E. Luperel Judiomar. Anique, Volume 1, Lest Protocols des Sages de Chaon, Paris, 1920. The Niluz version, though not translated directly from the Russian. Volume 4, Lest Protocols de 1901 de G. Butmi, Paris, 1922. Cheap editions of both these volumes were published by the Revue Internationale de Sociétés Secrètes, including a new edition of the Niluz version in 1934. R. Lamlin, Protocols des Sages de Chaon, Paris, 1921. translated from Nilus. Frequently reissued down to 1939. You go here, Les Protocoles des Sages d'Israël, L. Paris, 1924, 1925. In Leslie Fry's Le Retour de Flots vers l'Orient. Le Juif Notre Maître, Paris, 1931. Published by the Revue Internationale des Sociétés Secrètes. W. Kreutz, Les Protocoles des Sages de Chaon, Paris, 1934. Le Complot Juif. Les Protocoles des Sages de Chaon, Paris, Indy. Published by the Rassemblement Anti-Juif de France, Darkier de Pelopoix, c. 1938. Polish. Baksnosk. Przexetage I Dianym. Rock 1897-1920, Protok 6 Ly Poziedzin MF, DRC 6W Szczonu, Warsaw, c. 1920. Protok 6 LYM, DRC 6W Szczonu, Warsaw, 1923. Published by the Organization ROS 6J. WR6G PRZD Bramk, Bydgoszcz, 130. Protok 6 LYMF, DRC 6W Szczonu, Warsaw, etc., 1934. Polish immigration. Maine, Tekel, Upharson. Ksyrga Straslowa Protok 6 Ly Obrad MRDRC 6W Szczonu, New York, 1920. Romanian. Ion I Moda, Protocoalil Elin, Teleptiler Dolarianului, Oratai, 1923. Politica Secreta e Ovaler Pintu Cusuriria Lunii Cre Tine, Bucharest, 1934. Hungarian. Shaun Balksinek Jejizokaniviai. A Bolsheviki Bibliaja, Budapest, 1922. Czech. Ze Shromazdeni Scienskik Muttersel, Prague, 1927. Yugoslav. M. Tommy, Prave Osnov Ili Protokoli Scienski Madraka, Splitsi 1929. Patrioticus, Kopakapava Kovkanstvo, Belgrade, 1934. Protokoli Skupova Scienskik Madraka, Belgrade, 1939. Jedan Vazin Document, a Croatian translation published in Berlin, 1936. Greek. A Greek translation of the Protocols was published by Drasis in 1928 and reprinted several times, for instance in 1934 and 1940. Italian. L'Internazionale Ebraica. Protocoli dei Savianziani di Chaon, Rome, 1921. Published by La Vita Italiana, G. Preziosi. New editions, 1937 and 1938. Spanish. Los Protocols. Los Sabios de Chaon. El Gobierno Gif Undial Invisible. El Programa Judio para Subyugar al Mundo. Published by Fritzsche, Hammer, Publishing House, Leipzig, 1930. Alfonso Giray, trans. Los Poderes Ocultos de España, Barcelona, 1932. Protocols de los Jefes de Israel, Madrid, 1932. Duke de la Victoria, trans. Los Protocolos de los Sabios de Chaon, 5th edition, Madrid, 1935. Translated from Lam Lin. L'Internationale Hebraica. Los Protocolos de los Sabios Ancianos de Chaon, Rome, 1938. Translated from the Italian edition of 1937-38. Portuguese. F. P. de Sequeira, edition. Os Planos de Autocracia Judaica, Porto, Indy. Dutch. J. Nis, de Protocolen van de Wijen van Chaon, with introduction by P. Molenbroek, Amsterdam, Indy. The same version, with Molenbroek's introduction, appeared over the names of other editors. The 7th edition was published in Amsterdam in 1943. Flemish. El Welter, Het Jodendom Ontmaskerd als de Artsvangesund, Courtrai Brussels Paris, 1937. Walloon. A. Robert, Les Protocols des Sages de Chaon, Brussels, 1935. Swedish. Forlton Faller. Det Tillkommande Eerdelsisgilv Higher Skardomiden Light, Science Vices Hemliga Protocol, Helsingfors, 1919. Israel's Vices Hemliga Protocol. Jadarnas Strategiska Plan ATT Gledlon och Lista Ravara Virald Sheravildet, Stockholm, 1934. Norwegian. Den Nyverdenskiser. En Censusjanel Avsel, Dring AV de Hemelig Trutrekere Bak Verdens Politikens Kulisser, Oslo, 1944. Latvian. Zianas Protokoli. No Kriwu Walodas Tulkojis Unistuis Jao, Riga, 1923. Brazilian. G. Barroso, Os Protocolos dos Sabios de Ce.O, São Paulo, 1936-37. T. Marrero, Os Protocolos dos Sabios de Co. Zero Dominio do Mundo pelos Judias, Rio de Janeiro, Indi. The above list covers only the period to 1945 and is not complete even for that period. For instance, the Arabic editions, of which there were several already in the 1920s and 1930s, are not included, and there were certainly more South American editions than the two Brazilian ones listed here.